Although Soifan yearned to begin training immediately, the tension she had been holding onto for the past half-month suddenly released upon receiving Aylan's consent. All the exhaustion, bitterness, and resentment came flooding in. Her body swayed slightly, and for a moment, she lost control and nearly collapsed. "Hey, Soifan." Aylan quickly stepped forward and caught her, his brow furrowing. It seemed the pressure Soifan was under was far greater than he had imagined. Otherwise, she wouldn't have fainted after getting his approval. Bending down, Aylan scooped Soifan's petite form into his arms in a princess carry and vanished from the alleyway in a flash. Swoosh. Swoosh. Byakuya Kuachiki looked up and spotted his uncle. Logically, given their simultaneous return from the 1st Division headquarters, Uncle Aylan should have reached Kuachiki Manor long ago with his speed. Why was he only arriving at the 6th Division now? Curious, Byakuya instantly appeared on the roof of the 6th Division captain's office. Then, his pupils constricted. What was that? Uncle Aylan was carrying someone in his arms. Judging by the Shyakusho, it was definitely not Aunt Haruko. After all, Aunt Haruko never even graduated from the Shino Academy. When she was assigned to the Hollow Extermination Force, Byakuya had removed her name, returned her Isaki, and brought her back to the Kuachiki Manor. Therefore, Haruko Kuachiki was not a Shinigami. In the Women's Shinigami Association, Haruko was only an honorary member, not a true member. However, because the association's headquarters was located within the Kuachiki Manor, the members made an exception and allowed Haruko to become an honorary member to defend themselves against potential attacks from the Kuachiki head. In all these years, Byakuya had never seen his uncle interact intimately with any woman other than Aunt Haruko. Witnessing this scene today made Byakuya wonder if his uncle had changed his heart. Aylan was unaware that Soifan's sudden fainting had caused Byakuya to become suspicious of him. Returning to the Kuachiki Manor, Aylan entrusted Soifan to Haruko, asking her to settle her in the guest room. 10 minutes later, Haruko emerged from the guest room, closed the door, and walked down the corridor. She saw Aylan standing in the courtyard. "Aylan-kun, Soifan has been settled," Haruko informed him. "Thank you, Haruko," Aylan replied, turning to face her with a smile. "If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have known what to do." I thought Aylan-kun would personally tuck Miss Soifan in." Haruko teased. "Ha ha ha." Aylan broke out in a cold sweat. Although Haruko was smiling, he felt a terrifying abyss beneath that smile. "Of course not. We have maids in the house, don't we?" Aylan vehemently denied, refusing to acknowledge Haruko's teasing. "But this is the first time Aylan-kun has brought a girl home. Haruko, this is an exception." Ha ha ha. Seeing Haruko clutching her stomach and laughing, Aylan realized she was just messing with him. "Haruko. Ha ha ha, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." Aylan-kun's flustered expression was just too adorable. "I couldn't help myself." Aylan rolled his eyes but couldn't really do anything about Haruko. "Ms. Soifan is very tired," Haruko remarked as she and Aylan sat down in the courtyard. "I accidentally bumped her head while helping her to bed, but she didn't even wake up." The stronger a Shinigami was, the more sensitive they were to their surroundings. Even Haruko, who hadn't become a Shinigami, would wake up if there was any noise around her while she slept. Soifan's strength was hundreds of times greater than Haruko's. The fact that she didn't wake up even after bumping her head against the door showed how exhausted she was. Indeed, Aylan nodded. Lady Yoruichi was sentenced to exile in the world of the living by Central 46 for breaking into their chambers and rescuing Kusagakure and the others. Now the entire burden of the 2nd Division rests on Soifan's shoulders. If she were stronger, it wouldn't be so bad. But Aylan trailed off, shaking his head. It was only due to Yoruichi's father asking Genryu's Ishigakuni Yamamoto to acknowledge Soifan's position that she was even allowed to be the acting captain. Although it was just acting, Yamamoto had stated that once Soifan mastered Benkei, the acting part would naturally disappear. Now, with the captains of all but the 7th Division in place, if Soifan can't master Benkei soon and officially become the 2nd Division captain before the 7th Division captain is appointed, how will the Shinigami of other divisions view the 2nd Division? Respecting the strong and bullying the weak is the true mentality of most people. In the long run, the 2nd Division will inevitably decline under Soifan's leadership. If she weren't desperate, with Soifan's personality, she wouldn't have come to me. Sigh, Lady Yoruichi really. Haruko couldn't help but blame Yoruichi after hearing about the pressure Soifan was facing. "Alright, Haruko, what others do is their own choice. We shouldn't judge," Aylan said. "However, since Soifan has come to me, I will do everything in my power to help her master Benkei as quickly as possible." "Yes." The next day, Soifan woke up after a good night's sleep. She was confused for a few moments, then recalled fainting while asking Aylan for help. She pulled the blanket over her face and let out a muffled whimper. It was too embarrassing, Hearing the movement in the guest room, Haruko entered with breakfast. "You're awake, Ms. Soifan." "Ms. Kuachiki?" Soifan pulled down the blanket and realized she wasn't in her familiar room. "Where's this?" "You were too tired yesterday, Ms. Soifan, so I arranged for you to rest in the guest room," Haruko explained. "I apologize for the trouble, Ms. Kuachiki," Soifan said, getting out of bed and kneeling to bow to Haruko. "Oh no, Ms. Soifan, please don't say that." Haruko quickly put down the tray with breakfast and helped Soifan up. "Ms. Soifan, please have some breakfast first. Alan-kun said he'll come and take you to train after you've eaten." Although Soifan was eager to find Alan and start training immediately, she nodded after looking at Haruko and the breakfast she had prepared. Since she had already obtained Captain Alan's consent, there was no harm in taking the time to eat breakfast. However, despite her words, Soifan couldn't help but eat faster, wanting to begin training sooner. Then, under Haruko's guidance, Soifan saw Alan, who had been waiting for some time, in the Kuachiki Manor's front yard. "You're here?" "Yes." Soifan nodded and took a deep breath. "Captain Alan, let's begin." "I'm ready." "Soifan, before we start, I want to ask you something," Alan said, walking up to Soifan and looking down at her, his expression serious. "Are you learning from me to increase your strength or to achieve Benkai faster?" Soifan asked, puzzled. "Captain Alan, aren't those two things the same?" "Well, not exactly. Increasing your strength isn't limited to mastering Benkai. Conversely, mastering Benkai is just one way to increase your strength. Take Captain Yoruichi, for example. Although she has his Zanpakuto, she doesn't use it because its ability doesn't suit her fighting style. But no one would dare say that Captain Yoruichi without her Zanpakuto is weaker than Captain Yoruichi with it. Soifan, your Zanpakuto's ability is Naijeki Kessetsu, 2-hit kill, which sounds powerful, but in practice, it has significant limitations." Soifan pursed her lips and remained silent. She didn't think her Zanpakuto's ability was bad at all. Naijeki Kessetsu, as long as she struck the same spot on her opponent twice consecutively, she could kill them instantly. And Alan considered this ability sounds powerful? Although Soifan didn't say anything, Alan had worked with her for some years and understood her well enough. He patiently explained, "Soifan, your Zanpakuto's ability is to kill an opponent by striking the same spot twice in a row. But in reality, it's not your attack that kills the enemy, but the homunca you leave on them after each strike." Chapter 151, Soifan's Choice Homunca, a black butterfly-shaped mark left on an enemy after Soifan struck them with her Shikai-released Sazumbachi. If Soifan landed a second attack on the same spot, the overlapping homunca would instantly kill the enemy. However, this ability became ineffective against individuals with significantly higher spiritual pressure than Soifan. In fact, this wasn't unique to Soifan. Almost all Shinigami's Zanpakuto abilities were weakened or rendered useless when facing opponents with vastly superior spiritual pressure. Naturally, powerful abilities required even greater spiritual pressure to counteract their effects. This was what Aizen meant when he said a Shinigami's battle was a battle of spiritual pressure. If your Zanpakuto's ability truly is Naijeki Kessetsu, 2-hit kill, then you should be able to kill an enemy by striking the same spot twice consecutively with lightning speed, Alan explained. But in reality, that doesn't work, does it? Soifan stared at Alan in shock. After learning about her Zanpakuto's ability, she had tested it as Alan described, but the results confirmed his words. Rapidly striking the enemy twice wouldn't kill them. For your Naijeki Kessetsu to take effect, you need to wait for your attack to form a complete homuncan on the enemy. Only when your second attack hits the same spot, perfectly overlapping the two homunca, will the ability kill them. This is what I meant when I said it's not your Zanpakuto that kills the enemy, but the homunca. In Alan's opinion, Soifan's Naijeki Kessetsu wasn't even as strong as the ability of 3rd Division Vice Captain Izuru Kira's Zanpakuto, Wabajuk. After all, in Kira's hands, Wabajuk could stack its ability through consecutive attacks. Soifan, I speculate that your Zanpakuto's Shikai ability is the Naijeki Kessetsu of homunca, and its Benkai ability might be something that can achieve 1-hit kill. However, just like your Shikai, your Benkai might have even stronger limitations. Mastering Benkai might be a burden for you right now. In the world of Soul Society, if anyone understood Zanpakuto better, Alan would consider himself second only to Sword God Tsunemaya, who wouldn't even dare claim to be first. Indeed, Tsunemaya was the creator who forged the prototype of Zanpakuto, Asaki. But Alan, in essence, was a sword himself, a Kenjin. Furthermore, the Zanpakuto Alan had forged over the years, and the memories he had absorbed from countless weapons, gave him unparalleled understanding in the realm of swords. Tsunemaya created the prototype of Zanpakuto, Asaki. After obtaining an Asaki, a Shinigami would cultivate its spirit through Jinzan, nurturing it with their own soul. In Alan's understanding, This was somewhat akin to cultivating a second primordial spirit in the world of Xianxia. Asaki was the catalyst. The spirit nurtured by the Shinigami could manifest certain traits of its owner into various abilities. By calling out the Zanpakuto's name and achieving Shikai, the Shinigami merged with the Zanpakuto's spirit, boosting their spiritual pressure and granting them control over the Zanpakuto's abilities. And Benkei, the final form of a Zanpakuto, in Ailen's view, was like the second primordial spirit growing up and maturing. If one cultivated Benkei before the Zanpakuto's spirit was fully nurtured, it would be like forcing the spirit to mature prematurely. If the abilities were of the same lineage, achieving Benkei prematurely wouldn't have much impact on future cultivation. As spiritual pressure increased, any slight developmental deficiencies would gradually improve. This could be seen in Toshiro Hitsugaya. Therefore, when Jinrai Kuichik was on the verge of death, Ailen took Byakuya Kuichikito Kisukura Hara to borrow a Gigai, allowing Byakuya to complete his Benkei training prematurely. After all, Byakuya's Senbon Sakura, like Toshiro Hitsugaya's Hiran Maru, had a Benkei ability that was an enhancement of its Shikai ability. Prematurely completing Benkei wouldn't have any negative impact on their future cultivation. However, if the Zanpakuto's Shikai and Benkei abilities differed significantly, the forced maturation of the spirit would result in a weaker Benkei compared to others. Kakumadarame, Renji Abarai, and Soifan all belong to this category. After Kakumadarame's Zanpakuto entered Benchi, it needed battle to awaken its true power, and any damage to the Zanpakuto would weaken the Benkei ability permanently, rendering it irreparable. Renji Abarai was slightly better off than Kaku, as his Shikai and Benkei had a relatively strong connection. After completing his Benkei training, his Benkei strength surpassed Kaku's. As for what Akai Hyosub said about Renji Abarai's Benkei name being wrong, Ailen didn't believe it one bit. Shikai might have incomplete Shikai due to the Zanpakuto's personality, but Benkei was the full manifestation of the Zanpakuto's power. There was no such thing as incomplete Benkei. The more likely possibility was that Akai Hyosub, in order to allow those entering the Soul King Palace to better resist the attacks of the Wandenric Quincy, changed the name of Zabumaru, granting it greater power. After all, it could be seen from the embodiment of Renji Abarai's Zanpakuto that the Baboon King was a sturdy woman with chains wrapped around her waist, while Zabumaru was more slender, with chains bound around its neck. It appeared that Zabumaru was the Baboon King's slave. If Zabumaru were also a king of the same level as the Baboon King, then Renji Abarai's Zanpakuto should also be a pair of Zanpakuto like Joshiro Yukitik's Sogyo no Kotowari. But it was evident from Renji Abarai's Shikai that the Baboon King Zabumaru wasn't a pair of Zanpakuto. Whether in Shikai or Benchi, Renji used Zabumaru's body to unleash the Baboon King's immense power. And Soifan was no exception. In Ailen's memory, in order to take over the position of 2nd Division captain as soon as possible, she went to the Shioing family for help and did indeed master Benkei in a short time. However, this ability also placed a heavy burden on her. She could only use it once every 3 days, and after each use, she would be injured by the ability's recoil. Moreover, in Ailen's memory, Soifan's Benkei didn't achieve any significant results. Now, Soifan hadn't gone to the Shioing family but came to him for help. Ailen also hoped that Soifan could become stronger under his guidance. If you choose to increase your strength, I will teach you the technique Shunko, which combines Kido and hand-to-hand combats, mastered by Lady Yoruichi. Of course, if you choose to cultivate Benkei, I will also help you complete your Benkei training in the shortest time possible. Now, Soifan, tell me, what do you choose? Soifan raised her head and looked at Ailen. She wasn't an unreasonable person. She knew which of the 2 options Ailen offered was more beneficial to her. But the 2nd Division belonged to Lady Yoruichi. Until Lady Yoruichi returned, she had to take good care of the 2nd Division for her. Captain Ailen, if I choose to increase my strength, will I be able to pass the captain's proficiency test before the 7th Division selects its captain? Soifan, can I take that as you looking down on me? Ailen's lips curled up slightly. Don't overestimate the importance of captain level, Soifan. Once you reach captain level, you'll discover that there are even higher and farther sights beyond. Alright, then I choose to increase my strength. A wise choice. Ailen nodded in satisfaction. Then, he turned to Haruko and said, Haruko, I'm taking Soifan to train for a few days, at most half a month. I'll leave the house to you. Yes, go ahead, Ailen-kun. Swoosh. 2 figures flickered, reappearing farther ahead with each blink. These 2 were naturally Ailen and Soifan. With their flash steps, many Shinigami couldn't even detect their movements. Only the captains standing at the pinnacle of Soul Society could capture their fleeting forms. The moment they saw the 2, everyone knew that perhaps soon, the acting part of the 2nd Division acting captain would be removed. We're here. Arriving at a secluded location, Ailen stopped, and Soifan appeared beside him in the next instant. Finding a hidden entrance, Aelin led Soifan straight down. A square black frame suddenly appeared in the blue sky, and the next moment, two figures fell from the frame and landed on the ground. Thump. Thump. Where is this? Soifan looked around, surprised to find such a large space underground. Moreover, the blue sky and white clouds above were almost real enough to be mistaken for the genuine article. If Soifan hadn't remembered jumping down from the surface just now, she might have thought this was some secluded spot in Soul Society. This is the secret base of Lady Yoruichi and that guy Kusagakure. Not long ago, they treated Shinji Hirako and the others here, then opened a Senka from here to the world of the living. What? Lady Yoruichi's secret base? Aelin had chosen Hirahara's abandoned underground base as the location to train Soifan. On the one hand, with Kusagakure and the others gone, this place had become unowned, and training here wouldn't cause much commotion or be disturbed. On the other hand, Aelin also wanted to use this place to stimulate Soifan, keeping her motivated and energized for training. As expected, upon hearing Aelin's words, Soifan's eyes lit up with excitement. As for Kusagakure mentioned by Aelin, she had selectively ignored him. However, Soifan then frowned and looked at Aelin. Hey, since this is Lady Yoruichi's secret base, how do you know about it? Chapter 152, Aizen's scheming. Soifan's sudden question caught Aelin off guard. He glanced at her and replied, well, have you considered that maybe Lady Yoruichi didn't bring you along because your strength is lacking? Damn it. Soifan clenched her fists, teeth gritted. Though she hated to admit it, Aelin might have a point. Both Kusagakure and Aelin surpassed her in strength by a significant margin. Taking a deep breath, Soifan slowly composed herself, pushing down all other emotions. Captain Aelin, let's begin. Alright. Seeing Soifan regain her composure, Aelin wasted no time and began explaining the theory behind Shunko. Shunko is a technique that combines Kido and hand-to-hand combats, with power comparable to a Shinigami's Bankai. Before practicing Shunko, one must first identify the Kido attribute that best aligns with their own. With that, Aelin started instructing Soifan on the intricacies of Shunko within the underground base. Over a century ago, Aelin had already acquired knowledge of Shunko from Soifan's Zanpakuto, Sazumbachi. However, due to Yoruichi Shioin's departure, Soifan only had access to the basic theories Yoruichi left behind, leading her to believe that Yoruichi herself hadn't fully developed the technique. Based on Yoruichi's incomplete theories, Soifan stumbled through the development of her own Shunko over the next 100 years. However, since she followed Yoruichi's notes, and Yoruichi's attribute was lightning, the Shunko Soifan used when they met again 100 years later was still the lightning attribute Shunko with bursts of electricity from her shoulders. After gaining Yoruichi's approval and receiving more insights into Shunko, Soifan completed her own unique wind attribute Shunko during the 1000-year Blood War, the Mugen Shunko. Naturally, Aelin wouldn't let Soifan take the same roundabout path. From the beginning, he had Soifan determine her own attribute and then taught her the key points of Shunko cultivation based on that attribute. Since this was essentially Soifan's own experience from over 100 years later, she learned quickly under Aelin's guidance. It took her only 3 days to master the initial steps, converting her spiritual pressure into wind attribute Kido spiritual pressure and then merging it with her own spiritual pressure. There was no helping it, having a cheat was just that convenient. Whenever Soifan made a mistake in her training, Aelin would immediately point it out and offer better suggestions. It felt as if he, not Soifan, was the one cultivating Shunko. The fusion of two different types of spiritual pressure in the world of Soul Society brought exponential improvement to a Shinigami. When a Shinigami released their Zanpakuto, their own spiritual pressure merged with the Zanpakuto's spiritual pressure. Shikai could increase their spiritual pressure 3 to 5 times, while Bankai could boost it 5 to 10 times. Similarly, the hollowification of Shinji Hirako and the others involved merging the hollow's spiritual pressure with their own, resulting in a surge in their spiritual pressure. The technique of temporarily placing a soul within the body created by Kiryu Hikaifun also involved merging a different spiritual pressure with one's own to enhance their spiritual pressure. Shunko followed the same principle. Moreover, it shared similarities with Hikaifun's technique. However, Hikaifun's completed research permanently increased one's spiritual pressure, while Shunko involved using one's spiritual pressure to create Kido spiritual pressure and achieving fusion outside the body. Within a week, Soifan mastered the basic Shunko. However, what gathered on her shoulders and back wasn't crackling lightning, but swirling tornadoes. After using Shunko, Soifan's speed saw the greatest improvement, nearly rivaling Yoruichi Shioin's. Aelin then shared the theory and key points of Mugen Shunko with her. With her experience in Shunko, it took Soifan half a year to finally complete the cultivation of Mugen Shunko. Pa! Boom! With Soifang's shout, two azure tornadoes, like wings, spun behind her shoulder blades, causing her spiritual pressure to surge. Her fists clenched, and her spiritual pressure erupted. Similarly powerful tornadoes swirled around her limbs. Swoosh! In an instant, Soifang vanished from her spot and reappeared beside Aelin. She compressed the massive tornado around her fist and threw a punch. Boom! The giant tornado exploded upon impact, unleashing the destructive force of wind attribute Kido and creating a powerful blast. The resulting smoke and dust were instantly torn apart and dispersed by the raging wind before they could even spread. Within the Mukin, Aelin concentrated his spiritual pressure in his hands and engaged Soifang in a hand-to-hand combat duel. Every clash of fists and feet produced thunderous booms from the exploding wind. If this weren't the Mukin, everything around them would have been reduced to rubble by the shockwaves of their battle. Feeling the tearing and explosive power in Soifang's attacks, Aelin couldn't help but think of Kensaimuguruma, the combat power level measuring unit of Soul Society. The reason Soifang and Aelin were fighting in the Mukin was that after mastering Mujin Shanko, she immediately applied to Captain Commander Yamamoto for the captain proficiency test. Since she hadn't completed Bankai training, she chose to challenge an existing captain. After much deliberation, she ultimately decided to challenge Aelin. There was no helping it. Even with Mujin Shanko, she couldn't compare to the strength of the captains from other divisions. Since she would lose regardless of whom she challenged, she might as well choose the strongest. Thus, Aelin became the target of her challenge. Typically, only the recommending captains and the captain commander would observe the challenge for the captain proficiency test. However, ever since Soifang approached Aelin, everyone had been paying close attention to her progress, curious to see how much her strength had improved under his tutelage. Before Soifang, Captain Aelin had already trained two captain-level disciples, by Akayaku Ichiki and Jinakamaru. If Soifang also passed the captain proficiency test, there would be 3 captains trained by Captain Aelin. Of course, everyone knew that Soifang wouldn't have applied for the test without the confidence to pass. However, they were still very interested in how much she had grown under Captain Aelin's guidance in just half a year. Therefore, almost all the captains came to the Mukin to witness the battle between Soifang and Aelin. During their fight, Soifang mainly attacked while Aelin defended, allowing her to showcase her strength before the numerous captains. Captain Soifang's current state involves converting her own spiritual pressure into Kido spiritual pressure outside her body and then merging it with her own spiritual pressure, allowing her to infuse each attack with powerful Kido damage. Captain Aelin is truly a genius. After observing the battle for a while, 5th Division Captain Sosuke Aizen adjusted his glasses and praised. Who can say otherwise? Beside him, Shun Sekiraku joked, when 3rd Division Captain Jinokamaru took office half a year ago, I said that Captain Aelin's teaching ability was already comparable to Old Man Yamamoto's. Now, looking at Soifang, the 2nd Division Captain position is undoubtedly hers. It seems Captain Aelin has surpassed Old Man Yamamoto in the aspect of teaching students. Among the 13 Court Guard squads, Shun Sekiraku got along well with every captain. Additionally, if other captains encountered any difficulties, Shunsei would never refuse to help if he could. After recommending Aizen as the 5th Division Captain, Shunsei often interacted with him, which didn't seem out of place. No one could have guessed that Shunsei's actions were all to deceive Aizen and find his weaknesses. If before hearing Aelin's words, Shunsei's suspicion of Aizen and Hurahara was 50-50, then after Aizen personally nominated Kaname Tosen as the 9th Division Captain, it became 70-30. After all, Shunsei learned from Aelin that it was Aizen, Tosen, and Jin who attacked Lisa Yadomaru and the others that night. Jinakamaru was Captain Aelin's disciple, personally recommended by Aelin as the 3rd Division Captain candidate. Sosuke Aizen had a high reputation and was personally recommended by Shunsei as the 5th Division Captain. As for Kaname Tosen, if Aelin hadn't mentioned him and Aizen hadn't recommended him, no one would have imagined that the 3rd seat of the 9th Division also possessed captain-level strength. Indeed, I've long heard of Captain Aelin's teaching ability. 3rd Division Captain Jinokamaru once worked with me for a while. Whether it's Kido, hand-to-hand combats, flash steps, or sword art, Captain Okamaru is exceptionally skilled. Captain Aelin seems like an all-rounder, with no weaknesses. To possess such strength in just over 100 years, Captain Aelin is truly fearsome. Haha, if Captain Aizen hadn't mentioned it, I almost forgot Captain Aelin isn't even 200 years old yet. Shunsei pulled his hat lower, his mind racing with thoughts. Sosuke Aizen, was that carelessness or intentional? But regardless of whether it was careless or intentional, Aizen must be planning something, possibly related to Captain Aelin. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said that Captain Aelin is fearsome. After all, a powerful ally brings peace of mind. Only a powerful enemy would inspire fear. However, Captain Aelin's 11th Division already has 2 captain-level subordinates. With Captain Kuichiki, Captain Ikamaru, Captain Soifan, and Captain Aelin himself, their side would have 6 captain-level powerhouses. With this level of influence, if they had any ulterior motives, the Syriite AI would surely fall into chaos again. At this thought, Shunsei suddenly realized something. No, Aizen's words weren't meant for him, but for his teacher. As a disciple of Junryu's Shigakuni Yamamoto, Shunsei understood his teacher better than anyone. Old man Yamamoto was perhaps the most devoted follower of the Soul King. It was precisely because of his admiration for the Soul King's actions that Yamamoto believed everything in the world unfolded according to the Soul King's will. Regarding the betrayal of the 5 noble houses, Yamamoto believed that since the Soul King hadn't acted against them, there must be a reason for their existence. However, Yamamoto disagreed with the 5 noble houses seizing the Soul King's authority to rule the Syriite AI. Therefore, 2,000 years ago, Yamamoto founded his dojo to teach students. 1,000 years ago, he formed the 13 court guard squads under the banner of protecting the Soul King's Syriite AI, promoting the existence of the Soul King, and ending the aristocracy's million-year dictatorship over the Soul Society and the Syriite AI. To avoid being purged by Yamamoto, many nobles joined the 13 court guard squads and supported him. In the current Syriite AI, although the nobles still had the central 46 chambers to maintain their lofty status, everything they did had to be within the rules. The true ruler of the Syriite AI was the captain commander of the 13 court guard squads, Junryu's Shigakuni Yamamoto. The 13 court guard squads were Yamamoto's life's work. To protect the current Syriite AI, Yamamoto would eliminate any existence that might threaten its stability. The reason for Zaraki's current state was that Yamamoto saw his fanaticism for battle and the immense power hidden within him. Fearing that Zaraki might cause harm to the Syriite AI in the future, Yamamoto disregarded even Retsuo no Hana's plea and used less than honorable means to dampen Zaraki's interest in swordsmanship. If not for Aelin, Zaraki's strongest swordsmanship technique might have been simply holding a sword with both hands. But because of his 10-year promise with Aelin, Zaraki was currently learning swordsmanship more suited to him from Anohana. Presumably, in their next battle, Zaraki would surely bring Aelin an even greater surprise. In the past, Captain Aelin rarely involved himself in affairs, so Yamamoto might not have thought much of it. However, now that Aizen had brought it up, Yamamoto might have already started to develop a rift with Captain Aelin. After all, Captain Commander Yamamoto was wary even of Zaraki, who hadn't fully recovered, let alone Captain Aelin, whose strength was sufficient to receive an invitation from the Royal Guard of the Zero Division. Sosuke Aizen, this man, his schemes ran deep. Shunsei buried his apprehension about Aizen deep within his heart and pretended not to understand Aizen's words, continuing their conversation. Chapter 153, News of Kago Jinjo. Unbeknownst to Aelin, as he sparred with Soifan, Sosuke Aizen dealt him a subtle blow. Only when he sensed that Soifan's spiritual pressure was nearly depleted and she could barely maintain mutant Shunko did Aelin finally tear through the tornadoes surrounding her, pointing his right index finger at her waist. Bakudo number 61, 6 rods prison of light. Golden light shot from Aelin's fingertip, splitting into 6 beams that instantly flew towards Soifan. The beams transformed into 6 luminous panels, sealing her within a cage of light. With her remaining spiritual pressure, Soifan couldn't break free from Aelin's Rikitokuro and remained suspended in the air. Hado number 4, Byakurai. Boom. Another bolt of lightning erupted from Aelin's finger, passing by Soifan's ear, singeing a few strands of hair. You lose, Captain Soifan. Yes, I concede. Upon hearing Soifan's admission of defeat, Aelin dispelled the Rikijikuro, and they both approached Junryu's Shigakuni Yamamoto. Captain Commander, regarding acting Captain Soifan's captain proficiency test, I believe she possesses the strength to serve as the captain of the 2nd Division. Indeed. Following Aelin's acknowledgement of Soifan, Shunsei Kiraku immediately spoke up. Although Captain Soifan hasn't displayed her Bankai, the state she just demonstrated is in no way inferior to Bankai. Yes, that's true. Aizen smiled and said, in just half a year, Captain Soifan has improved so much under Captain Aelin's guidance. I wonder if I would have the honor of becoming the next person to be educated by Captain Aelin? Haha, Captain Aizen, Captain Soifan's current strength is primarily due to her own efforts. I merely offered some guidance. Please don't overestimate me and overlook Captain Soifan's own talent and hard work over the past 6 months. Aelin shook his head, not accepting Aizen's praise. Indeed, Soifan's talent was undeniable, considering she managed to develop Shunko on her own based on the fragmented notes left by Yoruichi. As for Captain Aizen, if you have the time, I wouldn't mind exchanging cultivation insights with you so we can all improve together. It just so happens that sometimes I find Captain Aizen's presence quite peculiar. If I could interact with you for an extended period, I would be most grateful. Oh? Captain Aelin finds me peculiar? Aizen asked curiously, May I ask what you find strange about me? No, it's just that sometimes when I encounter Captain Aizen, you feel like two different people. I suppose it might be because we're not very familiar, and I'm misinterpreting things. Haha, Captain Aizen's perception is truly sharp. Aizen smiled and said, however, I can't recall encountering Captain Aizen at any such time. Perhaps you didn't see me then. In the end, Aizen and Aizen didn't continue the topic of Aizen wanting to learn from Aizen for a while. Aizen, who had a vague understanding of some of Aizen's strength, genuinely wanted to seek his guidance. However, he was unwilling to expose any weaknesses before Aizen due to his inquiries. He wasn't ready to completely break away from the Soul Society just yet. With Aizen, Kusagakure, and Aizen's endorsements, the other captains didn't say anything further, simply nodding slightly. After witnessing the battle, they all agreed that Soifan possessed captain-level strength. Very well, with the unanimous approval of Captain Aizen, Captain Kiraku, and Captain Aizen, acting Captain Soifan is deemed qualified to serve as a captain. From this moment forward, Soifan will assume the position of captain of the 2nd Division. Yes, Captain Commander. Soifan bowed respectfully to Yamamoto. At this moment, her heart finally found peace. Lady Yoruichi, did you see that? I've kept the 2nd Division safe for you. 3 years after Soifan successfully succeeded as the captain of the 2nd Division, Genryu's Ishigakuni Yamamoto personally nominated Sajin Kamemura to become the captain of the 7th Division. With that, all the captain positions within the 13 court guard squads were filled. Each division, led by their respective captains, fulfilled their duties and maintained the peace and stability of the Syriite AI. The Soul Society returned to its former tranquility. It was as if the turmoil from 4 years ago had never happened. Apart from those who truly cared about the missing individuals occasionally reminiscing about Shinji Hirako and the others, hardly anyone talked about the incident anymore. It was as if the matter had been intentionally erased, and people were deliberately forgetting about them. On this day, Aizen had good luck and drew an SSR card in Unlimited Blade Works. Feeling enthusiastic, he took out a chessboard, wanting to have another match with Haruko. Unfortunately, Aizen seemed to have forgotten that luck was luck, and strength was strength. Even with his exceptional luck today, he was easily suppressed by Haruko's absolute skill. Sitting cross-legged before the table, Aizen held a black chess piece between his index and middle fingers, frowning as he scanned the board with a serious gaze. Alas, no matter how he looked at it, Haruko had completely surrounded his black chess pieces in all 4 corners of the board. The ko he had created had been resolved, and within a few more moves, his last eye would be blocked, causing him to lose a large area. In contrast to Aizen, Haruko calmly savored the aroma of her tea, her casual glance instantly discerning Aizen's next dozen moves. No matter how he struggled, she would eventually capture all his pieces on the board. Damn it, I thought today was my lucky day, but I can't even win with the luck of an SSR? Aizen thought to himself, resigned. It seemed Haruko's Go skills had improved again. Just as Aizen was about to resign, a flash of black caught his eye. He looked up and saw a black hell butterfly flying towards him. Aizen's expression turned serious. He placed chess piece in his hand randomly on the board and said to Haruko, Haruko, it seems I have something to attend to. Let's pause this game here and resume when I return. With that, Aizen placed his hand on the table, ready to get up. However, as he rose, his foot accidentally bumped the table. The board shook, and the pieces scattered into disarray, completely disrupting their previous positions. Ha, that was an accident. Aizen chuckled awkwardly and walked towards the courtyard under Haruko's disapproving gaze. He extended his right hand. The hell butterfly landed on his index finger and transmitted its information to him. To Aizen's surprise, it wasn't Captain Commander Yamamoto who was looking for him this time, but 13th Division Captain Joshiro Yukitake. Haruko, Captain Yukitake of the 13th Division has something for me. I'll go and see what's going on. Alright, be careful. Haruko responded while tidying up the scattered pieces on the board. Over the years, although Haruko didn't have a clear understanding of Aizen's true strength, she knew from the members of the Women's Shinigami Association that within the Syriite, apart from Captain Commander Yamamoto, all the other captains seemed to believe they were inferior to Captain Aizen. It was important to note that the members of the Women's Shinigami Association comprised most of the female Shinigami in the 13 court guard squads. Although most of these female Shinigami weren't particularly strong, they had many admirers within their respective divisions. Therefore, their intelligence-gathering capabilities were, in some aspects, even superior to the intelligence units of the 2nd and 8th divisions. Knowing Aizen's approximate strength, Haruko no longer worried every time he went on a mission, fearing that he might encounter misfortune. On the contrary, her admiration for him soared to new heights. She believed that even Captain Commander Yamamoto wouldn't be a match for Aizen. Because Aizen had told her so and Aizen had never lied to her. How strange, Why is Captain Uchiha looking for me? After leaving the Kuachiki Manor, Alan used flash steps to head towards the 13th Division's barracks. At the same time, he tried to recall his interactions with Joshiro Uchiha. Since Alan and Shun Sakurako were close friends, they often met up at Izaku's for drinks and had invited Uchiha along several times. However, during their drinking sessions, they mostly chatted about recent events or gossip they had heard, never discussing work-related matters. For Uchiha to contact him using a hail butterfly, something related to Alan must have happened on Uchiha's end. The 13th Division was the purification force. Most of its Shinigami were stationed in various corners of the world of the living to guide the souls of the deceased and purify hollows that crossed over from Hukomundo to prey on humans. But Alan couldn't recall anything in the world of the living that concerned him. Could it be that Kusagakure and his group had contacted Uchiha and wanted to discuss something with him? Although Urahara, Yaruichi Shioin, and the others had defected from Soul Society, Alan knew they still maintained contact with the Siriite AI. Alan was 90% certain that the person they were in contact with was 13th Division Captain Joshiro Uchiha. This could be inferred from Rukia Kuachiki's situation decades later. As a seated officer of the 13th Division, Rukia knew of Kusagakura's existence and that he could be used to contact the Soul Society and purchase items from there. Perhaps all 13th Division members stationed in the world of the living knew about the existence of the Urahara shop. Alan was fast, and before he could fully sort out his thoughts, he had already arrived before Joshiro Uchiha. Swoosh! The sound of wind breaking reached Uchiha's ears as Alan appeared beside him. Captain Alan. Upon seeing Alan, a short-haired girl and a middle-aged man with a beard standing beside Uchiha immediately bowed respectfully. As the captain of the 11th Division, although Alan rarely appeared in public, legends about him still circulated throughout the 13 court guard squads. It was said that Captain Alan excelled at guiding others in their cultivation. If one were fortunate enough to be noticed by him and receive his guidance, their strength would undoubtedly experience a significant boost. 2nd Division Captain Soifun received half a year of guidance from Captain Alan and successfully passed the Captain Proficiency Test. 6th Division Captain Byakuya Kuachiki received 3 months of instruction from Captain Alan in his youth, transforming from an elite Shinigami into a vice-captain level powerhouse. 5 years later, after receiving 3 days of guidance from Captain Alan, he successfully mastered Bankai and became the captain of the 6th Division. 3rd Division Captain Jinokamaru was taken in as a disciple by Captain Alan after graduating from the Shino Academy and passed the Captain Proficiency Test after the previous 3rd Division Captain met with misfortune. Hello. Alan smiled and nodded to the two individuals. He was also very familiar with them. The two treasures of the 13th Division, Kion Kotetsu and Sentauro Katsubaki. Kion was the younger sister of 4th Division Vice Captain Izane Kotetsu, while Sentauro became Rukia Kuachiki's vice captain after the Thousand-Year Blood War. Alan then turned to Uchiha and asked, Captain Uchiha, did you call me here for something? Well, Captain Alan, do you remember Kugo Jinjo? Kugo Jinjo. Hearing Uchiha's mention of this name, Alan's memory was jogged. Yes, of course I remember. I recall you once asked me to go to the living world to teach him for a while. Why, did something happen with him? Yes. Uchiha nodded gravely and said to Alan, Captain Alan, as you know, the substitute Shinigami badge I gave to Kugo Jinjo was meant to monitor him. Yes, I remember. Alan nodded. Back then, when the Soul Society discovered that Kugo Jinjo possessed Shinigami powers, Genri Uzai Shigakuni Yamamoto had proposed executing him for stealing Shinigami powers. However, the proposal was ultimately rejected due to Alan's opposition. After discussions among the captains, they unanimously agreed to absorb Kugo Jinjo as a non-staff Shinigami and issue him a substitute Shinigami badge, acknowledging his rights and responsibilities as equivalent to those of a Shinigami. To demonstrate the Soul Society's sincerity, Alan was sent to the world of the living to instruct Kugo Jinjo. Of course, with Yamamoto's reminder, Alan focused on teaching Kugo how to use his Zanpakuto abilities, imparting the cultivation methods for both Shikai and Bankai. As for the other 4 Shinigami arts, he only briefly touched upon them. Chapter 154, Bounce? What's this? Trouble with Kugo Jinjo. Alan's brow furrowed as he processed the information. He remembered why Jinjo had turned against Soul Society. It was all orchestrated by Tokunaga Tsunayashiro. Jinjo had learned the true purpose of the substitute Shinigami badge, then been betrayed and his fellow Fullbringers slaughtered by Shinigami under Tokunaga's command. This betrayal had driven Jinjo to rebel. However, Alan had clearly explained the substitute Shinigami badge's function to Jinjo when he entrusted it to him. Could it be that the man had still fallen victim to Tokunaga's schemes? Yet, Alan quickly concluded that Jinjo being manipulated by Tokunaga wasn't all that surprising. After all, much like Ichigo Kurosaki being the result of Sosuke-san's unforeseen experiment, Aelin suspected Jinjo was one of Tokinada's test subjects. In this world, the only person known to possess the powers of Shinigami, Hollow, and Fullbringer simultaneously was Hikon Yubugenyu, kept in a state of suspended animation within the Shino Academy by Tokinada. Tokinada desired to create a new Soul King. The current Hikon was undoubtedly unsuitable, making it perfectly logical for him to seek a new Soul King candidate. Ichigo had Kusagakure safeguarding him, but Jinjo, a lone wolf, had no one watching his back. Compared to Ichigo, Jinjo's fate was far more tragic. Before Tokinada's manipulations, Jinjo had been a cheerful and passionate young man. His personality attracted a group of Fullbringers seeking to transfer their powers, hoping to become ordinary humans once Jinjo matured and could inherit their abilities. Unfortunately, under Tokinada's machinations, their plan failed. The group was hunted by Shinigami, leaving Jinjo as the sole survivor. From that point on, Jinjo believed Shinigami couldn't be trusted. Feeling betrayed, he became a man who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. Indeed, Joshiro Yukite confirmed with a grave nod. Through the substitute Shinigami badge, I recently discovered Jinjo had killed over a dozen Shinigami. Therefore, I dispatched a 13th Division member stationed in the world of the living to locate Jinjo and inquire about the situation. However, before our member could even begin questioning him, Jinjo killed them. So, I suspect Jinjo has betrayed Soul Society and intend to pursue him. But considering you, Captain Aelin, had instructed him for a time, I wanted to seek your opinion. Is that so? Aelin's understanding deepened upon hearing Yukite's words. It seemed the current timeline aligned with the period after Jinjo's manipulation, when his Fullbringer companions had been killed, leaving him filled with resentment towards Soul Society and the 13th Division of Imperial Guards. With this in mind, Aelin declared, Yukite, provide me with Jinjo's location and open a Senkaiman. I'll head to the world of the living and investigate the situation. Very well. Yukite nodded. This was precisely why he had sought out Aelin. After all, Jinjo had received Aelin's guidance for a time. If Yukite were to simply brand him a traitor, it might cause friction with Aelin. Entrusting the matter to Aelin was the best course of action. Yukite believed Aelin's decision wouldn't disappoint him. He promptly retrieved the push-button mobile phone from his pocket and handed it to Aelin. Captain Aelin, this is the Denrashinki recently developed by the 12th Division. It's even more convenient than a hell butterfly. I've already requested the 12th Division's technicians to track the substitute Shinigami badge. Once you arrive in the world of the living, they'll send the tracking information to this Denrashinki, making it easier for you to locate Kago Jinjo. Thank you, Captain Yukite. The thanks are due to you, Captain Aelin. Yukite shook his head, then opened a Senkaiman leading to the world of the living within the courtyard. I'll be on my way then. I'll also trouble you, Captain Yukite, to send someone to the Kuachiki Manor with a message for my wife. Just tell her I've gone to the world of the living for a quick trip and will return within a few days. Certainly, Captain Aelin. With his instructions given, Aelin stepped into the Senkaiman. He found himself once again within the familiar spatial tunnel. This time, Aelin didn't encounter the Kotatsu and smoothly arrived in the world of the living. Beep, beep, beep. The Denrashinki in Aelin's hand emitted an alarm as soon as he emerged from the Senkaiman. He opened it to find a radar display on a screen, with a small red dot within the scanned area. Oh? Jinjo is here. My luck's that good? Having located Jinjo's trace, Aelin didn't hesitate. His figure vanished from midair, moving towards the location indicated by the red dot on the Denrashinki. However, roar, looking down at the small hollow beneath him, Aelin couldn't help but slap his forehead. Miscalculation. I should have used spiritual pressure sensing first. Aelin had forgotten that the Denrashinki's primary function was to assist Shinigami in the world of the living to quickly locate and purify hollows. Well, since I'm here, might as well deal with this hollow. He shook his head. Although with his current strength, attacking such a small hollow was beneath his dignity, the creature had the misfortune of encountering him. Chalk it up to bad luck. Aelin prepared to strike. But the next moment, he noticed something unusual. The human being attacked by the hollow possessed spiritual pressure? And it felt strange. Thus, Aelin remained suspended in the air, observing for the time being. It was a woman with brown hair, fleeing towards a secluded area as the hollow pursued her. Once she sensed no one else was around, the woman extended her right hand and shouted, Hellfire, Gate. As her voice rang out, flames gathered before her, eventually forming a humanoid figure of fire. So it's her. The moment Aelin saw the humanoid figure of flames, his memories resurfaced, and he quickly recognized the woman's identity. Over 1,000 years ago, there were experiments conducted in Soul Society to modify souls with the goal of creating soul weapons. The experiment failed, causing a laboratory explosion that destroyed a tenth of the Syriite AI. A vast amount of experimental rishi poured into the world of the living, absorbed by people on a small island, granting them immortality. To eliminate these anomalies, Soul Society dispatched the researcher Rantau to the world of the living to deal with the experiment's consequences. However, Rantau defied Soul Society's orders to eliminate those who had absorbed the rishi. Instead, she sought to protect them and petitioned Soul Society to allow them to reside within its borders. Unfortunately, this request was ultimately rejected by the Central 46 Chambers. Moreover, they accused Rantau of experimental misconduct and exiled her for 1,000 years. During her exile, Rantau protected the humans who had absorbed the rishi on the island. But as her lifespan neared its end, Rantau modified her own soul to extend her life and continue protecting these children. While Rantau lay dormant, undergoing her soul modification, a boy named Ginkaraya, whom Rantau had adopted, discovered a box within her dwelling. The crests within the box granted the humans who had absorbed the rishi a power distinct from that of Shinigami or hollows, dolls. They called themselves Bounce. The woman before Aelin was Yoshino Soma, the only Bounce possessing the power of motherhood. Boom. 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 The flaming doll launched fireballs at the small hollow. When the hollow dodged, the fireballs struck the ground, causing explosions. Occasionally, 1 or 2 fireballs would hit the hollow, but only inflicted minor injuries. So weak. Aelin couldn't help but comment as he watched the battle between Yoshino and a small hollow below. The current Yoshino Soma likely hadn't begun absorbing human souls yet, hence her strength was roughly equal to that of the small hollow. Of course, due to the properties of her flaming doll, the hollow had no chance of winning. As expected, when the hollow approached the doll, Gate of Hellfire, or Gata, its attacks were useless. Gata would simply transform into flames, rendering the hollow's attacks ineffective. Furthermore, being close to Gata made it more difficult for the hollow to dodge the fireballs, and it was soon killed. Aelin continued observing Yoshino Soma for a while longer. He confirmed that she hadn't started consuming human souls and seemed to be in a state of conflict with Genkaraya. There were no other Bounce present at her residence. Oh well, another pitiful soul. After some contemplation, Aelin decided against killing Yoshino Soma here. Let's find Kago Jinjo first and see what's going on with him. He took out the Denrishin key, preparing to contact the 12th Division and have them send Kago Jinjo's location to his device. However, apologies, Captain Aelin. We've just lost the signal from the substitute Shinigami badge. This is the last location where the signal was detected. You can investigate there first, Captain Aelin. We'll keep an eye on the badge and inform you immediately if we find it. Alright, I hope you're quick. I won't be staying in the world of the living for long. Chapter 155 Reunion with Kago Jinjo. After glancing at the location sent by the 12th Division on the Denrishin key, Aelin tucked the device into his pocket and vanished into thin air. This is the place? Even with the spiritual pressure limiting seal placed upon him, Aelin's speed still surpassed that of most captains. Within 3 minutes, he arrived at the location where the substitute Shinigami badge's signal had last been detected. It was an opulent mansion, yet to Aelin's surprise, it seemed neglected, with no one tending to its upkeep or landscaping. Faint, but Jinjo's spiritual pressure residue is definitely here. Entering the mansion, Aelin followed the traces of Kago Jinjo's lingering spiritual pressure, eventually stopping in a grand hall. This was where Jinjo's spiritual pressure had disappeared. Surveying his surroundings, Aelin quickly noticed something peculiar about the hall. Rather than a reception area for guests, the hall felt more like a memorial hall. At its center stood a raised platform adorned with countless white chrysanthemums, with 2 rectangular spaces left vacant amidst the flowers. If Aelin's guess was correct, these spaces were where 2 coffins had originally been placed, hence the empty areas of identical shape and size within the white chrysanthemum platform. Further ahead, on a table at the front of the hall, 3 photographs were displayed. On either side were black and white portraits of a man and a woman, while the central one was a color photo of a family of 3. Aelin didn't recognize the man and woman. But he remembered the child between them. It was Yukio Hans Varalbruna. Seeing Yukio's photo, Aelin understood why Soul Society had lost track of the substitute Shinigami badge on Jinjo. Yukio was a member of the Fullbringer organization, Zkushin, with the ability Invaders Must Die, using his favorite game console as his Fullbring focus. Invaders Must Die allowed Yukio to create a game space using his console. Kago Jinjo was likely hiding within this game space at this very moment. As Aelin examined the photos on the table, the space behind him suddenly distorted with black pixels. A figure emerged, wielding a giant sword and swinging it down towards Aelin. Clang! Aelin extended his hand, catching the blade. With a flick of his wrist, he flung both the sword and its wielder away. Boom! A wall crumbled as the figure crashed through it, burying them beneath a pile of falling debris. Boom! Spiritual pressure surged, bursting forth from the rubble with immense force, scattering the stones. It was Kago Jinjo. "Long time no see, Jinjo," Aelin said calmly, gazing at Jinjo, who was now enveloped in a white aura of spiritual power. "Teacher? Aelin?" Jinjo was visibly surprised to see him. Over the years, Jinjo had grown not only in strength but also in experience. Especially after interacting with Shinigami, he understood the significance of the white haori amidst the black Shyakusha worn by most Shinigami. It represented the pinnacle of the 13 division of Imperial Guards. Only the 13 strongest individuals in all of Soul Society could become captains of their respective divisions. His teacher's white haori, with the number 11 emblazoned on the back, revealed the true identity of the man who had instructed him for half a month, the captain of the 11th division of the 13 division of Imperial Guards. "After all these years, it seems you haven't progressed much, Jinjo." Aelin stood calmly in the center of the hall, his gaze fixed upon Jinjo. Jinjo's face flushed with a mix of emotions. If anyone else dared to speak to him like this, he'd show them the true purpose of his Zanpakuto, cross of scaffold. But coming from the man who had been his teacher, he couldn't retort. "Teacher, are you here to kill me too?" Jinjo dispersed his spiritual pressure, emerged from the debris, lowered the tip of his sword, and questioned Aelin. "Kill you? You overestimate yourself, Jinjo. I wouldn't need to personally deal with you if I wanted you dead. I merely received some information in Soul Society and came to the world of the living to investigate." Hearing Aelin's confirmation that he wasn't there to kill him, Jinjo visibly relaxed. If possible, he didn't want to fight Teacher Aelin. Although, after mastering that power, he believed he might not be any weaker than those so-called captains of the 13 Division of Imperial Guards. "Jinjo, when I entrusted you with the substitute Shinigami badge, I explained that it served both as Soul Society's recognition of your Shinigami status and as a means to detect any betrayal against Soul Society. It seems you didn't take my words to heart." Ha ha ha. To Aelin's surprise, Jinjo burst into laughter upon hearing his words. "Teacher, I know the substitute Shinigami badge given to me by Soul Society has a monitoring function. But for years, I haven't concealed it. Everything I've done, the Shinigami and Soul Society are aware of, right?" Aelin frowned and countered, "Jinjo, what do you take Soul Society for? The substitute Shinigami badge does indeed monitor you. However, the monitoring records are stored within the 12th Division's Research and Development Institute. Only if your betrayal against Soul Society is confirmed will someone access those records to determine the reason for your actions. I told you, even as a substitute Shinigami, you still possess the rights and obligations of a Shinigami. As long as you haven't betrayed Soul Society, no one has the right to access the monitoring records in the 12th Division." "What?" Jinjo was taken aback by Aelin's words. He had assumed the substitute Shinigami badge's monitoring function worked like surveillance cameras in the world of the living, constantly watching him. He hadn't expected it to simply store data, only to be accessed if he betrayed Soul Society. He believed Teacher Aelin's words. "But, Teacher Aelin, if you say the monitoring data is only accessed upon betrayal, then why? Why did those Shinigami know that the Fullbringers who joined me intended to transfer their powers to me? And why did they massacre them after they lost their abilities? What? You're saying someone was monitoring you through the substitute Shinigami badge at all times? That's the only explanation, right? Otherwise, their timing wouldn't have been so perfect?" Having voiced his suspicions about Soul Society, Jinjo seemed to have lifted a weight off his shoulders. He looked directly at Aelin and asked, "Teacher Aelin, what will you do now?" "Wait here for a moment." Without delay, Aelin took out the Denrishinki and dialed Jashiro Yukitake's number. "Hello, Captain Yukitake. Captain Aelin, what's the situation on your end? I just received information from the 12th Division that they've reacquired the substitute Shinigami badge's signal." "Eh? This spiritual pressure. Captain Aelin, have you already arrived there?" Yukitake, looking at the information from the Research and Development Institute, noticed that Captain Aelin's spiritual pressure and the red dot representing the substitute Shinigami badge were overlapping. "Yes, I've found substitute Shinigami Kago Jinjo." Aelin proceeded to relay everything Jinjo had said to Yukitake. "Captain Yukitake, Jinjo suspects someone bypassed the Research and Development Institute and accessed the substitute Shinigami badge's monitoring records, leading to the deaths of his subordinates who trusted him to help them live as ordinary humans. Now, I need you to investigate who secretly accessed Jinjo's data and determine which division those Shinigami Jinjo killed belong to." "Very well, I'll begin the investigation immediately." After ending the call, Aelin turned to Jinjo. "Jinjo, I'll be staying in the world of the living for a few days to await the investigation results from Soul Society. During this time, it's best if you avoid hiding in that space. And if you must enter, leave the substitute Shinigami badge outside. I don't want to receive another report from the Research and Development Institute about losing the badge's signal. With that, Aelin turned and left Yukio's mansion without looking back. Once Aelin had completely disappeared, black pixels materialized within the hall, and 3 figures emerged from the game space. One was a rebellious teenager with yellow hair and a black cap, Yukio Hans Varalbruna. Another was a middle-aged man with a night badge, dressed in a black and white butler's outfit, Giriko Katsuzawa. The last was a slightly frail young man with a melancholic expression, holding a book in his hand, Shukuro Tsukishima. That person is terrifying. The words came from Tsukishima. Yeah, no need to state the obvious. Yukio sat down on the sofa in the living room with a gloomy expression. Just look at how Jinjo reacted. Even his sneak attack was tossed aside like trash. Yukio, we should be more respectful towards Lord Jinjo. The older, Giriko, gently reminded Yukio. Within his Kyushin organization, Tsukishima was the founder, and his fulbering ability garnered immense trust from all members. Yukio, having inherited a vast fortune from his parents, financed the organization's activities. Kugo Jinjo, the substitute Shinigami, was also able to cultivate fulbering and was currently the strongest member of Kyushin. Chapter 156 The power of fulbering. Giriko's words went unheeded by the 3 individuals present. Each held their own thoughts and priorities. Ha ha ha, he is my teacher after all. Jinjo chuckled, transforming his double-edged sword into a cross-shaped necklace and placing it around his neck. Let's wait and see what Teacher Aelin uncovers. If he tries to attack me again next time, I'll give him a big surprise. A confident smirk spread across Jinjo's face as he spoke. After recognizing Aelin through Yukio's ability, Jinjo had chosen not to use his Zanpakuto but the fulbering he had acquired from those fulberingers before that fateful battle. On one hand, Jinjo wanted to appear weaker, concealing his true strength from his teacher. On the other hand, he wanted to gauge Aelin's intentions. If Aelin sided with the Shinigami, Jinjo wouldn't hesitate to retaliate, regardless of their past connection. For now, Aelin's actions were satisfactory. He hadn't disappointed Jinjo. Unfortunately, Jinjo was destined to disappoint his teacher. Being a substitute Shinigami paled in comparison to leading the Fulbringer organization. His path as a Shinigami had reached its limits, whereas with fulbering, as long as certain conditions were met, the powers of those Fulbringers would all be his. This world was not peaceful. Due to their spiritual pressure, Fulbringers were often targeted by Hollows. Even if they escaped the Hollows, the families of those who perished due to their involvement would ostracize them as unlucky. Therefore, most Fulbringers endured harsh childhoods. When they lost everything, the power of love would awaken within them, revealing their abilities. Many Fulbringers perceived their powers as a curse and yearned to discard them, become ordinary people, and live normal lives. Coincidentally, Jinjo, with his Shinigami, Hollow, and Fulbering powers, could absorb the Fulbering abilities of others. Recently, with Yukio's financial resources, they had contacted several Fulberingers. A sunny smile spread across Jinjo's face, once again resembling the cheerful young man he used to be. Within Unlimited Blade Works, Aelin tossed a cross-shaped necklace in his hand. If Jinjo could see it, he would be shocked to discover that the necklace in Aelin's hand was identical to the one around his own neck. Fulbering. Aelin murmured, carefully examining the power within the necklace. Compared to the Shinigami's spiritual power, Aelin felt that fulbering was closer to the Soul King's power. Or rather, fulbering was essentially an incomplete version of the Soul King's power. After all, the Soul King's power was an omnipotent power, capable of achieving anything. Fulbering was the power of love, allowing one to channel and utilize the power of something they deeply cherished. Each Fulbringer's ability manifested at their moment of greatest need for love, becoming their strength. In a sense, it was as if Fulbringers made wishes upon the Soul King's power, and the Soul King's power within them responded, fulfilling their desires. However, due to the limited quantity and quality of the Soul King's power within them, their wishes weren't fully realized. The pinnacle of the Soul Society world was the Soul King. Naturally, if Aelin wanted to progress further, transforming his own Shinigami power into the Soul King's power was an essential step. Compared to the Soul King's power, Shinigami power was inferior in both strength and versatility. Unfortunately, the fulbering power contained within Jinjo's necklace was still too weak. Aelin shook his head and waved his hand, instantly transforming the cross necklace into an asaki. It flew out of his hand and landed among the countless swords at the base of the hill within Unlimited Blade Works. Or Bane. A woman's image flashed through Aelin's mind. If it were her. As the linchpin of the Soul King, Bane was the strongest Fulbringer, possessing spiritual pressure that far surpassed that of ordinary captains, nearly reaching the Shinigami limit. Furthermore, her skill in hand-to-hand combats and Kido rivaled that of Sosuke at his peak Shinigami limit state. If he could meet Bane and replicate the Soul King's linchpin from her, If my guess is correct, Tokunada Tsunayashiro wasn't monitoring Jinjo through the Research and Development Institute but through other means. Perhaps through the ability of a Zunpacto or by having Oromichabane directly surveil Jinjo. If I could use Jinjo to lure out Oromichabane, that would be ideal. With a plan in mind, Alan stopped dwelling on the matter and resumed his daily routine of drawing cards. It seemed his luck had run out, as among the thousands of Zunpacto he drew that day, only one reached the level of a seated officer. Beep, beep, beep. The next day, Alan was awakened from his meditation by a ringing sound. Oh? A message from Captain Uchiha. He retrieved the Denrishin key from his pocket and saw the caller's identity. Hello? Captain Uchiha. Captain Alan. I'm currently at the 12th Division's Research and Development Institute. Captain Kurotsuchi confirmed that no information has been leaked from the institute. So, Kago Jinjo lied? Not exactly. I've reviewed the records of all Shinigami within the 13th Division of Imperial Guards and discovered that those deceased Shinigami weren't from the same division. Furthermore, there were no records of them applying to travel to the world of the living. In other words, besides us, there's another group monitoring Kago Jinjo. Within Soul Society, after reviewing the data of the deceased Shinigami, Jashiro Uchiha had formed his own suspicions. As the host of the Soul King's right arm, he could perceive Jinjo's potential as a Soul King candidate through his Kamikake. If others had discerned Jinjo's secret and coveted the Soul King's power, it was indeed possible that they would target him. Two figures came to Uchiha's mind. Former captain of the 12th Division, Kusagakure. Current captain of the 5th Division, Sosuke Aizen. Uchiha suspected that the ones targeting Jinjo were likely one of these two. After all, when the Central 46 Chambers discovered evidence of holofication research within Urahara's laboratory, Uchiha realized that Urahara had touched upon the secrets of the Soul King's power. As for suspecting Aizen, it stemmed from information he had received from Shunsei Kiraku. Uchiha and Kiraku had known each other since childhood and were both disciples of Junryu's Ishigakuni Yamamoto, sharing a deep bond. Of course, their connection went even deeper. That connection compelled Kiraku to protect Uchiha. Therefore, Kiraku would share any information he obtained with Uchiha without reservation. To a certain extent, in Kiraku's mind, Uchiha was practically synonymous with Soul Society. Aizen had also delved into the realm of Shinigami holofication, even achieving results comparable to Kusagakure. For Uchiha, his suspicion of Aizen was greater. After all, Urahara had left Soul Society and lacked the resources to monitor someone like Jinjo. Aizen, on the other hand, was different. If Kiraku's suspicions were correct, all Shinigami within Soul Society were currently under the hypnosis of Aizen's Zunpacto, Kyoka Suigetsu. With many Shinigami secretly aligned with him, monitoring a human would be effortless for Aizen. Moreover, the true allegiance of those Shinigami remained unknown until their identities were exposed. It was impossible to determine when they might have secretly applied to travel to the world of the living. Under Aizen's manipulation, the deaths of those Shinigami could have easily been concealed if not for Uchiha's immediate investigation. After all, during the investigation into the identities of those Shinigami, even Kiraku had sensed a force obstructing his efforts. The 8th Division was an intelligence unit, comprised of true professionals. Within Soul Society, only the 2nd Division's Onmitsukido and the 12th Division's surveillance unit could rival their intelligence-gathering capabilities. Without the assistance of the 12th Division's surveillance unit, those deceased Shinigami could have easily ended up on the casualty list of some future operation. The thought was chilling. Captain Alan. Uchiha took a deep breath and said in a grave tone, Captain Alan, I suggest that before the other faction takes action against substitute Shinigami Kago Jinjo, we must eliminate him to prevent any harm to Soul Society. After Jinjo's death, please bring his body back to Soul Society. Alan understood the reasoning behind Uchiha's request. He was concerned that if Jinjo fell into the wrong hands, it could lead to breakthroughs in their research on the Soul King's power, which would have implications for the Soul King. Bringing Jinjo's body back to Soul Society suggested that Uchiha was aware of the Soul King's aspirations. Chapter 157 Instant Kill Kago Jinjo held the potential to become a Soul King candidate. If anything were to happen to the current Soul King, certain measures could be taken to install Jinjo as the new Soul King. However, these matters were beyond Alan's current knowledge. Therefore, he directly questioned Uchiha, Captain Uchiha, since you've discovered that Jinjo was framed, why do you still want me to kill him? Wouldn't it be better to keep him alive and gradually expose the person behind all this? Well, Uchiha hesitated before slowly explaining, Captain Alan, while we've uncovered evidence of Jinjo being framed, his lack of trust in Soul Society is another reason why I seek his execution. After Jinjo killed those Shinigami, despite my suspicions, I didn't access his records at the Research and Development Institute. Instead, I dispatched a Shinigami stationed in the world of the living to inquire about the situation. However, Jinjo didn't offer any explanation and directly attacked and killed our member. This is a violation of Soul Society's laws, and Jinjo must face punishment. Furthermore, considering they didn't kill Jinjo, there might be something about him that they covet. By eliminating Jinjo, we can eradicate any potential threats to Soul Society. Of course, we could also place him under surveillance and protection. However, the individuals targeting Jinjo might not be ordinary captain-level opponents. Soul Society cannot afford to assign multiple captains to protect a substitute Shinigami. I see. Aelin understood Yukite's reasoning. It was indeed a valid concern. I understand. I'll bring Jinjo's body back when the time comes. Thank you, Captain Aelin. After ending the call, Aelin headed towards Yukio's mansion without hesitation. Aelin didn't conceal his spiritual pressure. Sensing his approach, Yukio used her ability to transport Tsukishima and Giriko into her game space, leaving Jinjo alone in the mansion to await Aelin's arrival. Swoosh! The sound of windbreaking announced Aelin's arrival in the mansion's garden. Teacher Aelin. Jinjo, with one hand in his pocket and the other waving towards Aelin, greeted him. Jinjo. I've received a response from Soul Society. Oh? And what did they say, Teacher Aelin? Although Jinjo maintained a smile, his left hand, tucked into his pocket, discreetly grasped the substitute Shinigami badge. Captain Yukite and Captain Kirotsuchi of the 12th Division confirmed that your monitoring data has always been kept within the Research and Development Institute and hasn't been accessed by anyone else. Oh? So, the Shinigami of Soul Society believe I'm lying? The smile on Jinjo's face faded. As expected, it would came to this in the end. No. Aelin shook his head. While we didn't find any evidence of your monitoring records being accessed, we did identify the Shinigami who attacked you. Through them, we discovered another faction has been monitoring you, seemingly with ulterior motives. Oh? Jinjo raised an eyebrow, only half believing Aelin's words. So, does that mean I'm innocent? No. Aelin's expression turned serious. Jinjo, while killing those Shinigami who were part of another faction hidden within Soul Society could be considered self-defense, and Soul Society won't pursue the matter. The death of the Shinigami who came to investigate the truth cannot be excused. Jinjo, will you resist or accept arrest and return with me to Soul Society to face judgment? Ha ha ha, Teacher Aelin, so it comes down to a fight after all? Jinjo laughed after hearing Aelin's words. He took out the substitute Shinigami badge and pressed it against his chest. Boom. With a soft sound, Jinjo transformed, wearing a Shyakusho. As his body slowly fell, he drew his Zanpakuto and pointed it towards Aelin. Teacher Aelin, I won't go back with you. Regardless of which faction those Shinigami belong to, the fact that they sent a group to attack me proves they're also Shinigami, right? I don't know how many factions exist within Soul Society, but I refuse to pay for your mistakes. Benkei, cross of scaffold. Boom. Immense spiritual pressure erupted from Jinjo as his Zanpakuto transformed into a massive double-edged sword. Let's fight, Teacher Aelin. Having achieved Benkei, I should be on the same level as the captains of the 13th Division of Imperial Guards, right? Let's see who's stronger, a wild Shinigami like me or a genuine Shinigami like you. With that, Jinjo dashed towards Aelin, leaving an afterimage in his wake. Boom. Aelin leaped back as Jinjo's sword slammed into the ground where he had been standing, leaving a deep gash in the earth. Jinjo, are you certain you want to resist? Aelin asked from midair, his voice grave. You should know that drawing your sword against me requires the resolve to die. I don't care about such things, Teacher Aelin. All I want now is to defeat you, tear off your Shinigami mask of arrogance, and trample your pride underfoot. Jinjo's sword glowed with white spiritual power as he swung it towards Aelin. Getsuga, Tensho. Boom. A crescent-shaped blast of white energy, over 3 meters wide, flew towards Aelin, tearing through the air with a howling wind. Getsuga Tensho? Aelin scoffed. Jinjo, have you forgotten that I was the one who taught you that technique? Using what I taught you against me, who's the arrogant one now? With a casual gesture, Aelin extended his left hand towards the oncoming Getsuga Tensho. Boom. Aelin caught the energy blast with his bare hand, the impact creating a deafening roar as it clashed with the air. Despite the force, Aelin didn't budge an inch. Then, before Jinjo's astonished eyes, Aelin clenched his fist. Crack. Bang. The white crescent-shaped energy shattered under Aelin's grip, its fragments dispersing into Rishi. Jinjo, do you know? I've taken 3 disciples in Soul Society. The first became the captain of the 6th Division. The second became the captain of the 3rd Division. The third became the captain of the 2nd Division. Among my disciples, mastering Benkei is nothing special. You received half a month of Zanpakuto training from me, and achieving Benkai was within my expectations. In fact, if you couldn't achieve Benkai after my guidance, your potential would have been limited to the level of a vice captain at best. Aelin flicked his hand, scattering the remaining white rishi from Jinjo's Getsuga Tensho. He then fixed his gaze upon Jinjo and said, "What gave you the idea that achieving Benkai would make you my equal?" Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Aelin appeared before Jinjo and drove his knee into his abdomen. Boom! Ugh! The immense force bent Jinjo's body like a bow, the shockwave tearing through his Shyakusho, leaving a gaping hole. Boom, boom, boom. Jinjo was sent flying, crashing through several walls within the mansion before landing in a room that crumbled under the impact, burying him beneath the debris. Jinjo emerged from the wreckage, his Shyakusho tattered and his body bloodied. He stared at Aelin with a mix of fear and disbelief. Too strong. How could Teacher Aelin be this powerful? Just one kick had nearly killed him. It seemed Teacher Aelin was among the strongest Shinigami. It made sense. He had mentioned training 3 Shinigami captains. Jinjo wouldn't believe it if such a person were considered weak among Shinigami. What's wrong? Aelin reappeared 10 meters away from Jinjo and chuckled. Jinjo, this is how you plan to tear off my mask of arrogance and trample my pride underfoot? With such insignificant strength, you thought you could remove my mask? Damn it. Aelin's sudden appearance startled Jinjo, and he instinctively leaped back several meters. Oh? Seeing Jinjo retreat, a classic phrase popped into Aelin's mind. He smirked and said, "Jinjo, what gave you the illusion that retreating this distance would allow you to escape my attack?" Aelin vanished and reappeared before Jinjo, extending his right index finger and placing it against Jinjo's forehead. "See, the distance between us is meaningless. A flick of my finger is all it takes to shatter your skull." Like this, Aelin retracted his finger, pressed his thumb against its tip, and flicked it forward. Boom! Jinjo was propelled through the air like a rag doll, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater. Aelin descended slowly, landing at the edge of the crater. Jinjo lay sprawled at the bottom, his hair disheveled, his forehead swollen, his Shyakusho in tatters, and his exposed skin covered in wounds. Seeing Jinjo had lost the ability to resist, Aelin pointed his hand towards him and chanted, "Bakudo number 30, piercing triple flash beam." He traced a triangle in the air, golden light connecting the points. Sharp fangs protruded from each corner. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The 3 fangs shot towards Jinjo at the bottom of the crater, aiming for his arms and abdomen. Just as the Bakudo was about to bind Jinjo, black pixels spread across his body, engulfing him completely. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The golden fangs pierced through empty space and dissipated into Rishi under Aelin's control. A spatial ability? Aelin's heart skipped a beat. Following the trail of fear, he moved through the mansion. Within Yukio's game space, Tsukishima and Giriko were tending to Jinjo's wounds. Jinjo, Jinjo. To their relief, although Jinjo's injuries appeared severe, the most significant damage was from Aelin's knee strike to his abdomen. The head injury wasn't as serious. However, under Aelin's flick, Jinjo had been knocked unconscious. This outcome brought some comfort to Tsukishima and Giriko. Tsukishima, having practically raised Jinjo, held paternal feelings towards him. He would do anything Jinjo desired. Giriko followed Jinjo in pursuit of greater power. Jinjo's Zanpakuto could absorb the Fullbring abilities of others and share them with his fellow Fullbringers. Giriko's goal was to enhance his own strength, which was why he chose to follow Jinjo. However, he never imagined that within days of finding Jinjo, the powerful Fullbringer would be rendered helpless before the Shinigami. How is this possible? Tsukishima and Giriko suddenly heard Yukio's surprised voice. They turned to see him frantically pressing buttons on his game console. "What's wrong, Yukio? That Shinigami has discovered my game space and is attempting to invade it. Quickly wake Jinjo. I can't hold him off for long." Hearing Yukio's words, Tsukishima fell silent for a moment. Then, he opened the book in his hand and retrieved a bookmark from within its pages. Under a blue aura of spiritual pressure, the bookmark transformed into a long sword. Tsukishima then plunged the blade into Jinjo's left arm. Arg. Chapter 158 Second Stage Benkai? Holification. The composition of this spatial power is quite impressive, thought Aelin as he traced the invisible boundaries of the pocket dimension. However, it's far too fragile before me. With a light tap on the air, a golden glow emanated from Aelin's hand. The power of the king's key, bending space to his will. He thrust his hand forward. Crack, crack. The space before him shattered, revealing a framework of black pixels, the skeletal structure of the digital world. Aelin tore at the pixelated fabric as if it were mere paper, exposing the black grid beneath. Stepping through the tier, he entered the digital realm. Mosaic patterns flipped and turned around him, and soon, Aelin found himself within a sealed, black space. Before him stood enormous, wolf-like creatures, ripped straight from the digital landscape. Roar! One of the beasts howled, leaping at him with bared fangs. Hado number 4, Byakure. A bolt of lightning pierced the creature, dispersing it into a shower of pixels. It was merely the beginning. As Aelin progressed, more and more digital entities materialized, attempting to impede his advance. How troublesome. Aelin sighed, observing the endless horde. Though they were weak, their sheer number was grating. It was like trying to crush ants underfoot. Even if you squashed most of them, the few that remained would leave you feeling uneasy. Boom. A surge of spiritual pressure exploded from Aelin, its sheer force overwhelming the digital creatures, reducing them to scattered pixels. The very fabric of the game space strained under the pressure, ultimately succumbing. Bang. Yukio's fulgurating, "Invaders must die," was indeed impressive. However, its limitations were clear. It couldn't confine anyone with significantly greater spiritual pressure than its user. Aelin had initially entered willingly, and neither Jinjo nor Tsukishima had exerted their spiritual pressure within the space. But now, having grown tired of battling the digital horde, Aelin had unleashed his power, shattering the fragile digital world. Fortunately, Yukio's delay had bought enough time for Tsukishima to wake Jinjo. Observing the wound on Jinjo's left arm, Aelin raised an eyebrow. "What's this? Still clinging to naive hopes? Or do you believe adding these 3 to your side makes you a match for me?" Jinjo's eyes flashed with resentment at Aelin's mocking tone. He ripped the cross-shaped necklace from his neck and placed it onto the hilt of his Zanpakuto. Boom. Black spiritual pressure surged as Jinjo fused his fulgurating with his Zanpakuto, causing his spiritual pressure to escalate to a higher level. "Oh? Aside from Shinigami powers, you've mastered another force, I see." Aelin had known Jinjo possessed fulgurating since he saw him with the other fulguringers. But he wasn't sure if Jinjo had only mastered the necklace or if he had also incorporated the substitute Shinigami badge. "Is this your trump card? Do you believe this slight increase in spiritual pressure is enough to make a difference?" "Of course not," Jinjo grinned, his teeth bared. "Teacher Aelin, though you never taught me, I ultimately mastered that power. Behold second stage Bunkai." Jinjo's spiritual pressure exploded, multiplying several times over, its force distorting the clouds above. As his spiritual pressure stabilized, white bone-like armor appeared on his Shyakusho, and 2 pairs of red, dragonfly-like wings sprouted from his back. Aelin stared at Jinjo's transformation, silent. Achieving a second Bunkai on top of the first? A second stage Bunkai? No, it was simply Jinjo's misconception. This form's power boost was similar to Bunkai, so he mistakenly labeled it as such. In reality, this wasn't Bunchi, but holofication. "I never expected you to master even this power. Jinjo, I take back what I said earlier. You're no less impressive than my other 3 disciples. To have reached this level without my guidance, your talent is truly second to none." Initially pleased by Aelin's praise, Jinjo's smile faltered at the last statement. He had displayed such power, yet in Aelin's eyes, he was only second best. "Perhaps your current form can truly surprise me. Come, Jinjo. Show me what you can do in this state." Swoosh. With a beat of his wings, Jinjo broke the sound barrier, charging towards Aelin with his red Zanpakuto raised high. He slashed at his target. Clang. Finally, under Jinjo's assault, Aelin drew his own Zanpakuto. The clash of their swords created a shockwave that demolished Yukio's mansion, leaving a vast crater in its place. Thankfully, the secluded location prevented any casualties. Even Tsukishima, Yukio, and Kiriko remained unharmed. As the shockwave approached them, Tsukishima plunged his sword into the ground, creating a deep pit that shielded them from the blast. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew as cross of scaffold and Aelin's Zanpakuto locked in a fierce struggle. But despite Jinjo's relentless pressure, Aelin remained unmoved with his sword held effortlessly in one hand. Drink. Seeing that he couldn't gain any advantage in strength, Jinjo gave up grappling with Aelin and swung his Zanpakuto wildly at him. Clang. Clang. Boosted by his powerful spiritual pressure, Jinjo's attacks were forceful and heavy, and the shockwaves from each attack caused destruction in the surroundings. Unfortunately, no matter how ferocious his attacks were, he couldn't make Aelin budge an inch. Ha! Realizing he couldn't overpower Aelin, Jinjo broke away and soared into the air, pointing his Zanpakuto at his former teacher. Red spiritual pressure converged at the tip, forming a sphere that launched towards Aelin. Sero, a technique only Jillian-class hollows and above possessed. It seemed that Jinjo's hollow powers had increased to such an extent, granting him access to this devastating attack. Boom. Sero was the ultimate attack of a hollow, its power directly proportional to the user's spiritual pressure. The red beam of energy, dimming the sky with its intensity, hurtled towards Aelin. Aelin raised his Zanpakuto to deflect the Sero, but suddenly, The ground beneath him crumbled, and a slender blade pierced through his foot. Oh? Aelin raised an eyebrow, and his spiritual pressure exploded around his foot. Boom. The ground exploded, sending flames shooting skyward. Tsukishima, who had attacked from below, was flung back, his body splattered with blood as he was enveloped by black pixels. The blade that had pierced Aelin's foot was pulled back into Yukio's game space. Strangely, Aelin's foot remained unharmed. Aelin understood why. Tsukishima's attack wasn't meant to injure him but to insert his existence into Aelin's past, turning him into a friend. Distracted by Tsukishima, Aelin didn't have time to block the Sero, and it struck him directly. Boom. A massive explosion erupted, sending a mushroom cloud billowing into the sky. Yukio's mansion and the surrounding hillside were utterly annihilated. Tap, tap, tap. A figure shrouded in white spiritual pressure emerged from the flames, Aelin, unscathed. Though hollow-fied Jinjo was undoubtedly powerful, surpassing most captain-level Shinigami, a single Sero was far from enough to injure Aelin. Clever, they've already escaped. As Aelin walked out of the wreckage, he could no longer sense Jinjo or the others. Chapter 159 Intervening Existence Kago Jinjo, aware his attack hadn't phased Aelin, had used the chaos of the Sero and Yukio's game space to escape with his companions. Aelin wasn't surprised. However, as he surveyed the scene, his gaze fell upon a lifeless body lying near the remnants of the mansion, and a sardonic smile tugged at his lips. It was almost laughable. In the midst of a seemingly ordinary battle, Jinjo had neglected to protect his own physical form. While the brunt of the Sero had been directed at Aelin, the mere shockwave of the attack was enough to prove fatal for an ordinary human. Yukio and the others, in their haste, had only managed to extract Jinjo's soul, leaving his body behind. In its current state, even if Jinjo's soul returned, he wouldn't last 3 minutes. Humans possessed a unique advantage, their capacity for growth. Now, without a body, Jinjo's potential had drastically diminished. Even with the addition of more full-bearing powers and hollowification, Aelin estimated Jinjo's strength would be capped at the peak of captain level. Unless, of course, Jinjo chose to hoard Ichigo Kurosaki's full-bearing power for himself a century later, refusing to share it with the other members of his Kyushin. Otherwise, reaching the level of a 100-year captain would remain a distant dream for Jinjo. Aelin collected Jinjo's body. Though he hadn't managed to eliminate Jinjo's soul, acquiring his corpse was sufficient to appease Joshiro Yukitake. With Jinjo's trail lost, Aelin abandoned the pursuit. This encounter would surely leave Jinjo with a lingering fear of Aelin for decades to come, forcing him to operate in the shadows. Moreover, until he figured out a way to circumvent the monitoring function of the substitute Shinigami badge, Jinjo wouldn't dare utilize it, likely entrusting it to Yukio for safekeeping within his game space, away from the watchful eyes of Soul Society. Aelin ascended into the air with his palm facing the burning remains of the mansion. Hado number 58, Tornado. A swirling tornado erupted from his hand, rapidly expanding and extinguishing the flames. The once opulent mansion was now reduced to smoldering debris. Instead of immediately returning to Soul Society, Aelin settled down amidst the ruins, assuming a meditative posture. During the fight with Jinjo, Tsukishima's blade had pierced Aelin's foot. Now, Tsukishima's existence was beginning to infiltrate Aelin's memories. Ignoring the influx of foreign memories, Aelin entered his own inner world, unlimited blade works, through Jinzan. With a gesture, a long sword rose from the countless blades at the base of the hill, flying into his hand. Book of the End. Aelin murmured, recognizing the sword's name and abilities. It could transform a person's life into a book, allowing the user to insert their own existence into any point in that person's past, forging a connection with them. Understanding its power, Aelin released the sword, and it returned to its place among the captain-level Zanpakuto on the hill. Exiting unlimited blade works, Aelin drew his own Zanpakuto, transforming it into a katana with a single thought. He then swung the blade towards his own hand. Shhh. The katana passed through his arm as if it were a mere illusion. However, Aelin sensed an anomaly within his arm, a foreign rishi carrying his memories, yet under his control. This foreign rishi was attempting to rewrite information within his soul. With a flick of his mind, Aelin assimilated the foreign rishi. The world spun. Aelin, a 10-year-old boy, found himself amidst the familiar setting of the Shino Academy, specifically Class 1C. From today onwards, he would study here, aspiring to become a powerful Shinigami. He wondered when his cheat ability, common among transmigrators, would manifest. Would it activate upon absorbing his first strand of rishi or refining his first wisp of spiritual power? Or perhaps he needed to acquire his Zanpakuto first? As long as it wasn't the kind of cheat that only appeared after he became a captain, Aelin would be content. Scanning his classmates, he didn't recognize any familiar faces. It made sense, his transmigration had occurred over 200 years before the main storyline. Most of the individuals he knew were either already serving in the 13th Division of Imperial Guards or hadn't been born yet. However, his gaze caught sight of a boy with black, medium-length curly hair sitting in the front row. His pupils constricted. That person, despite appearing much younger than in his memories, having transformed from an adult into a teenager, his features, the book in his hand, all pointed to one name, Shukuro Tsukishima. Impossible. How could Tsukishima be here in Soul Society at this time, and in the same class as me? Alan covered his face, concealing his shock as he tried to regain his composure. Something's wrong, very wrong, he thought. If my memories are accurate, Tsukishima was adopted by the first substitute Shinigami, Kugo Jinjo, and later formed his Kyushin organization with him. But at this point in time, Jinjo might not even be born yet. How could Tsukishima be here in Soul Society? A thought struck him as he recalled Tsukishima's abilities. That's right, Tsukishima's ability allows him to insert his existence into the past of his enemies, changing their perception of him and making them view him as a friend worth dying for. Could it be that the future me is currently battling Tsukishima and has already been struck by his blade? Alan, his face still hidden, felt a mix of emotions. Relief that he would become a Shinigami and survive until the end of the Aizen arc. But also a sense of dismay. His strength, it seemed, wasn't as exceptional as he had hoped. He remembered that Tsukishima's power in the future was roughly equivalent to that of a captain-level Shinigami. To be able to fight Tsukishima, Alan himself must also be a captain of one of the 13th Division of Imperial Guards divisions. However, being struck by Tsukishima's blade and having his existence interfered with meant that his strength was likely on par with Tsukishima's. Perhaps in times of peace, such strength would be sufficient. But just a few years after the Aizen arc came the Thousand-Year Blood War. Could he survive the onslaught of those Quincy? That day, Alan remained in a daze, barely registering the words of his teacher. That night, lying in his dorm, Alan contemplated his uncertain future. Suddenly, he sat up in bed, a glimmer of hope emerging. No, wait, I still have a chance to change my fate. He recalled that after Tsukishima intervened in someone's existence, he would also undergo training alongside them, learning their weaknesses and carrying the strength gained during that period back to his own time. So, if Alan started training diligently from this point onwards, pushing himself to the limit, would his strength also increase by the time his memories returned to the battle with Tsukishima? Taking a deep breath, Alan decided to give it a try. After all, things couldn't get any worse than they already were, could they? Although I don't know my current strength, I do know that in a Shinigami's battle, besides various powerful abilities, swordsmanship is paramount. Since I managed to become a captain before Tsukishima's intervention, I must have some proficiency in flash steps, hand-to-hand combats, Kido, and sword art. Tsukishima's intervention simply adds the time he spent with me to my memories. So, even without interacting with him, I'll ensure he remains within my sight. And then, I'll dedicate all my time to training in swordsmanship. With a plan in place, Alan's days at the Shino Academy took a drastic turn. He abandoned all other subjects, focusing solely on swordsmanship. He believed that as a captain, he might lack a powerful, one-hit kill technique. Therefore, he resolved to develop his ultimate move within the next 100 years. Initially, Alan thought he would need to seek out Tsukishima deliberately. However, he soon discovered that as long as he began his training, Tsukishima would appear within his peripheral vision. This realization brought Alan immense relief. Future me, when you recall this memory, please don't forget my efforts. 4 years passed in the blink of an eye. Alan transitioned from a first-year student to a fourth-year student. His peculiar behavior, neglecting Kido, hand-to-hand combats, and flash steps, focusing solely on swordsmanship, had turned him into an oddity within the academy. At first, Alan had trained in basic swordsmanship alongside his teacher. But gradually, he abandoned everything else, focusing on a single strike, the cut. With each swing of his blade, he poured all his strength, even exceeding his limits, into that one strike. This resulted in Alan consistently achieving the lowest scores in the annual promotion exams. In the other 3 subjects, his grades were 0. Only in swordsmanship did he manage to achieve some level of proficiency. Within Class 4C, there were no more than 3 students who could withstand a single strike from Alan. Aware of Tsukishima's motives, Alan refrained from interacting with him throughout these 4 years. However, there were several instances where Tsukishima, observing Alan's training, offered corrections to his posture. Alan would experiment with the suggestions, adopting them if they proved helpful, and continuing his training. He was essentially taking advantage of Tsukishima's presence. One day, as Alan practiced his Iaido, a sudden shiver ran down his spine, and his gaze sharpened. This is the time when I was still studying at the Shino Academy? I succeeded. A smile crept onto his face, but he quickly composed himself, closing his eyes to examine his memories. Due to his actions being slightly slower than Tsukishima's, Ailen's memories reveal that Tsukishima had appeared during his first year at the academy. And although Ailen was only about 15 minutes behind Tsukishima in real time, Tsukishima's Rishi had already infiltrated his memories up to his 4th year at the Shino Academy. However, as Ailen absorbed the memories of his past self, he couldn't help but feel a sense of amusement. Just how much did my past self distrust my future self? He thought. To think that Tsukishima's ability could pose a threat to me. And to prepare a killing blow for myself, I even trained this swordsmanship technique as my ultimate move right before Tsukishima's eyes. Touching the sword at his waist, a smile returned to Ailen's lips. Well, since this was my wish, I'll fulfill it for my past self. For the next 100 years, I'll focus on perfecting this one strike. With Ailen's current level of swordsmanship, the single strike he had practiced for 4 years was nothing extraordinary. However, it was a precious gift from his past self to his present self. Rest assured, Ailen thought, I'll refine this strike to its utmost potential, making it one of my strongest killing blows in the future. Activating the ability of Unlimited Blade Works, Ailen instantly absorbed all the experience his past self had accumulated through years of dedicated training. Chapter 160 Unexpected Delight. Ailen abandoned the use of his other abilities and instead focused on honing the single sword strike, following the path laid out by his past self. It was a promise he had made, to refine this technique into his ultimate weapon. Closing his eyes, Ailen relaxed his body. In a single moment, his entire being unified, strength flowing from the soles of his feet, through his body, and converging into his right hand. Then, with a flash of white light, his blade emerged from its sheath. SHHH. Under a large tree at the edge of the training grounds, Tsukishima looked up abruptly, staring in shock. The young man before him had already sheathed his blade, leaving behind a cleanly bisected wooden post as proof of his strike's power. How is this possible? Tsukishima thought, bewildered. Just a while ago, he needed my guidance to improve his technique. How did he master it so quickly? He hurriedly examined the Book of the End in his hand, a record of Ailen's life spanning over a century. To gain a deeper understanding of Ailen, Tsukishima had reviewed his life countless times after inserting his consciousness into the book. He had meticulously planned every step, marking the pages with notes on when to reveal his presence, where to gain Ailen's trust, and when to secure his unwavering loyalty. But now, Tsukishima discovered that the records of Ailen's life trajectory in the Book of the End had faded, leaving only the past 4 years since their initial encounter. Flutter, flutter, flutter. Tsukishima flipped through the pages, but no matter how many times he tried, everything after the entry after 4 years of dedicated training, Ailen finally created his own ultimate technique, the cut. Was blank. This was the first time Tsukishima had encountered such a phenomenon. Simultaneously, his memories of Ailen's life began to blur and eventually vanished completely. Ailen, observing Tsukishima's frustration from under the tree, smiled faintly. Humphrey, not everyone is worthy of witnessing my life, he thought. Besides, in Tsukishima's Book of the End, the protagonist was his past self. Ailen had used the book to replace his past self with his own consciousness. However, he was also bound to fulfill the wishes of his past self. From that day forward, Ailen's performance at the Shino Academy took a dramatic turn. With his exceptional swordsmanship, he defeated opponent after opponent. His classmates, who once mocked him, now avoided him, fearing his potential resentment. However, they soon realized their worries were unfounded. Ailen remained unchanged despite his achievements, his focus solely on training. When it came time for the 5th-year students to receive their Asaki, Ailen chose not to participate, continuing to practice with his wooden training sword. He intended to imbue this blade with his perfected strike over the next 100 years, transforming it into a noble phantasm, a shining example of his past self's efforts to protect his present self. Within the black, grid-like space of Yukio's game, Tsukishima opened his eyes, a flicker of fear momentarily crossing his gaze before giving way to confusion. Well? Tsukishima, Jinjo asked expectantly. Having raised Tsukishima from a young age, Jinjo was well aware of his abilities. The power to insert his existence into the past of others allowed Tsukishima to uncover their deepest secrets, even those they themselves might not be aware of. It was a power that could fundamentally alter a person's being. Upon learning that Tsukishima had successfully intervened in Ailen's life, Jinjo had instructed him to memorize Ailen's training methods and how he guided his 3 disciples. This way, Jinjo could learn everything about Ailen through Tsukishima. As Ailen had said, after just half a month of his guidance, Jinjo had achieved Bankai within a few decades without encountering any bottlenecks. While Jinjo had no doubt about his own talent, he also acknowledged that without Ailen's initial instruction, achieving his current level of strength would have taken far longer. I'm sorry, Jinjo, Tsukishima said, his voice laced with disappointment. He presented his Book of the End to Jinjo. Jinjo, The difference in spiritual pressure between me and that man was simply too vast, so much so that my ability was rendered useless against him. After I inserted my existence into his, I realized my power had failed. I couldn't see his life, nor could I find an opportunity to infiltrate it. In that man's life, I was probably just one of many insignificant supporters, someone he wouldn't even remember. And after leaving his life, all memories of it vanished from my mind. Even Tsukishima couldn't help but feel a sense of bitterness as he spoke. Fulbering was the power of love. Tsukishima's ability to insert his existence into the lives of others stemmed from his deep-seated desire to be needed, a longing that originated from his abandonment by his parents. He yearned to be someone others relied on, to experience camaraderie and adventure with friends. Therefore, I apologize, Jinjo. I couldn't obtain any information from his life. However, I vaguely recall that he was constantly training in swordsmanship. It's highly likely that his greatest strength lies in his swordsmanship. If you encounter him again, Jinjo, remember to maintain your distance. Don't get too close to him. Bam. Damn it. Jinjo punched the wall of Yukio's game space, causing it to pixelate. Be careful, Jinjo, Yukio warned. If this space is destroyed and that man finds us again, we're all doomed. With Jinjo's current spiritual pressure, the game space could barely contain him. It was only because Jinjo had suppressed his spiritual pressure that Yukio had managed to pull him into his game. Yeah, I understand, Yukio. I'll be careful, Jinjo reassured him, placing his hands in his pockets. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and looked around. By the way, Yukio, where's my body? Where did you put it? Yukio's eyes widened in realization. Oh no, Jinjo's body is still back at my mansion. Should we go back and check if that man is still there? We can retrieve Jinjo's body while we're at it, he suggested. Tsukishima and Giriko remained silent. They had no desire to face Aelin again. However, if Jinjo wished it. Forget it, Jinjo shook his head. I remember placing my body in front of Aelin. When I attacked him earlier, that entire area was caught in the blast. Even if we retrieve my body now, it's probably useless. Besides, in my current state, having a body or not doesn't make much difference. It's not worth the risk. Right, the others agreed, relieved that Jinjo had decided against returning for his body. Avoiding another encounter with Aelin was a blessing. What an unexpected delight, Aelin chuckled, standing amidst the ruins of Yukio's mansion. After carefully examining himself and confirming that Tsukishima's spiritual pressure was no longer present, Aelin opened his eyes. He hadn't anticipated such a pleasant surprise during his trip to the world of the living. Rising from the debris, Aelin brushed the dust off his clothes, drew his zanpakuto, and thrust it towards the space before him. Rumble. A white light flashed, and two wooden doors materialized in the air, swinging open to reveal the Senkaiman, the passage back to Soul Society. Stepping through the gate, Aelin vanished from the world of the living. Welcome back, Captain Aelin. Upon his return to Soul Society, Aelin found himself in the courtyard of the 13th Division. To his surprise, Joshiro Yukitake was waiting for him, despite the late hour. Captain Yukitake, you're still awake? Aelin asked, surprised. Yukitake, having sacrificed his lungs to the god of the one eye during a childhood illness, often remained in a weakened state. As the host of the god's power, he typically spent this time of night resting in bed. Ha ha ha. Yukitake chuckled, my health has improved slightly these past few days, so I no longer need to be bedridden as often as before. Chapter 161 Hisumaso, Captain Aelin, did you uncover anything in the world of the living? Joshiro Yukitake inquired. No, Aelin replied, dropping Jinjo's body onto the ground. Jinjo believes that the Shinigami who attacked him belong to Soul Society. He sees no difference between them and the Shinigami who later came to question him. He wouldn't consider it a crime to kill the second group simply because of internal power struggles within Soul Society. In the end, he even initiated a fight with me and was defeated. However, he managed to escape with the help of his companions. Yukitake listened intently, opening his mouth to speak before closing it again. He had a good understanding of Aelin's strength. If Aelin had truly wanted to capture Jinjo, neither his companions nor even 10 more Jinjos would have stood a chance against him. Though Aelin had brought back Jinjo's body, his soul, a potential Soul King candidate, had escaped. Captain Yukitake, I'd like you to inform the 12th Division about Jinjo and request their assistance in investigating the matter, Aelin said. If they discover any information about Jinjo, please notify me immediately. I'll bring him back to Soul Society to face the punishment he deserves. Understood, Yukitake nodded. Farewell, Captain Aelin. Aelin left the 13th Division and headed towards the Kuachiki Manor. As Yukitake had suspected, if Aelin had truly intended to capture Jinjo, Yukio's spatial abilities wouldn't have been enough for them to escape. However, Aelin needed Jinjo and his group to draw out Oromicha Bane, the linchpin of the Soul King. So, he had let them go. During the battle, Aelin had discreetly placed a spatial mark on Jinjo. As soon as Oromicha Bane appeared alongside Jinjo, Aelin would sense it and could instantly travel to their location through the Senka Iman at the Kuachiki Manor, capturing the linchpin. Upon returning home, Aelin found Haruko asleep and decided not to disturb her. He settled down in the front yard, entering his inner world, Unlimited Blade Works, through meditation. Standing atop the Hill of Swords, Aelin took a deep breath and extended his right hand. Trace, on. Analyzing the creative concept. This sword was the result of his past self-sacrifice, abandoning everything to focus solely on perfecting a single strike, all to protect his present self. Establishing the basic structure. The blade was identical to the standard long sword used by second-year students at the Shino Academy, almost indistinguishable from a Nasaki. Duplicating the composition materials and imitating the crafting techniques. As a standard weapon intended for training purposes, its strength and sharpness were inferior to a Nasaki. Empathizing with the growth experience, recreating the years of accumulated effort. During those 100 years, Aelin had refrained from using any of the abilities of Unlimited Blade Works. He had dedicated all his time to transforming all his swordsmanship into that single, ultimate strike. Surpassing, completing numerous processes. At this very moment, the sword that embodies fantasy is complete. Blue spiritual power gathered in Aelin's hand, coalescing into a slightly worn long sword. As the sword materialized, the Zanpakuto at the peak of Aelin's sword hilt trembled slightly, making way for the newcomer. It was an ordinary weapon, so ordinary that even the Asaki within Unlimited Blade Works, which had yet to develop their own spirits, surpassed it in quality. In this life, where Tsukishima had intervened, Aelin had also used his replicated Book of the End to insert his current consciousness into his own past. However, due to being slightly behind Tsukishima, Aelin's intervention occurred during his 4th year at the academy, after encountering Tsukishima. Without the assistance of Unlimited Blade Works, Aelin's spiritual pressure level upon returning to his current timeline had only reached the level of a vice captain. Though he lacked a Zanpakuto, Aelin had developed a powerful ability through his own efforts, rivaling the strength of a Shikai Release, and had become the captain of the 7th Division. To achieve the rank of captain within the 13th Division of Imperial Guards with only vice captain level spiritual pressure was a feat unheard of in a millennium, a testament to the strength of Aelin's self-created technique. It was a technique inspired by the abilities of a certain anime protagonist, honed through Aelin's exceptional swordsmanship. Itoshura, Aelin compressed all his spiritual pressure into a form that could be fully unleashed within a minute. During this minute, Aelin's spiritual pressure would surge to a level approaching that of a 100-year captain. Combined with his exceptional swordsmanship, even a captain with Shikai activated would struggle to withstand Aelin for a full minute. Ito Reizetsu, this ability was a further advancement of Itoshura. Aelin would compress all his spiritual pressure into his blade, unleashing a single, devastating strike, akin to a weaker version of the final Getsuga Tensho. However, unlike the final Getsuga Tensho, using this ability would only deplete Aelin's spiritual pressure, which would eventually recover. It was with this ability that alternate Aelin had defeated Byakuya Kuachiki, the captain of the 6th Division, during the captain proficiency test following the attack on Lave Kawa and the others by Sosuke-san, securing his position as the new captain of the 7th Division. Now, this sword, exclusive to Aelin's intervening existence consciousness, had been transformed into a Zanpakuto. Its two abilities became its Shikai and Benkei, elevating its status to a level comparable to other strongest Zanpakuto, approaching the rank of a grade weapon. After the incident with Jinjo, Aelin's life returned to its usual routine. His once-a-decade battles with Zaraki had become a welcome change of pace. It was undeniable that Zaraki's strength had increased significantly after studying swordsmanship with Retsuo no Hana. However, he was still no match for Aelin. Nevertheless, each battle with Aelin caused Zaraki's suppressed spiritual pressure to surge further. By now, his spiritual pressure had nearly reached the level of a 100-year captain. Perhaps, with Aelin's continued pressure, Zaraki might even fully unleash his spiritual pressure before the 1000-year Blood War arrived. One day, while Haruko was attending a gathering of the Women's Shinigami Association, Aelin was drawing cards in the front yard. However, he soon exited his inner world, sensing a familiar spiritual pressure approaching the Kuachiki Manor. Strange, why would Byakuya be returning home during the day? Aelin wondered. Ever since Byakuya became the head of the Kuachiki clan and the captain of the 6th Division, he had adhered to the strict code of conduct befitting a true noble. If one were to ask who among the captains of the 13th Division of Imperial Guards was the epitome of a role model, all would undoubtedly point to Byakuya Kuachiki. Typically, Byakuya spent his days at the 6th Division, handling his duties as captain. Even after completing his work, he wouldn't leave the division early. While many might not appreciate Byakuya's rigid demeanor, everyone acknowledged his unwavering dedication and perfection. No one could find fault with his conduct. And now, this perfect captain was skipping work during the day? Had Byakuya Kuachiki decided to stray from the path of righteousness? Just as Aelin was contemplating a 3,000-word lecture on moral education for Byakuya, his nephew appeared at the entrance of the front yard. However, Aelin's planned lecture never came to fruition. Because, accompanying Byakuya was another person. A petite young woman, dressed in white, with short black hair, large, timid eyes, and a height that only reached Byakuya's armpit. Rukia? The name instantly popped into Aelin's mind upon seeing the young woman. But he quickly dismissed the thought. No, it wasn't Rukia. At this point in time, Rukia was likely still stealing food with her friends in the Rakongai. Therefore, this young woman must be Rukia Kuachiki's older sister, Hisuna. Of course, she didn't bear the Kuachiki name yet. Byakuya, what's this about? Aelin asked, though he already had an inkling. Uncle Aelin, this is Hisuna, a friend I met in the Rakongai, Byakuya explained. Hisuna, this is my uncle. You can call him Uncle Aelin as well. Uncle Aelin, Hisuna stepped out from behind Byakuya, stealing a shy glance at Aelin. Seeing that he didn't object, she bowed slightly. Hisuna greets Uncle Aelin. Ha ha ha, you're called Hisuna, right? What a lovely young lady, Aelin responded with a smile before turning to Byakuya. Byakuya, what are you standing there for? Go fetch a chair for Hisuna. Ah. Oh, right, uncle, Byakuya said, leaving the front yard in a daze. Aelin rolled his eyes. Byakuya is hopeless, he thought. I apologize, Hisuna. Please don't mind him. Normally, Byakuya is quite intelligent. No, Uncle Aelin, Lord Byakuya is always very intelligent. Always intelligent? Don't be silly, Aelin chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. He doesn't even realize this isn't a suitable place to receive guests. I told him to get a chair, and he actually went to get a chair, leaving you here alone. Chapter 162 Hisuna's courage receive guests? Hisuna's face paled at Aelin's words and a flicker of panic crossed her eyes. Having grown up in the Rakongai, she was far from the delicate and innocent girl she appeared to be. After encountering Byakuya and promising to spend their lives together, she had came to this place she could only dream of before. Yet, the more she learned about Byakuya, the heavier her heart became. The more noble Byakuya's status, the less likely it seemed that they could be together. In their conversations, Byakuya had mentioned that as long as they received Uncle Aelin's approval, the other elders of the Kuachiki clan wouldn't object. After all, despite not involving himself in clan affairs, Aelin's strength alone was enough to silence any dissent. Did Uncle Aelin's words imply that he disapproved of their relationship? Aelin stood up from the corridor and smiled. Come, Hisuna, let's go inside. All right. When Byakuya returned with some stools from elsewhere, he found Aelin and Hisuna sitting inside the house. Uncle, what is the meaning of this? He asked, frowning slightly. He realized he had been tricked by his uncle. Ah, I was just giving Hisuna a lesson, letting her know that you're not as clever as you seem. In fact, sometimes you act like a fool, Aelin chuckled. Sit down. Byakuya sat beside Hisuna, his words easing the tension she had been holding. Byakuya, you're a grown man now, Aelin began, tapping his fingers on the table. I understand what you meant by bringing Hisuna to see me today. His voice turned serious as he continued. Byakuya, Hisuna, do you both understand what you'll face if you choose to marry? Yes, uncle, I do, Byakuya nodded. And what about Hisuna? Does she know? Byakuya fell silent. Perhaps out of selfishness, he hadn't informed Hisuna of certain things that might cause her to leave him. That's what I mean, Byakuya. Sometimes you overthink things and end up looking like a fool, Aelin sighed. Uncle Aelin, I know too, Hisuna spoke up, her voice soft but determined. I know that Lord Byakuya is a nobleman from one of the great noble houses of Soul Society, while I'm just an ordinary person from the Rakongai. There's a vast difference in our social status. Being with Lord Byakuya will surely face opposition from his family. It will greatly hinder Lord Byakuya's future prospects. PFFT. Aelin couldn't help but laugh. Hisuna, keep those words within these walls. Don't speak them aloud outside, he waved his hand dismissively, stopping her from continuing. However, from what you've said, it seems Byakuya hasn't even told you about his true identity, has he? True identity? Hisuna looked confused. Isn't Lord Byakuya the head of the Kuachiki clan and the captain of the 6th division? That's correct, Aelin nodded. Byakuya is the head of the Kuachiki clan and the captain of the 6th division. Perhaps you don't fully grasp the significance of that. Let me put it this way. The Kuachiki clan is one of the 4 great noble houses of Soul Society. In terms of social status, only 2 or 3 individuals in all of Soul Society can compare to Byakuya. The 13th Division of Imperial Guards is the strongest military force in Soul Society. Byakuya is the captain of the 6th Division. In terms of strength, only the captains of the other 12 divisions can rival him. Both in terms of status and power, Byakuya has reached the pinnacle of Soul Society. The opposition of his clan and his future prospects are trivial matters to him. In short, if Byakuya truly wishes to marry you, the entire Soul Society, except for me and Haruko, has no right to interfere. Their objections would be nothing more than the barking of dogs. Ah! Hisuna covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes wide with shock as she looked at Byakuya. Having grown up in the Rakongai, she only knew that the adults in Soul Society were either nobles or powerful Shinigami. When she learned that Byakuya was the head of the Kuachiki clan and the captain of the 6th Division, she assumed the Kuachiki clan was a minor noble house, and the 6th Division captaincy was similar to the leaders of the games they played as children in the Rakongai, perhaps with a group of Shinigami under Byakuya's command. She never imagined that Byakuya's status was so esteemed. A sense of fear crept into Hisuna's heart. Was she truly worthy of standing by the side of such a man? Uncle Aylin, I want to be with Hisuna, Byakuya declared, sensing Hisuna's unease as he held her hand tightly. Lord Byakuya. Don't worry, Hisuna. Even Uncle Aylin can't stop us. Hey. Aylin almost laughed in exasperation. He had just stated that only he and Haruko had the right to object, and now Byakuya was claiming that even he couldn't stop them. Was his nephew so eager to undermine him? Hey, Byakuya, is this your sense of responsibility as a man? Aylin scoffed. If I'm not mistaken, Hisuna doesn't possess any spiritual pressure, does she? Byakuya, you should be well aware of the consequences of living in Soul Society without spiritual pressure. Byakuya's body stiffened at Aylin's words, and his grip on Hisuna's hand loosened slightly. That's right, Hisuna had no spiritual pressure. He recalled his aunt, whose weak spiritual pressure caused her soul to deteriorate even when simply staying by Uncle Aylin's side. Hisuna, with no spiritual pressure at all, would suffer even more under the immense spiritual pressure of Soul Society. If she remained with him, she might perish within a decade due to her weakening soul. But Uncle, Aunt Haruko. Your aunt, at the very least, has some spiritual pressure, Aylin interrupted. And do you know what I had to sacrifice to save her? His eyes narrowed as he looked at Byakuya. Without going into detail, I sealed a Zanpakuto far more powerful than Rijinjaka into your aunt's body to stabilize her condition. That level of weapon. I've only ever created one. I'm not saying this to boast about my greatness, Aylin continued, but to let you know that I don't have a second time anchoring Zanpakuto to save someone else. Byakuya was stunned by Aylin's words. In all of Soul Society, there was only one Zanpakuto known as Rijinjaka, the Zanpakuto of Captain Commander Yamamoto, renowned as the oldest and most powerful fire-type Zanpakuto. Its Shikai alone could unleash flames of 6,000 degrees Celsius, rivaling the surface temperature of the sun. In Benkei, its flames reached temperatures comparable to the sun's core. It was a Zanpakuto capable of destroying all of Soul Society simply by existing in its released state. In Byakuya's mind, Rijinjaka was the epitome of power among Zanpakuto. But what had Uncle Aylin just said? He had created a weapon even more powerful than Rijinjaka? With Uncle Aylin's strength, Byakuya had no doubt that he was aware of Captain Commander Yamamoto's power and the might of his Zanpakuto. Yet, even so, Uncle Aylin claimed to have created a weapon surpassing Rijinjaka. Byakuya fell silent. It was no wonder Uncle Aylin had been invited by the royal guard. Clearly, his uncle's strength had long surpassed that of Captain Commander Yamamoto. But that weapon was now sealed within Aunt Haruko's body, preserving her existence. Taking a deep breath, Byakuya felt lost. What would he do if his son's life withered away within a mere decade because of him? Uncle Aylin. Just as Byakuya's resolve wavered, Hisuna gripped his hand tightly and bowed to Aylin. Perhaps being with Byakuya will bring hardships I can't even imagine, but please believe me, I will do my best to overcome them. Overcome? You say overcome? Aylin questioned, his voice stern. Hisuna, do you understand that without spiritual pressure, living in Soul Society will cause your soul to gradually weaken under the immense spiritual pressure, eventually leading to your death within a few years? Even I cannot overcome such a hardship. What makes you think you can? Aylin was blunt in his assessment of their situation. Being with Byakuya will cause me to die within a few years? Hisuna's body swayed slightly, a flicker of fear in her eyes. A few years ago, Hisuna's parents had brought another child into their impoverished family, a baby girl named Rukia. Unable to support another mouth to feed, Hisuna's parents had planned to abandon Rukia. Unwilling to let her newborn sister die from neglect, Hisuna had taken Rukia and left their home, determined to raise her alone. However, she had overestimated her capabilities. Even providing for herself was a struggle, let alone caring for a baby sister. Chapter 163 Hikaru Party. Thus, on a dark night, driven by the need to survive, Hisuna abandoned Rukia. As fate would have it, she encountered Byakuya Kuachiki that very same night. Though Byakuya's strength had grown considerably in the years since, the memory that remained etched in his mind was of the time when he was a teenager, and Uncle Aelin had taken him to the Rakongai, demonstrating the power achievable through mastering the 4 Shinigami arts. Since then, Byakuya had diligently practiced his skills every night after completing his duties at the 6th Division. Meeting Hisuna was both a coincidence and an inevitability. Once, Hisuna had abandoned her sister to survive. Now, would she have to abandon Byakuya for the same reason? Hisuna looked up at Byakuya, standing beside her. Uncle Aelin was right. Byakuya appeared intelligent, but at times, his stubbornness made him seem foolish. For a moment, Byakuya's image blurred, morphing into that of her younger sister. Sigh. Hisuna's heart ached, but a smile soon appeared on her face. Uncle, even if I only have a few years left, I choose to spend them with Byakuya. I'm not afraid of death. Hisuna, you. Byakuya began, but Hisuna embraced him tightly. Lord Byakuya, please don't say anything. This is my decision. I'm glad I took this step. You should be happy for me, Lord Byakuya. Yes, Byakuya nodded, holding her close. Ugh. Aelin nearly kicked Byakuya out of the room, exasperated by their public display of affection. Fine, since you've both made your decision, I won't interfere any further, he said. Take Hisuna to see your aunt later. I'm going out for a walk. With that, Aelin vanished from the room. Time flies, Aelin thought as he walked away from the Kuachiki Manor, heading towards Sanizakaya in the commercial district. Byakuya is getting married already. He was feeling down and decided to seek out Captain Shun Sakuraku for a drink. Byakuya's marriage was naturally a matter of concern for Aelin. However, Hisuna wasn't his ideal choice for a niece-in-law. He preferred Hisuna's younger sister, Rukia. Aelin didn't know much about Hisuna, but what little he did know left him with a negative impression. He could understand abandoning Rukia to survive. In those circumstances, keeping Rukia might have resulted in her starving to death before Hisuna. After all, Hisuna was a mere soul, requiring only water to sustain her existence, while Rukia, with her spiritual pressure, would experience hunger. However, what bothered Aelin was that Hisuna, even after marrying into the Kuachiki clan, never mentioned Rukia to Byakuya. It was only on her deathbed that she revealed Rukia's existence, asking Byakuya to find her sister and care for her in her stead. What kind of behavior was that? If Hisuna truly wanted to care for Rukia, why hadn't she told Byakuya sooner? With the Kuachiki clan's resources, Rukia would have been reunited with Hisuna within days if she had simply spoken up. And that's exactly what happened. After Hisuna's death, Byakuya found Rukia at the Shino Academy within a few days and adopted her as his younger sister. Aelin preferred Rukia over Hisuna. In his previous life, he had been a staunch supporter of the Hikaru pairing, Byakuya and Rukia. He disregarded Rukia's childhood friendship with Renji Abarai and her experiences with Ichigo Kurosaki. The abilities of Rukia's Zanpakuto alone revealed her true feelings for Byakuya. A Zanpakuto was formed by nurturing the spirit within an Asaki with the Shinigami's own soul. In a sense, a Zanpakuto's abilities reflected the deepest desires of its wielder. Renji Abarai had always been a natural leader, and after Rukia was adopted by the Kuachiki clan, he yearned for the strength to stand before Byakuya as an equal and face Rukia with confidence. He desired to become a powerful king, protecting Rukia from harm. Hence, Renji's Zanpakuto was the Baboon King, symbolizing strength, and Zabimaru, representing encirclement and protection. Upon entering the royal guard, Ikubai Hyosub informed Renji that his Zanpakuto's name was incorrect. However, Aelin believed that Ikubai had simply changed the name of Zabimaru to Snake King to bolster Soul Society's forces. This change granted Renji a more powerful Benkei, twin Snake King, Snake Fang impaling cannon, but the aspect of protection represented by Zabimaru had vanished. And what about the abilities of Rukia's Zanpakuto? Some no Mai, Tsukishiro Tsugi no Mai, Hakuran-san no Mai, Shira Funju no Mai, Hakuno Tagame Benkei, Hakuno Tagame. All her abilities contain the character Shiro, white. Byakuya Kuachiki's Shiro. Although Rukia's understanding of her Zanpakuto's abilities shifted towards absolute zero after returning from the Soul King Palace, Aelin believed this was simply Rukia acknowledging the impossibility of her feelings for Byakuya and freezing her own heart as a result. Arriving at the izakaya where he often drank with Shun Sakuraku, Aelin found his friend absent. He ordered a bottle of sake, feeling dejected. Who would have thought that the original wife would appear before his chosen niece-in-law even entered the picture? Aelin recalled that Byakuya had met Hisuna after the death of Jinrai Kuachiki. The grief and responsibility that weighed heavily on Byakuya's shoulders had led him to unconsciously seek escape from Soul Society. And it was in the Rakongai that he encountered Hisuna. With Hisuna's support, Byakuya emerged from the shadows of his sorrow, and they eventually became husband and wife. Now, with Ailen's presence in this world, Jinraiku Ichiki had been killed by Tokunada decades earlier than in the original timeline. Ailen had assumed that Byakuya and Hisuna's paths would never cross. Yet, despite the altered course of fate, their destinies had still intertwined. As Ailen finished his drink, his mood lightened slightly. Perhaps without Hisuna, Byakuya wouldn't have noticed Rukia. However, if Byakuya still intended to adopt Rukia as his younger sister after Hisuna's death, he would have to seek Ailen's approval. This time, the Hikaru party would prevail. He. Ailen chuckled to himself, unable to contain his amusement. Oh? What has you so happy, Ailen? A familiar voice called out. I just arrived, and I already find you giggling to yourself. Ha ha ha, it's you, Kiraku. Ailen turned to see Shunsei Kiraku entering the izakaya, his pink hair draped over his shoulders. Behind him followed Nanao Eyes, holding a book in her arms. Now, this is just unfair, Kiraku, Ailen frowned after greeting his friend. Nanao is still young. How could you bring her to an izakaya? Are you treating her properly? Kiraku sighed and sat down opposite Ailen. Believe me, Captain Ailen, I wouldn't bring her here if I had a choice. But I've tried everything, and I can't escape Nanao-chan's watchful eye. TSK, so Nanao is the one keeping an eye on you? Then it's fine. Ailen's response perfectly demonstrated his double standards. So, it was unacceptable for him to bring Nanao to an izakaya, but it was perfectly alright for her to monitor Kiraku? Ailen turned his attention to Nanao, his smile softening. Nanao, has this guy been treating you poorly? Tell Uncle Ailen, and I'll teach him a lesson. Please spare me, Captain Ailen, Kiraku pleaded. I don't want to show up at the division with a swollen face tomorrow. Get lost, I wasn't talking to you, Ailen waved him away dismissively. Uncle Ailen, don't worry, I'm doing well at the 8th division, Nanao assured him, a smile appearing on her face as she watched her two closest elders bicker playfully. Despite the injustices of the world, she knew there were still people who cared for her. Nanao, your strength is a bit lacking, Ailen observed. Seeing Hisuna earlier had reminded him that the main storyline of Bleach was only a few decades away. And Nanao's strength. Kiraku, how are you doing as an uncle? Ailen questioned. Nanao has been with you for so many years, and her spiritual pressure hasn't even reached the level of a vice captain. Yeah, Captain Ailen, you're mistaken, Kiraku raised his hands in surrender, anticipating another lecture from Ailen. Since Nanao-chan took over the intelligence department, she's dedicated most of her energy to gathering and analyzing information. Her current level of strength is the result of my best efforts to get her to train. Is that so? Ailen glanced at Nanao, seeing no objection from her, and knew that Kiraku was likely telling the truth. He didn't need Kiraku to explain why Nanao prioritized intelligence gathering. Decades ago, Nanao's father had been killed in an attack, and her mother had committed suicide out of grief. Since then, Nanao had been gathering information about the individuals responsible for her father's death. Although her father's death was related to the curse of the Eyes clan's heirloom, the 8-mirror sword, a curse was a curse, and the perpetrators still deserved punishment. The 8th Division was the intelligence unit. Only here did Nanao have a chance of finding information related to her father's murder. In her pursuit of the truth, Nanao had neglected her own training. Chapter 164 Having and not using versus not having and unable to use Nanao, is what Captain Kiraku said true? Ailen asked, setting his sake cup down and fixing a serious gaze upon the young woman. Nanao pursed her lips and lowered her head, remaining silent. Sigh. Ailen knew the answer from her reaction. Nanao, you must understand that the individual who attacked your father within the heavily guarded noble district possesses both strength and influence far beyond your current capabilities, he explained. Even if you discover their identity, what can you do with your current level of power? A hint of disappointment laced his words. Nanao, this is a world where strength reigns supreme, Ailen continued. Once you possess the power to disregard all rules, a single word from you would be enough to mobilize the entire Soul Society to search for your father's killer. Threaten to destroy Soul Society if they refuse, and within 3 days, all information about that person, including those behind the scenes, would be laid before you. Hold on, Captain Ailen, that's a bit much, Kiraku coughed, raising his hand to interrupt. See, Nanao, just like Captain Kiraku, Ailen ignored Kiraku and addressed Nanao directly. Do you know why he's nervous about what I just said? It's because he knows I have the power to do those things. But what about you? If you were to say such things, others would simply laugh at you. You have the time to gather information. Why not use it to train and become stronger? Let me ask you this, what will you do if you find the culprit today? If the killer is a servant of a great noble house, what then? Will you secretly kill the servant and let the noble go free? Would that truly be considered revenge? And if you decide to target the noble, do you possess the necessary strength? You'd likely be captured or killed by their guards before even reaching them. Perhaps due to his frustration, Aelin's words to Nanao were harsh and unrelenting. It was only when he saw Nanao's tears that he realized his words had been too heavy a burden for her to bear. Strength. Who in this world didn't desire it? If training could guarantee a swift increase in power, Nanao wouldn't have wasted so much time on information gathering. Sigh. I apologize, Nanao. Uncle Aelin was a bit emotional today, he said, feeling a rare pang of guilt as he looked at the crying girl. No, Uncle Aelin is right. I've wasted too much time on useless information gathering. Nanao wiped her tears and said with determination, but please rest assured, Uncle Aelin. From now on, I'll delegate my intelligence work and focus on improving my strength. That's good to hear, Aelin smiled, pleased by her change of heart. In that case, once you've finished handling your current tasks, request some time off from Captain Kiraku. Then come find me at the Kuachiki Manor, and I'll personally train you for a while. Really, Uncle Aelin? Nanao's eyes lit up with joy and disbelief. Within Soul's society, Aelin's status and power subtly surpassed that of the other captains. On the one hand, it was due to his immense strength. The captains who knew of Aelin's rejection of the Royal Guard's invitation held him in almost the same regard as Captain Commander Yamamoto. On the other hand, it was Aelin's exceptional ability to guide others in their development. Strength commanded respect, but the ability to cultivate even more powerful individuals earned something beyond mere respect. Byakuya Kuachiki, Jinikamaru, Soifun. These captains had all achieved their positions thanks to Aelin's guidance. There was a widespread belief, albeit mistaken, that anyone trained by Captain Aelin was destined to become a captain-level powerhouse. Of course it's true, Aelin chuckled, ruffling Nanao's hair. Go back now and finish your work as soon as possible. The sooner you're done, the sooner you can come find me. Alright. Nanao nodded and left the izakaya without even acknowledging Kiraku. Thank you, Captain Aelin. Kiraku raised his sake cup in a toast to Aelin and downed its contents. Don't mention it. Helping Nanao has little to do with you, Aelin replied. However. He paused, his gaze turning thoughtful. Kiraku, as you know, the Zunpakuto of the Eyes clan is the Eight Mirror Sword, a legendary heirloom passed down through generations. Due to its disappearance, Nanao hasn't practiced swordsmanship all these years. Should I focus solely on her Kido training, or should I also teach her some swordsmanship? Aelin inquired. After all, we never know when the unexpected might occur. What if the Eight Mirror Sword is found, and Nanao needs to use it under dire circumstances? Would she be able to unleash its true power without any prior sword training? Aelin's final words were barely a whisper. If Kiraku hadn't been sitting so close, he might not have heard them. Clang. Kiraku crushed the sake cup in his hand, his eyes wide with shock as countless thoughts raced through his mind. He knows? No, only my sister-in-law and I know about it. I haven't told anyone else, not even you, Kitake. And my sister-in-law wouldn't have revealed it either. So, is Captain Aelin simply speculating that I have it? Should I tell him? From a logical standpoint, the Eight Mirror Sword was the Eyes clan's ancestral heirloom. Without it, Nanao's combat abilities were severely limited. After all, other Shinigami experienced a boost in spiritual pressure through interacting with and merging with the spirit of their Zunpakuto. In battle, releasing their Zunpakuto further amplified their spiritual pressure. To protect Nanao, Kiraku had never allowed her to participate in combat. Therefore, her battle experience remained limited to what she had learned at the Shino Academy. After a moment of contemplation, Kiraku sighed. I'll leave it to you, Captain Aelin, he said. After all, you're the one who will be training Nanao. However, I believe it's always beneficial to learn as much as possible. With this last sentence, Kiraku subtly confirmed that he knew the location of the Eyes clan's heirloom. Indeed, Kiraku, it's no wonder we're such good friends despite the age difference. Aelin smiled and patted Kiraku's shoulder, his tone meaningful. Kiraku, you should know that there are some things we may not use, but we must possess. Having and not using is different from not having and being unable to use. When others claim you possess a powerful threat, the best approach is not to prove them wrong, but to show them that you truly have that power. With that, Aelin left the izakaya with his half-empty bottle of sake, heading back towards the Kuachiki Manor. Kiraku remained alone at the table, filling a new sake cup. Hey, who would have thought that after living for over 600 years, I'd be lectured by a child? Indeed, having and not using is different from not having and being unable to use. Welcome home, Aelin, Haruko greeted him with a smile as he returned to the Kuachiki Manor. I'm back, Haruko, Aelin replied, embracing her gently. They sat side by side in the small pavilion in the front yard. Haruko excitedly shared the events of her day, while Aelin listened attentively, occasionally adding his own comments. By the way, Aelin, Byakuya brought his son to see me today. Ah, they came early this morning, but you were having a banquet with the members of the Women's Shinigami Association, so I didn't let them disturb you, Aelin explained. I simply asked them to visit you when you returned. So, you've already met Hisuna this morning, Aelin? What do you think of Byakuya and Hisuna as a couple? Haruko inquired, trying to appear casual. Hey. Aelin chuckled, seeing through her pretense. What's wrong? Do you have any objections to Hisuna? Not at all. I think Hisuna is wonderful and a perfect match for Byakuya, Haruko replied. Is that so? Yes, yes. Oh? It seems you're quite fond of Hisuna. Hee hee. Haruko chuckled sheepishly. I think it's remarkable that Hisuna managed to survive in such a harsh environment like the Rakongai on her own. And Byakuya loves her very much. That's true, Aelin nodded. Byakuya's decision to bring Hisuna back to the Kuachiki Manor was a clear indication of his affection for her. So, Aelin, will you approve of Byakuya and Hisuna's marriage? Bam. Ow. Haruko clutched her head and glared at Aelin. Why did you hit me? Haruko, why would Byakuya need my approval for his marriage? Aelin questioned. He's a grown man and can take responsibility for his own decisions. As a man, when he chose to bring Hisuna back to the Kuachiki clan, he should have been prepared to defend her against the world. If he can't even do that, I'll lose all respect for him. Therefore, the only obstacles between Byakuya and Hisuna are themselves. Right, right. Haruko breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that Aelin wouldn't oppose their marriage. Aelin couldn't help but admire Hisuna. She truly was a woman who had risen from the Rakongai. Her ability to read people and her endearing personality had completely captivated both Byakuya and Haruko. Thinking of Hisuna reminded Aelin of Rukia. Should he go to the Rakongai and bring Rukia back to the Kuachiki Manor ahead of time? But would that shatter Byakuya's perfect image of Hisuna and create discord in their marriage? Forget it, Aelin decided. It's only a few years. I'll take Rukia as my disciple when she enters the Shino Academy. Then, after Hisuna's passing, I'll bring Rukia back to the Kuachiki clan openly and have Byakuya train her for me. With prolonged contact, I refuse to believe Byakuya won't develop feelings for her. With his plan in place, Aelin stopped concerning himself with Byakuya and Hisuna. Victory wasn't guaranteed at the start. It was the long-term companionship that determined the true winner. Without any external interference, Aelin was confident that the Hikuro pairing was destined for greatness. Aelin's daily routine changed slightly in the days that followed. Hisuna's appearance signaled the arrival of many familiar characters. Besides his training and spending time with Haruko, Aelin also wandered through the Rakongai, searching for promising children to take under his wing. However, to his surprise, he stumbled upon the Shiba clan's main residence before finding any suitable candidates. The sight of the enormous cannon barrel confirmed that this was the current home of the Shiba clan, a once powerful noble house that had been expelled from the Siriite Ai. After the founders of the 5 great noble houses betrayed the Soul King and used him as a wedge to stabilize the world, each clan gained control over a specific, irreplaceable aspect of Soul Society. The Shiba clan held the key to the path leading directly from Soul Society to the Soul King Palace. It was a massive fireworks cannon and rishi shells capable of withstanding the pressure of the 72 barriers surrounding the palace. Using the cannon, the rishi shells could be launched directly into the Soul King Palace. Besides the royal key, it was the only known method of entering the Soul King Palace from Soul Society. When the Shiba clan refused to align with the other 4 great houses on the matter of the Soul King, they were ostracized and eventually declined in power within the Siriite Ai, leaving with their fireworks cannon in tow. Aelin cautiously approached the Shiba residence, passing by 2 enormous, arm-shaped structures before entering the courtyard. Chapter 165 Choices in the Courtyard. A young man with black hair practiced Kido alongside a woman with a vibrant personality. They were honing their skills in Hado number 63, Lightning Spear, a powerful Kido spell. Aelin recognized them both, Keion Shiba, the current head of the Shiba clan, and his younger sister, Kukaku Shiba. It seemed the Shiba clan, despite its decline, still preserved its legacy. However, as Aelin observed their training, he realized their inheritance might be limited to Kido alone. For hours, the siblings focused solely on Kido, neglecting the other Shinigami arts. Hey, who are you? Why are you at my house? A young boy's voice interrupted Aelin's contemplation. He turned to see a chubby boy riding a small boar, leisurely entering the courtyard. It was Ganju Shiba, the 3rd child of the Shiba family. However, he appeared to be only 6 or 7 years old at this time. Ganju's words alerted the siblings, who were practicing nearby. Keion swiftly shielded his younger siblings, his gaze fixed on Aelin with a mix of caution and suspicion. As the current head of the Shiba clan, Keion possessed knowledge that his sister and brother lacked. He recognized the attire line wore from his uncle, Isshin Shiba. It was the hori of a captain, a symbol of the 13 strongest individuals within the 13 Division of Imperial Guards. Given the Shiba clan's history with the nobles of Soul Society, Keion feared that Aelin might be here to settle old scores. Therefore, he presented his strongest family member as a deterrent. "Sir, my uncle is Isshin Shiba, the captain of the 10th Division of the 13 Division of Imperial Guards. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit?" Keion hoped that as a fellow captain, Aelin might show some leniency out of respect for his uncle. "Captain Isshin Shiba of the 10th Division is your uncle?" Aelin feigned surprise. "You're from the Shiba clan?" Since he had been discovered, Aelin decided to engage with them. Truthfully, he had already leaned towards interacting with the Shiba clan upon entering their courtyard. "Indeed. I am Keion Shiba, the current head of the Shiba clan. This is my younger sister, Kusagakure Shiba, and my younger brother, Ganju Shiba," Keion introduced his siblings. "And you are?" "I am Aelin, captain of the 11th Division. I'm acquainted with your uncle, Isshin Shiba." "So it's Captain Aelin," Keion said, surprised. He hadn't expected this powerful captain, whom his uncle spoke highly of, to be younger than himself. Aelin's friendly tone eased Keion's worries. It seemed this Captain Aelin wasn't here to harm the Shiba clan. "Captain Aelin, is there anything we can assist you with?" Keion asked. "Rest assured, we will cooperate with you unconditionally." "No, you misunderstand, head of the Shiba clan," Aelin shook his head with a smile. "I came here with no ulterior motives. I simply felt a whim to stroll through the Rakongai today. Encountering you was purely coincidental. I was merely curious about the Kido being practiced here and wanted to see if it was one of my 11th Division members. However, head of the Shiba clan, I apologize for my bluntness, but after observing your training, it seems you solely focus on Kido, neglecting the other Shinigami arts. May I ask why?" "Humphrey, we Shibas have no interest in learning the ways of Shinigami," Kusagakure retorted before Keion could respond, her temper flaring. In her eyes, Shinigami were the ones responsible for the Shiba clan's downfall. "But the Kido you were practicing just now is one of the 4 Shinigami arts," Aelin pointed out with a smile. "Head of the Shiba clan, I know a little about your clan's history. In my opinion, your uncle, Isshin Shiba, has made the right choice. Don't dwell on the fact that Shinigami forced your clan into its current state. It was never the Shinigami who persecuted the Shiba clan, but the nobles of Soul Society. You must understand that there's a difference between the Shinigami before the establishment of the 13 Division of Imperial Guards and those after." As someone who nearly became the head of the Kuachiki clan, Aelin possessed a deep understanding of Soul Society's history. After the creation of the 3 realms, the founders of the 5 great noble houses established the Siriite Ai and treated all of Soul Society as their personal property. At that time, anyone who wielded the power of spiritual pressure was considered a Shinigami. However, over time, the term Shinigami became exclusive to those with power within the Siriite Ai. Individuals in the Rakongai, even if they possessed and utilized spiritual pressure, weren't acknowledged as Shinigami. The power of Shinigami within the Siriite Ai was then collected, organized, and codified by the nobles, elevating their abilities to new heights. The introduction of Shyakusho and Zanpakuto further enhanced the strength of Shinigami. During their time in the Siriite Ai, the Shiba clan was considered part of the Shinigami. However, thousands of years ago, unable to withstand the persecution of the other 4 great houses, the Shiba clan was forced to leave the Siriite Ai and settle in the Rakongai, becoming the first great noble house to fall from grace. To prevent their resurgence, the other nobles pursued and attacked the Shiba clan, dealing them a severe blow. Furthermore, some high-ranking nobles sought to obtain the Shiba clan's fireworks cannon and rishi shells to elevate their own status, leading to relentless hunts that nearly wiped out the Shiba clan. Eventually, to preserve their lineage, a Shiba clan leader divided the family into a main house and branch families. The branch families served as decoys, drawing the attention and hostility of Shinigami within Soul Society, allowing the main house to survive the relentless attacks of the nobles. Over the years, the main house of the Shiba clan dwindled to just 3 members, Keion and his 2 siblings. The branch families fared even worse. The only one who managed to locate and establish contact with the main house was Isshin Shiba. However, as a member of a branch family, Isshin was unaware of the Shiba clan's history with the nobles of Soul Society. Over 300 years ago, he joined the Siriite Ai and rose through the ranks to become the captain of the 10th Division. Of course, Isshin's success was largely due to Genryu's Ishigakuni Yamamoto's establishment of the 13th Division of Imperial Guards a millennium prior. Under the banner of protecting the court, Yamamoto had taken control of all armed forces within Soul Society, organizing them into 13 divisions based on their functions, effectively weakening the private armies of the nobles. Thanks to this, Isshin remained unnoticed by the nobles during his early years. By the time they became aware of him, he had already grown into a powerful Shinigami. As a captain of the 13th Division of Imperial Guards, Isshin's status was no lower than that of the nobles. I believe your uncle's position as the captain of the 10th Division proves that the Shinigami of Soul Society today are different from those who persecuted the Shiba clan thousands of years ago, Aelin said. Head of the Shiba clan, after all these years of hardship, you should understand that this world respects strength above all else. Everything the Shiba clan has endured is a result of its lack of power. If you continue to resist learning the combat techniques of Shinigami, do you believe you can protect your clan when the nobles of Soul Society target you once more? Keion remained silent, contemplating Aelin's words. It was true. This was a world where strength determined one's fate. Before his uncle became a captain, the Shiba clan occasionally faced attacks from various forces. However, since Isshin's rise to power, they had enjoyed a rare century of peace. Attend the Shino Academy and become a Shinigami, head of the Shiba clan, Aelin advised. Perhaps you can follow in Isshin Shiba's footsteps and become the second Shiba to achieve the rank of captain, restoring your clan's standing within Soul Society. With that, Aelin turned and departed. He was confident that Keion would make the right choice. Relying solely on the Kido techniques passed down through generations, reaching the level of a vice captain was already a show of their exceptional talent. For those with average aptitude, like Ganju, becoming a seated officer would be their peak. Brother, don't listen to his nonsense. Kusagakure urged, sensing Keion's wavering resolve after Aelin's departure. Over 200 years ago, their parents had sacrificed themselves to lure away the Shinigami who were hunting them, never to return. Keion was their only remaining family. Kusagakure would rather stay hidden, avoiding contact with the Shinigami of Soul Society, than risk her brother venturing into that den of danger. Chapter 166 Keion Shiba No, Kusagakure, I believe Captain Aelin speaks sense. Keion Shiba rested his hand gently on his sister's head, his voice a soothing murmur. Compared to the Shinigami of the Sirei, our Shiba clan's legacy has fallen behind. He continued, remember Lady Yoruichi? Oh? That woman? Kusakure's nose wrinkled at the mention of the dark-skinned woman. Despite being of similar age and descending from the 5 great noble houses, Kusagakure always found herself soundly defeated whenever she sparred with Yoruichi Shioin. Worse, she couldn't even gauge how much effort Yoruichi exerted during their matches. Yes, Keion affirmed with a nod. Kusagakure, in terms of talent, I believe you are no less than Lady Yoruichi. However, Lady Yoruichi has inherited the complete legacy of the Shioin clan, while our Shiba clan. By our generation, even the Kido incantations are incomplete. A shadow of worry crossed his face. If we don't seek change, the Shiba clan will truly decline in our hands. Hope flickered in his eyes. As Captain Aelin said, our Shiba clan isn't without foundation in the Sirei. With Uncle Isshin as the captain of the 10th Division, any difficulties I encounter in the Sirei can surely be resolved with his strengthened status. With access to the Sirei's training resources, I'm confident I can reach captain-level strength within a century. A determined glint appeared in his eyes. By then, with my influence and Uncle Isshin's, we can restore the Shiba clan to its former glory and reclaim what we've lost. But brother, if those people discover your talent, they won't simply watch the Shiba clan rise again, Kusagakure countered, her voice laced with concern. Despite the enticing future Keion described, her family's safety remained her top priority. The dangers you'll face will be far greater than you imagine. But Kusagakure. Keion's voice softened. If I don't face these dangers, will you? Or Ganju? Or the next generation of the Shiba clan? This is the best time, he insisted. If we miss this opportunity, how long will it take for the Shiba clan to return to the Sirei? Keion's gaze turned distant. I know our clan's ancestral teachings urge us not to return to the Sirei but to expose the sins of the 5 great houses and bring them to justice. He looked at his sister with unwavering resolve, but all of that requires the Shiba clan to possess both strength and influence. Otherwise, even if we reveal their crimes, who would believe us? Keion held back one final thought, echoing Captain Aelin's words. Without strength, the Shiba clan, burdened by generations of resentment towards the 5 great houses, would never be allowed to rise again. Any sign of their resurgence would be met with swift and brutal suppression from the other noble houses. After spending most of the night in discussion, Keion finally convinced Kusagakure to allow him to enter the Sirei and become a Shinigami. To protect the main house from retaliation during Keion's absence, Kusagakure took Ganju and relocated. Without her guidance, not even Keion could find their new residence. Aelin's plan to search for promising children in the Rakongai was cut short. he couldn't possibly explore every district within a few days. His plans were further interrupted by the arrival of Nanao Eyes. Haruko, delighted to reunite with Nanao after a long time, spent hours catching up with her. Once they had finished reminiscing, Aelin took Nanao to Urahara's abandoned underground base. After all, it was the most suitable location for Kido training. Wow! Nanao's jaw dropped as she beheld the underground base for the first time. She never imagined such a place existed within the Syriite AI. Seeing her expression, even Aelin couldn't help but grin with pride. He finally understood why Kizuku Urahara enjoyed observing people's reactions when he brought them to his secret base. Creating something so awe-inspiring was indeed addictive. So, what do you think? Pretty impressive, right? Aelin gestured towards the ceiling. It took me almost half a night to create this sky, and it looks almost identical to the real one outside of Soul Society. Wow, Uncle Aelin, you're amazing. Nanao's eyes sparkled with admiration. Hee, of course, Aelin chuckled, feeling even more smug. But if you train hard with me, Nanao, you'll be able to do this one day too. He knew Nanao possessed exceptional talent for Kido. In the 1000-year Blood War, she even managed to temporarily halt Asqualt's advance with a barrier. Yes. Nanao nodded vigorously. If she couldn't achieve this level under Uncle Aelin's guidance, she might as well give up and avoid tarnishing his reputation as a mentor. Aelin was pleased to see her confidence. Rishi responded to one's will. Without self-belief, even with immense spiritual pressure, one's strength would remain underwhelming. The most prominent example of this was Ichigo Kurosaki, the protagonist of the Shinigami world. When he had a clear goal, such as saving Rukia, Ishida, Orihime, Chad, the residents of Yukomundo, or the people of the Syriite, Ichigo could unleash his full potential. However, once his goals were achieved, Ichigo, although still strong, lost that sense of unwavering determination. Even Aizen had pointed this out during their first encounter after Ichigo returned from Yukomundo. Ichigo held no personal grudge against Aizen, and his attacks lacked killing intent. Before the 1000-year Blood War, when Ichigo and his friends faced a group of hollows, merely Gillians, Ichigo resorted to using Bunkai and Getsuga Tensho. Byakuya Kuichiki, too, had been affected by his inner conflict during his first fight with Bunkai Ichigo, ultimately leading to his defeat. Nanao, as your Eyes family has guarded the sacred 8-mirror sword for generations, your Zanpakuto, in a way, is the 8-mirror sword itself, Aelin explained. However, due to its loss, you've become a Shinigami akin to the Kido core, unable to wield a Zanpakuto. Despite this, you must still learn some basic swordsmanship. After all, who knows when your family's heirloom might suddenly reappear, right? Yes. Although Shun Sakuraku often reminded Nanao to focus on living her own life and avoid using the Eyes clan's heirloom, as the sole survivor of her family, Nanao couldn't bear the thought of letting the Eyes clan fade into obscurity. She would avenge her parents. She would also recover the 8-mirror sword. Our training will prioritize Kido, with flash steps as a secondary focus, and swordsmanship as the least important. What do you think? Aelin asked. I'll follow your arrangements, Uncle Aelin. Aelin nodded. Nanao wasn't a prodigy with independent thinking like Jinakamaru, nor did she possess the combat intelligence to adapt and improvise like Byakuya Kuichiki. She was more like a diligent student who relied on memorizing countless exam questions and solving them through experience, somewhat rigid in her approach. Therefore, Aelin planned to start by having Nanao master all the Kido spells within her current spiritual pressure capacity. Then, through combat training, he would help her apply those Kido techniques with proficiency. Aelin believed that under his personalized training, tailored to their individual styles, Nanao would be able to find perfect solutions to any challenge she encountered in the future. To improve her adaptability and survival rate, flash steps training was also essential for Nanao. Hey, did you hear? Apparently, another prodigy has emerged in the Shino Academy this year. They say he already possesses 5th-level spiritual pressure upon enrollment. Yes, I heard his name is Keion Shiba. Shiba? I wonder if he's related to Captain Shiba of the 10th Division. I'm so envious. 5th-level spiritual pressure was equivalent to the level of a seated officer within the 13th Division of Imperial Guards. It was practically the limit for ordinary Shinigami, a level many struggled to achieve. The minimum requirement to join the 13th Division of Imperial Guards was 10th-level spiritual pressure. 7th level and above were considered elite Shinigami. With 5th-level spiritual pressure and a successfully nurtured Zanpakuto, one could easily reach the rank of a seated officer. 4th level was sufficient to serve as a vice-captain in any division. 3rd level and above marked the realm of captains. Keion Shiba's enrollment had undoubtedly caused ripples within the otherwise peaceful Soul Society. Chapter 167 The Authority of the 5 Great Noble Houses The Shiba Clan. Several shadowy figures gathered within a dim room, their voices hushed and devoid of vitality, perhaps due to the enclosed space. Are you certain? Not entirely. One figure replied. 300 years ago, we found the main house of the Shiba clan. Although we killed the head of the family at that time, we didn't obtain any information about that item, and we lost track of the Shiba clan. We've confirmed that the captain of the 10th division isn't from the main house due to his age, so we haven't taken action against him. Our initial plan was to use this branch family member to lure out the main house. After 300 years, a member of the Shiba clan has finally entered the Siriite AI. Don't be hasty. We can't confirm whether this Gaian Shiba is from the main or branch family. We'll act once we're certain. Otherwise, our aspirations to obtain that item and ascend to the ranks of the great nobles will be delayed even further. Indeed, but how do we determine whether he's from the main or branch family? Leave that to me. One figure volunteered. Coincidentally, my clan has some children of the right age to enroll in the Shino Academy. I believe they'll bring us good news. Very well, we'll leave it to you. Gaian Shiba, newly enrolled in the Shino Academy, remained oblivious to the fact that his arrival had stirred unease among certain individuals within the Siriite AI. Since the creation of the Three Realms, there had only ever been 5 great noble houses in Soul Society. The founders of these houses were individuals who had followed the Soul King since the very beginning. After the realms were established, the 5 great houses became the true rulers of Soul Society, each wielding a unique authority. The Kuachiki clan maintained the order of the nobility and upheld the rules of the Siriite AI. The Shioing clan controlled the heavenly bestowed armaments, possessing numerous powerful weapons with various abilities. The Tsunayashiro clan wielded the strongest Zanpakuto, in Rakuten, making them the most individually powerful family among the 5 great houses. The Shiba clan held dominion over the fireworks cannon and Rishi shells, granting them free access to the Soul King Palace and the right to meet with the Soul King. The identity of the final great noble house remained Soul Society's greatest secret. Even Aelin, who nearly became the head of the Kuachiki clan, couldn't glean any information about them from Jinrai Kuachiki. However, after years of speculation, Aelin had a hunch. The 5th great noble house was likely the Eyes family, guardians of the sacred 8-mirror sword. The 8-mirror sword was an artifact incapable of harming mortals but possessing the power to slay gods. To mortals, Shinigami were gods. So, who were the gods to Shinigami? The Soul King. The 8-mirror sword was the 5 great houses' trump card against the Soul King, a safeguard should he ever refuse to remain as the linchpin and attempt to break free from his crystalline prison to seek vengeance. Although the Soul King wouldn't do such a thing, his will instinctively rejected anything harmful to his existence. This was the reason behind the curse associated with the 8-mirror sword. Anyone who wielded the 8-mirror sword would lose their spouse to an unnatural death. Each occurrence of this curse signified that the Eyes family had inflicted harm upon the god of the Shinigami. From this perspective, the Eyes family likely aligned with the Tsunayashiro clan. Perhaps only a divine weapon like the 8-mirror sword could sever the Soul King's limbs and extract his internal organs. Nanao Ai's mother might have witnessed the darkest secrets of Soul Society after being ordered by the previous head of the Tsunayashiro clan to attack the Soul King. This could explain why she entrusted the Eyes clan's heirloom to Shun Sekiraku and chose to commit suicide after her husband's murder, seeking atonement through death. As for Nanao's father's killer, Aelin believed there was only one possibility: Tokunada Tsunayashiro. The previous head of the Tsunayashiro clan had orchestrated the use of the 8-mirror sword. After Tokunada Tsunayashiro eliminated all members of the Tsunayashiro clan and gained the secrets of the Soul King's power, he collaborated with Oromichibane to collect Soul King fragments from Fullbringers, combining them with hollows and Shinigami to create an incomplete Hikone Yubuginyo. However, due to the absence of Quincy power, the current Hikone lacked any body parts above the neck, sustained only by the flow of spiritual energy between his Seiketsu and Hikushui. To complete Hikone, Tokunada Tsunayashiro attempted to coerce Nanao's mother into attacking the Soul King again, but she refused. Even if she hadn't entrusted the artifact to Kiraku, Nanao's mother would never raise her blade against that god again. 1,000,000 years ago, the 5 great noble houses gained control of these authorities due to their status. Now, the high-ranking nobles who sought to ascend to the ranks of the great nobles needed to seize the corresponding authorities from the 5 great houses. The other 3 great houses were still at their peak. Even Tokunada Tsunayashiro, alone but wielding the power of Rakuten, remained one of the 5 great nobles, with numerous high-ranking and low-ranking nobles serving him. The Shiba clan, however, due to their persistent efforts to expose the crimes of the 5 great houses, faced ostracization from all nobles. No noble family would dare support them. If they could obtain the Shiba clan's legacy, the means to transport individuals to the Soul King Palace, they would gain the authority of a great noble and replace the declining Shiba clan as the new 5th great noble house. Hado number 31, Shako. Within Kusagakure underground base, Nanao's eyes vanished with flash steps. A moment later, a red fireball struck her previous location, causing a massive explosion. Hado number 12, Hidden Fire. Nanao reappeared in midair, chanting Aikido incantations. With a wave of her hand, 7 or 8 fist-sized fireballs shot towards Aelin. Bakudo number 8, Repulsion. Aelin countered the incoming fireballs with a wave of his hand, generating an invisible repulsive force that deflected them. Boom, boom, boom. The fireballs exploded upon impact with the surrounding ground, leaving behind craters nearly a meter wide. Hado number 1, Sho. Aelin pointed his right index finger at Nanao, launching a transparent shockwave towards her. Bakudo number 8, Repulsion. Nanao thrust her hands forward, creating a barrier of repulsive force before her. Bang! With a muffled thud, Nanao was pushed back. Bakudo number 4, Kainawa. Just as Nanao prepared to continue her assault, a golden rope materialized beside her, binding her hands tightly. You lose, Nanao. Aelin held the other end of the rope. He pulled Nanao down from the air. As she neared the ground, Aelin released his grip. Nanao, regaining her freedom, touched the ground with her hand and performed a somersault, landing gracefully before Aelin. Not bad, Nanao. Your use of Kido has become quite proficient. Although Nanao still couldn't hold her own against Aelin for long, he could see that she had developed her own style in utilizing Kido. I still have a long way to go. Nanao didn't show any pride in response to Aelin's praise. Despite feeling her strength growing rapidly during this period, it seemed to make a little difference before Aelin. Since she began training with him nearly 3 months ago, every spar ended within 15 minutes. Ha ha ha, Nanao, don't be discouraged. There are few your age who possess your level of skill, Aelin chuckled, wondering if he had been too obvious. He had deliberately timed each spar with Nanao to last exactly 15 minutes. Kido battles were essentially battles of wit. Choosing the right Kido for the right situation and environment was crucial. During this 15-minute window, Aelin would sometimes surpass Nanao in speed, sometimes in strength, and sometimes employ various Bakudo techniques for distraction. After spending the first 2 months learning new Kido spells, Nanao had spent the past month sparring with Aelin in simulations of various environments and against opponents with different abilities. Through this training, Nanao's flash steps had improved significantly, alongside her Kido skills. Nanao, remember, all battles are about defeating or killing the enemy while ensuring your own survival, Aelin explained. Therefore, before engaging in combat, you must remain calm, observe the battlefield, identify your advantages and disadvantages compared to the enemy, and find ways to turn those disadvantages into advantages. Yes, I understand, Uncle Aelin. There are still a few days left before the 3-month mark. During this time, I'll teach you another interesting technique, Nanao, Aelin smirked. If you can master this technique, you'll secure your place among the top vice captains of the 13th Division of Imperial Guards. This technique is a pure perception skill, which I call observation hockey. First, let's take a look at Bakudo number 58, Chase Sparrow, and then observe Bakudo number 77, Heavenly Rickshaw Skynet. These 2 Kido spells are tracking techniques capable of sensing and locking onto another's spiritual pressure. Aelin had previously taught this observation hockey technique to his second disciple, Jinakamaru. Combining Kido with hand-to-hand combats was known as Shunko, a technique developed by Yoruichi Shioin that rivaled the power of a Zanpakuto's Bankai. After obtaining Yoruichi and Soifan's Zanpakuto, Aelin gained deeper insights into merging Kido's spiritual pressure with one's own. Yoruichi, Soifan, and Yashiro Shioin all used Shunko as an offensive technique that combined their spiritual pressure with the destructive power of Hado. Observation hockey, on the other hand, was a support ability developed by Aelin based on the principles of Shunko and inspired by the cultivation system of another world. By merging the perception of Bakudo with his own spiritual pressure, Aelin created a Shinigami version of observation hockey unlike Shunko, which significantly enhanced one's offensive capabilities. Observation hockey focused on enhancing perception. Upon activating observation hockey, the user's awareness within a certain range would be amplified, allowing them to sense the enemy's movements, attacks, and even predict their actions with further mastery. In Aelin's view, Shunko was similar to the armament hockey of the pirate world. It was impossible to definitely say which was stronger, as it depended on the individual and their style. For example, even if Aelin taught Nanao Shunko, her poor hand-to-hand combat skills would likely result in her defeat before she could even land a blow on the enemy. Observation hockey, however, would significantly improve Nanao's adaptability on the battlefield, allowing her to better utilize various Kido techniques against her opponents. As for Jinakamaru, observation hockey perfectly complemented his Zanpakuto, Shinso. Within the range of observation hockey, no one could evade Jin's attacks. Of course, Mastering such a powerful ability wouldn't happen overnight. Even after learning it, one needed ample time to familiarize themselves with it before applying it in combat. To demonstrate the capabilities of observation Haki, Alan closed his eyes and stood before Nanao. "Nanao, you can use any means to attack me. I won't fight back or defend myself," he instructed. "If you can force me out of this circle within 15 minutes, I'll tell you something about your eyes family." "Really?" Nanao's expression turned serious upon hearing Alan's words. Nanao had been a member of the 8th Division for decades. However, despite her extensive investigations, she found almost no records of the Eyes family within Soul Society. It was as if the Eyes family had never existed. Such a situation was highly abnormal unless someone had deliberately erased all traces of their existence. Chapter 168 The Power of Observation Haki. Uncle Alan, a seasoned captain, possessed a wealth of knowledge far surpassing what Nanao could gather through her own investigations. The possibility of him deceiving her never crossed her mind. "Of course," Alan confirmed, drawing a circle roughly 2 meters in diameter around himself with a wave of his hand. "Nanao, begin." Fusing one's spiritual pressure with Kido-type spiritual pressure resulted in a temporary boost in power. However, the enhancement from the Kudo, binding, type was far less dramatic than that of Hado, destruction, type. Still, Bakudo was significantly gentler than Hado. The manifestation of observation Haki wasn't as explosive as Shanko, but rather, it exuded an air of effortless grace. With those words, Alan's body shimmered with a soft white light, and a gentle breeze emanated from him, spreading outwards. Though his eyes were closed, the underground base manifested within his perception in even greater detail. "All right, Uncle Alan, be careful. Here I come." Taking a deep breath, Nanao began chanting a Kido incantation. Typically, she prioritized silent Kido in combat to swiftly gain an advantage or secure victory. However, Uncle Alan's challenge required her to force him outside the circle within 15 minutes. With the circle's diameter being a mere 2 meters, she only needed to employ attack Kido with a range exceeding that distance. "O Lord! Mask of flesh and bone, flutter of wings, ye who bears the name of man. Truth and temperance, upon this sinless wall of dreams unleash but the claws of thy beast." Hado number 33, Sokatsui. As Nanao chanted, a massive blue fireball formed in her hand, surging towards Alan with remarkable speed. In Alan's perception, Nanao's every move, from raising her hand, to chanting the incantation, to the very arrangement of the Kido particles, unfolded before him with heightened clarity. Thus, as the Sokatsui fireball hurtled towards him, Alan gathered his own spiritual pressure, shaping it into a similar form. Extending his hand towards the incoming attack. Poof! The Sokatsui met Alan's spiritual pressure, and like a deflating balloon, its blue flames rapidly dissipated. Ultimately, it dissolved into harmless particles within Alan's palm, leaving him completely unscathed. "Is that Hanten Soko?" Nanao gasped. After 2 months of training with Uncle Alan, she was confident in her Kido prowess, rivaling even the most skilled Kido specialists within the Kido Corps. Hanten Soko, or Counter Kido, was an advanced technique achievable only by those who had reached an exceptional level of mastery and grasped the true essence of Kido. It surpassed even silent casting and post-incantation casting in complexity. As the name implied, Hanten Soko involved releasing one's spiritual pressure with a particle arrangement opposite to that of the incoming Kido attack, effectively neutralizing it. Nanao wasn't surprised that Uncle Alan could perform Hanten Soko. What shocked her was his ability to instantly analyze the intensity and particle arrangement of her Kido with his eyes closed, relying solely on the perception of observation Haki. It demonstrated an almost terrifying level of Kido mastery. Determined to press on, Nanao used flash steps to circle around Alan, creating a flurry of movement to mask the fluctuations of her spiritual pressure as she cast Kido. She unleashed a barrage of Hado and Bakudo, employing various techniques like silent casting, post-incantation casting, and even double chanting. However, no matter what she threw at Alan, his surroundings would shimmer with a corresponding spiritual pressure, effortlessly negating her attacks. From an outside perspective, it appeared as if the 2-meter radius around Alan had become a forbidden zone for Kido. Bang, bang, bang. Each faint sound marked the nullification of a Kido spell. "Uncle Alan, you're incredible!" Nanao exclaimed, feeling a sense of awe mixed with frustration. Hanten Soko. Even the Grand Kido Chief of the Kido Corps wouldn't be able to perform it so continuously, right? Every individual possessed unique spiritual pressure strength, chanting habits, and particle condensation levels. In other words, even if 2 people cast the same Kido spell, their spiritual pressure intensities and particle arrangements would differ. Only by having a profound understanding of the enemy's spiritual pressure and particle structure could one effectively counter their Kido using Hanten Soko. Otherwise, the mismatch in spiritual pressure intensities and particle structures would result in a more powerful explosion, causing greater harm to the user of Hanten Soko. Yet, within these 10 minutes, Nanao had cast over 100 Keto spells. And every single one, upon entering Uncle Alan's vicinity, had dissipated like a fragile bubble. Was this truly something a human soul could achieve? Even Nanao, after casting so many Keto in succession, was exhausted and gasping for breath. Looking at Uncle Alan, who had remained motionless since the timer started, a feeling of dejection settled upon her. With a flash, Nanao used flash steps to appear before Alan and launched a hand-to-hand combat, attack. Since Keto was ineffective against Uncle Alan's Hanten Soko, perhaps hand-to-hand combats would fare better? However, something even more astonishing occurred. Uncle Alan seemed to anticipate her every move. Often, as she lifted her leg to kick, he would take a step back, her attack passing harmlessly in front of him. She threw a punch, he sidestepped, leaving her striking at empty air. No matter how she attacked, Uncle Alan's response was always one step ahead. 5 minutes later, Nanao rested her hands on her knees, gazing at Alan, who appeared unfazed by her efforts. She rose with a wry smile. "I'm sorry, Uncle Alan. I lost." "Hey, don't be so disappointed, Nanao," Alan chuckled, opening his eyes and patting her shoulder. "This is one of my secret techniques. If I couldn't even dodge your attacks, why would I bother teaching it to you? That would be a waste of your precious training time, wouldn't it?" "You're right." Nanao's spirits lifted at his words. If she could master this powerful technique, she wouldn't need Uncle Alan or Uncle Kiraku's help to avenge her father once she discovered his killer. Sigh. "I've practically searched the entire Rakongai, yet I still haven't found Momo Hinamori or Toshiro Hitsugaya." Alan soared through the sky above the Rakongai, his speed steady and unhurried. After concluding Nanao's training, Alan decided to put his plan of finding promising children into action. However, despite scouring almost every corner of Seoul's society, he had even located Rukia and Renji Aberai, but Toshiro Hitsugaya and Momo Hinamori remained elusive. Perhaps, Shiro-chan hasn't been born yet, he thought, shaking his head as he turned back towards the Syriite AI. Undoubtedly, if Alan had to choose a child to raise, Toshiro Hitsugaya would be his top pick. Failing to find him was undeniably a disappointment. But Alan wasn't one to give up easily. After all, if one path was blocked, there were always alternative routes. If I recall correctly, the first to discover Toshiro Hitsugaya's unusual spiritual pressure was Rinjaku Matsumoto. It seems I'll have to ensure Haruko gets closer to Rinjaku Matsumoto. That way, once Rinjaku encounters Toshiro Hitsugaya, I can bring him back from her as soon as possible. Even if it took a little longer, it wouldn't matter. He just needed to keep an eye on the Shino Academy in the future. At that moment, Alan paused, sensing a familiar spiritual pressure. Interesting. A smirk appeared on his face as he changed course, his body transforming into a streak of light, tearing through space towards another location. Swoosh. In a small forest clearing, Jinakamaru and Kaname Tosen stood observing as Sosuke Aizen held a blue, diamond-shaped crystal. Its light illuminated a Shinigami kneeling before Aizen, his body gradually becoming encased in white, bone-like armor. Roar. As a hollow mask completely covered the Shinigami's face, he let out a hollow roar. His spiritual pressure erupted, forming invisible shockwaves that bent the surrounding trees. However, despite their intensity, these shockwaves merely caused the captain's ori to flutter as they reached Aizen and his companions, having no effect on them. Another failure. Aizen sighed, gazing at the hollowified Shinigami who had lost all reason. Every time his experiments yielded unsatisfactory results, Aizen couldn't help but think of his former captain, Shinji Hirako. Undeniably, as a test subject, Captain Hirako had been a delightful surprise. Based on the data obtained from Captain Hirako, Aizen had successfully completed the Rankar process in Hugomundo, transforming hollows into Shinigami-like beings. However, his research on Shinigami hollowification seemed to have hit a bottleneck. Despite arranging the natural deaths of nearly 100 Shinigami over the years, none of them had achieved the desired outcome. Chapter 169 Aizen's Scheme 1. It seems the Hogyoku in my possession is incomplete. Aizen thought, tucking away the blue, luminescent crystal. He turned, and Tosen, anticipating his leader's next move, drew his Zanpakuto, poised to strike down the recently hollowified Shinigami who had lost all reason. Hado number 4, Byakurai. A cold, sharp voice echoed from above, followed by a bolt of lightning that struck Tosen's Zanpakuto with pinpoint accuracy. Boom. The force of the Byakurai sent Tosen's Zanpakuto flying, sparing the hollowified Shinigami from an untimely demise. Roar. The hollow, now devoid of reason, seemed to sense its brush with death. It let out a ferocious howl and lunged at Tosen, Its hands transformed into razor-sharp claws by the hollowification process. SHHH. Despite the significant power boost granted by hollowification, it was still no match for a Captain-class Shinigami. Tosen effortlessly dodged the Hollow's attack with a flash steps, retrieving his fallen Zanpakuto. Aizen and Jin looked up to see Aelin hovering in the air above them. "Oh dear, Captain Aizen, it seems we've been discovered again," Jin remarked playfully. "What an unexpected guest, Captain Aelin of the 11th Division," Aizen greeted with a composed smile. Aizen, Tosen, Jin, and Aelin's gaze swept over the three figures before settling on the hollowified Shinigami. A hollowified Shinigami. It appears what Kusagakure claimed during his trial before the Central 46 was true after all. "You've been conducting hollowification experiments, haven't you, Captain Aizen?" "Oh my, Captain Aelin, whatever do you mean?" Aizen countered, unfazed by the accusation. "I merely came out for a stroll and happened upon this hollowified Shinigami. Naturally, I intended to apprehend it for investigation. As for you, Captain Aelin, I thought you preferred to remain at the Kuachiki Manor. Why are you here at this hour? And why would you interfere with our attempt to capture this hollowified Shinigami?" Caught red-handed, Aizen remained composed, even audaciously turning the tables on Aelin. "Could it be, Captain Aelin, that you've been the one conducting hollowification experiments all these years?" "Oh? Aizen, are you trying to pull the same trick you used on Kusagakure decades ago?" Aelin chuckled, raising an eyebrow. "I think you've misunderstood something. The reason you managed to frame Kusagakure was because he lacked the strength to detain you. But do you believe you can escape me as easily as you did him?" With those words, Aelin extended his left hand, red spiritual pressure gathering in his palm. Hado number 31, Shakuho. Boom. A crimson fireball shot from Aelin's hand, striking Tosen, who had attempted a sneak attack to eliminate the hollowified Shinigami. Bakudo number 63, ethereal binding chain. Aelin chanted, and golden chains materialized from thin air, binding the hollowified Shinigami to prevent its escape to Hugo during the ensuing chaos. Boom. Tosen, his spiritual pressure flaring, burst forth from the Shakuho's impact, his body bearing the scorch marks of the attack. Even a simple Hado number 31, Shakuho, when unleashed by Aelin, possessed far greater power than usual. Tosen escaping with only minor burns was a testament to his own strength. "Forgive me, Lord Aizen. I failed." Tosen bowed his head, returning to Aizen's side. "No, Tosen, Captain Aelin is known as the strongest Shinigami, Kenpachi. Your inability to eliminate that hollow is hardly surprising. However, this confirms that the hollowified Shinigami is Captain Aelin's creation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to such lengths to protect it." "Hey!" Aelin chuckled at Aizen's words. "Aizen, even now, you continue to play your charade before me. However, as it happens, I'm not in the best of moods. So, let's play along for a while." Golden ripples of spatial distortion appeared behind Aelin, 32 in total, each revealing the tip of a sword. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In an instant, the 32 Zanpakuto transformed into streaks of golden lightning, hurtling towards Aizen and his companions. 5 aimed for Tosen, 7 for Jin, and the remaining 20 locked onto Aizen. Jin reacted the quickest. As Aelin's former student, he had experienced countless assaults from Aelin's Gate of Babylon during his training. Boom, boom, boom. Jin's figure flickered with flash steps, narrowly evading each golden streak as it struck the ground where he had just stood, leaving behind craters and echoing booms. Meanwhile, Tosen chanted softly, calling upon his Zanpakuto. "Pry, Suzumoshi." Buzz. A sonic wave emanated from Tosen's released Zanpakuto. However, the 5 golden streaks tore through the sound waves effortlessly, continuing their relentless advance towards Tosen. Suzumoshi Nishiki, Beniako. Tosen swiftly drew a circle with his Zanpakuto. Countless Suzumoshi blades materialized along the path he traced, forming a torrent of white as he swung his blade, sending the blades towards the 5 incoming streaks. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew as the white torrent clashed with the golden streaks. However, to Tosen's dismay, his Shikai attack barely hindered their progress. The golden streaks pierced through the torrent of blades like a force of nature, leaving Tosen staring in horror as they pierced through his body. Boom. 5 deafening explosions erupted from the mountain behind Tosen, obliterating a small peak. Tosen, his body riddled with 5 gaping holes, collapsed to the ground. Bakudo number 81, Danku. Aizen chanted, facing the onslaught of golden streaks. A golden barrier materialized before him, acting as the first line of defense against the incoming Zanpakuto. The golden streaks bombarded the Danku, their power causing Aizen's expression to shift slightly. Each impact created cracks in the barrier. At this rate, his Danku wouldn't hold against the relentless assault. Aizen swiftly drew his own Zanpakuto. Boom. The Daiku finally shattered, and the Zanpakuto, with their golden streaks, descended upon Aizen. Clang, clang, clang. Aizen parried each Zanpakuto with his own blade, deflecting them into the ground around him. Explosions rocked the mountainside, flames erupting from the impact sites. The side of the mountain where Aizen and his companions had stood was now reduced to rubble. Aizen glanced at the fallen Tosen and then at Jin, who had drawn his Zanpakuto but remained unharmed. His expression remained unreadable. Shoot to kill, Shinso. Swoosh. With a whisper, Jin's Zanpakuto extended rapidly, its tip aimed at Ailen. Clang. Ailen raised his left hand, catching the elongated Shinso between his index and middle fingers. Screech. Ailen remained unmoving, but Jin was forced back by the force of his extending Zanpakuto, his feet digging deep furrows into the ground until he finally stopped the blade's extension. Jin, it seems you've grown complacent since leaving my side, Ailen commented, sensing the restraint in Jin's attack. However, he wasn't here to play the role of Jin's understanding teacher. And what gave you the illusion that the extension speed of your Shike, Shinso, could even scratch me? Blue lightning crackled around Ailen's fingers, which still held Shinso's blade. Hado number 11, lightning bind. Crackle. Boom. The blue lightning surged along Shinso's blade, racing towards Jin. Jin's spiritual pressure flared as he placed his left hand on the blade of his Zanpakuto. Pop. The blue lightning reached Jin's hand, colliding with his spiritual pressure and instantly dissipating like a burst bubble. Oh? Hanten Soko. I take back what I said earlier, Jin. To be able to counter my Kido with Hanten Soko, you've grown considerably. Not at all. It's simply because I spent so much time with you, teacher, that I'm familiar with your Kido habits, Jin replied, retracting his Zanpakuto to its normal form. Whether it's due to your understanding of me or your own improved Kido skills, the fact that you dared to use Hanten Soko against my Kido is commendable, Ailen acknowledged. However, Jin, I recall telling you on the very first day of your training. When you point your blade at an enemy, you must be prepared to kill them, and be prepared to be killed. Chapter 170 Aizen's Scheme, 2, Not Good. The thought barely flashed through Jin's mind before Ailen vanished from his sight, reappearing instantly before him. Jin's eyes widened in shock as Ailen's finger pressed against his chest. Hand-to-hand combats, Shizo. Pierce Ailen gently tapped Jin's chest with his finger and then turned to face Aizen. Behind him, a powerful shockwave erupted from Jin's back, distorting the air with visible ripples. The shockwave shot diagonally towards the sky, scattering the clouds above. Jin slowly collapsed, blood pouring from his lips. Now, it's your turn, Aizen. Ailen's gaze locked onto Aizen, his expression finally shifting. Over a century ago, Ailen's primary goal had been simply to survive the various calamities that befell Soul Society, including Aizen's holification experiments. However, as his own strength grew and he gained access to the Soul King's will, his aspirations evolved into protecting those he cared about from these very calamities. Sosuke Aizen was an individual who had attracted the attention of the Soul King's will. By creating the Hogi-Oku and attempting to forge the Okayan with his own power to replace the Soul King, Aizen had become, in essence, the chosen one of the Shinigami world. Even the Soul King desired Aizen's success, hoping for his own release. Typically, Ailen would turn a blind eye to Aizen's actions. However, causing some trouble for Aizen, a bit of payback for the fear and anxiety he had endured in the past, could be considered one of Ailen's guilty pleasures. Today's encounter with Aizen and his companions was undoubtedly orchestrated by Aizen himself. The tactics were eerily similar to those he had used to frame Kusagakure Hara decades ago. But for Ailen, breaking free from this scheme was simple: apprehend Aizen. Captain Ailen, are you certain you want to attack me? Aizen inquired. What's this, Captain Aizen? Don't tell me you're afraid now? Ailen scoffed. No, I simply meant to say. The people I've been waiting for have arrived. An hour earlier, within the Siriite AI, a Shinigami from the 5th Division rushed out of his barracks, heading towards the 1st Division. Urgent report. Urgent report. He shouted, waving a letter in his hand as he reached the gates of the 1st Division. I have critical information that needs to be reported to Captain Commander Yamamoto immediately. The letter was quickly delivered to Captain Commander Yamamoto. Boom. After reading its contents, Yamamoto's spiritual pressure erupted, the sheer force of it sending his captain's hair billowing behind him like a kite caught in a storm. Chojiro, sound the emergency captain assembly alarm. I'm calling for an immediate captain's meeting, Yamamoto ordered. Also, send someone to inform Lieutenant Zaraki of the 11th Division to attend this meeting. Yes, Genri Uzai-sama. Following the captain commander's orders, Chojiro Sasaki swiftly made the arrangements. Within 5 minutes, all the captains present in the Siriite AI had gathered. Oi, old man, I was in the middle of a good fight. Why did you call me here for some captain's meeting? Zaraki grumbled, his annoyance evident. Where's Aelin? Isn't he the captain of the 11th Division? Zaraki, his fighting spirit dampened by the interruption, showed little respect for Yamamoto. Humphrey. Yamamoto merely grunted, ignoring Zaraki's question. Chojiro, distribute the letter to the captains. Yes, Genri Uzai-sama. Chojiro carefully retrieved the letter from the nearby table and handed it to Soifan, who stood at the front of the group. This is impossible. Soifan exclaimed after reading the letter. Captain Commander, this is clearly slander. Yamamoto remained silent, merely opening his eyes slightly to glance at Soifan. The weight of his gaze silenced her further protests. Oh? Let's see what could possibly agitate Captain Soifan so much. Shunsei Kiraku stepped forward, taking the letter from Soifan and shielding her from Yamamoto's intimidating aura. My, this is quite the situation. Kiraku remarked after reading the letter, his usual smile fading. He passed the letter along to the next captain. Soon, all the captains present at the meeting had reviewed its contents. Captain Aizen, Captain Tosen, Captain Jin, and Captain Aelin are all absent. Yamamoto began. Tell me, how much credibility do you give to the contents of this letter? Captain Commander, I believe the contents of this letter are absurd and slanderous. It holds no credibility whatsoever. Soifan was the first to speak, outright rejecting the accusations. Indeed, to accuse Captain Aelin based on mere speculation is preposterous. I, too, am skeptical of this letter's validity, Kiraku added, echoing Soifan's sentiment. If the accusations are true, I will personally apprehend him, Byakuya Kuachiki stated. But if this is slander, the perpetrator must be punished. Byakuya remained neutral regarding the letter's content. However, his tone made it clear that if the accusations proved false, the author of the letter would face his wrath. Captain Commander, our words here are merely conjecture, Retsuo Anohana, captain of the 4th Division, interjected. The letter claims that they will follow Captain Aelin discreetly to investigate. The location is specified. Why don't we go there and see for ourselves? Truthfully, Anohana harbored doubts about the letter's content as well. Indeed, we can ascertain the truth of this letter by visiting the location mentioned, Soifan agreed, supporting Anohana's proposal. In the end, the captains decided that seeing was believing. Regardless of the truth, visiting the location would reveal the answer. Very well, it seems we all agree to investigate. However, the 13th Division of Imperial Guards cannot be left without captains to protect it, Yamamoto declared. Therefore, I, Captain Soifan of the 2nd Division, Captain Kuachiki of the 6th Division, Lieutenant Zaraki of the 11th Division, and Captain Yukitik of the 13th Division will conduct the investigation. Captain Kiraku of the 8th Division will temporarily assume command of the 1st Division, assisted by Captain Anohana of the 4th Division, Captain Shiba of the 10th Division, and Captain Kirotsuchi of the 12th Division to maintain order within the Syriite AI? Yes, Captain Commander. Back at the 1st Division barracks, Kiraku watched Yamamoto and the others depart, a deep sigh escaping his lips. Troubled times indeed. A sense of unease gnawed at Kiraku. It reminded him of the feeling he had experienced decades ago when he witnessed Aizen's true nature. Just like then, Aizen had seemingly absolved himself of any suspicion beforehand. Even with the knowledge that Aizen might be behind certain events, there was no concrete evidence. Everything relied on conjecture. It's fortunate that this time, Aizen's target is Captain Aelin. Surely, with Captain Aelin's vigilance towards Aizen, he wouldn't fall prey to his schemes so easily, right? Compared to the accusations in Aizen's letter, Kiraku's trust in Aelin was far greater. Captain Commander, over there. After leaving the Syriite AI, the 4 captains and 1 lieutenant used flash steps to reach the Rakongai. Even the weakest among them, Captain Soifan, possessed captain-level strength. Additionally, the 2nd Division specialized in stealth and assassination, making Soifan's flash steps skills exceptional. Within half an hour, they arrived at the location mentioned in Aizen's letter. However, they found no trace of any holofication experiments. Boom. Just as they began to suspect this was all a farce, a loud explosion echoed nearby, accompanied by the sound of Captain Aizen's voice. Captain Aelin, I thought you preferred to remain at the Kuachiki Manor. Why are you here at this hour? And why would you interfere with our attempt to capture this holofied Shinigami? Could it be, Captain Aelin, that you've been the one conducting holofication experiments all these years? Aizen's words caused the captain's expressions to shift. What did he mean? Could it be that Captain Aelin was truly responsible? Unfortunately, they couldn't hear the rest of the conversation as the battle commenced. Golden ripples of spatial distortion appeared in the air. Even from a distance, the captains recognized Captain Aelin's signature ability. Decades ago, he had used this very power to overwhelm the 12th Division and apprehend former Captain Kisukura Hara. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of battle echoed through the area. Soon, Captain Tosun's spiritual pressure weakened significantly, almost fading completely. Next, Captain Jin's spiritual pressure also diminished after a massive shockwave tore through the sky. Everyone, the traitor Alan Kenpachi has attacked his fellow captains, a grave violation of the 13th Division of Imperial Guards' laws. We must apprehend him immediately. Yes, Captain Commander. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The 5 figures rushed towards the battlefield. As they approached, they noticed Captain Aizen's spiritual pressure declining as well, indicating that he had been injured in the fight with Alan. They swiftly intervened, separating Alan from Aizen. Yamamoto surveyed the scene, his gaze lingering on the hollow-fied Shinigami bound by Alan's Bakudo number 63, ethereal binding chain. Captain Alan, can you explain why you are here attacking Captains Aizen, Jin, and Tosun? A few moments earlier before the captains showed up, no, Captain Alan, I simply meant to say. The people I've been waiting for have arrived, Aizen replied as the 5 powerful figures intervened, separating him from Alan. Yamamoto stood at the center, flanked by Soifun and Byakuya, their hands resting on their Zanpakuto, their eyes locked onto Aizen. Any suspicious movement from Aizen would be met with immediate action. Zaraki and Yukite faced Alan. Captain Alan, can you explain why you are here attacking Captains Aizen, Jin, and Tosun? Yamamoto demanded. Captain Commander, your question assumes guilt, Alan countered. Why couldn't it be that Aizen and his companions attacked me instead? Humphrey. Yamamoto grunted and retrieved a letter from his robes, tossing it towards Alan. Captain Alan, read the contents of this letter, and then consider carefully how you will explain your actions, Yamamoto warned. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to detain you for attacking your fellow captains. Oh? Alan raised an eyebrow as the letter fluttered towards him, landing gently in his hand. He arranged the pages and began to read. To Captain Commander Yamamoto, by the time you read this letter, I, Captain Jin, and Captain Tosun may have already been killed. I will detail the information I have gathered in this letter. If we return safely, I will destroy this letter, as it will have been nothing more than my speculation, and Captain Alan will be innocent. However, if we haven't returned by evening, it will mean that we have fallen victim to Captain Alan's treachery. I will share everything I know in this letter. I hope that those who read it will learn from our mistakes and work towards exposing Captain Alan's true nature. We will die without regrets. Decades ago, Captain Alan's disciple, Jin Ikamaru, left the 11th Division and joined the 5th Division. The primary reason was that Jin had discovered Captain Alan's secret. Chapter 171. The letter. However, Captain Jin was still quite weak at the time. Even if he discovered Captain Alan's secret, with Alan's immense strength, he would have easily eliminated Jin without a trace if he found out. Fortunately, I had gained some recognition within the Siri Itai, and Jin approached me for help in transferring to another division. Later, Jin came into contact with Captain Hiroko of the 5th Division. Shortly after, Captain Hiroko and 3 other captains met with misfortune. After decades of training, Captain Jin felt his strength had improved somewhat. He contacted me secretly and revealed everything he had told Captain Hiroko about Captain Alan. I will now record all the information I have gathered about Captain Alan. Captain Alan entered the Shino Academy from the Rakongai 146 years ago. His performance during his time at the academy was exemplary. Alan raised an eyebrow in surprise. He hadn't expected Aizen's investigation to reach so far back, tracing his history all the way to his academy days. However, the claim of his exemplary performance elicited a scoff from Alan. It seemed that either some teachers at the Shino Academy had altered his records, or they had exaggerated his performance out of fear of offending him when Aizen conducted his investigation. After all, during his time at the Shino Academy, Alan, despite his lofty ambitions, lacked the natural talent to match. To call him the worst student would be an exaggeration, but even describing his performance as mediocre would be generous. Fortunately, even then, Alan understood that regardless of one's overall strength, speed was always an asset. So, even though his skills in sword art, swordsmanship, hand-to-hand combat, and Kido, demon arts, were lacking, his flash step, was among the best in his class. Ultimately, during his 6th year, Alan's exceptional flash steps skills earned him a special recruitment into the 2nd Division. Alan continued reading, curious to see how Aizen would spin his narrative. After graduating from the Shino Academy, Captain Alan joined the 2nd Division. During his time there, he gained recognition from his fellow squad members for his proficiency in Kaido, healing arts. The letter accurately documented his experiences from his academy days to the present, including all the major events he had been involved in. Alan had no complaints about the accuracy of the investigation thus far. However, the next part delved into Aizen's suspicions about him. After hearing Captain Jin's account, I investigated Captain Aelin's history and discovered his motive for conducting holification experiments. It is well known that Captain Aelin and Lady Haruko are deeply in love. However, 2 years after their marriage, they spent a significant amount of time apart. Based on my investigation, I learned the truth from Captain Anohana of the 4th Division. Although Captain Aelin had only been the captain of the 6th Division for less than 2 years, his spiritual pressure had already reached an exceptional level, far exceeding that of an average captain. However, Lady Haruko, due to her weak spiritual pressure, couldn't withstand the pressure of Captain Aelin's immense spiritual power. This caused her soul to weaken, and even Captain Anohana was unable to find a cure. To save Lady Haruko, Captain Aelin sought out former Captain Kusagakure of the 12th Division during a mission. Using his overwhelming strength, he forced Kusagakure to research methods to restore Lady Haruko's health. This research led to the study of soul holification. Ultimately, Captain Aelin completed his research and successfully cured Lady Haruko. Decades ago, Jin informed Captain Haruko about Captain Aelin's research on Shinigami holification. To investigate the truth, Captain Haruko and others sought out Captain Aelin's former experimental site. However, to their surprise, the site had been abandoned by Captain Aelin after curing Lady Haruko. Kusagakure took over the research, and as a result, Captain Haruko and the others became his test subjects. To prevent Kusagakure from exposing him, Captain Aelin used certain methods to influence the nobles of the Central 46 to order Kusagakure's immediate arrest. During the arrest, Captain Aelin intervened, displaying his immense power and forcing Kusagakure to take the blame for the entire incident. In recent years, although unnoticed by others, I have sensed a growing unease. This unease stems from Captain Kuachiki of the 6th Division's wife, Hisana Kuachiki. I had the honor of attending Captain Kuachiki's wedding. The moment I laid eyes on his wife, I knew that Soul Society was likely to face another calamity. I discovered that Hisana Kuachiki shared a similar condition with Captain Aelin's wife, Haruko Kuachiki. No, it should be said that Hisana Kuachiki's condition is even more severe. Even Haruko Kuachiki possesses some spiritual pressure. Hisana Kuachiki, however, has absolutely no spiritual pressure. Within the Siri Itai, filled with immense spiritual pressure, Hisana Kuachiki's lifespan will be even shorter than Haruko Kuachiki's. To prevent Hisana Kuachiki's soul from weakening and leading to her death, I predict that Captain Aelin will soon resume his holification experiments. As the captain of the 11th Division, with Lieutenant Zaraki by his side, Captain Aelin enjoys the most leisure time among all the captains. He typically spends his days at the Kuachiki Manor, occasionally visiting Isakias. However, in recent years, he has been frequenting the Rakongai almost daily. I suspect he has already begun his experiments. Therefore, I discreetly investigated the casualty records of all Shinigami within the 13th Division of Imperial Guards and confirmed my suspicions that Captain Aelin has secretly resumed his holification experiments. To uncover the truth and learn from the experiences of Captain Haruko and the others, I have documented all my findings here and requested Captain Jin of the 3rd Division and Captain Tosun of the 9th Division to assist me in investigating Captain Aelin. If we return safely, it will mean that my investigations were mistaken, and I will apologize to Captain Aelin. However, if we end up like Captain Haruko and the others, becoming Captain Aelin's test subjects, please be wary of Captain Aelin. Sincerely, Captain Sosuke Aizen of the 5th Division TSK. Aelin couldn't help but admire Aizen's cunning after reading the letter. The information presented was both logical and well supported, weaving together unrelated events to form a convincing narrative. If Aelin hadn't truly been innocent of conducting holification experiments, even he might have suspected himself as the mastermind behind it all. However, it was clear that regardless of how much the captains trusted Aelin, this letter would plant seeds of doubt in their minds. What if everything written in this letter was true? Would they be the next victims of Captain Aelin's betrayal? Captain Aelin, you have read the letter. Do you have anything to say in your defense? Yamamoto asked, his voice heavy with suspicion. Captain Commander, the contents of this letter are highly suggestive. Even I find it difficult to identify any flaws in its logic, Aelin admitted, shaking his head. Aizen's move was undeniably a near-perfect checkmate. He had the testimony of Aelin's former disciple, Jin Ikamaru, who now lay defeated at Aelin's hands. He had woven together a logical narrative, connecting Aelin's actions with his own deeds, lending credibility to his claims. After all, it was true that Aelin had been spending most of his time in the Rakongai in recent years. Even Aelin knew that revealing his true purpose, searching for a child, would only reinforce the credibility of the letter. So, Captain Aelin, are you admitting to your actions? Yamamoto pressed, his eyes opening slightly, his spiritual pressure surging. Hold on, old man. I merely stated that I find it difficult to identify flaws in the letter. I haven't admitted to anything, Aelin countered. My presence in the Rakongai these past few years wasn't for holofication experiments. Both Haruko and I have reached the age where we desire to be parents. We've been searching for a child to adopt. As for what you see before you, it is clearly Captain Aizen's attempt to frame me. Today, as I was returning to the Sairi Itai, I sensed a spiritual pressure unlike that of a Shinigami or a Hollow. When I arrived here, I witnessed Captain Aizen conducting a holofication experiment on a Shinigami. Upon seeing me, Captain Tosen attempted to eliminate the holofied Shinigami to destroy the evidence. I intervened. Then, Captain Aizen began to question me loudly, accusing me of conducting the experiments. It's clear now that those words were intended for you, Captain Commander, to shift the blame onto me, just as he did with Kusagakure decades ago, making me his scapegoat. While you were on your way here, Tosen and Jin attacked me, and I defeated them. And that is what you see before you now. Despite the seemingly absurd explanation, Yamamoto found himself more inclined to believe Aelin than the latter. The main reason was that the entire situation felt too convenient, too perfectly orchestrated. Chapter 172 Evidence. It was as if every action they took was within their enemy's grasp, as if everything they saw and heard had been carefully orchestrated by some unseen entity. Despite sensing this manipulation, Yamamoto, as Captain Commander, had to adhere to established protocols and maintain order within the Sairi AI until the mastermind revealed themselves. Captain Aelin, Captain Aizen. Yamamoto addressed them both. Others will investigate your claims. However, for now, I will detain all four of you for attacking your fellow captains. Do you have anything to say? Yamamoto's response was decisive. Unable to discern the truth, he opted to detain all involved parties. The investigation could unravel the truth later. Captain Commander, I fully support your decision, Aizen declared. If our freedom can prevent Captain Aelin from harming any more members of the 13th Division of Imperial Guards, I am willing to be detained. I believe Captains Jin and Tosen share my sentiment. Following Aizen's statement, Yamamoto turned his gaze to Aelin. His presence was the main reason Yamamoto had personally led the investigation. Aelin's strength, worthy of an invitation from the Royal Guard, was likely not far behind his own, at least on par with the 7th Kinpachi, Kuruyashiki, in his Bankai state. So, Captain Aelin, what is your answer? I apologize, Captain Commander, but I must disappoint you. I have no intention of being detained, Aelin stated firmly, shaking his head. The very idea was ludicrous. He would be insane to agree to Yamamoto's detainment. Aizen had already successfully hypnotized every Shinigami within the Sairi AI with his Zanpakuto, Kyoka Suigetsu. Even if detained, he could easily find a substitute, creating the illusion of imprisonment while remaining free to roam outside Soul Society. What about Aelin? Unless he was willing to expose his secret of replicating Zanpakuto, agreeing to detainment would confine him to the underground prison of Soul Society until Aizen's true intentions came to light. And with Aelin's demonstrated strength, perhaps only the lowest level of hell, the Mukin, could truly hold him. Sharing a prison with Aizen's substitute was not an option Aelin would entertain. Is that so? Then it seems I must take you into custody by force. Boom. Yamamoto's spiritual pressure surged, the wooden sheath of his cane disintegrating into dust, revealing his Zanpakuto in its true form. Wait. Aelin raised his hand, indicating his reluctance to engage in combat with Yamamoto at this moment. The strongest Shinigami in a millennium. In this world, perhaps only the fully powered Hwak and the founder of the Royal Guard, Tsunemaya, could claim to surpass Yamamoto's strength. While Aelin desired to test his skills against Yamamoto, this wasn't the time or place. He didn't understand why Aizen had chosen to frame him. However, he knew that thwarting his enemy's plans was the best course of action. Captain Commander, in his letter, Captain Aizen claims that I conducted holofication experiments to save Haruko. If I can prove that her recovery wasn't a result of those experiments, then everything in this letter becomes baseless, wouldn't you agree? That is true, Byakuya interjected before Yamamoto could respond. Uncle Aelin had confided in him about Hisona's condition. Initially, Byakuya had hoped Aelin could find a solution for Hisona's fading soul as well. However, after learning the price Aelin had paid to save Aunt Haruko, he abandoned the idea. Therefore, upon reading Aizen's letter during the captain's meeting, Byakuya had dismissed it as nonsense. However, due to the sensitive nature of the secret involving Uncle Aelin's Zanpakuto stronger than Rijinjaka, Byakuya had chosen to remain silent. Now that Uncle Aelin was no longer concealing the truth, Byakuya felt compelled to support him. As far as I know, to save Aunt Haruko, Uncle Aelin created a Zanpakuto even more powerful than Rijinjaka. Her current condition is maintained by the power of that Zanpakuto. What? A Zanpakuto more powerful than Rijinjaka? Byakuya's words stunned everyone present. Even Aizen's eyes flickered with surprise. No one doubted Byakuya's honesty. A Shinigami, especially captains who stood at the pinnacle of the 13th Division of Imperial Guards. They understood the true weight of the title strongest Shinigami in a millennium. Even without Rijinjaka, Yamamoto would still be the most powerful Shinigami. However, Rijinjaka was what elevated him to a legendary status, pushing his strength to another realm entirely. A millennium ago, during the war between Shinigami and Quincy, Yamamoto, in his Bankai state, had defeated and killed the Quincy progenitor, Huck, nearly destroying Soul Society in the process. That was power that transcended the boundaries of a Shinigami. As the head of the Kuachiki clan, Byakuya was no stranger to knowledge and power. Yet, even he claimed that the Zanpakuto that saved Haruko was stronger than Rijinjaka. The implications were staggering. Yamamoto withdrew his spiritual pressure and closed his eyes once more. Indeed, as Alan had stated, if he could prove that Haruko Kuachiki's recovery was unrelated to holofication experiments, then Aizen's letter would serve as evidence of Alan's innocence. However, what truly made Yamamoto hesitate was his curiosity. What kind of Zanpakuto could possibly be described as surpassing Rijinjaka? He could sense the restlessness of Rijinjaka in his hand, its disapproval of Byakuya's claim. As one of the oldest and most powerful Zanpakuto in Soul Society, Rijinjaka possessed its own pride. Being defeated by Yamamoto and submitting to him was an honor in itself. However, to hear of another Zanpakuto exceeding its power, Rijinjaka wouldn't accept it without witnessing it firsthand. "Captain Aizen, what do you have to say?" Yamamoto inquired. With Alan having a means to prove his innocence, Aizen needed to provide a compelling explanation. Otherwise, the accusation of slandering a fellow captain would stick. Aizen, who had been momentarily stunned by the revelation of Alan's powerful Zanpakuto, quickly composed himself. He lowered his head and forced a smile. "I apologize, Captain Commander. I acted based on Captain Jin's information. No, it was my lack of judgment. I wrongly accused Captain Alan. If the investigation proves his innocence, I will accept any punishment." "Hey!" Alan scoffed at Aizen's words. The man was still putting on an act. He claimed to have acted on Jin's information while simultaneously realizing his mistake of betraying Jin and taking full responsibility. His words were both deceptive and manipulative. "Captain Alan, please tend to Captain Jin and Captain Tosen's injuries. Once they have stabilized, we will return to the Siriite AI to investigate the matter of Haruko Kuachiki's weakened soul," Yamamoto instructed. "Very well." Bakudo number 73, Tozensho. A blue triangular pyramid materialized before Alan. This barrier served as a temporary medical space within its confines. Alan placed Jin and Tosen inside the barrier and raised his hands, green healing Kido enveloping their bodies. After several minutes, Alan finished his treatment and dispelled the barrier. "Wonderful, Jin, Tosen, you're both alright," Aizen exclaimed in relief as Jin and Tosen regained consciousness. He was ensuring they wouldn't reveal anything incriminating in their confused state. "Yes, much better, Captain Aizen," Jin replied, rising from the ground with difficulty. He glanced at the surrounding captains and narrowed his eyes. "Oh dear, everyone, it seems we've made a mess of things." "It's alright, Jin. The Captain Commander doesn't blame you," Aizen assured him in a gentle voice. Alan observed Aizen with a sardonic smile. "Captain Aizen's memory is truly remarkable," he remarked. "Didn't you just offer to be detained along with Jin and Tosen? Have you changed your mind? And if I recall correctly, Captain Commander Yamamoto never stated that he wouldn't hold you accountable. Surely, Captain Aizen, you don't believe that your words alone can absolve you of responsibility? Captain Alan, why would I attempt to evade punishment?" Aizen countered, maintaining his smile. "My actions against you were based on misinformation. I mistakenly believed you were the mastermind behind the holofication experiments. That was my mistake. Chapter 173 Innocence and I will bear the consequences of my actions. I invited Captains Jin and Tosen to assist me. I am already deeply remorseful for their injuries at the hands of Captain Alan. There is no way I would allow them to suffer further punishment alongside me. Captain Aizen, your sense of responsibility is truly admirable," Alan remarked, his eyes narrowing with a peculiar smile as he approached Aizen. "As a token of respect, would you like me to treat your injuries as well?" Their battle had lasted less than 2 minutes. Tosen had been critically injured by 5 Zanpakuto from the Gate of Babylon, and Jin had been defeated by Alan's hand-to-hand combats, Shizo. When Yamamoto and the others arrived, Aizen appeared to have sustained several wounds, his spiritual pressure significantly diminished, as if he had been severely injured. Alan knew Aizen had used Kusagakure to manipulate their senses, creating the illusion of a hard-fought battle. After all, the level of strength Aizen usually displayed was merely that of an average captain. The description of Kusagure's Bankai involved creating a large-scale illusion to confuse the senses of enemies with weaker spiritual pressure, leading them to turn on each other. It was almost as if Aizen had taken Shinji Hirako's Bankai and used it directly. Both Jin and Tosen had been swiftly defeated by Aizen. If Aizen remained unscathed, how would the other captains perceive him? However, while Aizen could deceive Yamamoto and the others, he couldn't fool Aizen. Aizen knew the extent of the damage inflicted by his own Gate of Babylon. No need, Captain Aizen. My minor injuries are not worth wasting your spiritual pressure on. Besides, this is a small price to pay for my misguided actions against you, Aizen declined, realizing that Aizen had seen through his deception. He shifted his strategy, assuming a position of weakness and opting to lay low for the time being. Indeed, Captain Aizen should face some consequences. Aizen agreed, knowing Aizen was trying to manipulate the situation. He couldn't let Aizen think he was easily intimidated. In a flash, Aizen vanished and reappeared behind Aizen, his hand resting on the hilt of his Zanpakuto. He then released his grip and walked towards Yamamoto with a smile. Captain Commander, Captains Jin and Tosen's conditions have stabilized. Shall we return to the Siriite AI now? Yes, Lieutenant Zaraki, Captain Kuachiki, please escort Captains Jin and Tosen. We will return to the Siriite AI together, Yamamoto instructed. He then turned to Aizen, his eyes opening slightly. Captain Aizen, are you able to move? I am fine, Captain Commander. As Aizen spoke, 2 streams of blood spurted from his body, staining his captain's hori both front and back. Senka. In the brief moment when Aizen passed by Aizen, he used his spiritual pressure to distort the other captain's perception of time, employing this combined flash steps and sword dart technique to land 2 swift strikes on Aizen. Unfortunately, Aizen, with his strength boosted by the Hogyoku, had reached the limit of a Shinigami. Although he couldn't react in time to defend himself, he managed to shift his body slightly, avoiding fatal blows to his Seiketsu and Hokujui, the 2 points that regulated his spiritual pressure flow. While the injuries appeared severe, they weren't debilitating. Yamamoto frowned, sensing a slight discrepancy in the events. However, upon focusing his senses, he detected nothing unusual besides those present. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss, especially as he observed the fresh blood flowing from Aizen's wounds. He could have sworn the blood had already begun to dry when they arrived. With doubts lingering in his mind, Yamamoto decided to keep a closer eye on Aizen. Since Captain Aizen is able to travel, we will return to the Siriite AI and immediately investigate Haruko Kuachiki to determine whether Captain Aizen is the mastermind behind the holofication experiments. Yes, Captain Commander. Swoosh, swoosh. The group ascended into the air, heading towards the Siriite AI. Yamamoto led the way, followed by Byakuya and Zaraki carrying Jin and Tosen. Aizen and Aizen followed closely behind, with Soifun and Yukitake bringing up the rear. Captain Aizen, you have won this round, Aizen admitted, flying alongside Aizen. However, my defeat was due to my misjudgment of your abilities. Next time, I hope we can have a truly captivating battle. I apologize, Captain Aizen, Aizen replied coldly. I have no interest in those who lose to me, be it in terms of intellect or strength. Those who fall before me are no longer considered opponents. Even if I gave you the time and opportunity to catch up, the gap between us would only widen, leaving you far behind. Within the 1st Division barracks of the Siriite AI, Haruko Kuachiki stood bewildered amidst a gathering of captains, unsure why she had been summoned. However, upon seeing Aizen nod at her with a reassuring smile, her anxieties eased. Whatever had happened, as long as Aizen was present, there was nothing to fear. He would handle everything. And Byakuya was here as well. Captain Commander, Lady Kuachiki has arrived, Chojiro announced, bowing respectfully after escorting Haruko into the room. With Aizen's confident demeanor and Byakuya's testimony about the Zanpakuto surpassing Rijin chakra that had saved Haruko, it seemed this incident was merely a misunderstanding orchestrated by Captain Aizen. However, proper procedures still needed to be followed to ensure everyone was convinced. Thank you, Chojiro, Yamamoto acknowledged. After Chojiro's departure, Yamamoto turned his attention to Haruko. This woman was the crux of the entire situation. The upcoming examination would determine whether this was a simple misunderstanding or if Aizen was truly the mastermind behind the holofication experiments. Haruko Kuachiki. Captain Commander. Haruko felt a sense of awe in Yamamoto's presence, a level of authority even surpassing that of her own father. There's no need to worry. I've asked you here to assist us with an investigation. You simply need to stand still, Yamamoto explained. Yes, Captain Commander. Yamamoto nodded and turned to Captain Anohana of the 4th Division. Captain Anohana, if you please. As you wish, Captain Commander. Anohana stepped forward and addressed Haruko with a gentle smile. Relax, Haruko. This will be over soon. All right. Green healing Kido flowed from Anohana's hands, enveloping Haruko's body. A look of surprise crossed Anohana's face, and she repeated the examination several times, carefully analyzing the results. Captain Commander, the examination is complete. And your findings, Captain Anohana? Captain Commander, there are no traces of hollowification within Lady Kuachiki's body, Anohana reported. Furthermore, her soul is indeed in a state of constant decline, showing no signs of improvement. However, there is another force present within her. This force periodically resets Lady Kuachiki's body, restoring her to a previous state. Captain Anohana, your mastery of Kaido is truly impressive, Aelin commented, surprised by her ability to discern such details. He hadn't expected Anohana to reach this level of understanding. Aelin decided to clarify the situation for everyone. That's correct. Haruko's illness has never been cured. Her soul is in a state of constant decline. Therefore, to save her, I created the most powerful weapon I have ever forged, Avalon. Avalon is a time-based Zanpakuto. Its ability anchors the wielder's state at a specific point in time. Then, at regular intervals, it reverts the wielder back to that anchored state. In other words, with Avalon, Haruko is immortal. Even if she is killed, as long as Avalon's ability activates, she will be resurrected, restored to the anchored state. A wave of astonishment washed over the captains as they listened to Aelin's explanation. A time-based Zanpakuto? An ability that periodically restored the wielder to a previous state? If Aelin anchored his own peak condition with his Zanpakuto, maintaining his prime at all times, wouldn't he be invincible? It was no wonder Byakuya described Avalon as surpassing Rijinjaka in power. Even with its immense power, Rijinjaka's release consumed a significant amount of the wielder's spiritual pressure. But Avalon? Once the peak state was anchored, the wielder would be restored to their prime at regular intervals, their spiritual pressure, stamina, and spirit fully replenished. Even death wouldn't be the end, as Avalon's ability would bring them back to their peak condition. With Avalon, Captain Aelin's power undoubtedly surpassed that of Captain Commander Yamamoto. The captain's gazes towards Aelin were filled with a mixture of envy and regret. Envy for his ability to create such an invincible Zanpakuto. Regret that this invincible Zanpakuto was now sealed within Haruko Kuachiki, its potential wasted. However, amidst his regret, Aizen felt a sense of relief. Haruko Kuachiki was indeed Aelin's weakness. To sacrifice such a powerful Zanpakuto was a testament to her importance in Aelin's heart. While Aizen acknowledged Aelin's unexpected strength, he couldn't consider him a worthy adversary with such an obvious vulnerability. Of course, before dismissing Aelin entirely, Aizen intended to find a way to avenge the 2 sword wounds he had received. Everyone, Captain Anohana's examination has confirmed that Haruko Kuachiki's survival is not due to hollowification experiments, Yamamoto announced. Therefore, all of Captain Aizen's suspicions and investigations regarding Captain Aelin are deemed invalid and are not recognized by the 13th Division of Imperial Guards. Captain Aizen, do you have any objections? Captain Commander, I have no objections, Aizen replied. I apologize for the trouble I caused Captain Aelin. I will accept any punishment he deems fit. Aizen stepped forward, offering his apologies with a gentle demeanor. No, Captain Aizen, I cannot accept your apology, Aelin waved his hand dismissively. He turned to the Captain Commander. Captain Commander, while my suspicions have been cleared, Captain Aizen's haven't. Now, please explain why, upon my arrival, the Shinigami kneeling before you suddenly hollowified, and Captain Tosen attempted to eliminate him to destroy the evidence. Captain Aelin, you wrong me, Aizen countered, adjusting his glasses without a hint of panic in his voice. While tracking you, we came across a Shinigami collapsed on the ground. We approached him out of concern. However, he suddenly hollowified and attacked us. As for why Captain Tosen attempted to eliminate the hollow. Captain Tosen, although we are close, I must ask you to explain your actions. The captain's gazes shifted towards Tosen. I was simply upholding the laws established by the Central 46 and maintaining order within the Siri Itai, Tosen explained in a weak voice, his unwavering belief in justice evident. Decades ago, Captain Hirako and others fell victim to former Captain Kusagakure hollowification experiments. At that time, the Central 46 issued an order. Chapter 174 An abnormal situation. All hollowified Shinigami shall be treated as hollows and dealt with accordingly. I found no fault in my actions when encountering the hollowified Shinigami in the Rakongai this time. The captains nodded in agreement as they listened to Kaname Tosen's explanation. Indeed, decades ago during the hollowification incident, the nobles of the Central 46 had issued such an order. At that time, if Yoruichi Shioin, captain of the 2nd Division, hadn't stormed into the Central 46 chambers and the 12th Division's research tower, rescuing Kusagakure, Tessite Tsukabushi, and the hollowified Shinji Hirako and others, they would have truly been purified. That's enough. This matter ends here. With a resounding thud of his staff, Captain Commander General Uzai Shigekuni Yamamoto brought the discussion to a close. Dismissed. Just as the captains prepared to leave, Aelin stepped forward. "Wait, Captain Commander. Captain Aizen has only explained why Captain Tosen attempted to kill the holofied Shinigami, but he hasn't addressed why I witnessed that Shinigami holofy before your very eyes." Aelin's words struck a chord within the captains, sending a wave of unease through the room. They realized they had overlooked a crucial detail, the origin of the holofied Shinigami. If not for Aelin's reminder, they would have forgotten about it entirely. This, of course, was due to Aizen's subtle manipulation. After orchestrating the events and ensuring the captains played their assigned roles, he had used Kusagakure to create the illusion of his own injuries, making his accusations against Aelin more believable. The holofied Shinigami, bound by Ailen's Bakudo, had been witnessed by the captains. However, once it became clear that Haruko Kuichiki's survival wasn't due to Urahara's holofication research, Aizen knew his plan to frame Aelin had failed. Therefore, he discreetly employed Kusagakure to alter the captain's perception of the holofied Shinigami, transforming it into a harmless fly in their eyes. He believed this would cause them to forget about the holofied Shinigami, and even if they remembered later, it wouldn't raise any suspicions. After all, who would question a captain over a holofied Shinigami that was destined for purification? However, Aelin's words forced Aizen to dispel the illusion, revealing the holofied Shinigami to the captains once more. "Captain Aelin, perhaps you were mistaken?" Aizen countered with a gentle smile, his voice laced with innocence. "When we arrived, the Shinigami was already holofied. Surely you wouldn't accuse me of conducting holofication experiments simply because I caused you some trouble, would you?" Aizen's demeanor and tone were disarming, making it difficult to believe he was the mastermind behind the inhumane experiments. Even some of the captains found his explanation plausible. "Whether you are the one behind the holofication experiments is a matter only you know," Aelin replied with an unwavering gaze. "I simply want to inform you, Captain Aizen, that while I don't consider you a worthy opponent, I have added you to my list of those who must be eliminated. I will allow you time to grow. When you reach a level that piques my interest, I will personally strike you down. If you wish to prolong your life, maintain your current facade. But if you seek to challenge me, I wish you luck in your endeavors, Aizen. When you have outlived your usefulness, I will come to claim your life." With those words, Aelin, ignoring whether Aizen understood his intentions, turned and left the 1st Division barracks with Haruko by his side. As they walked away from the barracks, Haruko's grip on Aelin's hand tightened. "Aelin-kun." "What is it, Haruko?" "It's my fault. If it weren't for me, with Avalon, your strength would be far greater than it is now, wouldn't it?" Haruko's voice was laced with guilt, her eyes downcast. Aelin realized she blamed herself for holding him back. He gently ruffled her hair, transforming her neatly styled locks into a tangled mess. "Haruko, in this world, I can have many weapons, but I only have one you. Don't dwell on the fact that I used a weapon to stabilize your condition. If I could create more, I would do so without hesitation. Haruko, you must understand that to me, you are far more important than any powerful weapon. Besides, if I could forge a weapon that surpasses Ringenjaka, I can surely forge another. Haruko, your guilt suggests you believe I'm only capable of creating one Sunpato that surpasses Ringenjaka, doesn't it?" "No, of course not." Haruko shook her head vigorously, her eyes meeting Aelin's. "You are the strongest, Aelin. With your abilities, you can undoubtedly create even more weapons that surpass Ringenjaka." She clenched her fist and held it before him, as if to bolster his confidence. "That's the spirit." Aelin smiled, pleased to see her regain her composure. He took her hand, and together they continued their walk home. Following the incident where the 3 newly appointed captains, led by Sosuke Aizen of the 5th Division, attempted to frame Aelin, the captains of the 13th Division of Imperial Guard seemed to naturally divide into smaller factions. Soifun of the 2nd Division and Byakuya Kuichiki of the 6th Division held particular disdain for Jin Akamaru, who had betrayed his former mentor, Aelin. Their animosity often led to heated arguments during captain meetings. Meanwhile, the trio of Aizen, Jin, and Tosen appeared to have developed a rift due to Aizen's betrayal of Jin. He had falsely claimed that Jin provided information about Aelin conducting holofication experiments. This created a sense of distrust between them, with Jin occasionally siding with Soifun and Byakuya in their arguments against Aizen. Despite the intensity of their verbal clashes, the captains refrained from seeking personal vengeance outside the 1st Division's meeting room. Firstly, as captains, their every action was scrutinized. If 2 captains were to engage in combat, it would raise questions about whether their subordinates should intervene in a conflict stemming from personal animosity. Secondly, Captain Commander Yamamoto had strictly forbidden the use of Benkai within the Syriite AI. Any captain caught releasing their Benkai would face severe consequences, ranging from imprisonment in the underground prison to exile and forced service in the Hollow Extermination Squad. Under these circumstances, captain meetings became a stage for bickering and posturing, adding a touch of liveliness to the otherwise mundane gatherings. As long as the captains fulfilled their duties, maintained order within the Siri Itai, and refrained from causing destruction through combat, Yamamoto tolerated their arguments and even their occasional playful banter. However, the incident with the hollow-fied Shinigami remained a thorn in Yamamoto's side. He frequently questioned Soifun and Shun Sekiraku about the progress of their investigations into the hollowification experiments. Unfortunately, after Aizen ceased his activities, neither the 2nd Division nor the 8th Division's intelligence units could uncover any leads. It was as if the perpetrator had vanished without a trace. This lack of progress only deepened Yamamoto's concerns. The inability of 2 divisions specializing in intelligence gathering to find any clues suggested the involvement of powerful individuals, perhaps even those with ties to ancient noble families. Despite the hidden threat, Yamamoto remained confident in his own strength. He believed that those responsible were hiding in the shadows because they feared his wrath should they be exposed. Furthermore, he had Ailen by his side. Yamamoto glanced at Ailen, who was stifling a yawn. The young captain had matured into a formidable force, a valuable ally with no apparent ambition for power. Boom. Suddenly, amidst the captain's bickering within the 1st Division barracks, a surge of powerful spiritual pressure erupted from the 11th Division. This spiritual pressure. It's strange. And quite powerful. Which captain has defied the old man's orders and released their Bankai within the Siriite AI? Shun Sekiraku turned to Ailen with a puzzled expression. He directed his question towards Ailen because, aside from the 1st Division, only the 11th Division currently had members capable of achieving Bankai. Moreover, the source of the spiritual pressure was clearly the 11th Division. Don't look at me. I haven't set foot in the 11th Division for decades. I have no idea what's going on, Ailen shrugged in response to Kiraku's inquiry. However, this spiritual pressure doesn't belong to Kaiganjo. Could it be that another Shinigami within the 11th Division has achieved Bankai? As if to answer Ailen's question, a second surge of powerful spiritual pressure erupted, this time clashing with the first. It was clear that a battle had commenced. Humphrey. Yamamoto, sensing the commotion emanating from the 11th Division, let out a grunt of disapproval. Captain Ailen, this disturbance originates from your 11th Division. I expect you to investigate the matter promptly. And apprehend the individual who dared to release their Bankai within the Siriite AI? Yes, Captain Commander. Chapter 175 Bashin. As Ailen stepped out of the captain's meeting room, Zaraki's boisterous laughter reached his ears. Ha 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 ha. Little sword, this way, this way. From the vice-captain's waiting room, Zaraki burst through the wall, his laughter echoing as he charged towards the source of the spiritual pressure clash. However, Yachiru Kuzachishi, perched on his shoulder, continuously pointed him in different directions, gradually leading him astray. It seems we can't rely on Zaraki this time, Ailen thought, shaking his head as he watched Zaraki and Yachiru disappear into the distance. He decided against calling them back. Zaraki should cherish the time he had with Yachiru. His spiritual pressure had already reached the level of a 100-year captain. Perhaps, after a few dozen more battles, Zaraki's suppressed spiritual pressure would be fully restored. Then, upon hearing the name of his Zanpakuto, he would release its power, and Yachiru would return to his inner world. Ailen silently calculated the time. Huak had spent 900 years regaining his heartbeat, 90 years regaining his sanity, and 9 years recovering his strength. Currently, Huak was in the stage of regaining his sanity. There was still time. Swoosh. Without further concern for Zaraki and Yachiru, Ailen used flash steps to head towards the 11th Division. He sensed that Kaiganjo was struggling against a newly emerged opponent. This didn't surprise Ailen in the slightest. Although Kaiganjo had achieved Banchi, his Zanpakuto's abilities were lacking. In Ailen's eyes, Kaiganjo was on par with Kakumataraim. Both held an awkward position within the 13th Division of Imperial Guards. They had achieved Banchi, but their spiritual pressure paled in comparison to the other captains. While releasing their Zanpakuto elevated their spiritual pressure to a similar level, their abilities placed them at the bottom of the captain-level hierarchy. Kaku, in particular, suffered from insufficient spiritual pressure. Even in his Bankai state, his Zanpakuto remained dormant, requiring the stimulus of battle to awaken its true power. And even then, it only possessed the strength for a single, devastating blow. If Kaku's spiritual pressure were greater, his Bankai, Rumen Hazukumaru, would be fully awakened, allowing him to unleash its full power with every strike, elevating his strength significantly. As Ailen pondered this, another surge of powerful spiritual pressure erupted from the 11th Division. Boom. Oh? This spiritual pressure. It's Kaku? He has achieved Bankai as well? Sensing the additional captain-level spiritual pressure, Aelin's eyes gleamed with interest as he hastened his pace towards the 11th Division. With Zaraki and Aelin attending the captain's meeting, the 11th Division was currently under the command of the third seat, Kaiganjo, who led the division's members in their training. For the Shinigami of the 11th Division, training meant one thing: combat, combat, and more combat. The Shinigami stationed at the 11th Division's barracks were divided into two groups. One led by Kaiganjo, the other by the 5th seat, Kakumatarame. The two groups engaged in fierce battles within the training grounds. Boom! Kaiganjo and Kaku's Zanpakuto clashed, sparks flying as their immense power generated shockwaves that pushed back the surrounding Shinigami. Kaku had been a member of the 11th Division for over 20 years, and he and Kaiganjo had clashed countless times, their fighting styles intimately familiar to each other. Therefore, after a few exchanges of swordsmanship, both Kaiganjo and Kaku released their Zanpakuto. Extend, Hazuokumaru. Shatter him, Tetsuryuzai. Kaku's Zanpakuto and sheath merged into a long spear, while Kaiganjo's Zanpakuto transformed into a massive meteor hammer. Kaiganjo held one end of the chain, while the other, adorned with thorns and spikes, swung through the air with a menacing whoosh as he manipulated the chain. Clang! Kaiganjo hurled the meteor hammer towards Kaku, its immense weight and momentum carrying a devastating force. Bring it on! Despite the disadvantage in weapon size, Kaku remained fearless, swinging his spear to meet the oncoming meteor hammer. Boom! Spear and meteor hammer collided, and Kaku's Hazuokumaru bent into an arc as the sheer force sent him skidding backward, his feet carving deep furrows into the ground. Ha ha ha, again. Before he could regain his balance, Kaku's spiritual pressure erupted beneath his feet, halting his retreat. He then charged towards Kaiganjo once more. Boom! 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 Kaku's figure flickered around Kaiganjo, the massive meteor hammer creating craters in the training grounds. The other Shinigami, witnessing the intensity of the battle, quickly distanced themselves from the epicenter, fearing they might be caught in the crossfire. Boom! A deafening roar echoed from behind a Shinigami who was observing the battle from the sidelines. He turned, his face contorting in horror. Enemy attack! Swoosh! As the Shinigami raised the alarm, a white blade flew from the distance, piercing his body. Ugh! Enemy attack! Prepare for battle! Despite his injuries, the Shinigami's warning reached the ears of the 11th Division members engaged in combat. You die! Those who recognized the fallen Shinigami called out his name, and more 11th Division members rushed to his side, forming a protective barrier around him. Who are you? How dare you attack the 11th Division? Ha ha ha, who am I? Has the 11th Division forgotten about me after all these years? The 11th Division's gate crumbled as a hulking figure with messy, light blue hair stepped into the compound. The man possessed a sturdy build, his beard resembled a collection of upright blades. Where is Soya Ashiro, the Kenpachi? I've come to challenge him. What? Challenge Captain Soya Ashiro, the Kenpachi? The older members of the 11th Division paled upon hearing the man's words. Aelin had only held the title of Kenpachi for a little over a century. Those who had served in the 11th Division for more than 150 years knew that the man referred to as Soya Ashiro, the Kenpachi, was the previous generation's Kenpachi. Kaiganjo, Kaku, and others, alerted by the commotion, had ended their training and gathered at the entrance of the 11th Division. Upon seeing the man before them, Kaiganjo's face turned pale with fear. You're Bashin? Bashin? Who's that? Third seat Kaiganjo. Kaku, sensing Kaiganjo's fear, asked with a serious expression. Perhaps only Kaku truly understood the extent of Kaiganjo's strength within the 11th Division. Aside from Aelin and Zaraki, Kaiganjo was the strongest member of the division, having achieved Bankai. Yet, even this formidable Shinigami was trembling with fear. Bashin was the vice captain of the 11th Division over 200 years ago, a powerful Shinigami who had achieved Bankai, Kaiganjo explained, sweat beading on his forehead. Back when I was just a regular member of the 11th Division, Vice Captain Bashin challenged Captain Soya Ashiro for the title of Kenpachi. Although he lost, he survived the battle with Captain Soya Ashiro. After recovering from his injuries, Vice Captain Bashin left the 11th Division, and no one knew where he went. I never expected him to return. And he specifically came to challenge Captain Soya Ashiro. Even with his Bankai, Kaiganjo didn't believe he was as strong as Bashin was 200 years ago. And now, Bashin had returned to challenge Captain Soya Ashiro, indicating that he had grown even stronger. Oh? The one with the meteor hammer, I remember you, Bashin said, his gaze falling upon Kaiganjo as he spoke with Kaku. Greetings, Vice Captain Bashin. It's been over 200 years. You still look as healthy as ever. Kaiganjo straightened his posture and greeted Bashin instinctively, his fear evident. Humphrey, where is Captain Soya Ashiro? I've come to challenge him," Beishin demanded, his eyes scanning the gathered Shinigami, searching for Soya Ashiro. According to the rules of the 11th Division, the captain cannot refuse a challenge. I'm already looking forward to beating him to a pulp. Vice Captain Beishin, Captain Soya Ashiro was imprisoned over a century ago for committing a grave sin against the Siri Itai, Kaiganjo informed him. The current captain of the 11th Division is Captain Alan. What? Soya Ashiro was imprisoned? Boom. Beishin's spiritual pressure surged upon hearing the news, pressing down upon the 11th Division members. Damn it. I haven't defeated him and claimed the title of Kenpachi yet. How could he be imprisoned? Beishin completely disregarded Kaiganjo's mention of Alan as the current captain. In his eyes, only Soya Ashiro and Captain Commander Yamamoto were worthy opponents. The current captain, who hadn't even challenged his predecessor, was a fake Kenpachi in Beishin's eyes, not deserving of his time. Where is Soya Ashiro imprisoned? I order you to lead all members of the 11th Division to rescue him. I apologize, Vice Captain Beishin, Kaiganjo refused, despite his fear of Beishin. He couldn't participate in an act that would endanger the lives of his fellow division members, a prison break. Even if they succeeded in freeing Captain Soya Ashiro, there was no guarantee he wouldn't turn himself in again. And what would become of the 11th Division members then? Would they surrender and be exiled to Hugo Mundo as part of the Hollow Extermination Squad? Or would they resist, only to be killed by the shockwaves of Captain Commander Yamamoto's attacks? Therefore, Kaiganjo rejected Beishin's demand. I am the third seat of the 11th Division. Our duty is to protect the Siriite AI and engage in combat against our enemies. Our opponents are the Hollows that invade Soul Society, not our fellow Shinigami. If you choose to leave, I will pretend this never happened. But if you intend to use the 11th Division as pawns in your prison break, I cannot comply with your request, Vice Captain Beishin. Oh? I've only been away from the 11th Division for a little over 200 years, and now even a stray cat dares to defy my will? Then allow me to show you the consequences of defying me. With that, Beishin transformed into a blur, charging into the ranks of the 11th Division and launching a brutal assault. Arg. Boom. Beishin's strength was overwhelming. The ordinary members of the 11th Division stood no chance against him. He grabbed a Shinigami by the ankle, swinging him like a windmill and slamming him into several others, leaving them injured on the ground. He then tossed the unconscious Shinigami aside and grabbed two more by their necks, smashing their heads together with a sickening thud. Bam. Ugh. The two Shinigami instantly lost consciousness, blood spraying from their mouths. Ha 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 ha. Beishin used the bodies of the unconscious Shinigami as weapons, flinging them at two more Shinigami who charged towards him. The force of the impact shattered the wall behind them, sending them crashing into the building. Everyone, retreat. You are no match for Vice Captain Beishin. Kaiganjo shouted, witnessing the devastation caused by Beishin. Ha ha ha, third seat Kaiganjo, the 11th Division has no tradition of fleeing from battle. Kaku roared, leaping into the air and swinging his spear down upon Beishin. Beishin didn't even bother to dodge, raising his right arm to meet the attack. Clang. Hazuokumaru's blade struck Beishin's arm, sparks flying as it failed to penetrate his skin. Impossible. Kaku cried out in disbelief. In his years with the 11th Division, Kaku had participated in thousands of battles, but aside from Captain Zaraki, he had never encountered anyone who could withstand a direct blow from his Hazuokumaru with their bare skin. And unlike Captain Zaraki, whose immense spiritual pressure increased his body's density to a level that surpassed Kaku's attacks, Beishin had simply blocked the attack with his arm. Chapter 176 The second swordsman Kakumadarame's attacks were like a swarm of gnats before Beishin, irritating, but ultimately harmless. His every strike seemed to meet an impenetrable wall, as if Beishin's very flesh was forged from the same steel as his Zanpakuto. Beishin felt wrong. Not like a Shinigami, but more like a living, breathing Zanpakuto himself. With a clang, Kaku's spear, Hazuokumaru, connected with Beishin's fist. But instead of meeting resistance, the spearhead detached, transforming the weapon into a chain nunchaku. The detached segment, propelled by momentum, continued its trajectory towards Beishin, who casually caught it with his left hand. Yet, another click echoed as the final segment of the spear detached, striking Beishin's head with a resounding clang. Despite the direct hit, not even a single hair was dislodged. Beishin, however, was furious. He had been outmaneuvered by a mere child. The physical damage was negligible, but the insult was monumental. Flashy tricks, Beishin growled, his fury escalating. But you've angered me, brat. With a deafening roar, hundreds of bladeless swords materialized around Beishin, forming a deadly storm of steel. The projectiles rained down upon the surrounding Shinigami, piercing their bodies with ruthless precision. Kaku, standing at the forefront of the assault, was riddled with over a dozen blades. A chorus of screams filled the air, snapping Kaiganjo out of his horrified daze. Witnessing the carnage inflicted upon his comrades, he roared, "Beishin, stop this madness. Bunchi, Hakai Uryo Tetsuri Yuzai." Kaiganjo's spiritual pressure exploded outwards, forming a visible pillar of spiritual pressure. His Zanpakuto, in its final released form, had transformed into a colossal hammer. The chain from his Shikai now formed the handle, while the head, shaped like a water tank with 8 protruding spikes, emanated an aura of overwhelming power. With a mighty roar, Kaiganjo swung the Hakai Uryo Tetsuri Yuzai down upon Beishin, burying half his body into the ground. The impact sent tremors through the 11th Division's barracks, causing the earth to rise several meters into the air. As the dust settled, the Shinigami who had retreated to a safe distance watched in astonishment. Despite the devastating blow, Beishin appeared relatively unscathed. "Pathetic," Beishin scoffed. "You call that a Bankai?" A dozen white blades materialized around Beishin, then shot forward with blinding speed. Kaiganjo's body was pierced in 6 places before he could even react. As Beishin released his grip, the critically injured third seat collapsed to the ground. "Bunchi, Rumenhazu Kamaru." Following Kaiganjo, Kaku unleashed his own Bankai. By the time Malin reached the 11th Division, the battle had concluded. He sensed Beishin's spiritual pressure moving rapidly towards the underground prison beneath the central 46 chambers. Intercepting Beishin before he reached the prison was well within Aelin's capabilities. However, seeing the wounded members of his division lying helpless on the ground, he couldn't simply abandon them. A Shinigami, his face contorted in pain, offered a weak smile as he saw Aelin approach. "Captain Aelin. I apologize. We couldn't stop him." Blood trickled from his lips with every word. "No, you all did well," Aelin reassured him. "I'm here now. Leave everything to me." A golden ripple of spatial distortion appeared before Aelin, revealing the hilt of his Zanpakuto. He grasped the handle and drew the blade, raising it high as he called out its name. "Fall in love, void bandage." A surge of spiritual pressure erupted from Aelin, infusing the Zanpakuto. The blade elongated and widened, stretching towards the sky until it transformed into a massive bandage, over a meter wide and 10,000 meters long, completely enveloping the 11th Division's barracks. Countless protrusions, each the size of a basin, emitted a green glow. Within the enveloped space, time seemed to rewind. Broken walls mended, wounds healed, and even the bodies of fallen Shinigami were restored. However, while their physical forms were brought back to life, their souls remained lost. The 32 Shinigami who had perished in the attack did not rise again. "I'm sorry I was late," Aelin apologized, his voice heavy with remorse as he surveyed the lifeless bodies of his division members. He hadn't anticipated such devastation in the short time it took him to travel from the 1st Division to the 11th. "No, Captain Aelin. It was our weakness that failed us." Thanks to Aelin's Zanpakuto, void bandage, the 11th Division's barracks appeared untouched by the recent battle, aside from the 32 fallen Shinigami. "Kaiganjo, Kaku, please prepare a proper farewell for our fallen comrades." "I will avenge them," Aelin instructed firmly. The void bandage retracted, transforming back into a blue light that condensed into Aelin's Zanpakuto. A golden ripple opened beneath the falling blade, allowing the weapon to return to its realm within unlimited blade works. Aelin sheathed his Zanpakuto and with a flash of flash steps, he set off towards the underground prison beneath the central 46 chambers. During the brief time he spent healing the 11th Division, Kaiganjo had informed him of their attacker's identity. Beishin, the former vice-captain of the 11th Division who had challenged Soya Ashiro for the title of Kenpachi over 200 years ago. After his defeat, Beishin had disappeared, only to return seeking a rematch. Unfortunately, with both Aelin and Zaraki absent, the 11th Division lacked the strength to resist Beishin's assault, resulting in heavy casualties. Aelin had a vague recollection of Beishin. He was a villain from decades in the future, one that Ichigo Kurosaki had defeated after mastering his Bankai. Beishin was, in a way, a prodigy. He was the first Shinigami in Soul Society to successfully merge with his Zanpakuto, becoming a living embodiment of his blade. Compared to Aelin, Beishin was perhaps more deserving of the title Swordman. Aelin didn't know the extent of Beishin's strength before his fusion with his Zanpakuto. However, after becoming one with his blade, his power had undoubtedly reached the level of a 100-year captain. According to Shun Sekiraku and Yoshiro Yukitake, Beishin's rebellion had resulted in the deaths of several captains within the 13th Division of Imperial Guards. Of course, judging by his eventual defeat at the hands of Ichigo Kurosaki, Aelin found it difficult to imagine how such a powerful being could be slain so easily. After all, Beishin's fusion with his Zanpakuto granted him the durability of a blade. Yet, Ichigo Kurosaki had nearly cleaved him in two with a single strike. Aelin could only attribute this to the nature of the story, Powerful villains often fell before the protagonist, regardless of their strength, simply to showcase the hero's growth. However, it seemed that the villain destined to bolster Ichigo Kurosaki's reputation decades later would meet his demise today. Aelin would not allow Beishin to escape after slaughtering so many members of the 11th Division. There was a difference between sealing an enemy and killing them. Aelin had no doubt in his ability to end Beishin's life. The Central 46 Chambers had endured much hardship in recent years. They had been overturned by Koga, infiltrated by Yoruichi Shioin, and now ravaged by a battle-crazed maniac. And decades later, these same nobles would face the wrath of Sosuke Aizen. Aelin offered a silent prayer for their souls. The guards of the Central 46 Chambers stood no chance against Beishin, who had effortlessly overwhelmed two Bankai-wielding members of the 11th Division. With a series of thunderous booms, Beishin tore through the Central 46 Chambers, entering the underground prison. "Soya Ashiro, I'm here," he bellowed. "Come out and face me. This time, the title of Kenpachi is mine." Unable to locate Soya Ashiro's cell, Beishin's voice reverberated through the prison, demanding a challenge. When Aelin arrived at the Central 46 Chambers, he found a group of disheveled prisoners emerging from the underground prison. These were individuals who had committed grave sins against Soul Society, sentenced to imprisonment for centuries, some even for millennia. With the guards of the Central 46 Chambers incapacitated by Beishin, these prisoners saw an opportunity for freedom and had escaped their confines. Chapter 177 Slaughter luck was not on the side of the escaped prisoners. As they emerged from the underground prison, they were met by Aelin, who had arrived at the scene. With a flash of golden light and a resounding boom, Aelin blasted a massive crater into the ground before them, momentarily halting their escape. "This area is off limits," Aelin declared. Dozens of golden spatial distortions shimmered behind him, each revealing the tip of a Zanpakuto. Perhaps some of these prisoners had been unjustly incarcerated due to the whims of the nobles. However, their plight held no sway over Aelin. Under normal circumstances, their recapture would be the responsibility of the 2nd and 10th Divisions. But this situation was different. Beishin had attacked the 11th Division and learned of Soya Ashiro's imprisonment from its members. These prisoners had escaped due to Beishin's actions, and the 11th Division would bear the brunt of the blame. Aelin could not allow them to escape. "Return to the underground prison now, and I will pretend I never saw you," Aelin warned. "But take one step further, and I will attack without hesitation. Consider yourselves warned." A portion of the prisoners exchanged hesitant glances, their bravado fading. Those incarcerated within the past millennium recognized the significance of Aelin's Hori, the symbol of a captain, one of the 13 strongest Shinigami within the 13th Division of Imperial Guards. Their Zanpakuto had been confiscated upon imprisonment, leaving them with a fraction of their former strength. They were no match for a captain of the 13th Division of Imperial Guards. However, the prisoners incarcerated for over a millennium remained oblivious to Aelin's status and the implications of his attire. After enduring centuries of confinement, the taste of freedom was too intoxicating to resist. Would they gamble on a chance at liberation or resign themselves to a life of imprisonment until death? The choice was clear for some. Ignoring Aelin's warning, a dozen prisoners surged forward, attempting to escape. "Fools," Aelin muttered, his eyes cold and unforgiving. As they crossed the crater, golden streaks of lightning erupted from the spatial distortions behind Aelin, striking the fleeing figures with unerring accuracy. A series of deafening explosions followed, leaving behind a gruesome tableau of mangled corpses. The remaining prisoners stared in horror at the remains of their comrades. "Why do you force my hand?" Aelin questioned, his voice laced with disappointment. "Must I resort to such brutality to make you understand the harshness of reality?" He shook his head and continued, "I offer you two choices. First, return to your cells in the underground prison. Second, remain here, and I will send you to the cycle of reincarnation. I will count to 10. Those who remain before me will be considered to have chosen the second option. 1. 2. As Aelin began his countdown, a small group of prisoners silently broke away from the crowd, returning to the underground prison. Their crimes were minor, and their sentences were nearing completion. They were unwilling to gamble their lives for a few centuries or even decades of freedom. However, those facing sentences of 2 millennia or more were desperate. This was their only chance at escaping a life of confinement until death. And so, "Ha ha ha, you arrogant child. We were conquering Soul Society when you were still suckling at your mother's breast," one prisoner sneered, leading the charge towards Aelin. "He's alone. Attack." Another roared. "Kill him." Nearly 100 prisoners surged forward, some attacking Aelin while others attempted to use the chaos as a distraction to escape. Once they reached the Rakongai, the Shinigami of the Siriite AI would not expend the effort to recapture them. But they had underestimated Aelin. The entire area surrounding the underground prison entrance was engulfed in a golden light. This is impossible. The charging prisoners, along with those who had hesitated, watched in despair as their hopes of escape were shattered. Hundreds of golden spatial distortions filled their vision, each revealing the tip of a Zanpakuto. The blades transformed into golden streaks of lightning, raining down upon the prisoners. Each strike unleashed a devastating explosion, leaving behind craters and echoing booms. The prisoners caught in the bombardment screamed in agony before being torn apart by the shock waves. As the dust settled, a scene of carnage was revealed. The 100 or so prisoners who had charged forward were now lifeless. Aelin raised his hands lightly, redirecting the spatial distortions. The Zanpakuto within now pointed towards the remaining prisoners who had yet to return to the underground prison. With a wave of his hand, another volley of golden lightning descended. No. Run. Back to the prison. He's gone mad. I wasn't even trying to escape. Panic ensued as the prisoners scrambled back towards the underground prison, desperate to escape Aelin's wrath. However, the distance to the entrance was considerable, and their earlier hesitation had cost them precious time. To make matters worse, the sight of so many escaping prisoners had emboldened those who remained behind, and they now surged towards the exit, creating a bottleneck at the entrance. Move aside. I'm going back in. Out of my way. Driven by the fear of death, the returning prisoners shoved and pushed their way through the crowd, desperate to re-enter the prison. A moment later, a massive explosion rocked the area, sending shockwaves that flung the remaining prisoners outward. Another wave of golden lightning followed. Run. He's insane. Those who had managed to re-enter the prison fled deeper into its depths, seeking refuge within their cells. Even some of those who had initially planned to escape followed suit, the sight of the carnage outside too terrifying to ignore. A few prisoners who had emerged from the prison cautiously peeked outside. Witnessing the countless corpses and the sky filled with golden spatial distortions, they silently retreated back into the darkness. They understood that stepping outside meant certain death. After several more volleys of golden lightning, no living prisoners remained before Aelin. He slowly dispelled the spatial distortions, and the Zanpakuto embedded in the ground dissolved into blue particles, returning to their realm within unlimited blade works. Aelin entered the underground prison and erected a barrier at the entrance before venturing deeper into its depths. Along the way, he encountered a few more prisoners attempting to escape. With a flick of his wrist, a golden ripple would appear behind them, ending their lives. The deaths of his division members had ignited a murderous rage within Aelin. He showed no mercy to those who dared defy him. The prisoners within their cells witnessed the occasional flash of golden light in the darkness, each signifying another death. Gradually, the intervals between the flashes grew longer, until they ceased altogether. The prisoners knew that this didn't mean the killer had left. It simply meant that no one dared to venture out and face his wrath. His ruthlessness reminded some of the older prisoners of a Shinigami from a millennium ago, a man who had carved a path of destruction from the Siriate AI to the Rakongai, challenging and slaying every renowned swordsman he encountered. The current killer's bloodlust was eerily similar to that of the legendary swordsman. And then, a chilling realization dawned upon them. The white houri worn by the swordsman from a millennium ago. It was identical to the one worn by the man who had just slaughtered their fellow prisoners. Both bar the number 11 on their backs. Chapter 178, Beishin vs. Soya Ashiro. Soya Ashiro, where are you? Beishin's voice boomed through the dark corridors of the underground prison. Come out and face me. Ha 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 ha. He rampaged through the prison, searching for the cell where Soya Ashiro, the previous Kinpachi, was held. After interrogating several prisoners, Beishin finally learned of Ashiro's location, the deepest level of the underground prison, known as the Mukin, a place reserved for Seoul society's most dangerous criminals. With a newfound purpose, Beishin abandoned his aimless search and descended towards the Mukin. He threw open the massive doors, his voice booming through the darkness. Soya Ashiro. Footsteps echoed from the depths of the Mukin as Soya Ashiro, with his aristocratic features and calm demeanor, emerged from the shadows. It's been a long time, Beishin, Ashiro greeted his former subordinate. Ha ha ha, Captain Ashiro, I've come to challenge you again. Beishin was blazing with fighting spirit. His spiritual pressure surged, and with a flick of his wrist, he launched a volley of blades towards Ashiro. However, the blades dissolved into white spiritual particles before reaching their target. This was the power of Ashiro's Zanpakuto, Eurozakuro. Ashiro could fuse his spiritual energy with any substance, granting him control over its form and properties. He had seamlessly integrated his spiritual pressure with Beishin's blades, disintegrating them before they could harm him. Beishin was unfazed by the failure of his attack. He had attempted the same tactic over 2 centuries ago, and it had met the same fate. This was merely a greeting. With a battle cry, Beishin charged towards Ashiro, his fist radiating with concentrated spiritual pressure. Ashiro didn't even bother to acknowledge the attack, allowing Beishin's fist to connect with his body. The impact created a powerful shockwave, but Beishin felt as if he had struck an illusion. Ashiro remained unharmed. "Don't waste your energy, Beishin," Ashiro said, shaking his head. "Your attacks pose no threat to me. You cannot touch me in this state." Ashiro had fused his spiritual pressure with the surrounding air, rendering himself impervious to any attack that couldn't shatter the very fabric of space. He extended his right hand, and a long sword materialized from the condensed spiritual energy. With a swift motion, he swung the blade down towards Beishin. The attack released a wave of spiritual pressure that slammed into Beishin. However, to Ashiro's surprise, Beishin remained unharmed. Not only that, but his spiritual pressure seemed to have increased slightly after absorbing the impact. What? Before Ashiro could recover from his astonishment, he noticed the remnants of his attack fading, as if the spiritual pressure within had been absorbed by Beishin. And indeed, it had. Beishin, empowered by Ashiro's attack, closed the distance between them and launched a punch. The space around Ashiro distorted and shattered under the impact. Cough. Cough. A few coughs echoed from the dust cloud, accompanied by the sound of blood dripping onto the ground. As the dust settled, Ashiro wiped the blood from his lips and stared at Beishin with a newfound seriousness. "Beishin, you can absorb my spiritual pressure?" Ashiro's Zanpakuto was undeniably powerful, but it was not without its weaknesses. His ability relied on infusing his spiritual pressure into other substances to control them. However, if an opponent could absorb his spiritual pressure, he would lose control over the infused material. Beishin had absorbed the spiritual pressure Ashiro had infused into the surrounding air, rendering his defenses useless. "Ha ha ha, that's right, Soya Ashiro." Beishin laughed triumphantly. "This time, I will not be defeated. Over 200 years ago, you used underhanded tactics to defeat Captain Kuruyashiki. If not for his compassion, you would not be alive today." Ashiro fell silent at Beishin's words. His battle with Kenpachi Kuruyashiki had been the most difficult of his life. He had fought in his Bankai state against Kuruyashiki, who hadn't even released his Zanpakuto. Despite this advantage, Ashiro had struggled to gain the upper hand. To secure victory, he had resorted to using his own soul, merging it with Kuruyashiki's body and forcing him to suppress his spiritual pressure. Then, he had manipulated the air to form a blade, which he used to eviscerate Kuruyashiki. His victory had been dishonorable. In fact, it could hardly be called a victory at all. Kuruyashiki had retained the ability to fight back. If he had released his Zanpakuto, Ashiro would have been killed. However, Kuruyashiki, fearing that his Zanpakuto's immense power would harm his own division members, had chosen to concede defeat, relinquishing the title of Kenpachi to Ashiro. The outcome of the battle had been unacceptable to the members of the 11th Division who had witnessed it. Beishin was among them. He had served under Ashiro and risen to the rank of vice captain. After achieving Benkei, he challenged Ashiro, believing him unworthy of the title Kenpachi. However, Beishin had been defeated. Ashiro's tactics against Kuruyashiki may have been dishonorable, but his strength was undeniable. After all, Kuruyashiki was a monstrously powerful Shinigami, capable of slaying vast O-Lord-class hollows with a single strike in his base form. He was a being who had reached the limits of a Shinigami's power. The fact that Ashiro could contend with him in his base form was a testament to his own strength, which had already reached the level of a 100-year captain at that time. Beishin, who had just mastered Benkei, was simply not on the same level. He hadn't even been able to land a blow on Ashiro. Determined to surpass Ashiro, Beishin left the 11th Division and dedicated himself to training. And finally, he had found a way to defeat him. He merged with his Zanpakuto, becoming one with his blade and achieving a state of I am the sword. By doing so, he gained the ability to absorb the spiritual pressure of others, turning their power against them. Of course, he couldn't retain the absorbed spiritual pressure indefinitely. He had to release it soon after absorbing it, and there was a limit to how much he could contain before his body would be overwhelmed. But this was enough. He only needed to absorb the spiritual pressure Ashiro had infused into other substances, rendering his abilities useless. "Ha ha ha, Soya Ashiro, come. Use the same technique you used to defeat Captain Kuruyashiki. Let's see if I will share his fate." Beishin taunted. His words revealed his respect for the previous two captains of the 11th Division. He referred to Kuruyashiki as Captain Kuruyashiki while addressing Ashiro simply as Soya Ashiro, refusing to acknowledge him as a true Kenpachi. With a maniacal laugh, Beishin slammed his fists together. Bankai. A surge of purple lightning erupted within the Mukin, illuminating the darkness with its brilliance. A pillar of concentrated spiritual pressure, a meter thick, shot towards the ceiling. As the lightning subsided, Beishin's new form was revealed. His entire body was now composed of countless purple Zanpakuto, transforming him into a being of living metal. 4 golden rings adorned each of his arms, and even his hair and beard had become metallic blades. Even Ashiro couldn't help but feel a sense of unease as he beheld Beishin's Bankai. Beishin could absorb the spiritual pressure of his attacks, rendering them useless. And his attempts to control Beishin's body by merging his soul with it seemed futile. Even if he managed to infiltrate Beishin's body and force him to suppress his spiritual pressure, his air blades were unlikely to inflict fatal damage on his metallic form. Ashiro's Zanpakuto was powerful, but its limitations were becoming increasingly apparent. He had always believed that his greatest weakness was the sheer damage he would sustain if the individual he merged with was injured. However, facing an opponent who could counter his abilities so effectively, Ashiro realized that Yorozakuro's true limitation was its inability to enhance his physical body. After achieving Benkei, he could no longer train his body to withstand the immense pressure of his own spiritual pressure. Let's fight, Soya Ashiro. I will tear you apart and reclaim the title of Kenpachi. The title of Kenpachi? Ashiro questioned, shaking his head. Beishin, even if you defeat me, you cannot inherit that title. He spoke calmly, his expression unreadable. Despite the disadvantage he faced against Beishin's Benkei, Ashiro refused to surrender. A Kenpachi would rather die in battle than concede defeat. However, there were some things he needed to make clear to Beishin beforehand. Why not? Because before facing you, I engaged in another battle with all my strength, Ashiro explained. And I lost. The title of Kenpachi was taken from me. By whom? Beishin's fury erupted, unleashing a torrent of spiritual pressure that materialized into countless blades. He bombarded his surroundings with the projectiles, causing widespread destruction within the Mukin. The ground, ceiling, and pillars were riddled with craters and cracks. However, the blades directed towards Ashiro dissolved into white spiritual particles, their attacks nullified by his Zanpakuto. For Ashiro, Beishin's only threat was his ability to absorb spiritual pressure. Apart from that, all his attacks were meaningless. By me. As Beishin raged, the doors of the Mukin swung open once more. Aelin stepped into the prison. You've arrived, Ashiro acknowledged, having already sensed Taelin's approach through the rishi within the Syriite AI. He had only revealed himself to Beishin due to his persistent challenges. Indeed. Aelin nodded at Ashiro, then turned his attention to Beishin. So, you're the one who attacked my division, injuring hundreds and killing 32 of my subordinates? Who are you? Beishin frowned, scrutinizing the unfamiliar captain. Who am I? Aelin chuckled. Beishin, didn't you claim you wanted to challenge the Kenpachi and take that title for yourself? Chapter 179, Beishin's ultimate form. Didn't you claim you wanted to challenge the Kenpachi and take that title for yourself? Aelin chuckled, stepping aside to reveal the number emblazoned on the back of his captain's hari. The 9th Kenpachi, the current captain of the 11th Division, Aelin Kenpachi, stands before you, Aelin declared, his voice resonating with power. I have already defeated Soya Ashiro. The title of Kenpachi is mine. Come, show me what gave you the audacity to attack my division and inflict such casualties upon my subordinates. Beishin glanced at Ashiro, who remained silent, a slight frown creasing his brow. He didn't deny Aelin's claim. So, this man had truly defeated Soya Ashiro? Ha ha ha, good, good, good. Beishin laughed. Soya Ashiro, I always knew you were unworthy of the title Kenpachi. If not for Captain Kuruyashiki's compassion, you would never have claimed it. And now, look at you, defeated so easily. You have brought shame upon Captain Kuruyashiki's legacy. You are a disgrace to the title Kenpachi. Learning of Ashiro's defeat, Beishin no longer addressed him with any respect, resorting to calling him by his name. Aelin Kenpachi, while I am grateful that you have taken Captain Kuruyashiki's title from that treacherous villain, I must still assess your worthiness on his behalf, Beishin declared, his eyes locked onto Aelin. Let us fight. If you lose, I will personally end your life and reclaim the title of Kenpachi. With a wave of his hand, Beishin unleashed a torrent of tens of thousands of blades, forming a deadly wave of steel that surged towards Aelin. Although this technique had proven ineffective against Ashiro, it was a devastating attack against anyone else. Aelin drew his Zanpakuto to meet the onslaught. The golden light of his spiritual pressure enveloped the blade, transforming it into a massive, elongated fang. Aelin swung the Zanpakuto towards the oncoming torrent of blades. Wind scar. 3 blindingly bright slashes ripped through the air, obliterating the wave of blades and continuing their trajectory towards Beishin. Ha! Beishin crossed his arms before him, his spiritual pressure flaring as he braced himself against the attack. The force of the wind scar pushed him back, his feet carving deep furrows into the floor of the Mukin. As the initial impact subsided, Beishin began to absorb the spiritual pressure within the wind scar, such immense power. Beishin thought, his eyes widening in surprise. The spiritual pressure contained within a single slash had temporarily doubled his own spiritual pressure. The golden aura surrounding him now comprised 2/3 of his total spiritual pressure, with only a third remaining purple. This man is truly powerful. Beishin no longer doubted Ailen's ability to defeat Soya Ashiro. He even wondered if Captain Kuruyashiki, in his prime, could have matched Ailen's level of spiritual pressure. Oh? You can absorb spiritual pressure? Ailen observed, a smirk playing on his lips. Then absorb as much as you can. Let's see if your limits can bring me any amusement. Ailen was well aware of Beishin's ability to absorb spiritual pressure. In fact, he was intentionally allowing Beishin to absorb his spiritual pressure, pushing him to his limits. He wanted to defeat Beishin at his peak, to demonstrate the vast gulf in their strength and shatter his confidence. This was Ailen's punishment for Beishin. He wanted him to die a broken man. Ailen unleashed another wind scar. The impact pushed Beishin back, but the distance was significantly shorter than before. The absorbed spiritual pressure had indeed enhanced his power. As expected, Ailen thought, observing the shift in Beishin's aura. The golden portion now dominated, occupying 2/3 of his total spiritual pressure, with only a third remaining purple. Wind scar. Boom. This time, Beishin stood his ground, enduring the attack and completely absorbing the spiritual pressure within. His aura transformed, becoming entirely gold. A golden flame flickered around him as he struggled to contain the immense power within his body. Beishin's spiritual pressure had increased 5-fold compared to his initial Benkai state. It seems this is your limit, Ailen observed. One more attack, and you will be consumed by your own power. Beishin's eyes narrowed as a sense of dread washed over him. He could absorb spiritual pressure, but exceeding his capacity would result in his own destruction. He hadn't anticipated that the ability he had honed to defeat Ashiro would become his downfall against the current Kenpachi. If any of those 3 slashes had been slightly more powerful, he would have self-destructed. The combined spiritual pressure of the 3 attacks had pushed him to his absolute limit. Was this a mere coincidence, or was this man toying with him? Excellent. It appears you have reached your peak, Ailen said, sheathing his Zanpakuto and slowly approaching Beishin. You are indeed resourceful, Beishin. Merging with your Zanpakuto has allowed you to achieve a level of power you could never have reached otherwise. However, this power has its limits. And those limits are defined by the limits of your Zanpakuto. In other words, Beishin, this is the pinnacle of your strength. This is as strong as you will ever be. Come, entertain me with your full power. If you fail to satisfy me, I cannot guarantee what I will do to avenge the deaths of my subordinates. Beishin's pupils contracted as he realized the truth. It was no coincidence. This man had been playing with him all along. Damn you. Fear not at him, but as he saw Ailen sheath his Zanpakuto, a flicker of relief momentarily eased his anxiety. Then, a wave of shame washed over him. He was the one who had challenged the Kenpachi, the one who sought to claim that title for himself. How could he feel relieved that his opponent wasn't using his full strength? Fueled by this shame, Beishin let out a roar. Ha! His golden aura intensified, and he unleashed a torrent of golden blades that shot towards Ailen like bolts of lightning. These golden blades were far faster and more powerful than the white ones he had used earlier. Boom! Boom! However, despite their speed and ferocity, they couldn't even graze Ailen's hurry. Ailen moved with effortless grace, his afterimages pierced by the golden blades while his true form steadily approached Beishin. Boom! Boom! The booming sounds of the blades impacting the ground grew increasingly rapid. Beads of sweat formed on his metallic forehead. Damn it! Ha! He crossed his arms before him and released another burst of spiritual pressure, sending golden blades radiating outwards in all directions. This attack left no blind spots. Even Ailen's exceptional flash steps skills couldn't allow him to completely evade it. Ailen raised his right hand. With a swift motion, he caught one of the blades and used it to deflect the others. The blades that posed no threat to him were ignored, even as they whizzed past his ears. How is this possible? Beishin thought, despair creeping into his heart as he witnessed Ailen effortlessly dismantle his ultimate attack. Such incredible speed and swordsmanship. In just a few moments, Ailen had shattered Beishin's confidence. If Ailen had resorted to some extraordinary ability, Beishin might have felt less humiliated. But Ailen had simply used flash steps and sword art, 2 of the 4 basic Shinigami arts. Beishin even suspected that Ailen's mastery of these 2 arts rivaled that of Captain Kuruyashiki in his prime. No, even Captain Kuruyashiki couldn't have achieved such a level of skill. As Ailen drew closer, Beishin flinched and retreated, using flash steps to distance himself from his opponent. Oh? Beishin, what makes you think a mere gap in distance can bridge the gulf between us? Ailen's voice resounded in Beishin's ear, and his figure materialized before him. Aelin raised his hand and formed a fist, then struck towards Bashan. Bashan raised his arms to block the attack, hoping to absorb some of Aelin's spiritual pressure to replenish his own reserves. However, boom! The impact sent shockwaves through the Mukin. Chapter 180, Overwhelming Power. Aelin's fist connected with Bashan's crossed arms, sending him flying with devastating force. Bashan's body rocketed through the air, breaking the sound barrier and creating a series of sonic booms that echoed throughout the Mukin. Aelin reappeared behind Bashan and delivered a swift kick to his head. Boom! The impact sent Bashan crashing into one of the Mukin's pillars, shattering it into countless fragments. Crash! A cascade of debris rained down, burying Bashan beneath a pile of rubble. Ashiro, observing the one-sided battle, remained silent. This was the current Kenpachi. Perhaps only someone of such immense power could truly inherit the title from Kuruyashiki. He couldn't help but recall his own battle with Aelin. Aelin's punches shattered the air, his sword tore through space. His mastery of Kido was on par with Ashiro's own. That battle had reminded Ashiro of his confrontation with Kenpachi Kuruyashiki. No, Ashiro shook his head, Aelin was even stronger than Kuruyashiki. At the very least, when facing Kuruyashiki, Ashiro had been able to merge his soul with his body, temporarily controlling him and forcing him to suppress his spiritual pressure. But against Aelin, Ashiro's soul couldn't penetrate his defenses. It was as if Aelin's body and soul were an impenetrable fortress, rendering Ashiro's abilities useless. The difference in their spiritual pressure was simply too vast. Ashiro possessed the spiritual pressure of a 100-year captain, and with the abilities of Yorozakuro, he was among the strongest Shinigami below the level of the Shinigami limit, assuming no ability counters were involved. But Aelin had not only surpassed the Shinigami limit, he had ventured even further beyond. He was on a completely different level than Ashiro. If Aelin suppressed his spiritual pressure, Ashiro wouldn't even be able to sense him. This was the true extent of the gap between them. Boom! A golden aura erupted from beneath the rubble, scattering the debris and revealing Bashan. Aside from some minor scratches on his arms and a trickle of blood from his lips, he seemed relatively unharmed. Your attacks are insignificant, but I must commend your durability. Bashan turned to see Aelin's fist hurtling towards his abdomen. Hakata, Ikatsu. Pierce! A powerful shockwave erupted from Bashan's back, distorting the air around him. The shockwave shot diagonally towards the ceiling of the Mukin, causing tremors throughout the prison. Countless blades, stained with fresh blood, burst from Bashan's back. PFFT. Bashan coughed up a mouthful of blood. Aelin spun around and delivered a kick to Bashan's chin, sending him flying upwards. Boom! 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 A series of sonic booms erupted through the Mukin as Bashan's body collided with the ceiling. Then, the ground, pillars, and even the dome of the Infinite Hell were shattered by a golden light, causing huge damage to the Infinite Hell. Ashiro, witnessing the brutal display of power, shook his head and retreated back into his cell. He had no place in this fight. Crash! Bashan plummeted from the shattered ceiling, crashing into the ground and creating a crater that sent cracks spider-webbing outwards. The last vestiges of golden spiritual pressure faded from his body. His left arm was twisted and broken, his back was missing chunks of flesh, his right arm had been severed at the shoulder, and his legs were riddled with gaping wounds. Ha ha ha, Aelin Kenpachi, I acknowledge your strength. You are truly worthy of the title Kenpachi, Bashan laughed, despite his grievous injuries. For him, nothing brought greater joy than knowing that the inheritor of Kuruyashiki's title possessed even greater power. This was what Kuruyashiki had always strived for. Ashiro was unworthy of the title Kenpachi, and Bashan, having lost to him, was equally undeserving. But this man, he was a true Kenpachi. Throughout the onslaught of attacks, Bashan had been unable to absorb any of Aelin's spiritual pressure. Aelin's Hokage techniques were purely physical, fueled by his immense strength and unparalleled mastery of hand-to-hand combat. Humphrey, you are nothing. Your acknowledgement means nothing to me, Aelin scoffed, amused by Bashan's words. With a swift movement, Aelin appeared beside Bashan. A golden spatial distortion opened, and a white bandage extended from within, wrapping around Bashan's body. A green light enveloped him, rapidly healing his wounds. Even the golden spiritual pressure he had absorbed from Aelin began to return to its peak state. Bashan stared at Aelin in confusion as a benevolent smile spread across his face. Bashan, you killed 32 members of my division. I will kill you 32 times in return. We still have 31 times to go. Let's take our time. I hope that after you have repaid the debt you owe to my fallen comrades, you will still be able to say that you acknowledge me. Aelin could swear that his decision to heal Bashan and kill him 32 times wasn't motivated by his words of acknowledgement. This had been his plan all along. Ah, such troubled times. Kiraku sighed as he reviewed the reports in his hands. Nanao-chan, please take care of the 8th Division. I need to report this incident to Captain Commander Yamamoto, he said, rising from his desk. Yes, sir, Nanao Eyes replied with a nod. She hesitated for a moment before asking, Captain Kiraku, is everything alright with the 11th Division? The news of a Shinigami attacking the 11th Division had sent shockwaves through the Siriite AI. The 11th Division was renowned as the strongest combat division within the 13th Division of Imperial Guards, second only to the 1st Division. In fact, under Captain Aelin's leadership, it was debatable whether even the 1st Division could match their strength. In terms of top-tier power, both Aelin and Captain Commander Yamamoto were considered outliers, the strongest Shinigami within Soul Society. Chojiro Sasaki, the lieutenant of the 1st Division, had served under Yamamoto for over a millennium. He had been Yamamoto's loyal follower since before the formation of the 13th Division of Imperial Guards, and his strength had reached the level of a 100-year captain. His Zanpakuto, Ganromaru, was renowned as the most powerful lightning-type Zanpakuto in Soul Society. He was undoubtedly one of the strongest Shinigami within the 13th Division of Imperial Guards, second only to Yamamoto. Only Kenpachi Zaraki of the 11th Division could rival his power. It was unknown whether the 1st Division had any other members who had achieved Bankai. However, the 11th Division had 2 confirmed Bankai users, Kaiganjo, the 3rd seat, and Kakumatarame, the 5th seat. While they might be slightly weaker than other captain-level Shinigami, they were far superior to any lieutenant. If the 1st Division lacked any other captain-level combatants, the 11th Division's overall strength would surpass theirs. And yet, this formidable division had been attacked, with over 100 casualties among its members. The timing of the attack was simply too coincidental. Under normal circumstances, Aelin would attend captain meetings while Kenpachi Zaraki remained at the barracks. However, the captain's meeting that morning had been different. Captain Commander Yamamoto had requested the presence of all captains and lieutenants, citing the need to establish a better promotion system within the 13th Division of Imperial Guards. The purpose was to prevent a repeat of the incident decades ago when several captains had fallen, nearly paralyzing the Siriite AI. In essence, Yamamoto wanted the captains to delegate more authority to their lieutenants. This way, even if a captain perished in battle, their lieutenant would be able to maintain order and provide the Siriite AI with ample time to select a new captain. Or, if the lieutenant possessed sufficient strength and leadership skills, they could be directly promoted to captain. However, this meeting had left the 11th Division vulnerable. Only Kaiganjo and Kaku, whose strength barely reached the threshold of captain level, were present to defend the barracks. If Kenpachi Zaraki had not been summoned to the 1st Division for the meeting, the 11th Division would not have suffered such heavy losses. Kiraku wasn't sure if Phelan would hold a grudge against Yamamoto for this incident, so he had instructed his intelligence unit to closely monitor the situation. To his surprise, he discovered some unsettling clues amidst the reports. Chapter 181, Kiraku's Suspicions. Kiraku looked at Nanao, who was worried, and gently patted her head. Don't worry, Nanao-chan. Captain Aelin used a previously unseen Zanpakuto to completely heal all the injured members of the 11th Division. Even the damaged buildings were restored to their original state. But what about those who died? Kiraku paused, a sigh escaping his lips. Their bodies were restored to their former state, but their bodies may have been healed, but their souls had departed to the other side, embarking on the cycle of reincarnation. Unless Aelin had used Avalon to anchor their state before death, resurrecting them from a temporal perspective was impossible. And even then, without souls to inhabit them, their restored bodies would eventually dissipate into spiritual particles. Don't worry, Nanao-chan. Trust in Captain Aelin. Everything will be alright, Kiraku reassured her, though his words lacked conviction. He gathered the reports from his desk and gave Nanao a few instructions before heading towards the 1st Division's captain's quarters. On his way, he took a detour, passing by the 11th Division's barracks. Thanks to Aelin's Zanpakuto, all the buildings had been fully restored, erasing any traces of the recent battle. If not for the white-shrouded bodies laid out in the training grounds, one would never suspect that a devastating conflict had taken place just hours earlier. Kiraku noticed a newfound intensity in the eyes of the Shinigami guarding the entrance. Aelin, along with the Shinigami who had challenged Ashiro, had entered the underground prison over a day ago and had yet to emerge. Kenpachi Zaraki had returned to the barracks, and the other members of the 11th Division were preparing for the funerals of their fallen comrades. Kiraku sighed and continued his journey towards the 1st Division. Yo, old man, Kiraku greeted Yamamoto casually, his usual playful demeanor returning in the absence of others. Ah, Kiraku, Yamamoto acknowledged, opening his eyes slightly. Among his 4 disciples, Yamamoto believed that Kiraku had the greatest potential to reach his level of power. Chojiro Sasaki, having served him for a millennium, had likely reached his limit. Jushiro Yukitake was the host of the God of the One Eye, a being distinct from ordinary Shinigami. If he were to unleash his true form as the right arm of the Soul King, his spiritual pressure would undoubtedly surpass the Shinigami limit. However, such a transformation came with its own consequences. His youngest disciple, Shinetsu Kisaragi, had perished over a century ago while investigating the Kazumioji clan. Only Kiraku, despite his carefree facade, demonstrated consistent growth in his power with each encounter. Yamamoto believed that once he stepped down from his position as Captain Commander, Kiraku would be the only suitable successor within the 13th Division of Imperial Guards. In terms of strength, Ailen was undoubtedly qualified for the position as well. However, Yamamoto had observed Ailen's laid-back attitude over the past century and concluded that if he were to become Captain Commander, the 13th Division of Imperial Guards would likely dissolve into 13 independent divisions, no longer united under a single banner. This was an outcome Yamamoto could not accept. Kiraku, who had led the 8th Division's intelligence unit for over 5 centuries, had consistently provided Yamamoto with accurate and reliable information. "I've uncovered some unsettling information, old man. I thought you should see this immediately," Kiraku said, his voice turning serious. "What is it?" "Everything regarding Beishin, the former vice-captain of the 11th Division, since his return to the Siriite AI." Kiraku handed the reports to Yamamoto and began to explain his findings. "The timing of Beishin's appearance yesterday was too coincidental, so I initiated an investigation into his background after the captain's meeting. According to the information I gathered, over 240 years ago, Beishin challenged Captain Ashiro for the title of Kenpachi, refusing to accept his victory over Captain Kuruyashiki, which he deemed dishonorable. After his defeat, Beishin abandoned the Siriite AI and escaped to the Rakongai through the North Gate. Here's where things get strange. There are no records of Beishin entering the Siriite AI through any of the 4 gates during the past 2 centuries. So, I investigated the individuals who had entered the Siriite AI in recent days. And I discovered that a Captain Ailen had entered through the North Gate." "What?" Yamamoto's eyes snapped open in surprise. During the captain's meeting today, many witnesses confirmed seeing Captain Ailen enter through the North Gate and proceed directly to the 11th Division. Shortly after his arrival, a battle erupted within the 11th Division. According to the 11th Division members, they never saw Captain Ailen return. The only one who entered the barracks was Beishin. In other words, the Beishin they saw and the Captain Ailen others saw were the same person. However, we know that Captain Ailen was with us at the 1st Division during that time. According to our records, Beishin's Zanpakuto does not possess the ability to alter his appearance. Therefore, I suspect that another Shinigami within the 13th Division of Imperial Guards used their abilities to manipulate the perception of others, making them see Beishin as Captain Ailen. And they chose a time when both Captain Ailen and Lieutenant Kenpachi Zaraki were absent to send Beishin to attack the 11th Division. Is that so? Yamamoto narrowed his eyes and asked, "Kiraku, have you identified any suspects?" "Not yet, but I have 2 potential candidates." "Who are they?" "The first is Captain Ailen of the 11th Division." Kiraku's usual playful smile was gone, replaced by a serious expression that exuded an air of trustworthiness. If Ailen knew that his good friend Kiraku suspected him, he would likely proclaim him to be the greatest actor in Soul Society, even surpassing Sosuke Aizen. But this was simply Kiraku's nature. He formed his own judgments based on his observations and deductions, uninfluenced by external factors or personal biases. Captain Ailen possesses the ability to create swords with various powers. He has demonstrated control over Tessaka, a direct attack type Zanpakuto, Bakuzaga, a lightning type Zanpakuto, Void Bandage, a healing type Zanpakuto, and even Avalon, which is said to be more powerful than Rijinjaka. Not just said to be, Yamamoto interrupted. After Lady Kachiki visited the 1st Division that day, Rijinjaka sensed the weapon within her body. It is indeed more powerful than Rijinjaka. Since Ailen had explained Avalon's abilities, the captains present that day had suspected that its power surpassed that of Rijinjaka. However, out of respect for Yamamoto, they had only referred to it as said to be stronger. Now, Kiraku had received confirmation from Yamamoto himself. Kiraku paused for a moment before continuing his analysis. Based on the available information, Captain Ailen is undoubtedly capable of creating an illusion-type Zanpakuto. If he is behind this, he could easily achieve such a feat. Yamamoto nodded in agreement. As the creator of swords with various abilities, it was entirely plausible that Ailen could forge a weapon capable of manipulating perception. "Kiraku, what do you believe his motive would be?" Yamamoto inquired. After leaving the 11th Division, Beishin went straight to the underground prison, claiming he wanted to challenge Ashiro and reclaim the title of Kenpachi. Captain Ailen, after healing the injured members of the 11th Division, also went to the underground prison. I believe that if this was all part of Captain Aelin's plan, then there must be something within the underground prison, or perhaps even the Mukin, that he desires. Why do you say that? Kiraku lowered the brim of his hat, his eyes shadowed. Well, old man, as you know, I have led the 13th Division of Imperial Guards' intelligence unit for over 500 years. I have a knack for discerning the truth behind seemingly unrelated events. Decades ago, when the Siriate AI was experiencing unrest, you sent former Captain Ken Simuguruma of the 9th Division to escort the Okayan to a secure location, hoping to lure out those responsible, correct? Yes, and to ensure their capture, I also sent Captain Aelin to accompany him. Indeed. And just as you predicted, someone attempted to steal the Okayan. Afterwards, based on the accounts of Captain Aelin and Captain Muguruma, I investigated the individuals who ambushed them. However, I was unable to determine their affiliation. They possessed strength beyond that of a captain-level Shinigami, and their identities remained a mystery. But I did notice that Captain Aelin's Zanpakuto's abilities had significantly improved after that incident. Kiraku's voice lowered to a whisper. Especially during the apprehension of Captain Kusagakure of the 12th Division, Captain Aelin Shikai's power far exceeded its previous demonstrations. I sensed something similar to the Okayan's spatial manipulation abilities within those golden ripples. Chapter 182, Aelin's Fury. Therefore, I suspect that Captain Aelin was the one who stole the Okayan, Kiraku concluded. Judging by the casualties suffered by the 9th Division during that incident, if there is something within the Mukin that Captain Aelin desires, the sacrifice of those 11th Division members was likely intentional. An explosion of spiritual pressure erupted from Yamamoto, his anger palpable. This was the first time he had heard of Kiraku's suspicions. Kiraku, why did you keep this from me? Yamamoto demanded. If he had known that Aelin was responsible for the theft of the Okayan, he would have apprehended him and imprisoned him within the Mukin long ago. This would have prevented countless problems. Looking back on the major incidents of the past century, almost every one of them had some connection to Aelin. Old man, it was just a suspicion. I had no concrete evidence to prove that Captain Aelin was the culprit, Kiraku explained helplessly. Besides, judging by the outcome of that incident, both Captain Aelin and Captain Muguruma successfully retrieved the Okayan and ensured its safety. If I had acted against Captain Aelin based on mere speculation, what would the other captains think? Humphrey. Yamamoto grunted, suppressing his spiritual pressure. Kiraku was right. Without evidence, he couldn't justify apprehending Aelin based on mere suspicion. His grunt was a final expression of his frustration. And the second suspect? The second. Kiraku hesitated before continuing, is Captain Sosuke Aizen of the 5th Division. During the captain proficiency test, Captain Aizen claimed that his Zanpakuto, Kyoka Suigetsu, was a water-type Zanpakuto. Upon release, it would create a mist that would confuse enemies, causing them to attack each other. However, according to information I obtained from other sources, Kyoka Suigetsu is not a water-type Zanpakuto, but an illusion-type Zanpakuto. If this information is accurate, then Captain Aizen poses a far greater threat to the Siriate AI than Captain Aelin. Sosuke Aizen? Yamamoto's hair fluttered as his spiritual pressure surged, sparks igniting from his beard as it swayed. Explain. Yamamoto had made a decision. If Kiraku's information proved that Aizen posed a greater threat than Aelin, he wouldn't repeat the same mistake. He would eliminate Aizen before he could become too powerful. Evidence or not. Everything was for the sake of the Siriate AI? Sigh. Kiraku let out a deep sigh. This was why he was hesitant to share information with Yamamoto. The reliability of this information is still uncertain, Kiraku cautioned, preparing Yamamoto for what he was about to reveal. He then proceeded to share everything he had learned from Aelin about Kyoka Suigetsu's abilities. Kyoka Suigetsu is the strongest illusion-type Zanpakuto. Its ability is known as complete hypnosis. Anyone who witnesses its release will have their 5 senses permanently controlled by Aizen. Everything you see, hear, smell, taste, and touch will be manipulated by him. For example, he could control your senses, old man, making you see me as him. After explaining the extent of Kyoka Suigetsu's power, Kiraku continued, in short, it is an extremely dangerous ability. And according to my source, every Shinigami within the Siriate AI has already witnessed Kyoka Suigetsu's release. This means that Aizen could, at any moment, hypnotize everyone within the Siriate AI? A deep frown creased Yamamoto's forehead. Such an ability was a formidable threat. Without a way to determine whether the Sosuke Aizen they saw was the real one, it was impossible to act against him. If Aizen were to escape, or even simply manipulate their senses to make everyone appear as him, Yamamoto would be unable to attack him within the Siriate AI. His own power was too destructive. If Aelin and Aizen were willing to fight him within the Mukin, Yamamoto was confident in his ability to defeat them, perhaps even kill them. But it was clear that neither Aelin nor Aizen would willingly enter the Mukin to face him. And using his full power to deal with them would likely result in the destruction of the Siriite AI before he could eliminate them. Yamamoto sighed. Both Aelin and Aizen were formidable adversaries, each posing unique challenges. I understand, Kiraku, Yamamoto said. Keep a close eye on these two. If you obtain any concrete evidence, bring it to me immediately. I will deal with them personally. Yes, old man. After leaving the first division, Kiraku looked up at the setting sun and then down at his own shadow. If Aelin or Aizen ever committed unforgivable acts against the Siriite AI, he would have to stand alongside Yamamoto and fight against them. He could no longer afford to be complacent. Boom. A golden streak of light crashed into the ground, creating a crater 3 meters wide. This was the Mukin, a place where even the slightest damage was amplified several times over in the outside world. As the dust settled, the figure at the bottom of the crater was revealed. Beishin had been forced out of his Bunkai state, his body broken and mangled, with only his head remaining intact. The blood bubbling from his nostrils indicated that he was still alive, capable of enduring another blow. But the lifelessness in his eyes suggested that he no longer wished to live. After enduring a day of relentless torture at Aelin's hands, Beishin had lost all will to fight. He only wished for Aelin to end his suffering. Aelin appeared beside Beishin, his presence causing Beishin's broken body to tremble with fear. The 32nd time, Aelin announced. A flicker of relief appeared in Beishin's eyes upon hearing the number. It was finally over. Aelin drew his Zanpakuto and swung it down. The splattering blood danced in the air, as if celebrating Beishin's release from his torment. Aelin caught the object that had been flung into the air by the impact and turned to leave. As he walked away from the crater, a quiet chant escaped his lips. Hado number 96, Itokazo. Triple. 3 pillars of flames erupted from the ground, each forming a massive blade that soared over 20 meters high. Boom. The second blade emerged from beneath the first, even larger and more radiant, its length exceeding 50 meters. Boom. And then, a third blade, surpassing the previous 2 in size and intensity, burst forth from the flames. The space within the Mukin distorted under the immense heat and pressure. The final blade was over 10 meters wide and 100 meters tall, illuminating the darkness of the Mukin like a miniature sun. Beishin's body, despite its fusion with his Zanpakuto, was reduced to a skeleton within seconds. And then, the skeleton crumbled into ash, disappearing into the distorted space. The day after the attack, Aelin emerged from the underground prison, carrying the head of the perpetrator. His presence commanded respect and instilled fear in all who crossed his path. He presented Beishin's head before the 32 fallen members of the 11th Division, then crushed it before their eyes, offering a final act of vengeance. Later that night, Aelin stood alone on the roof of the Kachiki Manor. Everyone assumed he was mourning the loss of his subordinates, but they were unaware of the true source of his fury. While he mourned those who had died at Beishin's hands, it was not their deaths that had enraged him. As someone who had wielded Kyokuzugetsu, Aelin was intimately familiar with the lingering traces of spiritual pressure within Beishin's body. It was the spiritual pressure of Aizen's Zanpakuto. Beishin's desire to challenge Ashiro was understandable. However, over a century had passed since Ashiro's imprisonment and Aelin's ascension to the position of captain. Why would Beishin choose this time to return and attack the 11th Division? Chapter 183, Aizen, welcome to my world. It was clear that someone had deliberately kept Beishin in the dark about Ashiro's removal from the position of captain. With Kyokusugetsu's ability, Aizen could easily manipulate Beishin's perception, making him see and hear whatever he desired. Aelin even suspected that Aizen had manipulated Beishin's hearing, making him believe that the voices of others were informing him of Ashiro's presence within the 11th Division barracks, prompting him to attack at a time when both Aelin and Kinpachi Zaraki were absent. If Aizen dared to manipulate someone into attacking the 11th Division and killing its members today, what would stop him from doing the same to the Kachiki clan tomorrow, putting Haruko's safety at risk? Aizen, why can't you just focus on your own plans, cultivate Ichigo Kurosaki, and then accept your fate of being sealed within the Mukin? Aelin thought, his anger simmering. Why do you insist on provoking me? Your abilities and ambitions are too dangerous. To protect those I care about, I must eliminate you. Having made his decision, Aelin would not hesitate. A golden spatial distortion appeared beside him, and his spiritual pressure flowed into the Zanpakuto within. Split, Shadow Blade. A green light emanated from the Zanpakuto as Aelin called out its name. He swung the blade towards his left arm. With a clean slice, his left arm detached from his shoulder. However, no blood flowed from the wound. The severed arm, under Aelin's control, transformed into a perfect replica of himself. This clone, however, possessed significantly less spiritual pressure than the original. Shadow Blade was a Zanpakuto that Aelin had created based on the Shadow Clone Jutsu from another world. However, Perhaps due to his incomplete understanding of the concept of cloning, the Zanpakuto's ability manifested as the transformation of severed limbs into clones, rather than the creation of independent copies. The strength of the clone was determined by the amount of spiritual pressure contained within the severed limb. If a 100-year captain-level opponent were to be struck by Ailen's blade, the severed limb would transform into a clone with the strength of a peak captain-level Shinigami. While this increased the number of opponents, it also significantly reduced their individual threat level. After all, fighting 2 captain-level opponents was far easier than facing a single 100-year captain. Furthermore, there was no limit to how many times Ailen could use this ability. With a few hundred slashes, even a 100-year captain could be reduced to a swarm of weaker opponents, their strength diminished to the level of elite Shinigami or seated officers. In a way, this Zanpakuto's ability was quite overpowered. The clone created from Ailen's left arm possessed the spiritual pressure of a 100-year captain. After instructing the clone to remain at the Kachiki manner and maintain his appearance, Ailen suppressed his own spiritual pressure and transformed into a shadow, heading towards the 5th Division's barracks. The 5th Division served as the rescue squad within the 13th Division of Imperial Guards. They were responsible for providing support to any division facing threats that exceeded their own capabilities or required immediate assistance. Therefore, the 5th Division was arguably the busiest division within the 13th Division of Imperial Guards, rivaling even the 8th Division in terms of workload. The 8th Division was tasked with gathering and analyzing information from various sources, then assigning missions to other divisions based on their findings. The 5th Division often received rescue requests from the 8th Division's intelligence unit. As a result, it was not uncommon to find the lights burning brightly within the 5th Division's captain's quarters late into the night. Captain Aizen diligently reviewed reports and assigned appropriate missions to his subordinates, ensuring their safety by matching their skills and abilities to the tasks at hand. Since Aizen had assumed the role of captain, casualties within the 5th Division during rescue missions had significantly decreased. This was one of the reasons why Aizen was so popular among his subordinates. With Ailen's abilities, infiltrating the 5th Division's barracks undetected was effortless. Even Aizen himself couldn't perceive his presence. Ailen entered Aizen's office and stood behind him. He placed a hand on Aizen's shoulder, causing his brush to tremble and leave a blot of ink on the paper he was writing on. "Oh? Captain Ailen," Aizen greeted him with his signature smile, setting his brush aside and turning to face his unexpected visitor. "To what do I owe the pleasure of your visit at this late hour? Captain Aizen, it seems you haven't taken my words to heart. I told you that I have no interest in the current you. When you reach a level that piques my interest, I will come to strike you down. And when I deem you no longer useful, I will also come to claim your life." Aizen's expression remained unchanged despite the threat. "Captain Ailen, there's no denying that you have the power to make such claims," Aizen acknowledged. "However, how do you know I haven't been anticipating this moment?" Aizen calmly organized the documents on his desk as he explained his plan. "After witnessing your strength in the Rakongai, I realized that I could not defeat you with my current abilities. Furthermore, the difference in our spiritual pressure seems to render my Zanpakuto's ability ineffective against you." As he spoke, Aizen touched the 2 healed wounds on his chest and abdomen. That night, he had used Kyoka Suigetsu to manipulate the senses of everyone present, including Captain Commander Yamamoto. However, the moment Ailen used flash steps to appear behind him, Aizen knew that his ability had no effect on him. For Aizen, who viewed the entire Siriite AI as his personal laboratory, Ailen's immunity to Kyoka Suigetsu made him an unpredictable variable. Over the years, Aizen had conducted tens of thousands of experiments in Hugomundo using the Hogyoku, successfully transforming Jillian-class and higher-level hollows into Shinigami-like beings known as Rancor. However, his research on Shinigami hollowification had stagnated, showing no progress compared to decades ago. To gather more data and perfect his experiments, Aizen planned to unleash hollows upon Soul Society, allowing them to devour or possess Shinigami to achieve hollowification. But for this plan to succeed, there could be no individuals within the Siriite AI who were immune to Kyoka Suigetsu's control. Unfortunately, even with his spiritual pressure reaching the limits of a Shinigami thanks to the Hogyoku, Aizen wasn't confident in his ability to manipulate Ailen's senses. Therefore, he had decided to eliminate Ailen from the Siriite AI before commencing his experiments. The Bashan incident was merely a test, an attempt to drive Ailen away. However, Aizen hadn't anticipated Ailen seeking him out so soon after dealing with Bashan. "Since I cannot defeat you, Captain Ailen, I will simply have to find someone who can," Aizen said, his hand resting on the hilt of his Zanpakuto. All he needed to do was use Kyoka Suigetsu to manipulate the perceptions of the hypnotized Shinigami, making them witness a fabricated scene of Captain Ailen attacking him. Soon, Captain Commander Yamamoto would arrive at the 5th Division barracks, only to find Ailen attempting to kill him. "I don't know what you're planning, but without us in the Siriite AI, how many of your plans will come to fruition?" Aylin's voice echoed behind Aizen. Bunchi, Unlimited Blade Works. After years of training, Aylin's control over his spiritual pressure had reached an unparalleled level. The surge of spiritual pressure released by his Bankai was completely contained within his body, not a single trace leaking outwards. Aizen's vision blurred for a moment. When his sight returned, Aylin's voice, cold and menacing, echoed in his ears. Sosuke Aizen, welcome to my world. That night, dark clouds obscured the moon over the Syriite AI. A fierce wind howled, and a sense of unease settled upon the Shinigami. The entire Soul Society felt as if it were on the verge of collapse. Is this the wrath of the Soul King? Joshiro Yukitake, captain of the 13th Division, looked up at the sky with anxiety in his eyes. What has happened? Why is the Soul King so enraged? Could it be that something has changed in the future, prompting the Soul King to consider destroying the world? The leaders of the 5 great noble houses simultaneously looked towards the sky. They could almost see the silhouette of the being imprisoned within the crystal, his fury growing. Was the Soul King about to break free from his seal and cleanse the world of its impurities? Who has angered the Soul King? Shun Sekiraku, captain of the 8th Division, reached for a Zanpakuto hidden within his robes. If such an event were to occur, he would have no choice but to betray the wishes of Nanaoise's mother and entrust the blade to her daughter. Chapter 184, The Soul King's Wrath. A thought struck Kiraku, a memory surfacing from years past. Aylin had once asked him if he should teach Nanaoise some swordsmanship. At the time, Aylin had remarked that there was a difference between having something and not using it, and needing something and not having it. Could it be that Aylin had anticipated this situation? Or perhaps, even this current crisis was somehow connected to him? Kiraku couldn't fathom it. Captain Aylin, just how many secrets were you hiding? As expected. Stepping out of Unlimited Blade Works, Aylin sensed a wave of hostility directed towards him from the world itself. The Soul King's will is enraged because Aizen's imprisonment has altered the future, deviating from the path he foresaw. Dark clouds gathered overhead, and bolts of lightning danced among them. The clouds descended rapidly, as if they were about to crush the Syriite AI. Aylin returned to the Kachiki Manor and silently handed a green-hilted Zanpakuto to his clone. The clone took the blade and immediately departed, heading towards the 5th Division barracks. Once his clone was gone, Aylin looked up at the sky. Boom. His spiritual pressure surged outwards, forming a golden pillar of spiritual pressure that pierced through the Syriite AI's Shakanmaku barrier and ascended towards the Soul King Palace, bypassing the 72 barriers that protected it. Rumble. The guardians of the Soul King Palace, the Royal Guard, were drawn to the immense power emanating from the Syriite AI. The 4 members of Squad 0 instantly used the Soul King Palace's main entrance to reach the inner sanctum. This spiritual pressure. Garyo Hikaifune, the newest member of Squad 0, was the most surprised. Compared to her time in Soul Society, Hikaifune had undergone a dramatic transformation. The once slender and beautiful woman had become a plump and friendly matron. Although her interactions with Aylin had been limited, she recognized his spiritual pressure from their time together at captain meetings. Even back then, Hikaifune knew that Aylin was stronger than her. However, she hadn't anticipated that even after ascending to Squad 0, completing the creation of the Royal Key, and surpassing the Shinigami limit, Aylin's spiritual pressure would still rival her own. Oh my, I knew that fellow was extraordinary, but I didn't expect him to reach such a level in the lower realm, Ikubai Hyosub, the leader of Squad 0, remarked with a hint of surprise in his voice. Since the creation of the world over 1 million years ago, Ikubai had only encountered 2 beings who had reached this level of spiritual pressure. Not in terms of sheer power, but in terms of its essence. The first was the oldest hollow, the first being to devour souls in this world. After consuming 1/10 of all the souls in existence, that ancient hollow's spiritual pressure had surpassed the limits, reaching a level that even Ikubai couldn't comprehend. It was as if the hollow had become a concept itself. The second was the Soul King. Born from the will of the world, the Soul King was a god from the moment of his creation, possessing the power of the Almighty and reigning as the strongest being in existence. The third was Ikubai himself. His essence was darkness. After the creation of the 3 realms and the cycle of day and night, darkness emerged as a concept, allowing Ikubai to ascend to a higher dimension. Now, within Aylin's spiritual pressure, Ikubai sensed a similar concept. The concept of the sword. He glanced at Tetsunomiya, the god of the sword and a fellow member of Squad 0. Ikubai hesitated to share this revelation with him. This was the realm that Namiya had pursued his entire life but had failed to reach. Learning that someone else had achieved it might shatter his spirit. Aylin was the 4th being to reach this level through his own power. Time held no meaning for those who had reached this state. As long as the concept they embodied existed, they were immortal, supreme beings. What is Captain Aylin trying to do? Hikaifune said solemnly. Well. Regardless of his intentions, let's observe for now, Ikubai said, folding his arms. Having served the Soul King for the longest time, Ikubai understood him better than anyone. Moments ago, the Soul King's will, trapped within the crystal prison, had displayed a tendency towards self-destruction. And if the Soul King were to destroy himself, the world would descend into chaos without his presence as the linchpin that maintained the balance between the three realms. This was an outcome that no one could accept. The members of Squad Zero were almost certain that Aelin was the one who had caused the fluctuation in the Soul King's will. Now, with Aelin's spiritual pressure reaching the Soul King Palace, it was likely that he had something he wished to communicate with the Soul King. Ikubai made no attempt to prevent Aelin's spiritual pressure from reaching the Soul King. He, too, was curious to see if this young man, who had surpassed the limits through his own power, could stabilize the Soul King's will. Under the watchful eyes of Squad Zero, Aelin's spiritual pressure reached the inner sanctum of the Soul King Palace, and his will connected with the Soul King's. This was the second time Aelin had sensed the Soul King's will. However, compared to the first time, the Soul King's will now seemed filled with rage. Aelin understood the reason for this. With Aizen imprisoned within unlimited blade works, the events that were supposed to transpire would never occur. The Hogyoku would never be completed, and Ichigo Kurosaki, the being who would wield the combined power of Quincy, Fulbering, Hollow, and Shinigami, would never be born. Judging by the Soul King's current emotional state, Aelin also realized that the future the Soul King could see did not include his own actions. Perhaps it was due to his unique nature, or perhaps the Soul King's ability to see the future was limited when it came to those who had surpassed the Shinigami limit. Aelin focused his thoughts and connected his will with the Soul King's, conveying his intentions and the path he intended to take. Boom. The Shinigami within the Siriite AI watched in astonishment as Aelin's pillar of spiritual pressure soared towards the sky. They couldn't understand why he would unleash such power at a time like this. However, they noticed that the dark clouds overhead began to dissipate as Aelin's spiritual pressure intensified. The sense of impending doom gradually faded. Captain Aelin, what did you do? Once Aelin withdrew his spiritual pressure, the world seemed to return to normal. The captains, however, were left with a newfound understanding of Aelin's power. They had never witnessed such a dense and powerful pillar of spiritual pressure. But what truly astonished them was Aelin's control over his spiritual pressure. If such immense power were to be unleashed, it would engulf the entire Soul Society. Shinigami below the level of a vice captain would likely suffocate and die under its pressure. Yet, under Aelin's meticulous control, not a single trace of spiritual pressure had leaked outwards. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that Aelin had released such power. His level of control was simply terrifying. Within the 13th Division barracks, the captains pondered the implications of Aelin's actions, each lost in their own thoughts. Shun Sekiraku, captain of the 8th Division, released his grip on the hidden blade within his robes and sighed deeply. Aelin-kun, what are you trying to achieve? Ever since he had begun to suspect Aelin's involvement in the recent events within the Siriite AI, Kiraku had been reassessing his friend. But with each passing day, he found it increasingly difficult to understand Aelin's motives. In terms of strength, perhaps only their teacher, Yamamoto, could pose a threat to Aelin. Everyone else, including Kiraku himself, was beneath his notice. And if Aelin desired power, he could easily claim the position of Captain Commander. At least 3 or 4 captains would support his ascension, 5 or 6 would remain neutral, and the rest, even if they disagreed, wouldn't dare oppose him openly. Yet, Aelin had never shown any interest in power or authority. Kiraku shook his head and returned to his office, his thoughts troubled. Within the 13th Division barracks, Joshiro Yukitake, the captain, wore a similar expression of concern. Captain Aelin. As the host of the Soul King's right arm, Yukitake sensed things that Kiraku could not. What had caused the Soul King's will to consider self-destruction? It had been a fleeting moment, a subtle shift in the Soul King's emotions. But this was the Soul King. Even the slightest fluctuation in his will could not be ignored. Yukitake had been prepared to transform into the god of the One Eye and temporarily take the Soul King's place as the linchpin that maintained the balance of the world. However, Aelin had intervened, directly contacting the Soul King's will. And to Yukitake's surprise, the Soul King's will had stabilized after their interaction. What had Captain Aelin done? While the captains remained bewildered and apprehensive, Aelin's clone arrived at the 5th Division's captain's quarters. Chapter 185, From today onwards, I am Aizen. Aelin, with his Zanpakuto secured at his waist, settled before his desk. He rested his hand on the hilt, his eyes fluttering closed as he began the synchronization. Synchronization? Commenced blue spiritual pressure tendril snaked from his clone's hand, reaching towards the Zanpakuto at his waist. Within a few breaths, Aelin and Zanpakuto became one. Sharing growth experiences. A whisper escaped his lips as the memories held within the Zanpakuto flooded his mind. This was not a mere replica forged within Unlimited Blade Works, but the genuine Kyokusugetsu, once wielded by Sosuke Aizen himself. In Unlimited Blade Works, after defeated Aizen and sealed him on the Sword Hill, Aizen had retrieved his Zanpakuto and entrusted it to his clone. Now, he immersed himself in the memories it contained, absorbing and digesting them until he finally opened his eyes. So, that's how far Aizen has gone. Kyokusugetsu's memories revealed the extent of Aizen's schemes within Hugomundo. Despite his spiritual pressure reaching the limits of a Shinigami thanks to the Hogyoku, Aizen felt his creation was incomplete. He had successfully achieved hollowification of Shinigami, but the reverse, Shinigami hollowification, remained elusive. This incompleteness, he believed, could potentially hinder his future growth if he were to break through the Shinigami limit with the current Hogyoku. Therefore, Aizen had shifted his focus to the Shinigami hollowification experiments. Over the years, he had dispatched nearly 100 Jillion class minnows grand with self-awareness into Soul Society, instructing them to attack Shinigami and possess their bodies, hoping to unravel the secrets of Shinigami hollowification. Among these hollows was a familiar name from Aizen's memory, the ninth Espada, Eniero Ururi. However, the results of these experiments had been disappointing. This was the reason Aizen had sought to eliminate Aizen, to remove any obstacles and conduct his experiments on a larger scale. Kyokusugetsu's memories also revealed Aizen's elaborate scheme to frame Aizen. Had everything gone according to plan, Aizen might have been forced to leave the Siri Itai, no longer interfering with Aizen's experiments. But Aizen had overestimated himself and underestimated Aizen. Aizen's Banchi, Unlimited Blade Works, had transported Aizen to a separate dimension, their battle hidden from the outside world. All of Aizen's carefully laid plans had become useless. With Kyokusugetsu's memories and his own knowledge of the future, Aizen released his grip on the Zanpakuto, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. From this moment onwards, he was the true mastermind, the enigmatic and charismatic villain, Sosuke Aizen. He turned his attention to the intelligence reports on his desk, effortlessly extracting the hidden messages within. These reports were provided by Shinigami who secretly served Aizen, their loyalty the foundation of his plan to hypnotize the entire 13 Division of Imperial Guards. Oh? A report from a noble family's illegitimate child caught Aizen's attention and his eyebrows raised in surprise. It detailed a group of high-ranking nobles plotting to seize the Shiba clan's ancestral treasure. They had sent nearly 100 young women to enroll in the Shino Academy alongside Keion Shiba, hoping to determine whether he was from the main or a branch family. If Keion was from a branch family like Isshin Shiba, unaware of the treasure, they would consider it an early investment. Perhaps, in a few centuries, their family would gain a captain-level powerhouse. However, if Keion was from the main family, they would locate his residence and eliminate him before he grew too powerful. Then, they would seize the Shiba clan's treasure and establish themselves as the new great noble house. The report in Aizen's hand revealed that their plan was showing results. A woman disguised as a Rakongai resident had spent 6 years studying at the Shino Academy and several more years deliberately getting close to Keion Shiba after joining the 13th Division. She had successfully established a romantic relationship with him. Her name was Miyako. Interesting. Aizen smiled. From Kyokusugetsu's memories, Aizen knew that Aizen, while harboring the ambition to replace the Soul King and secretly accessing the Great Spirit Book Gallery for forbidden knowledge, was primarily interested in the Shiba clan's fireworks cannon capable of transporting individuals directly to the Soul King Palace. Aizen suspected that Aizen, having confirmed Keion's lineage as a member of the main Shiba family, had received information from Miyako about her plan to betray Keion. He had then dispatched Eniero Ururi to attack Miyako, hoping to win Keion's favor. Aizen would then personally intervene and manipulate Keion, potentially recruiting him as a powerful subordinate. However, Aizen might have underestimated Keion's feelings for Miyako and overestimated his strength after losing control, leading to Keion's demise at the hands of Eniero Ururi. Perhaps it was Keion's death that caused Aizen to abandon the idea of using the fireworks cannon and instead research a method to create the royal key within the lower realm. Miyako, a pawn of the nobles. I'll need to keep an eye on her. Keion came to the Siriite AI and became a Shinigami because of my suggestion. If I have the opportunity, I should warn him. But if I remember correctly, it was several years after Miyako and Keion married that Eniero Ururi attacked. Did Miyako truly fall in love with Keion and lie about his lineage to protect him? Or did Keion hide his true identity from Miyako until years after their marriage? I need to investigate this thoroughly. After all, the truth will determine how I deal with both Keion and Miyako. According to my conversation with the Soul King's will, I need to create a candidate capable of killing him. As the creator of the three realms, betrayed by his subordinates and willingly becoming the linchpin to stabilize the world, Suicide is not an option for him. And to kill the Soul King, one needs an existence of equal stature. Huck, with only the power of the Quincy, can destroy parts of the Soul King's body, but he cannot kill him completely. Only Ichigo Kurosaki, wielding the combined power of Quincy, Fullbring, Hollow, and Shinigami, can truly kill the Soul King. In other words, the hollowification experiments must continue. At the very least, I need to cultivate the Vasta O Lord. Shaking his head, Aelin contemplated his future plans, solidifying his course of action. Suddenly, he closed the intelligence report and turned his gaze towards the shadows. Tosen, what brings you here? The figure kneeling in the shadows was none other than Kaname Tosen, captain of the 9th Division. Captain Aizen, as you instructed, I have dispatched 14 Shinigami to remain hidden between the 5th Division and the Kachiki Manor. Once the captain of the 11th Division makes his move, we can quickly escalate the situation. Stop it, Tosen. Captain Aizen, why? Tosen was confused. Are you questioning me, Tosen? I wouldn't dare. Tosen's forehead beaded with cold sweat as he lowered his head in submission. Aelin nodded in satisfaction. His clone had successfully replaced Aizen. Under the influence of Kyoka Suigetsu, no one would suspect a thing. However, Tosen was different. His loyalty to Aizen was genuine. Therefore, Aelin had to ensure that his spiritual pressure matched Aizen's perfectly, his tone, actions, and demeanor flawless. Otherwise, Tosen would instantly realize he was not the man he served. This, however, posed no challenge for Aelin. He suppressed his own spiritual pressure and opened a miniature spatial channel, allowing Aizen's spiritual pressure to flow from unlimited blade works. Tosen, unable to see, couldn't distinguish between the real Aizen and a clone. Or rather, Tosen would sooner doubt himself than Aizen. Tosen, you must understand that our ambitions extend far beyond the Siriite AI. Just now, I reached an understanding with Captain Aelin of the 11th Division. We will avoid the 11th Division and the Kachiki family. In return for our sincerity, Captain Aelin has agreed to turn a blind eye to our actions, as long as we fulfill those two conditions. Lord Aizen, could this be a trap? Tosen questioned, then quickly apologized for his transgression. I apologize, Lord Aizen. I overstepped my boundaries. No, Tosen, your suspicions are reasonable. But this is the way of the nobles, is it not? Aelin's words silenced Tosen. He thought of his friend, her life unjustly taken. Yes, this was the way of the nobles. They could commit heinous crimes and face no consequences. The justice of the Siriite AI had long been tarnished by the influence of the nobles. If not for this injustice, would he have followed Aizen in pursuit of true justice? Yes, this is the way of the nobles. You may leave, Tosen. Those arrangements can be cancelled. Yes, Lord Aizen. Oh, and one more thing. Please arrange for more casualties among the Shinigami. My experiments have reached a critical stage, and I require more test subjects. Yes, Lord Aizen. Chapter 186, Hisuna's Sorrow. With the aid of Kyoka Suigetsu, Aelin's clone seamlessly assumed the role of Captain Aizen, his true identity remaining a secret within the 5th Division. Meanwhile, the real Aelin found himself in a rather perplexing situation. Haruko, I'm fine. It's just an arm, not a big deal, Aelin reassured his wife. His left arm, now transformed into the clone impersonating Aizen, was irretrievable until the Sotsuke Aizen storyline had run its course. This was his agreement with the Soul King. To maintain appearances, Aelin altered the way he wore his captain's hori, draping it over his shoulders like a cape, similar to Captain Commander Yamamoto's style. This effectively concealed the absence of his arm from others. However, as his wife, Haruko Kachiki could not be deceived. How can you be fine when you've lost an arm? Haruko asked, tearfully. Aelin-kun, I finally understand. I'm nothing but a burden to you. If you hadn't given me Avalon, you wouldn't have lost your arm. Haruko, I haven't lost my arm, Aelin sighed, deciding to reveal a portion of the truth to ease her worries. I have merely gambled this left arm on a future. If all goes well, it will return within 100 years. Keion Shiba had joined the 13th Division, his strength and charisma earning him the position of vice captain. If everything proceeded as expected, he would marry Miyako within a few years. That meant, in roughly 70 years, Ichigo Kurosaki, the protagonist of the Shinigami world, would arrive in the Siriite AI. However, this future hinged on Aelin's ability to create the Vesta O Lord within 50 years. If he failed, Masaki Kurosaki would never be infected by the Vasta O Lord, Isshin Shiba would not abandon his Shinigami powers, and the storyline of Bleach would crumble. Aelin had given himself 30 years. If he couldn't create the Vasta O Lord within that time frame, he would consider negotiating with Aizen, allowing him to create it while Aelin maintained a non-interference agreement, similar to his arrangement with Tosen. But whether Aizen would accept such an offer remained uncertain. It took Aileen a considerable amount of time to finally comfort Haruko. However, his statement about gambling his left arm on the future spread through the Shinigami Women's Association. Ordinary Shinigami couldn't fathom how Captain Aileen had lost his arm. But the captains knew. They remembered the night when the world seemed on the brink of destruction, the night when Captain Aileen unleashed his spiritual pressure. Afterward, the crisis subsided, and Captain Aileen emerged with a missing arm. They speculated that perhaps, on that fateful night, Captain Aileen had sacrificed his left arm to prevent the world's demise. This realization seemed to bring about a subtle change in the way the other captains regarded Aileen, a newfound respect evident in their interactions. Ah! Before Aileen, a Shinigami clutched his throat, his body convulsing as a white substance oozed from his mouth, eyes, and nose. His eyes transformed into black voids, 2 crimson dots replacing his pupils. With a guttural roar, the hollow-eyed Shinigami lunged towards Aileen. Aileen's eyes gleamed with interest as he observed the hollow's movements. He recalled Ishin Shiba's words during his battle with the Vasto Lord. It felt less like fighting a hollow and more like battling a Shinigami. The hollow before him displayed a rudimentary understanding of swordsmanship. Could this be the initial form of the Vasto Lord? Was he truly this talented in research? However, as Aileen glanced at the incomplete Hogyoku in his hand, realization dawned. The Hogyoku's ability was to manifest the desires of those around it. After defeating Aizen, Aileen had claimed this half-formed Hogyoku as a trophy. And naturally, as Aileen frequently carried it, the Hogyoku had primarily absorbed his desires. Under the influence of the Hogyoku's power, the initial form of the Vasto Lord had been successfully created. Now, all that remained was to allow the Vasto Lord to devour more Shinigami, instill within it the combat instincts of a Shinigami, and gradually nurture it to reach the level of a Vasto Lord. Hey, what a pleasant surprise. Aileen effortlessly dispatched the hollow-eyed Shinigami, carefully collecting the Vasto Lord's Rishi before departing. The greatest hurdle had been overcome. Now, it was time for Aizen's performance. Cough, cough. Within the Kachiki Manor, Byakuya Kuachiki had been absent from the 6th Division for an extended period. It was the 12th year of his marriage to Hisuna Kachiki, and her soul was nearing its end. Hisuna was so frail that even walking a few steps required Byakuya's support. Her coughs were frequent, and the white cloth covering her mouth was stained with blood. Hisuna, how are you feeling? Byakuya's face was etched with worry during this period. He now understood why his uncle Aileen had chosen to leave the family. The conflicting desires to be with his loved one while also distancing himself for her sake were agonizing. Byakuya-sama, I'm sorry. It seems I cannot accompany you any longer, Hisuna said, offering him a weak smile. No, Hisuna, Byakuya shook his head. Wait here, I'll go find Uncle Aileen. With Uncle Aileen here, you'll be alright. Byakuya helped Hisuna to a pavilion in the courtyard, intending to seek Aileen's assistance. However, as he turned to leave, Hisuna grabbed his hand. There's no need, Byakuya, Hisuna shook her head with a smile. Don't trouble Uncle Aileen. If not for his help all these years, I would have perished 4 years ago. I am content with the extra 4 years I've had with you, Byakuya-sama. But please forgive my selfishness. Even with so little time remaining, I wish to have you all to myself. No, Hisuna, it is I who have been selfish. Byakuya embraced Hisuna and closed his eyes. Hisuna's condition had deteriorated to the point where she could pass away at any moment. Uncle Aileen had warned him of the consequences of staying with Hisuna, yet he had selfishly kept her by his side. Perhaps this was his punishment. By the way, Byakuya-sama. I fall in love, void bandage. A white bandage materialized between Byakuya and Hisuna. A green light enveloped Hisuna, her body rapidly healing. However, as the green light dimmed, Hisuna's condition continued to worsen. Seeing this situation, Aileen maintained the release of void bandage. Uncle Aileen. Seeing Aileen, Byakuya felt a surge of hope. Byakuya, you see Hisuna's condition. Go and prepare what needs to be prepared. I will stabilize her condition and have a few words with her. But Byakuya glanced at Hisuna, suspended in midair and enveloped by the white bandage. Go, Byakuya-sama, Hisuna said. With Uncle Aileen here, I will be fine for now. Alright, Hisuna. Wait for me. Byakuya nodded at Hisuna and left to make arrangements for her funeral. Uncle Aileen, Hisuna greeted him. Please forgive me. In my current state, I cannot properly show my respect. No need for formalities, Aileen waved his hand dismissively. In all your years in the Kachiki family, have you ever seen me care for such meaningless customs? Haha, as Byakuya-sama's wife, my every action reflects upon him. You may not care, Uncle Aileen, but I must not disgrace Byakuya-sama by neglecting proper etiquette. Aileen nodded slightly. Hisuna was right. Byakuya, as the head of the Kachiki clan, was a role model for all nobles within the Siri-Itai, embodying the rules of nobility. Any lapse in etiquette on Hisona's part would indeed tarnish Byakuya's reputation. Hisona, I must admit, Byakuya is fortunate to have you as his wife. You have fulfilled your duties as the mistress of the Kachiki family admirably. Hisona smiled, a sense of relief washing over her. She had always sensed Aelin's subtle disapproval of her. But to receive his acknowledgement before her death eased a burden from her heart. By the way, Hisona, Aelin continued. This year, a new student named Rukia enrolled in the Shino Academy. Seeing Hisona's current state, Aelin sighed and decided to share the news. What? Rukia? As expected, Hisona's expression changed drastically upon hearing the name. Uncle Aelin, this Rukia. Yes, she bears a striking resemblance to you, Aelin confirmed. I intend to visit the Shino Academy tomorrow and take this child named Rukia as my disciple. I will bring her to live in the Kachiki family. What do you think? Chapter 187, The Arrangement of Byakuya and Rukia. Really? Uncle Aelin? Hisona Kachiki was overjoyed. Moments ago, upon learning of her sister's existence, Hisona had contemplated asking Byakuya to care for Rukia after her passing. However, the thought of burdening Byakuya with such a request weighed heavily on her. Although her life was nearing its end, and she felt justified in imposing this responsibility on Byakuya to atone for abandoning Rukia years ago, Hisona still wished to remain Byakuya's flawless white moonlight. Now, with Aelin's words, she could finally let go of her worries. Even without her protection, as Aelin's disciple, Rukia's future would be far brighter than her own. Thank you, Uncle Aelin. There's no need to thank me so soon, Aelin shook his head. After all, my decision to take Rukia as my disciple is not entirely selfless. I believe you are aware of Byakuya's feelings for you. Hisona lowered her head, a happy smile gracing her lips as she basked in the green glow of void bandage. To be loved by Byakuya-sama is my greatest honor. Your time is limited, but Byakuya's journey is far from over, Aelin continued. He is not only himself but also the 28th head of the Kachiki clan, burdened with the responsibility of carrying on its legacy. Hisona's smile faltered slightly at Aelin's words. Indeed, Byakuya was the head of the Kachiki clan, and in their 12 years of marriage, she had failed to bear him any children. Therefore, for the sake of the Kachiki family's future, regardless of Byakuya's own desires, he would eventually have to remarry and continue the bloodline. Although Rukia will be my disciple in name, I have many responsibilities and limited time to guide her, Aelin explained. Therefore, I will entrust Byakuya with the task of training Rukia for a period. As for the future, whether Rukia will be granted the Kachiki name, I cannot guarantee. A smile returned to Hisona's face. Despite the subtle wording, she understood the hidden meaning behind Aelin's words. Especially the last sentence about whether Rukia will receive the Kachiki name was Aelin's way of revealing his plan. Under what circumstances would an outsider be granted the Kachiki name? First, if they were adopted by the Kachiki family, becoming a member of the clan. Second, if they married into the Kachiki family, like Hisona herself. Ah, if it could be Rukia, that would be wonderful. In this world, the two people Hisona cared about most were Byakuya, the man she loved deeply and who loved her in return, and Rukia, her younger sister whom she had abandoned years ago due to poverty. If, according to Aelin's arrangement, the two people she cherished most could find happiness together, then her life would be complete. Indeed. So, please keep Rukia's existence a secret from Byakuya for now. When the time is right, I will reveal everything to him. If you tell Byakuya about Rukia now, regardless of his feelings for her, she will always be seen as a younger sister in his eyes. I understand, Uncle Aelin, Hisona nodded. Byakuya-sama and Rukia, I entrust them to you. At that moment, Byakuya rushed in, his usual composure as a noble momentarily forgotten. Hisona. Seeing Hisona within the green light, Byakuya breathed a sigh of relief. She was still there. Byakuya-sama. As Byakuya approached, Aelin waved his hand, and void bandage dissolved into Rishi, returning to its realm within unlimited blade works. Byakuya stepped forward and caught Hisona as she fell from the air. All right, Byakuya. Hisona may not make it through the night. I will leave you two alone. Yes, Byakuya nodded. Thank you, uncle. Aelin waved goodbye without turning around and departed from the Kachiki manor. Sigh. Walking along the streets, Aelin couldn't help but sigh. Although he personally favored the Byakuya-Rukia pairing, he had to admit that Hisona, aside from abandoning Rukia, had been a flawless mistress of the Kachiki family for the past 12 years. In fact, her presence had significantly improved Byakuya's reputation among the nobles. Previously, Byakuya had relied solely on rules to forcefully restrict the behavior of other nobles. However, after Hisona became the mistress of the Kachiki family, she built strong relationships with the wives of other nobles. Many situations that would have required Byakuya's forceful intervention were resolved through Hisona's subtle influence and communication with the other noblewoman. As a result, Byakuya, despite seemingly taking a less active role, gained even greater respect and admiration from the nobles. Now, with Hisona's life nearing its end, Byakuya would likely revert to his stoic and expressionless demeanor. Perhaps he had already exhausted all his emotions for a lifetime during this past year with Hisona. Yo, Captain Alan. Alan, lost in thought, had arrived at his favorite izakaya. Just as he entered, a familiar voice greeted him. Captain Kiraku. Seeing a friend, Alan decided against finding a new table and headed towards Kiraku. As he approached the table, Alan noticed 3 other individuals and couldn't help but chuckle. Hey, Captain Kiraku, having a party without me? That's hurtful. Originally, Alan had only seen Kiraku from the front and assumed he was alone. He hadn't expected a small gathering. Captain Alan. Captain Alan. Ah, Captain Alan. The 3 individuals rose and bowed respectfully to Alan. Hey, what are you doing? Sit down, sit down. Alan waved his hand dismissively, urging them to relax. Within the divisions, Kiraku and I are captains, but outside, especially in a place like this, titles hold no meaning. He turned to Kiraku and said, Move over, Kiraku. Make some space for me. Although Alan had said so, the 3 individuals remained standing until he was seated, then hesitantly followed suit. Alan recognized the 3 individuals sitting opposite him. One was the notorious drunkard of the Shinigami world, Rinjaku Matsumoto, who spent her days either drinking or seeking out more sake. For others, drinking was a pastime, but for Rinjaku, it was a way of life. The other 2 were former 5th seat of the 11th Division, Tetsuzuma Niba, who had transferred to the 7th Division as vice captain decades ago due to the vacancy created by Shinji Hirako and the others' hollowification incident, and Shuai Hisagi, the Shinigami with the 69 tattoo on his face. Why the long face? You don't seem happy, Kiraku asked, his usual playful demeanor returning in the absence of others. The 3 individuals remained reserved in Alan's presence, but Kiraku had no such qualms. Although he harbored some suspicions about Alan, it didn't affect their usual interactions. He could separate his personal feelings from his duties. If Alan ever turned against the Sairi Itai, Kiraku wouldn't hesitate to take action. However, regardless of any past transgressions, Kiraku felt indebted to Alan for sacrificing his arm to save the world years ago. He wouldn't act against him unless absolutely necessary. Sigh. Alan noticed the awkwardness of Rinjaku and the others. He rarely drank with them, so their restraint was understandable. He didn't mind their presence. Hisona is not going to make it. Those simple words were enough for the 4 individuals to understand. 12 years ago, Byakuya Kuachiki's marriage to a commoner from the Rakongai had caused quite a stir within the Sairiite AI. It was perhaps the first instance in the million-year history of Seoul society where a high-ranking noble had married a woman with no spiritual pressure. Many nobles had opposed the union. However, both Byakuya and Alan had disregarded their objections, leaving the protesting nobles looking like fools. In the end, Byakuya's reputation not only remained untarnished but was even enhanced among female Shinigami, who admired his willingness to marry a commoner. But everyone knew the consequences of a person with no spiritual pressure living in the Sairiite, a place saturated with powerful spiritual pressure. Hisona's ability to survive for so long was already a surprise. Byakuya's wife. I met her once, Kiraku said with a sigh. Chapter 188, Jinikamaru's Secret. Come, Captain Alan, let's drink and forget about those troublesome matters for now, Shunsei Kiraku said, raising his sake cup. Ha ha, exactly. Isn't that what sake is for? Rinjaku Matsumoto, who had been playing the role of a silent observer, became excited about drinking. Ha, you're right, Alan agreed. Cheers. With Kiraku and Rinjaku's encouragement, Alan cast aside his worries and joined the others in a toast. As the sake flowed, especially with Rinjaku leading the way, Tetsuzuma Niba and Shuai Hisagi gradually relaxed and opened up. After several rounds, they were all feeling a bit tipsy. Rinjaku leaned towards Alan and rested her arm on his shoulder. Captain Alan, I heard that Captain Jinokamaru of the 3rd Division was your disciple. Could you tell us a bit about your story with him? Although emboldened by the sake, this was a question that had lingered in Rinjaku's heart for a long time. Rinjaku and Jin had been childhood friends, supporting each other through thick and thin. However, one day, Rinjaku awoke to find Jin leaving her behind, his back turned as he declared his intention to become a Shinigami and journeyed to the Sairiite AI. Years later, Rinjaku endured hardships and followed Jin to the Sairiite AI, enrolling in the Shino Academy. She graduated with honors and joined the 10th Division, eventually rising to the rank of vice captain. But to Rinjaku's confusion, their encounters in the Sairiite AI were strained. She sensed a growing distance between them, as if Jin was deliberately trying to sever their connection. Rinjaku, despite her carefree demeanor, was a perceptive and sensitive woman. Sensing Jin's intentions, she suppressed her feelings of hurt and confusion, choosing not to pursue him further. She couldn't bear the thought of disrupting any of Jin's plans because of her own emotions. Jin. Aylin glanced at Rinjaku, noticing the trace of anticipation and anxiety in her eyes. She yearned to know everything about Jin, yet feared that the truth would drive them further apart. After all, within the Siri Itai, Captain Jin Okamaru of the 3rd Division was known as a traitor who had betrayed his mentor, Aylin. Recalling the tragic fate of Jin in the original Bleach storyline, Aylin sighed. Perhaps it was the emotional weight of Byakuya and Hisona's situation that day, but Aylin felt compelled to share. He set down his sake cup. Alright, since you're curious, I'll tell you the story of Jin Okamaru and myself. His words instantly sobered the others, their ears perked up with interest. Gossip about powerful figures had always been a source of fascination for those below them. Learning about their private lives brought a sense of amusement and satisfaction. I first met Jin over 100 years ago. I had just become the captain of the 11th Division. Back then, Hollows frequently invaded Soul's society, causing significant harm to the residents of the Rakongai. As a result, the 11th Division barracks were often empty, as all our Shinigami were dispatched to patrol the Rakongai, tasked with eliminating any Hollows they encountered. Rinjaku nodded in understanding. During that time, she and Jin often heard the roars of monsters and the sounds of battle, forcing them to hide in the forest to avoid being attacked. Now she realized those battles were fought by the members of the 11th Division. One day, after slaying several Hollows, I passed by a small grove. There, I encountered the mastermind behind many of the incidents plaguing Soul Society. His words captivated the other Shinigami, drawing them into the story as if they were experiencing it firsthand. Even Kiraku's eyes narrowed as he listened intently. The mastermind. Could it be you, Captain Aylin? As I passed by the grove, I noticed a faint glow, Aylin continued. But to my surprise, I couldn't sense any spiritual pressure. Curiosity led me to investigate. I swiftly flew towards the source of the light, eager to uncover its secrets. What I saw there filled me with rage. A Shinigami in a Shyakusho stood guard while another individual in a black cloak was extracting something from a young girl from the Rakongai. Scattered around them were remnants of clothing, the last traces left behind after souls from the Rakongai faded away. I knew what I had to do. I took action. The Shinigami on guard was swiftly eliminated. However, the cloaked individual managed to escape my attack using some unknown means. Oh? Someone who could escape your grasp, Captain Aylin? That's quite surprising, Kiraku remarked playfully. Aylin rolled his eyes. Come on, Captain Kiraku, I wasn't always as strong as I am now. But to escape from me back then, that individual's strength must be comparable to yours now, Captain Kiraku. Oh? Kiraku was taken aback. Was he now a unit of measurement? And under what circumstances was Captain Aylin making this comparison? How could he be so certain of his strength? Kiraku was puzzled. He had only revealed his Bankai to Old Man Yamamoto during his captain proficiency test and had never used it since. How could Captain Aylin judge that individual's strength to be on par with his own? After the cloaked individual escaped, I checked on the young girl and discovered that her soul was damaged, Aylin continued. That individual had torn a fragment of her soul. It was a brutal act. Without immediate treatment, the girl would have perished. But repairing a soul requires another soul as material. I couldn't bring myself to sacrifice someone else's soul to heal this girl. Then, Jin appeared before me. He offered his own soul as material, allowing me to extract a fragment to repair the girl's soul. Clang. Rinjaku's hand trembled, and her sake cup slipped from her grasp, shattering on the table. Others might not have known, but Rinjaku understood. At that time, the only person Jin would have willingly sacrificed his soul for was her. So, the girl whose soul had been torn. Was me? Ha ha, ha ha ha, I apologize. I had a bit too much to drink. Rinjaku forced a laugh, trying to explain her sudden outburst. However, the others were more interested in Jin's past and paid little attention to her. Only Kiraku glanced at Rinjaku thoughtfully. I warned Jin that if I made a mistake while extracting his soul fragment, he could die, Aylin said. But Jin only asked if it would ensure the girl's complete recovery. After receiving my confirmation, he didn't hesitate and allowed me to proceed. Fortunately, my healing abilities were not lacking. Although Jin sustained some injuries, I successfully extracted a fragment of his soul while preserving his life. After healing the girl, I told Jin that strength was essential to protect those he cared about. If he didn't want to experience such despair again, he should enroll in the Shino Academy and become a Shinigami. I promised to personally train him if he chose the 11th Division after graduation. And so, not long after, Jin enrolled in the Shino Academy. Despite his damaged soul, Jin's talent surpassed my expectations. He completed the academy's curriculum within a year and joined the 11th Division. During his training, I knew how much Jin cared for that girl, so I often took him to the Rakongai, allowing him time to visit her secretly. Later, I heard that the girl wanted to study at the Shino Academy, and Jin even wasted a year of his training time escorting her from the Rakongai to the Siriite AI. Ringeku covered her face with her hands, tears streaming through her fingers. So, Jin had never left her side. All these years, she had been safe from harm because of his silent protection. Jin. I never knew Captain Jin had such a past. Tetsu's Maniba's eyes started welling up behind his sunglasses. To be honest, Captain Jin always gave me the creeps, like a snake. I thought he was a sinister individual. But after hearing Captain Aelin's story, I see him in a new light. He's a true man. To embark on a path of seeking power for the sake of protecting his loved one is truly inspiring. Chapter 189, Rukia Haha. Ringeku Matsumoto wanted to retort when Tetsu's Maniba compared Jin Ukamaru to a snake, implying he was cunning and deceitful. However, when Niba praised Jin for venturing into the Siriite AI alone to protect his loved one, Ringeku burst into laughter. Iba had a good eye for character. He knew what to say. He should say more. Shuai Hisagi also nodded in agreement. Captain Aelin, your story has completely changed my perception of Captain Jin, Hisagi said. But Captain Aelin, you mentioned that Captain Jin's childhood friend came to the Siriite AI? Why haven't I noticed him paying any particular attention to any female Shinigami all these years? Could it be that his friend failed the Shino Academy entrance exam and was assigned to the Hollow Extermination Squad, sent to Hugo Mundo? Haha, that's Jin's secret. How would I know? Aelin chuckled. Besides. He swirled the sake in his cup, a knowing look in his eyes. Don't forget, although Jin is now the captain of the 3rd Division, he has never given up on finding the Shinigami who harmed that girl. With such a powerful enemy lurking in the shadows, do you think Jin would be foolish enough to expose his childhood friend, allowing his weakness to be exploited and used against him? That makes sense. Iba and Hisagi nodded in agreement, then suddenly sobered up. Wait, Captain Aelin, did you just say that enemy, whose strength rivals Captain Kiraku's, is still in the Siriite AI? Aelin smiled at their shocked expressions. Haha, has the long period of peace made you forgetful, Iba, Hisagi? From the initial cases of disappearing souls in the Rakongai to the unnatural deaths and disappearances of Shinigami, and then the attack on Captain Hirako and the others. Even the incident where I was framed by Captain Aizen of the 5th Division a few years ago, and the events that transpired in Soul Society 3 years ago, do you believe they were all mere coincidences? Soul Society may seem peaceful now, but when the hidden hand reveals itself, it will be a catastrophe. So, Iba, Hisagi, train hard and become stronger. Don't wait until it's too late to regret not putting in the effort now. Both of you have the potential to become captains. Don't let your current laziness lead to future regrets. Aelin set down his sake cup. Alright, sharing those secrets has lifted a weight from my heart. I won't keep you any longer. I need to visit the Shino Academy and take on another disciple, ensuring someone departs without regrets. Oh? A glint of curiosity flashed in Shun Sakuraku's eyes. Someone departing without regrets. Did that mean someone was dying? Was Captain Aelin taking on a disciple to fulfill that person's dying wish? Perhaps this could be a breakthrough in his investigation. Kiraku set down his sake cup as well. The disciples chosen by Captain Aelin have all become prominent figures within the 13th Division of Imperial Guards, Kiraku said. Captain Aelin, would I be honored to accompany you as a witness to your disciple selection? Haha, it would be my next disciple's honor to have Captain Kiraku as a witness, Aelin chuckled. Let's go, Captain Kiraku. Lead the way. After Aelin and Kiraku left, Tetsu's Maniba and Shuai Hisagi slumped back in their seats. Phew. They exchanged glances and clinked their sake cups together. Sigh, Captain Aelin taking on a new disciple. How envious, Iba said. Indeed, Hisagi agreed. Captain Aelin's disciples had all become powerful captains of the 13th Division of Imperial Guards. If only they could receive his guidance as well. By the way, Vice Captain Iba, weren't you a member of the 11th Division? Didn't you receive any training from Captain Aelin? Hisagi asked. Of course I did. Iba puffed out his chest, a proud smile spreading across his face. Hisagi, how do you think I became the vice captain of the 7th Division? Years ago, I was stationed at the barracks with 20 other members when Captain Aelin visited the division. He gave us a special training session. But I was the only one who persisted in following his guidance, eventually becoming the 5th seat of the 11th Division. Unfortunately, we received orders to send a seated officer to the 7th Division as vice captain. After a series of battles with a record of 0 wins and 5 losses, I was expelled from the 11th Division and joined the 7th. Oh? This is the first I've heard of you being expelled from the 11th Division, Hisagi said. I thought you chose to become a vice captain and transferred to the 7th Division willingly. Sigh. Iba let out a deep sigh. Vice captain is just a title. But I would rather follow Captain Kenpachi's Araki into battle than be a vice captain. Eh? You prefer following Captain Kenpachi's Araki over Captain Ailin? Iba, something's not right with you. No, you misunderstand, Hisagi. Iba shook his head. In the 11th Division, there's an unspoken rule. To participate in battles alongside Captain Ailin, your flash steps skills must be among the top 10 in the division. Because only with such speed can one keep up with Captain Ailin and help him clean up the battlefield. Unfortunately, although I was the 5th seat, my flash steps skills weren't among the top 10 in the 11th Division. I wasn't qualified to even clean up the battlefield for Captain Ailin. Hisagi was at a loss for words. A vice captain of the 7th Division, yet he wasn't even qualified to fight alongside the captain of the 11th Division. The 11th Division was that strong? Hisagi, don't doubt my words, Iba patted Hisagi's shoulder, sighing. Although I left the 11th Division, I still keep in touch with my former comrades. According to them, the current 5th seat of the 11th Division has already achieved Bankai. And the 6th seat's Zunpacto is ridiculously powerful. In other words, even if I return to the 11th Division now, I could only compete for the 7th seat. Wah! The thought of his rank dropping by 2 positions in just a few decades brought tears to Iba's eyes as he embraced Hisagi and sobbed uncontrollably. Hisagi felt a headache coming on. He was both astonished by the strength of the 11th Division members and overwhelmed by Iba's unexpected display of vulnerability. He had never seen this tough guy cry before and didn't know how to comfort him. Alright, Iba, sadness won't solve any problems, Hisagi said. Didn't Captain Ailin tell us earlier? There are still enemies lurking in the shadows of the Syriite AI? Let's go train so we won't have any regrets when we face them. We should strive to achieve Bankai before that enemy reveals themselves. Yes, let's go. Iba and Hisagi, still slightly drunk, stumbled out of the izakaya, supporting each other as they went to find a place to train. The only one remaining from the gathering was Renjaku, still basking in the joy of knowing that Jin had never forgotten her. What? How much did you say? When the izakaya was about to close, Renjaku saw the bill and instantly sobered up. Damn it. Those guys actually ran off and left me to pay the bill? Renjaku glanced at the izakaya owner, who was staring at her intently, and slumped onto the table. She summoned her hell butterfly and spoke into it with a seductive voice, uttering words she would normally find embarrassing. Captain Shiba, I've been detained at the izakaya. Would you be so kind as to come and bail me out? Although it was late at night, Ailin and Kiraku's Captain Howari served as the perfect pass to enter the Shino Academy. The students were familiar with the attire of the 13 Court Guard squad captains. After all, Captain Aizen of the 5th Division frequently visited the academy to give lectures, even demonstrating his shikai to inspire the students with the possibilities of their future powers. With Ailin's heightened senses, he easily located Rukia. To his surprise, Rukia was still awake, practicing Kido in the academy's training grounds. When Ailin and Kiraku arrived at the training grounds and saw the student practicing Kido, Kiraku knew his efforts had been in vain. The student in the white academy uniform was the spitting image of his son Kuichiki, Byakuya's wife. Who was this? Kiraku asked, already knowing the answer. Rukia, Ailin replied, understanding Kiraku's question. She is Hisana's younger sister. They were separated 12 years ago. Chapter 190, The Third Disciple. Shunsei Kiraku raised an eyebrow in surprise but refrained from further questions. With the Kuichiki clan's influence, finding someone was a simple task. However, since they hadn't searched for 12 years, the reason behind it was likely not a pleasant one. Considering it involved the mistress of the Kuichiki family, Kiraku began to regret accompanying Ailin. Beside Rukia, a young man with peculiar eyebrows practiced his swordsmanship. This was Renji Abarai, the epitome of a rags-to-riches story in the world of Bleach. He had risen from a commoner in the Rakongai to achieve the level of a 100-year captain during the 1000-year Blood War, even defeating Mask the Masculine, a stern ritter who had severely injured 2 captains, and ultimately winning the heart of his beloved. The 2 young individuals sparred with wooden swords in the training grounds. From their movements, it was evident that Renji's swordsmanship surpassed Rukia's. This was to be expected. Renji was older than Rukia and towered over her by at least 2 heads. Ailin observed their spar and noted that Renji relied more on instinct, indicating a natural talent for swordsmanship. Rukia, on the other hand, was more rigid, her movements textbook perfect but lacking in creativity and adaptability. At least in terms of swordsmanship, Rukia showed little aptitude. However, this was within Ailen's expectations. He recalled a scene from Bleach where Rukia and her friends attempted to condense Rishi as part of their Shinigami training. Their friends, lacking spiritual pressure, were unable to form a Rishi ball. Renji managed to create a fist-sized Rishi ball, while Rukia formed one the size of a volleyball. In terms of innate spiritual pressure, Renji was at the 17th level. Rukia, on the other hand, was at least within the 15th level. While Renji possessed a natural talent for swordsmanship, Rukia's aptitude for Kido was equally impressive. During the mission to rescue Orihime Noe in Hukomundo, Rukia had used Hado number 73, Clashing of Twin Lotus Blue Fire, and subsequently chanted Bakudo number 61, Six Rods Prison of Light. This demonstrated Rukia's true potential after regaining her powers, rivaling Renji's Banchi, Haihyo Zabimaru. Her initial lackluster performance in the early stages of the story was solely due to Byakuya's overprotectiveness. After being adopted by Byakuya as his younger sister, Rukia had little opportunity to engage in combat. She trained until she could release her Zanpakuto, and then Byakuya assigned her to the relatively peaceful 13th Division. The 13th Division served as the purification squad, primarily responsible for patrolling the human world, guiding souls with lingering attachments to Soul Society, and purifying hollows that occasionally entered the human world through Garganta to feed. Therefore, the 13th Division members typically encountered only small and medium-sized hollows. With Rukia's ability to release her Zanpakuto, she rarely faced any significant challenges. However, during her time in the human world, she was severely injured by a hollow sent by Sosuke Aizen, forcing her to transfer her Shinigami powers to Ichigo Kurosaki to protect his family. As Rukia gained more combat experience and fully utilized her abilities, she was able to defeat the 9th Espada single-handedly. Even the weakest Espada was still in Rangar formed from a Jillian-class Menos Grand. Oriniero Ururi's strength barely reached the level of a captain. Of course, Aizen valued him not for his strength but for his ability to perfectly absorb the powers of those he devoured. Clang! Clang! In the training grounds, the young Renji Abarai pressed his attack, eventually disarming Rukia and claiming victory. Ha ha ha, Rukia, I win again. Yes, Renji, you're getting stronger, Rukia acknowledged, trying to hide her disappointment. She was genuinely happy for Renji. During their entrance exams, due to her lack of swordsmanship talent, Rukia had been placed in Class C, while Renji was assigned to Class A. The difference between the two classes was evident in their names. Teachers naturally favored the more talented students and dedicated more effort to their instruction. Class C was primarily composed of students with little aptitude for swordsmanship, and the instructors wouldn't waste their time on them. Therefore, despite Rukia's higher level of spiritual pressure, Renji's superior swordsmanship skills had allowed him to gradually catch up and even surpass her. Haha. Renji, usually boisterous and confident, was momentarily embarrassed by Rukia's praise and scratched his head. Rukia, I'm just a little ahead of you for now. With your talent and hard work, I'm sure you'll catch up soon. Indeed, you may have a bit of a wolf's spirit, young man, but you also have a good eye for talent, a voice said from behind them. Who? Renji and Rukia turned to see Ailen and Shun Sakuraku, both wearing Captain Haori. Captains of the 13 court guard squads? Renji and Rukia had attended Captain Aizen's lectures and were familiar with the captain's Haori. Therefore, upon seeing Ailen and Kiraku's attire, they immediately recognized them as captains. They bowed respectfully, showing their utmost deference. Greetings, captains, Rukia said. Greetings, captains, Renji echoed. All right, stand up, Ailen waved her hand dismissively. There's no need to be so formal. Captain Kiraku and I were simply taking a stroll down memory lane, reminiscing about our days at the Shino Academy. We apologize for interrupting your training. No. Renji remained silent, but Rukia shook her head vigorously. It is an honor to have captains reminisce about their time here. We wouldn't dare consider it an interruption. Ha ha, you're an interesting young lady, Kiraku chuckled. At the same time, his perception of Ailen shifted slightly. If he hadn't known Ailen's true intentions, he wouldn't have been able to discern the genuineness of his words. So, was this the real Captain Ailen? Or was this merely the Ailen he wanted him to see? What do you think, Captain Ailen? Kiraku asked. Humble yet not subservient. A promising individual indeed, Ailen replied, pleased with Rukia's response. Young lady, what's your name? Captain, my name is Rukia, she replied. And this is my friend, Renji Abarai. Rukia, Renji Abarai, good names, Ailen nodded approvingly. As an apology for interrupting your training, allow me to offer some insights on your spar. I hope you won't find it presumptuous. It would be an honor to receive your guidance, Captain, Rukia replied. Haha, then I shall demonstrate my skills before Captain Kiraku. Aelin proceeded to point out the flaws in Renji and Rukia's swordsmanship, providing detailed explanations and demonstrations. Within half an hour, both Renji and Rukia had gained valuable insights. "Thank you for your guidance, Captain Aelin," Rukia said. Through their interactions and the way they addressed each other, she had learned the true identities of the two captains before her. The captain in the floral harem was Kusagakure of the 8th Division. And the seemingly amiable and handsome young man was none other than the most enigmatic and admired captain of the Shino Academy, Aelin Kenpachi of the 11th Division. "Indeed," Aelin said. "Both of you possess remarkable talent. However, Renji Ibarai's talent lies primarily in swordsmanship and combat. As for you, Rukia, after observing you for the past half hour, I've determined that while your aptitude for swordsmanship may be limited, your talent for Kido is quite extraordinary. I consider myself to have some expertise in Kido. If you're willing, Rukia, would you consider becoming my third disciple?" "What?" Aelin's offer stunned both Rukia and Renji. Had they heard correctly? Captain Aelin Kenpachi, whose disciples had all become captains, wanted to take Rukia as her disciple. Did this mean Rukia would also become a captain one day? Even if there were no vacant captain positions, possessing captain-level strength was an extraordinary achievement. "Congratulations, Rukia." Before Rukia could respond, Renji excitedly placed his hand on her shoulder. His joy was genuine. Becoming Captain Aelin's disciple is an opportunity many would envy. Rukia was still processing the unexpected offer. However, Renji's enthusiasm helped her regain her composure. "Yes, Captain Aelin, I would be honored to become your disciple." "Ha ha ha, excellent." Aelin reached out and ruffled Rukia's hair, then turned to Renji. "Renji, don't be discouraged. You have a natural talent for swordsmanship." Chapter 191, Recognition. "However, my swordsmanship style doesn't suit you, which is why I didn't take you on as a disciple as well," Aelin explained to Renji. "But there's someone in the 11th Division whose fighting style is similar to yours. If you choose the 11th Division after graduation, I can introduce you to him. Besides, you wouldn't want to be left behind by Rukia, would you? Have some confidence. Perhaps with his training, you might even achieve Bankai before Rukia." "What? Bankai?" Although disappointed at not being chosen as Aelin's disciple, Renji's spirits lifted at her final words. He looked up hopefully. Bankai, the legendary power only captains were said to possess. Did Captain Aelin truly believe he could achieve it? "Captain Aelin, can I really achieve Bankai?" "Renji Ibarai, whether you can achieve Bankai or not depends on your own resolve," Aelin said, removing his hand from Rukia's head and patting Renji's shoulder. "You must have absolute confidence in yourself and believe that you will achieve it. If you lack faith in yourself, how can your Zanpakuto, born from your soul, reach the level of Bankai?" "Yes, Captain Aelin, I will have absolute confidence in myself," Renji declared, his blood pumping with newfound determination. He turned to Rukia with a grin. "Hey, Rukia, don't slack off during your training with Captain Aelin. Otherwise, if I surpass you, you'll not only lose face but also bring shame to Captain Aelin." "Humphrey, as if. You'd better dream on if you want to surpass me. That's the only way you'll have a chance," Rukia retorted with a playful glare. Kusagakure observed their banter, a nostalgic smile gracing his lips. Ah, to be young again. At the same time, he couldn't help but mentally comment on Aelin's words. Some expertise in Kido? Was that all it was? Although Captain Aelin rarely used Kido, whenever he did, it was always high-level Kido, often cast without incantations and with power comparable to fully chanted spells. If such mastery was considered merely some expertise, then no one in the 13th Division of Imperial Guards would dare claim to be proficient in Kido. "By the way, Rukia, since you're now my disciple, it's best for you to withdraw from the Shino Academy so I can provide you with personalized training," Aelin said. "Once your strength reaches my expectations, I will arrange for you to join the 13th Division of Imperial Guards for practical experience." Rukia glanced at Aelin, then at Renji. "Haha, go ahead, Rukia," Renji encouraged her. "Don't worry, Captain Aelin believes I'm a genius capable of achieving Bankai. You don't think I'll be left behind, do you? Besides, you just lost to me." Rukia rolled her eyes at Renji but felt a sense of reassurance. It seemed Renji wouldn't distance himself from her just because she had become Aelin's disciple. "Teacher, I'm willing to withdraw from the Shino Academy and train under your guidance," Rukia said. "Excellent. Let's go then," Aelin said. "Captain Kiraku, would you like to join us?" "No, it's getting late. If I return any later, Nanao-chan will be upset," Kiraku declined. He had accompanied Aelin to the Shino Academy, hoping to gain insight into his motives through his disciple selection. Now that he understood the reason behind choosing Rukia, there was no need to return with Aelin. Besides, he wasn't lying. Lately, perhaps due to his excessive slacking, Nanao eyes had started to seek balance in their lives. If she noticed any irregularities in Kiraku's routine, she would nag him relentlessly. After a few such instances, Kiraku no longer dared to ignore Nanao's requests. Drinking with Renjaku and the others had already made him late, and the trip to the Shino Academy with Aelin required a valid explanation. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. Alright then. Rukia, let's go. Yes, teacher. Rukia waved goodbye to Renji and hurried after Aelin. Renji watched Rukia leave, his grip tightening on his wooden sword. Rukia, now Captain Aelin's disciple, had surpassed him in both status and position. However, this wasn't a reason to give up. To stand by Rukia's side as a friend, he needed to possess sufficient strength and status. The 11th Division, Bunkai. Nothing would stop him. We're here. Rukia, from now on, this is your home as well, Aelin said, leading Rukia into the Kuachiki manor. She noticed Rukia's apprehension as she took in her surroundings. By the way, Rukia, although I've accepted you as my disciple, I haven't properly introduced myself, Aelin said. Tell me, what kind of person do you think I am? Rukia was caught off guard. I apologize, Teacher Aelin, my knowledge of you is limited to what I've heard from my classmates at the academy. That's all right. Just tell me what you know. As your teacher, I want you to have a clear understanding of who I am. Underestimating or overestimating your teacher could lead to poor choices and actions in the future. Therefore, before I begin your training, I believe it's important for you to have a better understanding of me. Yes, teacher. Rukia nodded, trying to grasp the meaning behind Aelin's words. Before meeting you, I thought you were just like what everyone said, someone who only accepts geniuses as disciples. As for your renowned teaching abilities, even though it was only for a brief half hour, both Renji and I felt a significant improvement. But today's interaction with you has shown me that everyone's perception of you is quite shallow. The fact that you chose someone like me as your disciple shows that you value more than just talent. It's because you see potential in us that we become geniuses in the eyes of others. Ha, I didn't realize that's how you youngsters view me, Aelin chuckled, feeling a sense of pride at the admiration of her students. This feeling wasn't bad at all. However, Rukia, you're mistaken about one thing. Aelin turned to Rukia. Although I did visit the Shino Academy specifically to see you, I wouldn't have accepted you as my disciple if you weren't a genius. In my eyes, you possess talent that rivals even Byakuya Kuachiki, the captain of the 6th Division. Rukia looked up, meeting Aelin's encouraging smile. A wave of emotion surged through her, bringing tears to her eyes. As an orphan in the Rakongai, especially in the harsh environment of the Inuzuri district, survival had been a constant struggle. She and Renji Aberai, along with other orphan children, had formed a small family, supporting each other as they grew up. They were called stray dogs by others. But even then, Rukia never gave up hope for a better life. Possessing spiritual power, she and Renji became the leaders of their group of stray dogs. Rukia's importance even surpassed Renji's. She was the star that Renji always looked up to and chased after. Unfortunately, despite their spiritual abilities, they were still too young. One misstep after another led to their notoriety within the Inuzuri district. Their lives became even more difficult as they became known for their petty thefts. The vendors who once showed them sympathy grew harsh, punishing them severely whenever they were caught stealing. One by one, their friends perished, leaving only Rukia and Renji. It was Rukia who led Renji to the Siriite AI, seeking a better life as Shinigami. Rukia had initially believed that with her superior spiritual pressure, she could continue to protect Renji at the Shino Academy. But to her dismay, their roles seemed to have reversed upon entering the Siriite AI. While her initial spiritual pressure assessment had indeed surpassed Renji's, it wasn't high enough to be considered exceptional by the Academy's standards. Renji, on the other hand, with his natural talent for combat, was placed in Class A. After a period of training, despite Rukia's higher spiritual pressure, Renji had surpassed her in skill. Now, hearing the words of the most renowned teacher in Seoul society acknowledging her as a genius, even surpassing the talent of Captain Byakuya Kuachiki, filled Rukia with a sense of validation and acceptance. Chapter 192, You are a genius, so, Rukia, have confidence and be proud, Aelin spoke with conviction. Your talent has been recognized by me. But your strength must be cultivated through your own efforts. Remember, before you transform your potential as a genius into the strength of a powerhouse, all talent is merely an illusion. Yes, I understand, Teacher Aelin. I will not disappoint you. I believe in you. Aelin ruffled Rukia's hair again, a hint of amusement as he realized he couldn't mess up the perfectly styled bob. He then withdrew his hand. Alright, let's continue, Rukia. Your teacher, in terms of status, is the son-in-law of the Kuachiki family. In all of Seoul's society, Only Byakuya Kuachiki, the head of the Kuachiki clan, and Yashiro Shioin, the head of the Shioin clan, hold a higher position than me. However, as you know, I am Byakuya's uncle and his teacher. Therefore, he wouldn't dare use his status as the head of the family to pressure me. Similarly, I have a good relationship with Yoruichi Shioin, the older sister of the current Shioin clan head. Yashiro is like a junior to me. In short, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that your teacher holds the most esteemed position within the Siriite AI. As for my strength, all you need to know is that I am very strong. How strong? Let's just say that if I wanted to, I could destroy Soul Society. Huh? Rukia's eyes widened in disbelief. Destroy Soul Society? What kind of power was that? Could Teacher Aelin truly achieve such a feat? Haha. Aelin laughed heartily, enjoying Rukia's stunned expression. As expected, interacting with familiar characters brought a sense of joy and fulfillment. Alright, the reason I'm telling you all this is to let you know that no matter what mistakes you make in this world, as long as you don't want to die, just call out your teacher's name. Even if it means destroying Soul Society, I will come to your rescue. Yes, teacher. Rukia could sense the importance of Aelin's words. Although she didn't believe she would ever make such grave mistakes, she nodded obediently. I understand, teacher. If I don't want to die, I will call out your name. As they walked, Rukia noticed an unusual atmosphere within the Kuachiki manor. Servants draped white cloths around the house, creating a somber ambience. Had someone important passed away? Teacher. Don't ask, Rukia, Aelin said, sensing her curiosity but choosing not to explain just yet. Some things were better left for the sisters to discuss themselves. Remember, I told you I had a specific reason for visiting the Shino Academy today? This is the reason. Come, let's go inside. Aelin took Rukia's hand and led her through the corridors adorned with white decorations, heading towards a specific destination. To Rukia's surprise, the servants seemed oblivious to their presence, continuing their tasks without acknowledging Aelin. This continued until they reached a lavish bedroom. A gentle and elegant woman lay on the bed with closed eyes. Beside her, a handsome young man with an air of nobility held her hand. Rukia recognized the man, despite never having met him before. The large 6 on the back of his white haori identified him as Byakuya Kuachiki, the current head of the Kuachiki clan and captain of the 6th division. Just a glance at Byakuya filled Rukia with a sense of inferiority. Was she truly worthy of such a man? Byakuya. Uncle. Byakuya looked up, his eyes lighting up with relief upon seeing Aelin. Uncle, Hisuna. Hisuna just fell unconscious. Byakuya was choked with emotion. In Hisuna's current state, falling unconscious was a sign that her life was nearing its end. Yes, I know, Aelin said. Please wait outside. I have a few things to discuss with Hisuna. Afterward, I will give you some time alone with her. But... Byakuya hesitated, torn between staying by Hisuna's side and hoping for Aelin to awaken her, even for a brief moment, so he could hear her voice one last time. Alright, uncle, Byakuya finally agreed. He gently patted Hisuna's hand and left the room. Throughout their interaction, Byakuya seemed completely unaware of Rukia's presence, his gaze never lingered on her. However, Rukia wasn't paying attention to Byakuya either. From the moment she entered the bedroom and saw the woman lying on the bed, she had been frozen in shock. So familiar. Although she had never met this woman before, Rukia felt a surge of sadness welling up within her. Fall in love, void bandage. A golden spatial distortion appeared, and a white bandage extended from within, quickly enveloping Hisuna's body. Under the green light, Hisuna's breathing stabilized. However, it was merely a stabilization, not a recovery. Still, it was enough to rouse Hisuna from her unconscious state. Am I not dead yet? Hisuna opened her eyes and looked up at the familiar ceiling. As long as she had a breath left, she wanted to be in Byakuya's arms, feeling his heartbeat. Recognizing the sensation, Hisuna knew it was the power of one of Uncle Aelin's Zanpakuto. She turned her head to thank Aelin but froze in astonishment. This. Am I dreaming? You. Are you Rukia? Tears streamed down Hisuna's face as she gazed at the familiar face before her. It's really you, Rukia. You're alright. Hisuna reached out with trembling hands, wanting to touch Rukia, but the power of Void Bandage prevented her from doing so. Rukia, this is why I visited the Shino Academy today. She doesn't have much time left. You two should talk. With those words, Aelin followed Byakuya and left the room. Aelin didn't know what transpired between Hisuna and Rukia, but Hisuna's relieved smile and the tear stains on Rukia's face told him that the sisters had reconciled. Thank you, Teacher Aelin, Rukia said, bowing deeply before Aelin. Rukia, there's no need for thanks, Aelin replied. As Hisuna's uncle and your teacher, it is my duty to ensure she passes on without regrets and to resolve your uncertainties. Your sister's remaining time belongs to Byakuya. Let me prepare a room for you. Yes, teacher. In her sister's final moments, Rukia naturally wanted her to be with Byakuya. Staying here would serve no purpose. What needed to be done and said had already been done and said. Hisuna Kuwachiki's life was complete. Aelin, naturally, wouldn't be the one to arrange Rukia's accommodations. After Hisuna fell ill, Haruko had taken over the household affairs of the Kuwachiki manor. Upon seeing Rukia, Haruko was taken aback. However, after hearing Aelin's explanation, she felt a deep sense of compassion for the young girl. If not for Aelin's intervention, preventing Haruko from further interaction with Rukia, Aelin might have gained a daughter that very night. Although confused by Aelin's actions, Haruko trusted his judgment after so many years together. Therefore, she refrained from questioning Aelin in front of Rukia. Instead, she personally settled Rukia into her room before returning to confront Aelin with a stern gaze. Haruko yearned to have a child of her own with Aelin. Years ago, they had encountered Nanao Eyes but were ultimately rejected when Nanao chose to prioritize her responsibilities to the Eyes family. Now, with Haruko's desire to adopt Rukia thwarted, Aelin needed to provide a convincing explanation. Otherwise, he would face a long night. Haruko, don't be angry, Aelin said with a playful smile, leading Haruko into their room. After she sat down, Aelin revealed his plan. Haruko gasped and rubbed her temples, trying to process the complex scheme. So, you're saying you want to bring Byakuya and Rukia together? Yes. Haruko, you know how stubborn Byakuya can be. After Hisuna's passing, he might shut himself off emotionally and remain alone for the rest of his life. But as the head of the Kuwachiki clan, he has a responsibility to continue the bloodline. Instead of forcing him to marry someone he doesn't love, causing them both pain, it's better to start cultivating a relationship between him and Rukia now. When the time is right, I will nudge Byakuya in the right direction. If he comes to his senses and Rukia feels the same way, then everything will fall into place. Chapter 193, Aelin enters Hugo Mundo. If either Byakuya or Rukia disagrees with the marriage, we can always adopt Rukia as our daughter later, said Aelin. Rukia will bear the Kuwachiki name for the rest of her life, one way or another. How about that? Aelin was serious. Would Rukia still be Rukia Kuwachiki without the Kuwachiki name? The only difference was whether it would be Byakuya Kuwachiki's Kuwachiki or Haruko Kuwachiki's Kuwachiki. Sigh. Haruko sighed, conflicted. Arranging Byakuya's future marriage while Hisuna was still alive felt inappropriate. However, considering Byakuya's personality, if she adopted Rukia, then Rukia would become Byakuya's younger sister. That would likely lead to the outcomes Aelin had mentioned. Either Byakuya would remain alone for the rest of his life, forever mourning Hisuna and bearing the guilt of ending the Kuwachiki bloodline, unable to face his ancestors. Or, he would compromise for the sake of the family, betraying his love for Hisuna and marrying a woman he didn't love just to continue the Kuwachiki lineage. But would that Byakuya still be the Byakuya they knew? Don't worry, Haruko, Aelin reassured her. We cannot predict the future. But I will do my best to clear the path for Byakuya, ensuring his future isn't filled with darkness and despair. Yes, I know, Haruko leaned against Aelin's chest, her gaze distant. Aelin-kun, meeting you was the greatest blessing of my life. As it was for me. Hisuna Kuwachiki didn't survive the night. However, she passed away peacefully in Byakuya's arms and with a smile on her face. Upon her death, Hisuna's body dissolved into Rishi, leaving behind only her white clothing. Byakuya carefully folded the clothes and placed them in a small box, storing it within the Kuwachiki family's ancestral grounds. Hisuna's early life had been filled with hardship. She had taken her dying sister away from their home but was forced to abandon her due to her own weakness. However, her later years were filled with happiness. She had found a man who truly loved her, and she loved him in return. And in her final moments, she was reunited with her sister, Rukia. Rukia's hardened features suggested that she had endured many hardships over the years. But with Uncle Aelin's care, Hisuna no longer needed to worry about her sister's future. She had even entrusted Rukia with the task of caring for Byakuya in her place, not as a replacement but as someone who could share Hisuna's love for him. Unlike Hisuna, Rukia possessed spiritual pressure. Perhaps she could accompany Byakuya for the rest of his life. The passing of the Kuwachiki clan's mistress was a significant event within the Siriite Ai. However, according to Hisuna's wishes, the Kuwachiki family held a small and private funeral. Hisuna had considered her sister's feelings. In her eyes, Rukia, who could potentially stay by Byakuya's side for a long time, was the ideal candidate for the position of Kuwachiki clan mistress. After Hisuna's death, Byakuya fell into a period of deep mourning. During this time, Aelin refrained from arranging a meeting between Rukia and Byakuya, instead focusing on teaching Rukia the ways of Kido. Rukia's talent for Kido was truly remarkable. Although her spiritual pressure limited her ability to cast high-level Kido spells, after a period of training, she could even perform Hado number 31, Shakuho, without incantations. Of course, to avoid disrupting the future storyline, Aelin, like Byakuya, focused solely on Rukia's Kido training, neglecting combat practice. One day, Aelin encountered Byakuya. It was evident that he had become the stoic and expressionless Byakuya from her memories. "By the way, Byakuya, do you have any free time lately?" Aelin asked. "The nobles of the Syriide AI have been relatively peaceful. There haven't been any matters requiring my attention," Byakuya replied. In other words, he had time. "Oh? That's convenient," Aelin said, patting Byakuya's shoulder. "Your uncle recently took on a new disciple. She has been studying Kido with me for some time now. However, her Kido skills have reached a bottleneck, and I want her to practice swordsmanship." "But..." Aelin swayed his body slightly, drawing Byakuya's attention to his empty sleeve. "As you can see, Uncle is currently not in a suitable condition to teach swordsmanship. Would you be willing to train her in my stead for a while?" Byakuya looked at Aelin as if he had lost his mind. Just a missing arm, and he claimed to be unfit to teach swordsmanship? Did he have some misunderstanding about his own swordsmanship? However, Byakuya was well aware of his uncle's tendency to shirk responsibilities. So, despite the flimsy excuse, he agreed. "All right, as long as it doesn't interfere with my duties as captain." "Excellent. As expected of my nephew. I have high hopes for you, Byakuya," Aelin said, patting his shoulder again before turning to leave. "I'll have her wait for you at the cherry blossom tree in the front courtyard every day at 6 in the evening. Just go there directly. Oh, and since I brought her directly from the Shino Academy, she doesn't have a Zanpakuto yet. Remember to bring her an Asaki." Byakuya watched Aelin depart, a frown creasing his forehead. He couldn't shake the feeling that there was some mischievous intent behind his uncle's actions. It felt like he was setting him up for a joke. Could it be that this new disciple possessed some unique qualities that would clash with his own? That evening, as Byakuya returned from the 6th Division and headed towards the cherry blossom tree in the front courtyard, his eyes widened in shock upon seeing a familiar face. "Is that his son?" "Greetings, Captain Byakuya. I am Rukia, Teacher Aelin's new disciple," the young woman, who looked remarkably like Hisana, bowed respectfully. "I will be under your guidance for swordsmanship training." A gentle breeze rustled the leaves of the cherry blossom tree, sending a shower of pink petals cascading down. For a moment, Byakuya could have sworn he saw his wife waving at him. The Hogyoku is truly a remarkable artifact. Within the 5th Division barracks, Aelin retrieved the blue, glowing Hogyoku from his pocket. As a clone created from Aelin's severed arm, his spiritual pressure shouldn't have been able to increase. However, under Aelin's strong desire, this half-formed Hogyoku had absorbed his wish and manifested it, allowing him to break through the limitations of being a clone. Now, Aelin's clone spiritual pressure had surpassed a level of a 100-year captain and was steadily approaching the limit of a Shinigami. This effectively gave Aelin 2 bodies for cultivation. Once the clone returned to the main body, the immense spiritual pressure would further enhance Aelin's own power. Everything in Soul Society is proceeding according to plan. But it's been a while since I visited Hukomundo. This is the perfect opportunity. The Zanpakuto of the Espada will significantly increase my main body's spiritual pressure. With that thought, Aelin tucked the Hogyoku back into her pocket, opened a garganta with a casual swipe of her hand, and stepped into Hukomundo. Lord Aizen. As Aelin's figure materialized within Las Noches, a young man with black hair, green eyes, tear-like marks below his eyes, a half-mask covering the left side of his face, and a white hakama over a black kozode bowed respectfully before him. This was Ulquiorra Cipher, the 4th Espada. Unlike the other Espada who had their own palaces within Las Noches, Ulquiorra remained stationed at the main palace, serving as Aizen's personal attendant and messenger. Among all the Hollows, only Ulquiorra was truly loyal to Aizen and had earned his complete trust. The other Hollows had joined Aizen's ranks partly due to his overwhelming strength and partly because he could make them stronger. Furthermore, Aizen had promised to lead them in a war against the Syriide, ascend to the Soul King Palace, become the new god of the world, and create a new world ruled by Hollows. This was a far more appealing prospect than their current awkward position within the 3 realms. Hukomundo served as a buffer zone between the human world, Soul Society, and Hell. Souls who committed grave sins in life would descend into Hell upon death. And as Hell absorbed more of these sinful souls, it would gradually expand, eventually engulfing the entire world and transforming it into a desolate wasteland inhabited only by the dead, with no future. The Soul King created Hukomundo to prevent the souls of evil humans from immediately falling into Hell. Instead, they would enter Hukomundo and transform into Hollows. When these Hollows were slain and purified by Shinigami, their souls would be reincarnated into the world. However, if these hollows were severely injured before being purified, their leaking spiritual pressure would attract the gates of hell, dragging their souls into its depths before they could be reincarnated. No one wanted to die. And they certainly didn't want to end up in hell. But after regaining their intelligence as Jillian-class Menos Grand, these hollows couldn't be sure if they had devoured any sinful souls during their mindless rampage. The more they learned about the truth of the world, the greater their reverence for the being who had created the three realms. If Lord Aizen could truly lead Hugo-Mundo to victory over the Siri Itai, ascend to the Soul King Palace, and become the new god, they were willing to sacrifice everything for that cause. Chapter 194, Punishment. Alcura, inform the other Espada to assemble at Las Noches for an Espada meeting. Yes, Lord Aizen, Alcura bowed before vanishing in a flash. His sonido, a high-speed movement technique, rivaled that of Yoruichi Shion in Ailen's memory. Of course, it had been nearly a century since Ailen last encountered Yoruichi. To assume she hadn't improved in that time would be foolish. Ailen had a rough estimate of Yoruichi's current strength. Decades ago, her spiritual pressure had reached the peak of captain level. By now, both Yoruichi and Gisukura had likely achieved the level of a 100-year captain. During the 1000-year Blood War, Yoruichi in her Shunko state possessed the power of a peak 100-year captain. With Shunko, Rage and Senkai, she could surpass that limit and reach an even higher level. And in her Shunko, Raikoo, her strength likely rivaled that of those who had reached the limit of a Shinigami. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to assist Hirahara in his battle against Askin Naklavar, one of Yuak's Schutzstaffel and a stern ritter of death-dealing. At that time, the Schutzstaffel had already been resurrected once by Yuak using his Swellen ability, their strength enhanced by the stolen power of other Quincy. Their spiritual pressure undoubtedly surpassed the limits of a Shinigami. Now, Alcura's speed in his base form rivaled Yoruichi's. This meant that after his second Resurrection release, his power would likely exceed that of a peak 100-year captain, even if it couldn't match Yoruichi's Shunko, Raikoo. Ailen settled onto the throne of Las Noches, resting his chin on his left hand, his gaze indifferent as he surveyed the empty hull below. TCH, what's going on? That guy hasn't shown his face in decades. Why is he here today? If he doesn't have anything important to discuss, I'll definitely. The first to arrive was a brash man with blue hair and a jagged bone mask covering the right side of his face. He had his hands tucked into his pockets, a zanpakuto at his waist, and his upper body leaned forward as he walked, exuding an air of aggression, like a predator stalking its prey. This was Grimjao Jurjaquez, the sixth Espada. Grimjao kicked open the doors of Las Noches, muttering to himself as he strode into the hall. However, as he stepped through the doorway and looked up, his body stiffened, a chill running down his spine. The man he referred to as that guy was lounging on the throne, his chin resting on his hand, his gaze indifferent, as if nothing in the world held any significance to him. But what truly shocked Grimjao was the man's appearance. Over 200 years ago, this man had invaded the heart of Hugo-Mundo, defeating and subjugating Baragan Lusenbairn, the king of Hugo-Mundo, and claiming the title of king for himself. Under his leadership, the overall strength of Hugo-Mundo had increased dramatically. Grimjao couldn't speak for others, but as a longtime resident of Hugo-Mundo and a recognized king among many Ajusha's class Menos Grand, his own power had increased tenfold with this man's assistance. Ajusha's class Menos Grand possessed spiritual pressure comparable to that of captains in Soul Society. However, in actual combat, they were often no match for Shinigami captains. After all, aside from their physical strength, a Hollow's primary offensive ability was the Sero. Shinigami, on the other hand, had mastered sword art, hand-to-hand combats, flash steps and Kido, and their Zanpakuto releases further enhanced their power, leaving Ajusha's class Menos Grand with little chance of victory. Even Grimjao, who had reached the pinnacle of Ajusha's level, was only comparable to a captain in Bankai. But after receiving this man's assistance and undergoing the hollowification process, his spiritual pressure had skyrocketed tenfold, making his base form as strong as his previous peak. And after releasing his Zanpakuto, his power rivaled that of a 100-year captain. Previously, Grimjao had viewed Aizen with distrust. After all, Aizen was a Shinigami. If not for Aizen's overwhelming strength and his ability to perform hollowification, enhancing the overall power of Hugo-Mundo, Grimjao would have rebelled long ago. However, upon seeing Aizen today, Grimjao's dissatisfaction vanished instantly. Ailen, upon entering Hugo-Mundo, had solidified his appearance into Aizen's post-hair gel transformation. Compared to Sosuke Aizen with his black-rimmed glasses, Aizen with his hair styled and glasses removed exuded an aura of dominance and power. Coupled with Ailen's indifferent gaze, he was an intimidating presence. In Grimjao's mind, if there were a god in this world, Lord Aizen's current appearance would be the perfect embodiment. Oh? Grimjow, I believe I just heard something quite interesting. Is that guy you mentioned referring to me? Aelin's voice was calm, yet his immense spiritual pressure pressed down on Grimjow like a mountain. Boom. Under Aelin's gaze, Grimjow felt powerless to resist, collapsing to one knee under the overwhelming pressure. Although Aelin's clone spiritual pressure had just surpassed the level of a 100-year captain thanks to the half-formed Hogyoku, it wouldn't be enough to subdue Grimjow with brute force alone. However, Aelin's main body spiritual pressure had already transcended the limits of a Shinigami, reaching a higher dimension. With his mastery of Kyoka Suigetsu's abilities, manipulating Grimjow's 5 senses to make him perceive Aelin's spiritual pressure as far greater than it actually was posed no challenge. Under this terrifying pressure, Grimjow felt as if he were being swept away by a raging river, struggling to even breathe. This experience only deepened his reverence for Aizen. I apologize, Lord Aizen. Grimjow lowered his head in submission. I misspoke. He offered no excuses, simply acknowledging his transgression and expressing his obedience. It's all right. I don't take offense at mere words, Aelin said, unaware that his gaze had completely shifted Grimjow's perception, making him see Aizen not as a Shinigami but as the true king of Yukomondo. However, seeing the usually rebellious Grimjow humbled, Aelin decided not to pursue the matter further. Rise. Yes, Lord Aizen. Grimjow stood up, his arrogance still evident but his actions more restrained. He walked to his designated position and stood silently, awaiting the arrival of the other Espada. It didn't take long. Within 5 minutes, almost all the Espada had assembled in Las Noches. Lord Aizen, Ulquiorra Cipher reported, the current Espada are all present. Oh? The current Espada? Aelin scanned the group and quickly noticed that only 9 Espada were present. The first Espada, Coyote Stark. The second Espada, Baraganlusenbairn. The fourth Espada, Ulquiorra Cipher. Aelin realized that the third Espada, Niliil Autoswunk, was missing from Aizen's original Espada lineup. This meant that Niliil had already been attacked by Noitragilga, the fifth Espada, her mask broken and her spiritual pressure leaking. She had likely escaped Las Noches with the help of her 2 Fraction subordinates. Additionally, 2 of the Espada present were not the ones Aelin remembered from the original storyline. The 9th Espada was a Rancor named Picaro. And the 10th Espada was Dordoni Alessandro del Socacho. These 2 were the original 2nd and 3rd Espada, respectively, and hadn't yet been demoted to 3-digit numbered Rancor. Where is Niliil Autoswunk, the 3rd Espada? Aelin inquired. I apologize, Lord Aizen, but I couldn't locate Niliil or her Fraction within the 3rd tower of Las Noches, Ulquiorra replied. The other Espada remained silent, their unfamiliarity with Niliil evident. TCH, that woman probably betrayed Lord Aizen and ran off with her Fraction, Grimjow scoffed. He could relate to such a notion, having considered it himself in the past. No, Grimjow, Aelin corrected him. Niliil is not one to betray others. After explaining to Grimjow, Aelin turned his attention to Noitragilga, the 5th Espada, and Szalapro Grants, the 8th Espada. Noitra, Szalapro. The 2 Espada stepped forward. Lord Aizen. I'm giving you 3 years to find a suitable replacement, Aelin declared. If you can bring me a Vasto Lord-class Menos Grand within that time frame, I will forgive your actions. But if I don't see a hollow with sufficient strength to become the 3rd Espada within 3 years, then you will shatter your own masks and leave Las Noches. Lord Aizen, Niliil's disappearance has nothing to do with me. Chapter 195, Aizen's discovery. Upon hearing the final punishment, Szalapro Grants immediately cried out in protest. I was merely interested in Niliil Autoswunk's Fraction. I wanted to conduct an experiment on Rancor after they lose their masks. It was Noitragilga who ambushed Niliil and shattered her mask. Szalapro, you bastard. Noitri glared at Szalapro, murderous intent blazing in his eyes. 4 hollows, evolution from Menos Pequeno, to Menos Grand, and finally to Jillian simply required devouring a sufficient number of souls. However, evolution beyond Jillian was far more demanding. Furthermore, once a hollow embarked on the path beyond Jillian, if it failed to reach the highest level of Vasto Lord, there was a risk of regressing back to a Jillian. Moreover, after regressing from an Ajushas to a Jillian, even their own consciousness would dissipate, becoming a mindless beast driven only by the instinct to devour, just like those found in the forest of Menos. Only Vasto Lord-class hollows were free from the fear of regression. After becoming Rancor, these Ajushas turned Rancor indeed no longer felt the constant fear of regression. However, who could say for sure whether they would once again experience that fear if their masks were shattered? It was precisely to understand this that Szalapro had conspired with Noitra, personally injuring the 3rd Espada, Niliil Autoswunk, and tearing off the masks of her 2 Fraction, Pesguatik and Dondo Kakabilstan, to observe their condition and research whether they would regress due to the loss of their masks. After monitoring the trio for a while, Pro discovered that Bess and Kaka's spiritual pressure had begun to dissipate after their masks were removed. If they didn't engage in combat, they might be able to hold on for a while longer. However, if they experienced intense battles, leading to excessive spiritual pressure depletion, they wouldn't even have the chance to regress into mindless skillions. Their entire bodies would simply dissipate. Noelle, on the other hand, despite having her mask shattered by the fifth Espada, Neutra, and her spiritual pressure constantly dissipating, had not regressed in rank due to the loss of her mask. After all, she was a Vesta Lord class rankar. Pro even discovered that Noelle's instincts still drove her to absorb Rishi. At this rate, it was possible she might even recover someday. Pro was only an Ajusha's class rankar. Once his mask was removed, even if his situation was better than Pes and Kaka's, he would inevitably regress into a mindless Jillian. Therefore, after learning of Aelin's punishment, Pro was terrified. Betrayed by Pro, Neutra swung his crescent-shaped weapon at him. "I'll kill you." Boom. A flash of golden lightning erupted, and Neutra was sent flying, crashing into the wall of Las Noches. At that moment, the other Espada noticed that the golden lightning bolt was actually a long spear radiating golden light. Neutra's entire body was pierced through the chest by the spear, pinning him firmly to the wall. PFFT. Neutra coughed up a mouthful of blood, horror filling his eyes. It wasn't just Neutra who was horrified. Aside from Coyote Stark, the first Espada, Baraganlusen Bairn, the second Espada, and Alquiora Cypher, the fourth Espada, the remaining 5 Espada were even more terrified than Neutra. The Espada's rankings were determined by Aizen based on their strength. The lower the number, the greater their power. Initially, in order to compete for a higher rank, battles were inevitable. After all, before them, there had been Aizen's first batch of experimental subjects. Those hollows were the original Espada. However, as they joined the ranks, the original Espada had been eliminated, becoming 3-digit numbered rankar. Because they had all fought each other, they had a good understanding of Neutra Gilga, the fifth Espada. But the more they understood Neutra, the more terrified they became at this moment. Although Neutra was only the fifth Espada, this did not mean he was weak. It was just that the 4 Espada above him were too strong. While Neutra's attacks weren't particularly impressive, his Hyro, a hollow's natural armor, was undoubtedly the strongest defense among all rankar. Even Grimjouger Jacques, the 6th Espada, in his base form, couldn't inflict any damage on Neutra. But now, Neutra had been pierced by a golden sphere. If they were in his place, would they have survived this attack? The key point was, none of them had seen where the attack had come from. Could it be that there were other powerful individuals hidden beside Lord Aizen, whom they didn't know? Neutra, I do not object to your infighting. After all, it is a hollow's instinct. However, the Espada are a team I have painstakingly assembled. If you can find someone stronger to replace them after you kill one of your comrades, I will pardon your transgression. But if you cannot bring me a stronger Espada and dare to attack your comrades, weakening my forces, you will face punishment from me. With those words, the golden spear that pinned Neutra to the wall dissolved into Rishi, and the severely injured Neutra fell from the wall, crashing onto the ground with a thud. No longer paying attention to Neutra, Aelin swept his gaze over the assembled Espada. Everyone, this world will face a tremendous transformation within 100 years at most. And transformation means war. You should be grateful. By following me, you will participate in this transformation and witness the change of the world's king. However, if your strength is insufficient and you fall behind, I will not wait for you. Now, return to your respective duties and prepare yourselves. Our battle will begin in a few decades, or at most, 100 years. Yes, Lord Aizen. Ulquiorra, remain here. I have something to discuss with you. Yes, Lord Aizen. After the other Espada had departed, Aelin addressed Ulquiorra. Ulquiorra, the strength of the 9th and 10th Espada is not sufficient for their positions. I want you to find 1 or 2 powerful individuals to replace them after I leave. As you command, Lord Aizen. The reason for entrusting Ulquiorra with the task of finding new Espada was because Aelin remembered that Yami La Ergo, the 10th Espada, had always been Ulquiorra's underling. Presumably, there was some special connection between the two. Although Aelin didn't know the specifics of this connection, it didn't stop him from assigning the task of finding Yami to Ulquiorra. As for the 9th Espada, he was still in Soul Society, and Aelin didn't spend any extra time paying attention to him. If he could grow strong enough, Aelin would naturally use the Hogyoku to help him undergo hollowification and grant him a seat among the Espada. If he couldn't, he was merely an insignificant Espada, expendable. His absence would have no impact on Aelin's plan. Within the Kuachiki Manor in Siri Itai, Aelin sat cross-legged on the floor in front of the courtyard, using Zanzan to enter his innate domain. Closing his eyes, he stretched out his hands. Immense spiritual pressure erupted from him, forming a golden pillar of spiritual pressure that soared towards the sky. Blue lines spread from the pillar, weaving through the innate domain. Buzz. Buzz. As these lines inscribe themselves upon Aelin's innate domain, unlimited blade works, 9 Zanpakuto shot skyward, radiating brilliant light. Finally, they revealed their latest forms, transforming into streaks of golden light and embedding themselves on the sword hill according to their strength. This is. At the very top of Unlimited Blade Works Sword Hill, a towering wooden cross stood tall. A figure was bound by chains to the cross. Sosuke Aizen, the former captain of the 5th Division. On the cross, the sealed Aizen's pupils trembled. He seemed to have witnessed something incredible. As the creator of the Espada, Aizen was intimately familiar with the abilities of his subordinates. If he wasn't mistaken, the 9 Zanpakuto he had just seen. Their abilities and shapes felt almost identical to those of his 9 Espada. No, not almost. They were exactly the same. But how was that possible? The hollowification of Shinigami, the process that created Rancor, their Zanpakuto's abilities weren't released through Shikai and Benkai. It was called resurrection. It meant to completely release their true forms. This was a completely different concept from the Zanpakuto of Shinigami. Why would the Espada's Zanpakuto appear here? Due to the disparity in their strength, Aizen had been unable to force Aelin to use other Zanpakuto abilities when he had been dragged into Unlimited Blade Works. Aelin had defeated Aizen with only Hokage and Flash Steps, sealing him on the Sword Hill. Over the years, Sosuke Aizen had discovered some secrets of this world created by Aelin. On this Sword Hill, he sensed many familiar presences. Those were the presences of other Shinigami's Zanpakuto. Among them was his own Kyoka Suigetsu. Unfortunately, Kyoka Suigetsu in this world did not respond to Aizen's call, offering him no feedback. However, precisely because of this, Aizen speculated that this world contained all the Zanpakuto of the Shinigami and Siriite AI. Previously, in order to investigate the secrets of the Soul King, Aizen had secretly entered the Great Spirit Book Gallery and perused many documents. Among them, Aizen had also learned some secrets about Zanpakuto. He knew that the first batch of Zanpakuto were forged by Utsunomiya, the god of the sword, using the souls of some powerful Shinigami. Because these Shinigami possessed powerful abilities in certain aspects, the first batch of Zanpakuto were all incredibly powerful. Chapter 196, A Precedent? Over hundreds of thousands of years, these Zanpakuto had passed through the hands of several masters, establishing illustrious reputations. Each had become the strongest in their respective fields, leaving behind their own legends. Later, Utsunomiya's forging techniques advanced to a higher level. He no longer used powerful souls to create complete Zanpakuto, instead forging only half-finished products known as Asaki. These Asaki required Shinigami to cultivate their spirits through Zanzan, nurturing them with their own souls. Once the spirits within the Asaki matured, they would ascend to become true Zanpakuto. To conceal the dark origins of the initial Zanpakuto, the Central 46 issued a peculiar order. Within the same era and Soul Society, no 2 identical Zanpakuto were permitted to exist. This was because the abilities of Zanpakuto cultivated from Asaki were incredibly diverse. Since no 2 souls were identical, it was naturally impossible for 2 completely identical Zanpakuto to emerge. However, the initial batch of strongest Zanpakuto could choose their own masters. As long as there was a certain degree of compatibility, these Zanpakuto would respond to the Shinigami and become their weapons. If 2 identical Zanpakuto appeared in the same era, the truth that Zanpakuto are born from the souls of Shinigami, coming into existence and fading away alongside their masters, would be exposed. To protect Utsunomiya's reputation as the god of the sword, the nobles of Siriite AI would never allow such a situation to occur. If the existence of this world were to be revealed, Captain Aelin would have no place in Soul Society. However, looking at the swords in this world, Aizen knew that such a situation was almost impossible. Even without using the Zanpakuto currently wielded by Shinigami in Soul Society, there were still countless powerful Zanpakuto awaiting Aelin's use. Nevertheless, looking at the 9 Zanpakuto that had just appeared, Aizen still couldn't understand. Why were there even hollow Zanpakuto in this world? Could it be that Captain Aelin could create any weapon in this world, as long as it was a weapon? 2 lieutenant-level Zanpakuto, 4 captain-level Zanpakuto, and 300-year captain-level Zanpakuto further increased Aelin's spiritual pressure. Now, among all the swords in the entire Bleach world, perhaps only the Zanpakuto of the Royal Guard could significantly enhance Aelin's spiritual pressure. Therefore, Aelin didn't spend much time on the lottery these days. Instead, he focused on using his existing sword-making experience to create the weapons from his memories. Any weapon that Aelin could remember was at least a seated officer-level Zanpakuto. The boost they provided was far greater than what he could gain from the lottery. And Aizen, sealed and hanging on the cross, watched as Aelin created one Zanpakuto after another. With each Zanpakuto created, Captain Aelin's spiritual pressure would increase slightly. This terrifying rate of growth was even faster than when Aizen had reached the limits of a Shinigami with the help of the Hogyoku. Moreover, Aizen himself had been stuck at the limits of a Shinigami for many years, unable to make any progress. He had only been able to conduct repeated experiments on hollowification of Shinigami to complete the Hogyoku in his possession, hoping to break through the limits with its power. But Aelin's spiritual pressure had already surpassed those limits. It was as if Captain Aelin simply had no bottlenecks. In fact, that was indeed the case. The upper limits of power in the Bleach world were locked. The limits of a Shinigami were the strongest realm that living beings could reach. Even with the help of the Okayan, Zanpakuto, or Quincy Shrift, the difference in spiritual pressure wouldn't be too significant after breaking through those limits. In many cases, the outcome of battles still depended on the compatibility of their abilities. In this world, only 3 individuals could continue to grow stronger after surpassing the limits of a Shinigami. Huak, Ikubai Hyosub, and Aelin. The Soul King didn't count. He was born from the will of the world, reaching the peak of power the moment he came into existence. Over the past million years, the Soul King had been weakened by the Tsunayashiro clan. But even so, the Soul King, now reduced to a limbless torso, was still the strongest being in the Bleach world. A mere sliver of his will could guide the world towards the future he foresaw. Huak, the progenitor of the Quincy, could activate Swellen at any time to reclaim the power of all Quincy and enhance his own strength, as long as Quincy still existed in this world. Furthermore, as the son of the Soul King, Huak could also absorb the Soul King's power for his own use. It could be said that as long as Quincy existed in this world, Huak's strength could reach a level comparable to the Soul King. Unfortunately, 1,000 years ago, the Quincy Empire was dealt a heavy blow by the 13th Division of Imperial Guards led by Genryu's Ishigakuni Yamamoto. Huak, who had a portion of his power sealed by Ikubai Hyosub using the Soul King's right arm, was nearly killed by Yamamoto. He escaped and hid in the shadows of Siri Itai, only regaining consciousness recently. His strength had not yet fully recovered. Ikubai Hyosub's essence was black. As long as the concept of black existed in the world, he could absorb power from all the black in existence. However, Ikubai Hyosub had existed for far more than 1,000,000 years, and his power had already reached its peak. He was truly the strongest being below the Soul King. He even possessed the power to designate a Soul King candidate as the Soul King through his abilities, granting them the power of the Soul King. Of course, for Ikubai Hyosub, the so-called power of the Soul King was merely a linchpin to stabilize the world. They possessed immense power, but it was ultimately used to stabilize the world as an existence. It didn't specifically refer to the original Soul King. Similarly, Aelin's essence was sword. He could gather the power of all swords in the world, allowing him to reach Ikubai Hyosub's level. Furthermore, while the swords of the Bleach world could elevate Aelin to a level comparable to Ikubai Hyosub, those swords from beyond the Bleach world could allow him to surpass Ikubai Hyosub, even surpassing the Soul King. Of course, since Aelin hadn't yet fully activated the abilities of all the swords within Unlimited Blade Works, he was still some distance away from Ikubai Hyosub's level. But at the very least, Aelin had already established a qualitative gap between himself and everyone else. He now stood on the same level as Huak and Ikubai Hyosub. Aizen couldn't yet comprehend Aelin's realm, but this didn't mean he couldn't see the dimensional gap between Aelin and himself. In other words, he felt that Aelin had already reached the realm of God in some aspects. Although Aelin believed his current strength was enough to rank him among the top 3 in the Bleach world, he wouldn't underestimate the others. Especially the scientists. Kusagakure counted as half. Mayuri Kurotsuchi counted as 1. After being exiled from Soul Society, although Kusagakure still invented things, he focused more on increasing his strength. However, judging from his performance in the 1,000-Year Blood War, Mayuri Kurotsuchi's inventions were more useful than Urahare's. Therefore, Aelin's apprehension towards Urahere was only half as much. As for Mayuri Kurotsuchi, he was the one Aelin was most wary of, aside from Huak and Ikubai Hyosub. Mayuri Kurotsuchi was a pure scientist. Even in battle, he modified his Zanpakuto to automatically block attacks. Kusagakure was different. His Zanpakuto, Benyime, possessed the ability to manipulate and restructure anything it cut. Therefore, he was more inclined to use his Zanpakuto to create things rather than invent powerful support items. It could be said that in the realm of invention and creation, Mayuri Kurotsuchi had already surpassed Kusagakure during the past 100 years since Urahere's exile. Inventions like Mayuri Kurotsuchi's spiritual pressure amplifier and spiritual pressure suppressor were truly remarkable things. Even Aelin coveted them. If he could fully understand the principles behind these two items and create them as Zanpakuto, it would significantly enhance his strength, no less than identifying or creating the most powerful Zanpakuto. If given the opportunity, Ailen wanted to study Mayuri Kurotsushi's Zanpakuto after the 1,000-year Blood War, synchronize with it, and absorb Mayuri's experience, just as he had done with Aizen. He wanted to gain a sufficient understanding of the spiritual pressure amplifier and spiritual pressure suppressor, then create those abilities into powerful Zanpakuto. After completing his daily creations, Ailen finally looked up at Sosuke Aizen, who was sealed on the cross. "Yo, Captain Aizen, long time no see." "Hey, Captain Ailen, I initially thought I was the one hiding the deepest in all of Siriite AI. But compared to you, Captain Ailen, I was too naive." Before encountering Ailen, Aizen had been arrogant. When Aizen's spiritual pressure broke through to the level of a 100-year captain, he came into contact with the Soul King's will and learned of his secrets. The Soul King was an omnipotent god, deserving of his position in the heavens. However, he had been betrayed by the 5 great noble houses and ultimately reduced to a linchpin to stabilize the world. Therefore, after obtaining half of the Hogi-Oku from Kusagakure Hera, Aizen had declared, "No one stands on the heavens to begin with. Not you, not I, not even gods." Although this was the Soul King's own choice, sacrificing himself for the sake of the world, such a god could no longer be considered standing on the heavens. "The throne in the heavens has been vacant for far too long. From now on, I will stand at the top." This was Aizen's declaration to the Shinigami, proclaiming his intention to fulfill the Soul King's will and desires, then become the new god himself. Of course, his god would undoubtedly be different from the Soul King's god. The Soul King had been betrayed by his 5 followers. Therefore, Aizen never trusted anyone. He believed only in his own strength. Unfortunately, within all of Siriite AI, Ailen had not been affected by Kyoka Suigetsu's ability. In order to eliminate Ailen, this unpredictable factor, Aizen had devised a series of plans. If they could be successfully implemented, the best-case scenario would be Ailen's death. The worst-case scenario would be exiling Ailen from Soul Society. However, Ailen hadn't given him the chance. After the first attempt, Ailen had directly confronted him and sealed him within unlimited blade works. "Indeed, I knew who you were from the moment I first met you. For all these years, I haven't stopped any of your actions. As long as you didn't provoke me, I was happy to watch you grow step by step. I told you before, I have no interest in the current you. When you reach your peak, I will come to kill you again. However, you crossed my bottom line. No matter how much I desire to fight you at your peak, I cannot use the lives of those I care about to gamble on you not harming them." On the Sword Hill, Ailen didn't hide anything from the sealed Aizen. After all, unless there were unforeseen circumstances, Sosuke Aizen's future had already been determined by him. So, all this time, it was just my own wishful thinking. It turns out Captain Ailen never even considered me a threat. Aizen didn't doubt Ailen's words. He had been reduced to his current state. Captain Ailen had no need to deceive him. "No, it's not that I didn't consider you a threat. It's just that the current you isn't worthy of my attention." Ailen shook his head, correcting Aizen's words. "What I value is the future you, who has achieved great things, not the current you, who is still as weak as a baby in my eyes." To be so highly regarded by Captain Ailen, Aizen is truly honored. However, Captain Ailen, with your strength, you must have already contacted that. Why do you accept this world so calmly? After witnessing Ailen's true power, this was something Aizen couldn't understand. With Ailen's strength, he could conquer the Soul King Palace and become its master whenever he wished. Why hadn't he done so? "Captain Aizen, as long as the people I care about in this world are happy, then I don't care what it becomes. Whether it's the current 5 great noble houses, the Espada after you successfully become the new Soul King, or the Stern Ritter of the Wandenrick, they are all the same to me. Why? Don't you find this twisted world disgusting?" "Huh? What does the world's twistedness and disgust have to do with me?" Ailen raised an eyebrow, offering Aizen a faint smile. "If anyone dares to disgust me, wouldn't Captain Aizen be the perfect precedent?" Indeed, with Ailen's current strength, he could easily kill someone without them even realizing it. No matter how disgusting the world might become, he and those he cared about would never be affected by it. Because in this world, the most fundamental thing was still strength. Chapter 197, Aizen's Art of Persuasion. As long as one possessed sufficient strength, everything in the world would treat them with kindness. Even Aizen couldn't refute this point. However, while he couldn't argue against Ailen's viewpoint, Aizen didn't agree with it either. Because that was the cruelest truth of this world, betrayal. The Soul King's power was undeniable. However, his overwhelming strength had given the 5 great noble houses under his command different ideas. In the end, the Soul King was betrayed by the 5 subordinates he trusted. However, through the future he could see, The Soul King believed his sacrifice was worthwhile. Therefore, despite being sealed within the Amber Crystal, despite enduring centuries of torment by the Tsunayashiro clan and being reduced to a limbless torso, the Soul King still harbored no thoughts of destroying the world. Even when he could no longer bear it and sought death as a release, he chose the path that would cause the least harm to the world among countless futures, guiding it towards that specific future. In that future, a being capable of killing him would be born, along with 3 or 4 others who could perfectly replace him as the linchpin to stabilize the world. No matter what the world might become after his demise, its future wouldn't change significantly. Therefore, when Captain Alan called him a precedent, Aizen chuckled softly. Captain Alan, are you sure I'm truly a precedent? If I'm not mistaken, Captain Alan is still so leisurely at this moment. I presume there hasn't been any chaos within Siriite AI? In other words, Captain Alan has inherited the fruits of my centuries of labor, using Kyoka Suigetsu to hypnotize all of Siriite AI and allowing someone else to become the captain of the 5th Division. Under such circumstances, no one knows that I have been silently replaced by you. How can anyone learn from my example? Indeed, in the recent incident with Beishin, no one knew that Sosuke Aizen was behind it, nor did they know that Aizen had been silently replaced by Alan. As a result, those who harbored ill intentions towards Alan or the Kuachiki clan might misunderstand Alan's nature. Captain Alan, you possess the strength to overturn Siriite AI, but you must also demonstrate the will to use that strength. Otherwise, many might perceive you as kind-hearted and employ despicable means to threaten you. Aizen's words were not unreasonable. However, Captain Aizen, I must say, you are truly worthy of being the one who wielded the strongest illusion types on Pacto, Kyoka Suigetsu. Your ability to deceive with words is no less potent than Kyoka Suigetsu's hypnotic power. Alan stretched lazily and spoke nonchalantly. Do you think there's anyone else in Siriite AI, besides you, who would dare to target the Kuachiki clan, or me? Previously, perhaps due to a lack of information, I could only react to those who surfaced, eliminating anyone who dared to act against me. But now, Captain Aizen, the network of informants you cultivated for hundreds of years delivers interesting intelligence to me almost every day. Do you think that with this intelligence capability, I can crush the plans of those ambitious families before they even have a chance to act? Aizen's persuasive skills were truly on par with Orochimaru from another world. Those individuals had all placed their hopes on Aizen to lead them in revolutionizing Soul Society. Unfortunately, Aizen had ultimately abandoned them due to their lack of strength, choosing Hugo Mundo as his base of operations. Now, Alan had reaped the benefits of his efforts. Students, I understand that some of you may feel discouraged due to falling behind. However, your current shortcomings do not mean that your strength will be inferior to others in the future. At the Shino Academy, Alan chatted amiably with the students around him, focusing on comforting those who had just been defeated in swordsmanship training. You are currently only first-year students. What the instructors have taught you is only Zanjutsu. Naturally, those with a talent for swordsmanship will improve faster. When you reach your 2nd year, the instructors will teach you Hikida. At that time, those with a talent for hand-to-hand combat will experience rapid growth. In your 3rd year, you will begin learning Kido. Those with a talent for Kido will rise to prominence. In your 4th year, the instructors will teach you flash steps. With flash steps, you can create distance from your opponents or close the gap, positioning yourselves at a range suitable for your fighting style and fully utilizing your abilities. At that time, everyone's strength will undergo a comprehensive improvement. Of course, even if you still lag behind others in your 4th year, there's no need to worry. In your 5th year, you will receive the most important weapon for a Shinigami, an Asaki. Through Zanzan, you can nurture the spirit within the Asaki. Once the spirit matures enough to converse with you and reveal its name, your strength will experience a significant leap. After all, as you all know, almost 70% of a Shinigami's strength comes from their Zanpakuto. A powerful Zanpakuto ability can allow you to surpass most Shinigami, becoming an elite among them. You might even become a seated officer, a lieutenant, or even a captain in the future. Anything is possible. As the students looked at him with admiration, Alan spoke eloquently, describing their future paths of cultivation. Glancing at the sky, Alan smiled at them. I know you are all curious about the abilities of Zanpakuto. Well, as the final lesson for today, I will show you the abilities of my Zanpakuto. Pay close attention. If you miss this opportunity, I won't show it to you again. After all, a Shinigami's Zanpakuto ability is their greatest trump card. Remember, don't reveal my Zanpakuto's abilities to others after you witness it. Yes, we understand, Captain Aizen. Ha ha ha, I can see you are all eager to see the release of my Zanpakuto. Then I won't delay any longer. As the students looked on with anticipation, Alan slowly drew his Zanpakuto, holding it upside down before him, the blade pointing downward, a smile gracing his lips. Shatter, Kyoka Suigetsu. Wow! In an instant, gasps of amazement erupted from all the students. As they watched, after Captain Aizen called out his Zanpakuto's name, it instantly transformed into a dense white mist that enveloped the surroundings. Engulfed by the thick fog, the students felt their vision blur. They could no longer see their classmates, only the swirling white mist. If they suddenly encountered such a situation during a battle, they would undoubtedly panic. However, since Captain Aizen had deliberately allowed them to experience his Zanpakuto's ability, there was naturally no danger. Therefore, the students wandered through the mist, experiencing the sensation of being affected by its power. Observing the students as they stumbled around like headless flies on the training ground, Ailen's gaze quickly settled on a few individuals. Renji Ibarai, Momo Hinamori, and Izuru Kira. They were the three most talented students in this year's class. However, among them, only Renji Ibarai's behavior in the white mist earned Ailen's approval. Renji Ibarai truly possessed the strongest combat instincts. Even though he knew this was Captain Aizen allowing them to experience his Zanpakuto's ability, his right hand never left the hilt of his training sword. Momo Hinamori was no different from the other students. She marveled at Captain Aizen's Zanpakuto ability but never considered how she would react if she encountered a similar ability in a real battle. About 30 seconds later, sensing that some students were becoming anxious, Ailen dispelled Kyoka Suigetsu's hypnosis over their 5 senses. Captain Aizen's ability is so powerful. The students looked at Aizen with admiration and yearning. Seeing was indeed believing. Captain Aizen was truly one of the strongest individuals in the 13th Division of Imperial Guards. This ability was far more powerful than many seemingly impressive Zanpakuto abilities. After all, in the thick fog, they couldn't even see their enemies. Attacking blindly would likely result in friendly fire. Ha, among the captains, my ability is quite unremarkable. Moreover, you are still in the learning phase. Perhaps after you obtain your own Zanpakuto, the abilities you cultivate might even surpass mine. Well, students, today's lesson ends here. Train diligently and strive to achieve good results in the Shino Academy's graduation exams so that you can join the 13th Division of Imperial Guards. We are the ones guarding Siriite AI now. But Siriite AI's future requires you to grow strong and protect it yourselves. Do your best. I have high hopes for you. After his customary motivational speech, Ailen sheathed Kyoka Suigetsu, bid farewell to the students, and left the training ground. During his conversation with Aizen in Unlimited Blade Works that day, Ailen had ultimately agreed to Aizen's proposal. However, he didn't release him prematurely. The time wasn't right yet. Although it was Aizen who had brought it up, even if he hadn't, Ailen had planned to release him at some point in the future. It was part of his plan. For one thing, Ailen didn't want his left arm, which was currently impersonating Aizen, to be sealed in Mugen for 18,000 years. Chapter 198, Toshiro Hitsugei. On the other hand, Ailen also wanted to see if Aizen could still reach his peak with his intervention. If Aizen managed to survive his battle with Ichigo Kurosaki and continued to evolve, Ailen wouldn't mind holding back Izuku Rahara, Isshin Kurosaki, and Yoruichi Shioin, waiting for Aizen to reach his peak before engaging in a final showdown with him. Ailen's clone returned to the 5th Division, continuing to impersonate Aizen and using the Hogyoku to increase his spiritual pressure. Although it was only half of the Hogyoku, it was still quite effective in enhancing Ailen's spiritual pressure until the clone reached the limits of a Shinigami. However, the limit of this Hogyoku was precisely that, the limits of a Shinigami. Even Aizen, its creator, couldn't use the power of this half-formed Hogyoku to break through those limits. Nevertheless, Ailen was quite satisfied with this. The spiritual pressure of a Shinigami at their limits. He would need to create at least 10 strongest level Zanpakuto to achieve such an increase in his own spiritual pressure. So far, including the weapons Ailen had personally created, there were only a little over 30 Zanpakuto of the strongest level. Combined with the vast number of other Zanpakuto, Ailen's current spiritual pressure had already taken the first step beyond the limits of a Shinigami. Using Aizen as a comparison, he was now at the level of Aizen after being ambushed by Jinikamaru and merging completely with the Hogyoku. The gap in spiritual pressure between the limits of a Shinigami and a Soul King was immense. In order to quantify this difference, Ailen divided this stage into 3 steps. The first step was the limits of a Shinigami. Genri Uzai Shigekuni Yamamoto and Zaraki in his complete form were both at this stage. After releasing their Zanpakuto, Yamamoto and Zaraki could temporarily surpass the limits of a Shinigami, possessing power far exceeding that of other Shinigami. Retsuo Hana's Zanpakuto ability was somewhat weaker. After activating Benkei, it couldn't push her beyond the limits of a Shinigami's spiritual pressure. Aizen, after his initial fusion with the Hogyoku, as well as the members of the Royal Guard, were also at this stage. Although they were incredibly strong, surpassing the limits of a Shinigami, they were still a long way from reaching the first step. The members of the Royal Guard, after completely releasing their seals and activating their full Benkei, could reach the first step. The 4 Sternritter who had been resurrected by Swellen were also at this stage. Huak, after regaining his power, was also at this stage. Aylin's current normal state had also reached this stage. The second step was Huak after activating the first Swellen. Absorbing the spiritual pressure of almost 90% of the Quincy, Huak had successfully ascended to the second step. The third step was Huak after regaining all of his power and fully restoring his almighty ability. Ikabai Hyosub, the founder of the Royal Guard, was also at this stage. However, due to the conflicting nature of their abilities, Ikabai Hyosub was ultimately defeated by Huak and killed. Ascending one more step would reach the pinnacle of the Bleach world, the Soul King. Huak had only reached this level after absorbing most of the Soul King's fragmented body. He was the second person in this world to reach the top after the Soul King. However, perhaps because he hadn't absorbed the Soul King's most important components, the Soul King's key and the Soul King's heart, Huak's foundation in this realm was far weaker than the Soul King's. In the end, he was slain by Ichigo Kurosaki with the combined efforts of everyone. Perhaps when the main storyline began, after Aylin's left arm returned, his spiritual pressure would ascend another step, reaching the level of Huak after Swellen. While his clone was using the Hogyoku to enhance his spiritual pressure, Aylin's main body had already left the Kuachiki Manor and headed towards Rakongai. After a few flashes, Aylin appeared above a certain district in Rakongai. He raised his index finger above his head, and a black circle formed at his fingertip, composed of Kido incantations. At the same time, Aylin chanted the Kido spell. Heart of the South, Eye of the North, Fingertip of the West, Toe of the East. Gather in the wind, disperse in the rain. Bakudo number 58, Chase Sparrow. White light erupted from the black circle above Aylin's head. His spiritual pressure spread along with the expanding light. Then, one spiritual pressure signature after another emerged within Aylin's perception, scattered throughout Rakongai. Unfamiliar, familiar, strong, weak. Heavy, murderous, fiery, cold. Suddenly, Aylin's eyes lit up. Found it. He dispelled the spiritual pressure maintaining the Bakudo, and the Kido incantations in the air dissolved into Rishi. Aylin's figure flickered through the air, flying towards the location he had just sensed. It was a remote location at the foot of a mountain, with only 2 dilapidated wooden huts standing side by side. As Aylin arrived, he quickly noticed the unusual atmosphere surrounding the area. A chilling aura emanated from one of the huts, spreading outwards. This coldness might not be much for a Shinigami. However, for ordinary souls living in Rakongai, it was no different from the depths of winter. Aylin raised his index finger to his chest, then swept it downwards, chanting softly. Bakudo number 26, Present Hiding Mask. Instantly, a multicolored halo enveloped the other hut, concealing it from view. Of course, Aylin's primary purpose in using Kyako here wasn't to hide the hut, but to use its barrier to shield the elderly woman inside from the chilling aura. Although Kyako was only a concealment Bakudo, as the Bakudo number 26, Present Hiding Mask, its barrier also possessed a certain degree of defensive power. At the very least, this level of coldness couldn't penetrate it. After taking these precautions, Aylin landed in front of the dilapidated hut and gently knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Is that you, Granny? A drowsy, childish voice came from inside. Aylin replied, No, I'm not your granny. I'm just a Shinigami passing by. Huh? Startled by the unfamiliar voice, young Toshiro Hitsugaya instantly jolted awake, his drowsiness vanishing. Rubbing his eyes, he opened the door. Who are you? Suddenly, Toshiro's eyes widened. His grandmother's hut had vanished? Instantly alarmed, he rushed past Aylin, ignoring him, and ran towards where his grandmother's hut had been. Granny, Granny. Thump. Ah. Running at full speed, Toshiro felt as if he had collided with something, a large bump forming on his forehead. He reached out hesitantly, clearly sensing an invisible barrier blocking his path. What is this? It's Kido, a type of barrier technique. Aylin appeared behind Toshiro and reached out, his hand passing through the transparent space. Multicolored light flickered along his handprint, then dissipated into Rishi. As Aylin tore apart the Kyako barrier, the hidden hut appeared before Toshiro. Granny, Granny. Seeing the familiar hut, Toshiro, barefoot, rushed forward and pushed open the door. Is that Toshiro? What's wrong? Following Toshiro inside, Aylin saw an elderly woman huddled in a corner, wrapped tightly in her sleeping mat, shivering uncontrollably. This gentleman. Due to Aylin's barrier blocking the chilling aura earlier, the woman's condition was slightly better than usual. Seeing Aylin behind Toshiro, she assumed he had gotten into trouble. She quickly knelt and kowtowed to Aylin. Kind sir, Toshiro is a good boy. If he has offended you in any way, please forgive him this time. I beg you. The anxious woman was about to continue kowtowing, but Aelin appeared beside her in a flash and helped her up. Madam, you misunderstand. This child hasn't offended me. However, I am here because of him. Turning to Toshiro, Aelin said, your name is Toshiro, right? Come in. Now that your granny is awake, I'll speak to both of you together, so I don't have to repeat myself. Toshiro was puzzled but obediently entered the hut and knelt opposite his grandmother. Madam, have you been feeling cold at night since you took Toshiro in? Toshiro's grandmother froze for a moment, then nodded. Indeed, kind sir. Ever since I took Toshiro in, I've felt cold while sleeping. But it's not just at night. Sometimes, I feel cold during the day as well. She didn't hide anything from Aelin. Beside her, Toshiro tilted his head in confusion. He hadn't felt cold at all. Kind sir, is there something wrong? Yes, but I arrived early enough. Your situation isn't serious yet. Kind sir, please tell me what's wrong with my granny and how to cure her. Although Toshiro didn't understand why his grandmother felt cold, he was certain that this kind sir had a way to cure her. He bowed deeply to Aelin, pleading for his help. There's no need for treatment in your granny's case. She just needs you to leave for a while. With proper rest, her body will fully recover. Chapter 199, Rejection. What? Toshiro leaving? That's impossible. Absolutely not. Upon hearing Aelin's words, Toshiro's grandmother panicked. She pulled him into her embrace and glared at Aelin warily. Madam, please calm down and let me explain, Aelin said with a soothing smile, seeing her agitation. I am not a bad person. Since I suggested that Toshiro leaves, I will naturally convince both of you. Impossible. No matter what you say, I won't let Toshiro leave, the woman shook her head resolutely. Kind sir, please leave. You are not welcome here. Granny, please let the gentleman speak. This time, before Aelin could respond, Toshiro looked up from his grandmother's embrace and addressed him directly. Kind sir, please explain why you said Granny would recover if I left. Of course, Aelin nodded. The reason your granny feels cold is because you possess spiritual pressure, and not just ordinary spiritual pressure. Spiritual pressure? What's that? Spiritual pressure is the fundamental power of a Shinigami. In other words, Toshiro, you have the potential to become a Shinigami. Moreover, although you are still young, your spiritual pressure has the attribute of ice, and its intensity is far greater than many official Shinigami. You haven't undergone formal Shinigami training, so you unconsciously release the vast spiritual pressure within you. Your granny has been affected by the cold emanating from your spiritual pressure. If you separate from her, your spiritual pressure will no longer harm her, and she will naturally recover. Hearing Aelin's explanation, Toshiro's eyes dimmed. So, I'm the one who caused Granny to become like this. I'm sorry, Granny. I can't stay with you anymore. He hugged his grandmother tightly, then let go, ready to leave. However, to his surprise, his grandmother didn't release him. Instead, she held him even tighter. Toshiro is still so young. How can he survive without me? Don't worry, Toshiro. Granny is still healthy. I can at least hold on until you grow up. Granny. What? Toshiro was only a few years old. No matter how understanding he might be, he knew that life without his grandmother would be terrifying. Hearing her words, he felt even more guilty. He couldn't be so selfish. However, no matter how much he tried to persuade her, his grandmother refused to let go. Madam, although I'm touched by your actions, Toshiro's talent is remarkable. Based on his current rate of spiritual pressure growth, in 5 to 10 years, his leaking spiritual pressure will freeze you solid. Furthermore, as Toshiro's spiritual pressure grows stronger, it will put immense pressure on your soul. In severe cases, it will directly lead to soul deterioration and death, preventing you from reincarnating. Toshiro's face turned pale. He already felt immense guilt for causing his grandmother to suffer from the cold for so many years. If she were to be further harmed because of him, Toshiro wouldn't be able to forgive himself. Granny. Toshiro, don't listen to his nonsense. Granny is perfectly healthy. Don't worry, Granny won't leave you alone. For Toshiro's grandmother, her own well-being didn't matter. But she wouldn't rest until she had raised Toshiro to the point where he could survive on his own. Both Aelin and Toshiro understood this. Therefore, Aelin didn't beat around the bush. Madam, as you can see, I am a Shinigami. Toshiro possesses the talent to become a Shinigami, so I want to take him in as my son. This way, he can receive formal Shinigami training and become a powerful Shinigami in the future. The woman hesitated. Even she knew that Shinigami were powerful individuals of high status. Toshiro had the potential to become a Shinigami, and this kind sir had taken a liking to him. He could even become a Shinigami himself in the future. He would be able to live in the beautiful and prosperous Syriite AI. It was a life 1,000 times better than struggling to survive in poverty in Rakongai. Then, kind sir, I entrust Toshiro to you. After a final, tight embrace, she tried to push Toshiro towards Aelin. However, Toshiro resisted. No. Granny, I'm Toshiro Hitsugaya, your grandson. I'm not going anywhere. I'll stay with you. Hearing that his grandmother wanted to give him away to the Shinigami, Toshiro panicked and blurted out his refusal. Be good, Toshiro. Go with this kind sir. A better life awaits you. His grandmother stroked his head, her eyes filled with love and concern. I don't want to. I'm Granny's grandson. My name is Toshiro Hitsugaya. This. Faced with Toshiro's stubborn refusal, even his grandmother was helpless. Sigh. Seeing Toshiro's reaction, Aelin finally shook his head. His attempt to adopt a son had failed. Since Toshiro was unwilling, Aelin wouldn't force him. After all, in Soul's society, family represented far more than just a title. Alright, Toshiro Hitsugaya, I'll address you as such for now. Is that alright? Yes. Toshiro nodded. From the way Aelin addressed him, he understood that the Shinigami had abandoned the idea of adopting him. Sigh. You silly child. If even Toshiro could understand, how could his grandmother not? She felt both relief and regret. Relief because she hadn't been wrong to take Toshiro in. He was a truly filial child, far better than the ungrateful brat she had fostered in the past. Regret because Toshiro had missed an easy opportunity to rise above his station. Judging from this kind sir's attire and manner of speech, he might even be a noble. Toshiro, since you're unwilling to become my son, have you considered becoming my disciple and training with me in Syriite AI? Seeing Toshiro about to refuse, Aelin waved his hand, cutting him off. Toshiro, don't rush to refuse. Listen to me first before you make a decision. Because you haven't learned to control your spiritual pressure, your entire body emanates a powerful chill, harming your granny. If you train with me in Syriite AI, you'll be able to perfectly control your spiritual pressure within 3 months. At that time, your spiritual pressure will no longer harm your granny. You can visit her whenever you miss her. Aelin's last few words filled Toshiro with joy. He had thought he would never be able to see his grandmother again if he went to train with him. Alright, kind sir, I agree. Hahaha, Toshiro, from now on, you should address me as teacher. My name is Aelin. You can call me teacher or teacher Aelin. Yes, teacher Aelin. Although he hadn't successfully adopted Toshiro as his son, Aelin was satisfied with gaining a new disciple. However, remembering that he had just entrusted Byakuya with training Rukia, it wasn't suitable to send Toshiro to him as well. Aelin wasn't sure if Byakuya would be annoyed, but if Toshiro's arrival caused the Byakuya Rukia ship to sink, that would be disastrous. He decided to personally train Toshiro in the basics for now. In a few years, when Toshiro was a bit older, he would send him to the Shino Academy. In the front courtyard of the Kuachiki Manor, Byakuya Kuachiki frowned slightly. He had just felt a faint wave of malice directed towards him, but it quickly dissipated. He didn't need to think too hard to identify the culprit. From the day he was born, only 2 people could evoke such a feeling in him. One was Yoruichi Shioin, and the other was his uncle Aelin. Yoruichi Shioin had fled to the human world and wouldn't be in Syriite AI to play tricks on him. The only possibility was that his uncle Aelin was up to something again. I apologize, Captain Byakuya. I've disappointed you again. Across from him, Rukia Kuachiki, who was undergoing swordsmanship training with him, saw his frown and assumed her performance had fallen short of his expectations. She bowed deeply in apology. No. Looking at the timid Rukia, Byakuya sighed softly. To be honest, compared to ordinary people, Rukia's swordsmanship was decent. However, Byakuya had endured Aelin's hellish training for 3 months, transforming his swordsmanship into pure instinct. He had become incredibly skilled. Rukia's swordsmanship, in his eyes, was like a child's play. But sometimes, during their training sessions, Byakuya would imagine Rukia as his son, wondering how he would train his late wife if she had possessed spiritual pressure. Unconsciously, his expectations for Rukia became a bit too high. Of course, Byakuya knew that Rukia wasn't his son. So after a brief moment of distraction, he would refocus, diligently instructing Rukia in swordsmanship. Indeed, your swordsmanship makes me doubt if you have been training diligently these past few days. In the end, Byakuya still couldn't bring himself to offer any praise. Chapter 200, Arrival. Byakuya Kuachiki's words drained the color from Rukia's face. During the time she spent learning Kido from teacher Aelin, Rukia had regained her confidence. Rukia's thought process was typical of logical thinking. Learning Kido followed patterns. The arrangement of Rishi, The chanting of incantations, the variations in speech speed, the fluctuations of spiritual pressure and rishi. Rukia excelled at summarizing these patterns and applying them to her Kido training. In combat using Kido, Rukia was adept at exploiting her opponent's weaknesses, analyzing the distance between herself and her adversaries, and unleashing Kido spells at the opportune moment to deliver a decisive blow. Her smooth progress in Kido had dispelled the shadow cast by the setbacks she had experienced during her first year at the Shino Academy. Swordsmanship, however, was different. Rukia could still apply her pattern recognition skills to swordsmanship, achieving more efficient improvement compared to others who trained blindly. However, during sparring sessions, her logical thinking became her greatest weakness. When facing attacks, Rukia would always rationally analyze her opponent's attack speed, range, and determine the appropriate method to block, dodge, or counter. But the most significant difference between close-quarters combat and Kido duels was distance. In Kido duels, both parties were typically at least 10 meters apart, providing Rukia with ample time to think and strategize. In close-quarters combat, however, opponents were practically face-to-face. Before Rukia could fully formulate a plan, her adversary's attack would already be upon her. In such situations, Rukia could only react hastily, unable to fully utilize her strength. As for Byakuya, the guilt he carried over Hisona's death unconsciously raised his expectations for Rukia. Unlike Hisona, who had always stayed at the Kuachiki Manor, Rukia would eventually become a Shinigami. As a Shinigami, combat was inevitable. To prevent Rukia from suffering a fate similar to Hisona's, Byakuya desperately wished she could acquire strength surpassing his own within a day. However, to Byakuya's disappointment, although Rukia was meticulous in her training, she could barely display half of her true strength during actual combat. Simply put, Rukia was a practice player, not a competitor. But in a Shinigami's battles, weren't they always teetering on the brink of life and death? Even Byakuya couldn't guarantee victory in every fight. After witnessing his uncle Ailen's strength, Byakuya felt he didn't even deserve the title of captain. Would he have no choice but to assign Rukia to a division with less intense combat in a few years? Which division would be suitable? At this moment, Rukia had no idea that Byakuya was already considering which division to assign her to. She only knew that she had disappointed Captain Byakuya during their training. "I apologize, Captain Byakuya." Faced with his questioning, even though Rukia had never slacked off in her training, she couldn't utter a single word in her defense. It couldn't be helped. With her way of thinking, it wasn't so obvious when fighting opponents of similar strength. But against a master swordsman like Byakuya, Rukia had never managed to withstand his second attack. The difference in perception, experience, and most importantly, swordsmanship skills. Even when Byakuya suppressed his strength and speed to match Rukia's level, she didn't stand a chance. Continue. Seeing Rukia's reaction, Byakuya realized his words had been a bit harsh. Compared to Ailen, Byakuya paid far more attention to Rukia. No one knew better than him how diligently she trained. But why was her performance in actual combat so poor? A more tactful way to put it was that Rukia hadn't even displayed half of her true strength. A less tactful way to put it was that Rukia simply lacked any talent for combat. Byakuya couldn't do anything about this, he could only increase Rukia's combat experience through more and more intense battles. After settling the matter with Tashiro's grandmother, Ailen led the young boy, who barely reached his waist, towards Siriate AI. The district in Rakongai where Tashiro resided was District 34. Its public order was far better than District 67, the Inuzuri district where Rukia and Renji Abarai had lived. At Tashiro's current pace, the journey to Siriate AI would take at least 6 months. However, Ailen didn't intend to let Tashiro walk for so long. But in Tashiro's current state, taking him back to the Kuachiki Manor would be unbearable for Haruko due to the chilling aura he emitted. Although Ailen had implanted Avalon into Haruko's body, it hadn't increased her spiritual pressure. Avalon had only granted Haruko immortality. With her current spiritual pressure level, she couldn't activate Avalon's defenses. However, Ailen wasn't worried about this. Besides the implanted Avalon, Haruko also had Alice with her. Alice could handle ordinary dangers. If they encountered a threat at the level of a 100-year captain, Alice could temporarily transfer her own spiritual pressure to Haruko, allowing her to activate Avalon. Both Alice and Avalon were Ailen's Zanpakuto. Whenever they were used, Ailen would naturally sense it. He would rush to their aid immediately, resolving any crisis they faced. Currently, Ailen was providing Tashiro with basic instruction. Once Tashiro had mastered control over his spiritual pressure, Ailen would take him back to Siriate AI using flash steps. The length of their stay in Rakongai depended on how long it took Tashiro to perfectly control his spiritual pressure. Tashiro, ordinary Shinigami gradually cultivate their spiritual pressure through time and practice. But you are different. Your spiritual pressure is already comparable to some elite Shinigami. Therefore, what you need to do now is to control it. Under Ailen's guidance, Toshiro lived up to his genius reputation, mastering control over his spiritual pressure in less than half an hour. However, he could only achieve this with conscious effort. Once Toshiro became distracted or focused his attention elsewhere, his spiritual pressure, no longer under his control, would leak out, releasing a surge of cold air. This meant that in terms of spiritual pressure control, Toshiro still had a long way to go. Of course, part of the reason was his young age. His physical and mental strength was simply too insignificant compared to his immense spiritual pressure. After all, Toshiro's spiritual pressure originated from Hiren Maru, the strongest ice types on Pacto. If Toshiro's spiritual pressure were strong enough, he could potentially reach the level of Captain Commander Yamamoto. However, if a peak Toshiro were to battle a peak Captain Commander Yamamoto, the latter would undoubtedly crush him. After all, Captain Commander Yamamoto's Benkei, with its 15 million degrees Celsius heat, could evaporate all the moisture in Soul Society. And ironically, Hiren Maru's ability was to gather moisture from the air and condense it into ice. With all the moisture gone, Hiren Maru might not even be able to activate Benkei. His ability would be completely countered. Unless Toshiro's spiritual pressure surpassed Captain Commander Yamamoto's, he wouldn't be able to suppress Rijinjaka's heat with his own spiritual pressure and forcefully condense moisture into ice. Teaching Toshiro spiritual pressure control might hinder his spiritual pressure growth in the short term. However, it would allow him to better utilize his abilities. The reason the future Toshiro Hitsugaya couldn't properly use his Benkei was because he lacked sufficient control over his spiritual pressure. Recklessly using a stronger ability would harm him. It was similar to Kakumadarame's Benkei, Rumenhazu Kamaru. Kakumadarame's Benkei needed to warm up to reach its full power. Toshiro Hitsugaya's true Benkei also required his body to endure until all 4 ice petals behind him shattered, allowing him to adapt to Hiren Maru's power and fully release its potential. Furthermore, Toshiro Hitsugaya also possessed a talent for Kido. His Kido training couldn't be neglected. Ailen didn't want Toshiro to end up like Ichigo Kurosaki, who possessed immense spiritual pressure but controlled it crudely. In such a situation, Ichigo Kurosaki could only learn sword dart and flash steps. If he practiced Kido, he would probably end up blowing himself up with his own spells. After all, even someone with Renji Ibarai's level of spiritual pressure had been blasted black and blue while practicing Kido. If it were Ichigo Kurosaki, he might even demolish the Shino Academy. This is Siriite AI? After entering Siriite AI through the White Road Gate with Ailen, the usually calm and composed boy finally revealed a look of astonishment. Ailen and Toshiro Hitsugaya arrived in Siriite AI later than Ailen had expected. Initially, he had planned to wait until Toshiro had fully mastered spiritual pressure control, making it instinctive, before taking him back to Siriite AI using flash steps. However, Ailen had underestimated the power of Hiren Maru, the strongest ice types on Pacto. After Toshiro achieved complete control over his spiritual pressure, Hiren Maru's power surged dramatically. Just like Ichigo Kurosaki, who had his Shinigami powers awakened by Kisukurahara and learned the true name of Zangetsu, Toshiro Hitsugaya, even without completing his Zanzen training, was pulled into his inner world by Hiren Maru. He learned its true name and drew his Zanpakuto. This caused Toshiro's spiritual pressure to skyrocket, disrupting his spiritual pressure control and forcing him to undergo further training. Chapter 201, New Perspectives. Due to Toshiro drawing his Zanpakuto, Ailen's teachings expanded beyond spiritual pressure control. He began introducing Toshiro to sword dart and flash steps. As for hand-to-hand combats and Kido, well, with Toshiro's current height, practicing hand-to-hand combats would be extremely inefficient, a waste of time and energy. And Kido, before Toshiro could completely control his spiritual pressure at will, would only result in harming both himself and others. Later on, besides practicing sword dart and spiritual pressure control, Ailen and Toshiro traveled using flash steps. Even without Ailen's guidance, they only took 3 months to reach Siriite AI. Of course, every night, after Toshiro fell asleep, Ailen would return to the Kuachiki Manor and leave again before Toshiro woke up the next morning. Otherwise, even though Ailen had already told Haruko about Toshiro, he couldn't guarantee she wouldn't overthink things. Toshiro's astonishment was understandable. In fact, even Ailen, who frequently traveled between Rakongai and Siriite AI, felt a sense of disconnect every time he returned to Siriite AI from Rakongai. Siriite AI was located in the center of Soul Society, covering an area of 133,000 square Reiri, with a radius of about 365 Reiri. Perhaps the concept of Reiri was unfamiliar, but to understand the sheer size of Siriite AI, consider this: Karakura Town, where the protagonist Ichigo Kurosaki resided, didn't even cover 0.5 square rei. It would take an ordinary Shinigami 40 days to walk around Siriite AI. Encircling Siriite AI was a white wall over 5 meters tall, with only 4 exits. These walls were built using Sekaizuki, a special stone that could release a killing intent to disrupt and decompose spiritual power. The residents of Rakongai, who lacked spiritual power, couldn't even approach the walls. These walls divided Siriite AI and the rest of Soul Society into 2 distinct worlds. Beyond Siriite AI lay the dwelling places of countless souls. In Rakongai, even in the safest and most orderly district, the homes of the souls were still made of wood. The tallest buildings were only 2 or 3 stories high. However, within Siriite AI, towering structures and magnificent mansions were commonplace. And unlike the dirty, chaotic, and poor conditions of Rakongai, Siriite AI was almost entirely pristine white, occasionally adorned with red glazed tiles. It was clean and orderly. Besides the architectural differences, what was even more striking was the contrast in living conditions between the residents of Siriite AI and Rakongai. Outside of Siriite AI, even in the safest district closest to the walls, occasional hollow attacks occurred. The residents of Rakongai lived in constant fear, afraid that one day they might be unlucky enough to encounter a hollow descending from Hugomundo. Although the Shinigami within Siriite AI would quickly deal with any invading hollows, those who had already been devoured wouldn't come back to life even if the hollow was slain and purified. For the people living in Rakongai, there was little difference from their lives before death. After all, unlike the few souls who retained their memories from their previous lives upon entering Soul Society, nearly 90% of souls were sent to Soul Society by Shinigami using the insignia on their Zanpakuto hilts. Only by letting go of their attachments could they be guided to Soul Society. Therefore, the method Shinigami used to send souls from the human world to Soul Society was quite crude. They simply erased the souls' memories of their previous lives. Without memories, they naturally had no attachments. This was why it was rare to encounter someone in Soul Society who retained their memories from the human world. Here, those without memories simply repeated the lives of their predecessors. While the human world had undergone several transformations over millions of years, Soul Society remained unchanged. Well, Siriite AI, in the hands of the nobles, had become even more prosperous and magnificent. In comparison, Rakongai was like a remote and impoverished backwater, far from a modern metropolis. After buying Toshiro a new set of clothes, Ailin took him back to the Kuachiki Manor. "Let's go, Toshiro. You'll live with me until you enroll in the academy. I'll also introduce you to your teacher's wife." "Ah, what a pity. When I mentioned you to her, I had hoped to take you in as our child." Toshiro turned his head, pretending not to hear his teacher's last sentence. He was grateful to teacher Ailin for taking him away from his grandmother before he could cause her irreparable harm. However, having been given a second life by his grandmother, he couldn't abandon her surname and become his teacher's family. His teacher had a wife, other relatives, and friends. But his grandmother only had him. If he left, she would be heartbroken. As Ailin led Toshiro along, their appearance quickly attracted attention. Although Ailin rarely ventured out, as the most enigmatic and powerful captain in Siriite AI, he had countless admirers. Therefore, everyone was familiar with his appearance. Even those who didn't recognize Ailin would recognize his captain's Harry. It was an attire exclusive to 13 Division of Imperial Guards captains, representing their supreme status. In terms of social standing, a captain was no less than a high-ranking noble. Seeing the young boy Ailin was leading by the hand, the gazes directed towards them were filled with envy. To be personally escorted by Captain Ailin, this must be his new disciple, right? Having lived in Rakongai for many years, Toshiro Hitsugaya was sensitive to the gazes of others. When teacher Ailin took his hand, he clearly sensed that many eyes were scrutinizing him. It made him uncomfortable. He had never experienced such attention before. Feeling uneasy, Toshiro subtly hid behind Ailin, as if doing so could shield him from those prying eyes. Hee hee. Amused by Toshiro's adorable reaction, Ailin chuckled softly. At that moment, he realized the inconvenience of having only one arm. Otherwise, a head pat would be incredibly comforting for Toshiro now. "Toshiro, as my disciple, you will attract a lot of attention in the future. You need to learn to get used to it, either ignoring those gazes or bearing the weight of their expectations." "Ah. Ignoring or bearing?" "Yes." Ailin nodded, then explained, "I have 5 disciples in Siriite AI, including you. 3 of them have already become captains in the 13 Division of Imperial Guards. Naturally, the remaining 2, you and the other, will receive even more attention. They are all eager to see what kind of accomplishments those chosen as my disciples can achieve. If you cannot reach the level of the first 3, then ignore those gazes. Because they will mock you, ridicule you, and subject you to endless mental torment. But if you have the confidence to reach or even surpass the achievements of the first three, then learn to bear the weight of their doubt, scrutiny, and expectations. Teacher Aylin, what kind of accomplishment is it to become a captain in the 13th Division of Imperial Guards? Instead of answering how he would handle those gazes, Toshiro first wanted to know how significant the achievements of his senior disciples were. A captain. Let's just say, the 13th Division of Imperial Guards are the strongest armed forces in Saga, shouldering the responsibility of protecting it. At the same time, the 13th Division of Imperial Guards are also the first line of defense for the Soul King. The 13 divisions each have their own duties. Each division has at least 1,000 Shinigami, and some even have tens of thousands. And the strongest individuals within these 13 divisions are their respective captains. It can be said that the captains of the 13th Division of Imperial Guards are the most powerful fighters in all of Saga. Wow! A spark of admiration flickered in Toshiro's eyes. He didn't fully understand everything else yet. But he understood the meaning of most powerful fighters. So, his three senior disciples had become one of the 13 strongest individuals in Saga. Teacher, you were able to train 3 captains. Are you a captain too? Ha ha ha. Toshiro, we've walked a long way, and you've seen many Shinigami. Tell me, what's the difference between them and me? Difference? Toshiro suddenly realized what Aylin was getting at. I know. Those Shinigami all wear black clothes, but teacher has a white coat over your black clothes. That's right. In Saga, Shinigami attire is basically limited to these 2 types. The black one is called a Shiakusho. The white one is called a captain's haori. As the name suggests, a captain's haori is something only captains can wear. Aylin laughed heartily and turned around, showing Toshiro the number on the back of his haori. Toshiro, what number do you see on my back? 11. Toshiro had already seen the number, but he didn't know what it represented. The number on the back of a captain's haori represents their division. The number on my back means I am the captain of the 11th Division. Chapter 202, Rukia's tears. As Aylin and Toshiro were praising themselves, they arrived at the entrance of the Kuachiki Manor. Haruko, why are you here? Aylin hurried forward upon seeing his wife. Didn't I tell you last night that you didn't need to wait for us? Last night? Toshiro tilted his head, confused. Hadn't teacher Aylin been with him the entire time? How could he have spoken to someone else last night? Go, go, go. Shoo. I'm not here to see you. Despite the smile in her eyes, Haruko Kuachiki gently pushed Aylin aside. Then, she bent down and addressed Toshiro with a warm smile. You must be the little Shiro Aylin mentioned. Hello, Shiro. My name is Haruko Kuachiki. I'm your teacher's wife. Huh? Toshiro scratched his head in confusion. Teacher's wife, it's true that I'm teacher Aylin's disciple, but my name is Toshiro Hitsugaya, not Shiro. Huh? Haruko looked at Aylin quizzically. Aylin, didn't you say your new disciple's name was Shiro? Toshiro mirrored Haruko's expression, equally confused. Why had his teacher gotten his name wrong? Well. Haha. Aylin chuckled awkwardly under their gazes. When he was with Toshiro, he naturally addressed him by his full name. But when chatting with Haruko, he unconsciously slipped into the casual tone he used with online friends in his previous life. And in the Bleach fandom, fans often gave their favorite characters nicknames that reflected their unique traits and personalities. Byakuya Kuachiki was often called Big Shiro, while Toshiro Hitsugaya was known as Little Shiro. Haruko, don't you think Toshiro's hair is adorable? Yes, his snow-white hair is like snow. So, I thought instead of introducing him to you with his formal name, it would be better to use Shiro, a nickname that suits his temperament, to make a stronger impression on you. Haruko rolled her eyes at Aylin, then ignored him and addressed Toshiro with a smile once more. I apologize for the mistake, Toshiro. Let me introduce myself again. My name is Haruko Kuachiki. I'm your teacher's wife. Hello, teacher's wife. My name is Toshiro Hitsugaya. It's nice to meet you. Oh, he's so adorable. Toshiro's serious demeanor triggered Haruko's maternal instincts. She scooped him up in her arms. Little Shiro is so cute. Come, come, come. I made a lot of delicious food. Teacher's wife, my name is Toshiro Hitsugaya. I know, Shiro. Don't worry, I'll call you Toshiro. Watching Haruko carry Toshiro away, Aylin opened his mouth to say something, then chuckled and followed them. Hey, Haruko, wait for me. Overjoyed at gaining an adorable junior, Haruko went into a frenzy. She either took Toshiro to the Shinigami Women's Association to show him off or went shopping and played with him all over Saga. It was as if she was pouring all her unfulfilled maternal love onto Toshiro Hitsugaya. Aylin was happy to support her. After all, he was the reason Haruko couldn't become a mother. Now, with Toshiro, she could at least find some solace. One day, Aelin arrived at the front courtyard of the Kuachiki Manor but couldn't find Rukia. After focusing his senses, he heard faint sobs. Sighing softly, he walked towards the cherry blossom tree and found Rukia huddled beneath it, crying. Sensing his presence, Rukia looked up and saw Aelin. She quickly stood up, tears still streaming down her face, and hurriedly explained, "Teacher, I haven't been slacking off. I just..." "Yes, I know." Looking at the distraught girl, Aelin sighed and gently stroked her head. "Rukia has always been diligent. I have no doubt about that. So, who made my Rukia so upset? Look, you've cried yourself into a mess. Tell me, teacher will avenge you." "No." Rukia quickly wiped away her tears and shook her head. "Teacher, I just feel like I've failed to live up to your expectations and Captain Byakuya's. Both of you value me so highly, and Captain Byakuya even takes time out of his day to practice swordsmanship with me. But I haven't improved at all." "Oh?" Aelin raised an eyebrow. "Rukia, you should know that whether you improve or not is largely related to your teacher's guidance. Don't blame everything on yourself. While Byakuya isn't here, let me see what he has taught you that makes you feel like you haven't made any progress this past year." Well, Rukia longed for Aelin's guidance, but she was afraid that if her performance disappointed him, he would blame Captain Byakuya. She felt conflicted. Seemingly sensing her dilemma, Aelin gently ruffled her hair. "Come, Rukia. You need to understand that for Byakuya, your progress is more important than anything else. Besides, wouldn't you like to surprise him?" "Yes, I understand, teacher." Taking a deep breath, Rukia followed Aelin to the open space in front of the cherry blossom tree and gripped Terasaki tightly. "I'm ready, teacher." "Good. Attack me with everything you've got." Ha. That evening, Byakuya Kuachiki returned home, his face impassive. He headed directly towards the front courtyard, where he usually trained with Rukia. However, as he walked, his expression subtly shifted. He even paused for a moment. But eventually, he continued forward. When Byakuya arrived at the courtyard, he saw his uncle Aelin practicing swordsmanship with Rukia. However, his gaze was fixed on Rukia. He noticed that compared to when she sparred with him, Rukia's movements, her swings, blocks, retreats, and attacks now possessed a certain fluidity. Although she couldn't fully replicate her training form yet, the improvement was significant. Compared to when she could only display half her strength during their sparring sessions, sometimes even less, this progress was astonishing. But what caught Byakuya's attention the most was the look in Rukia's eyes. When she fought him, her eyes were filled with panic and confusion. Now, Rukia appeared calm and composed. Her every movement seemed to follow a certain pattern, as if she had already planned her next attack or defense before her sword even struck. Had Rukia truly changed so much in just one day? Could this be the difference between himself and his teacher? At this moment, Byakuya couldn't deny that in terms of training disciples, his year of effort couldn't match his teacher's one day of guidance. "Alright, Rukia, I understand your situation now," Aelin said, sensing Byakuya's arrival. He disarmed Rukia with a single stroke, ending their sparring session. Huh? This battle had been the most fulfilling one for Rukia since becoming a Shinigami. Initially, she had been hesitant and restrained while fighting Aelin. However, as the fight progressed, Rukia realized that her teacher only defended against her attacks, never exploiting her weaknesses like Captain Byakuya. This emboldened her, and she began to adjust her movements, mimicking her solo training form. The force of the impact each time Hirosaki clashed with teacher Aelin's Zanpakuto, how to adjust her body to negate the recoil. After retracting her sword, how to strike again with maximum speed, what posture to maintain to block or counterattack if her teacher attacked. These elements gradually integrated into Rukia's attacks, allowing her to find her own combat rhythm. This was why Byakuya saw Rukia practically displaying her full training form. Although she was reluctant to stop, Rukia obediently sheathed her Asaki when teacher Aelin interrupted their rhythm. She bowed respectfully to Aelin. "Teacher, thank you for your guidance. I think I finally understand how to fight." As she straightened up, Rukia noticed Byakuya standing nearby. "Captain Byakuya?" She gasped in surprise. Then, she asked cautiously, "Captain Byakuya, when did you arrive?" "I arrived when you attacked Uncle Aelin's left side." "Ah. This." Hearing Byakuya's response, Rukia became flustered. She didn't know what to do with her hands. Had her performance just now discouraged Captain Byakuya? After all, she hadn't made any progress after a year of training with him, but after just one spar with teacher Aelin, she had found her preferred combat rhythm. The difference. As Rukia had feared, teacher Aelin was furious. "Humphrey. Byakuya, you've done well." Alan sheathed his zanpakuto and strode towards Byakuya, his voice laced with barely suppressed anger. I thought you, having spent the most time with me, would have learned at least a few things. That's why I entrusted you with Rukia's swordsmanship training. Chapter 203, Fury. And now, tell me, what have you taught Rukia? 1 year. Don't you know that this is the time when Rukia can grow the fastest? If I had been the one to teach her during this year, what level do you think Rukia's swordsmanship could have reached? If you hadn't witnessed Rukia's performance just now, Byakuya Kuachiki would only have attributed her lack of progress to poor talent for swordsmanship, assuming her skills would barely reach the level of an ordinary Shinigami even after she achieved Shikai. But the contrast between Rukia's performance during her battle with teacher Alan and her sparring sessions with him was undeniable. After a few moments of silence, Byakuya responded to his uncle's questioning. At the very least, Rukia should be able to defeat some elite Shinigami with her swordsmanship. Yes, elite Shinigami. You even acknowledge that? Then tell me, before I intervened, at what level was Rukia's strength after a year of your instruction? What level was Rukia's swordsmanship at? Byakuya couldn't bring himself to answer as he recalled her performance. In terms of training, Rukia's swordsmanship almost reached the standard of an ordinary Shinigami. However, once a real battle began, her panic would lead to mistakes, and she might not even be able to defeat an outstanding first-year student from the Shino Academy. It seems you've become quite complacent over the years, Byakuya. You seem to have forgotten a phrase I've always emphasized to you. Pride is found only at the edge of the blade. When your blade cannot reach your enemy, your pride will be trampled underfoot. A pang of heartache flashed in Alan's eyes as he looked at Byakuya. He vividly remembered Byakuya's defeat at the hands of Aznot during the 1000-year Blood War, his desperate plea to Ichigo Kurosaki to protect Siriite Ai. At that time, Byakuya, his mind consumed by Aznot's fear, had failed to even preserve his last shred of pride. How heartbreaking it had been. Would Byakuya still have to experience that defeat, even with his presence? Alan believed that if Byakuya's swordsmanship had reached a certain level, he would have noticed Rukia's logical thinking trait. However, in this past year, besides her basic strength improving, Rukia had made no progress in combat. This meant Byakuya hadn't even discovered her unique trait. Coupled with the sight of Rukia crying earlier, Alan wanted nothing more than to give Byakuya a good beating. As Byakuya Kuachiki's uncle, Alan naturally wouldn't hesitate to act once he had made up his mind. Benkei, innate domain, unlimited blade works. As Alan's voice reverberated through the air, Rukia suddenly realized the world around her had transformed. The vibrant, fragrant courtyard of the Kuachiki Manor had become a desolate, crimson wasteland beneath a golden sky. At the edges of this world, enormous gears churned relentlessly. Countless swords were embedded in the crimson earth. The most prominent feature of this space was a towering hill of swords. It was the only structure with any height in this barren landscape. At the summit of the sword hill stood a wooden cross, and a figure seemed to be bound to it. However, before Rukia could get a clear look, Teacher Alan waved his hand, and the sword hill vanished. Was this Teacher Alan's Benkei? Rukia stared at this surreal world in astonishment. It was the first time she had witnessed Benkei. Byakuya, pulled into Alan's innate domain, stood a few dozen meters in front of him. Rukia was even further away, within a protective barrier formed by hundreds of zanpakuto. It was enough for Rukia to clearly observe the battle between him and Byakuya while remaining safe from any collateral damage. Looking at Byakuya, Alan said impassively, Byakuya, I remember telling you that besides sword art, hand-to-hand combats, flash steps and Kido, are also essential for a Shinigami. There are countless strange and powerful abilities in this world, and you might encounter some that render your zanpakuto useless. In such situations, the only way to minimize the decline in your strength is to master one or more of those 4 skills. It seems you've forgotten my teachings. Then let me remind you here. With those words, Alan appeared beside Byakuya in a flash, his foot shooting out. Byakuya's flash steps was far too fast. Byakuya only had time to raise his half-drawn zanpakuto in defense. Bang! Alan's kick connected squarely with Byakuya's zanpakuto. The sharp blade clashed with Alan's shin, sparks flying. However, it couldn't even cut a single hair on his leg. Furthermore, the immense force caused cracks to appear on Byakuya's sword-holding hand. Unable to withstand Alan's kick, Byakuya's zanpakuto was sent flying. Alan's leg broke through his defenses, striking him directly in the chest. Boom! Byakuya was launched backward like a cannonball, creating 3 sonic booms in the air before his momentum slowed. However, the next moment, Alan appeared above Byakuya, his right foot raised high, ready to strike. Facing his uncle's attack, Byakuya could only raise his arms in defense. Boom! Thump! Boom! This time, Byakuya's body only created one sonic boom before he crashed into the ground of Unlimited Blade Works. A deafening roar echoed through the space as a plume of dust over 10 meters high erupted from the impact. When the dust settled, Byakuya lay before Aelin, covered in blood. PFFT. Cough, cough, cough. Byakuya coughed up a mouthful of blood, each cough accompanied by bloody spittle. Rukia, watching from afar, was stunned. She knew Teacher Aelin was powerful. But Captain Byakuya, the captain of the 6th Division, was also incredibly strong. Especially after a year of training with him, Rukia had a deep understanding of his strength. It was a realm she could never reach in her lifetime. Sometimes, Rukia even wondered if Captain Byakuya's strength had already reached or surpassed Teacher Aelin's, which was why her teacher had entrusted her swordsmanship training to him. However, Rukia now realized how naive she had been. In just a brief moment, she hadn't even seen what happened, only hearing the distant roar and seeing the lingering sonic booms in the air. By the time she could clearly see the battlefield, Captain Byakuya had already been severely injured by Teacher Aelin. Teacher Aelin is so strong. Rukia covered her mouth, unable to contain her exclamation. They weren't even on the same level. The gap was simply too vast. Aelin slowly landed in front of the crater Byakuya had created. Looking at his injured nephew, he said, "Is that all you've got, Byakuya? I haven't even exerted myself, and you're already down? Is this the answer you give me after all these decades?" Byakuya was equally shocked. He knew his uncle was incredibly powerful, but he hadn't expected to be severely injured in just 2 exchanges with a serious Aelin. He opened his mouth to say something but ultimately remained silent. Although he hadn't released his Zanpakuto, his strength wasn't at its peak. However, in a real battle, if he faced an enemy far stronger than himself and didn't activate Bankai immediately, it was a grave mistake. On the distant Sword Hill, a Zanpakuto shot skyward, transforming into a streak of golden lightning and flying towards Aelin and Byakuya. As it flew, blue light flickered on the blade. By the time it reached Aelin, it had already released its shike, becoming a white bandage with small protrusions. After circling Aelin once, the bandage reached Byakuya's wounds, lifting him into the air and wrapping around him. Under the green light, Byakuya's injuries quickly healed. Aelin waved his hand, and the bandage instantly transformed back into its Zanpakuto form, returning to the Sword Hill. "Byakuya, you know my ability is sword creation. But I don't think I've ever told you what I can achieve with my understanding of Zanpakuto, as someone who can forge them. Of course, using this ability in the outside world might cause some people to lose sleep, so to ease their minds and prevent them from constantly monitoring me, I've never publicly used it. However, I think it's necessary for you to experience what it feels like for a Shinigami to lose something they pride themselves on, or even have their own abilities turned against them." With that, Aelin flicked his wrist, and Sanbenzakura, Byakuya's Zanpakuto that had been sent flying earlier, rose from the ground. After spinning in the air under Aelin's control, it landed in his hand. "Byakuya, experience the despair and fear brought by your own Zanpakuto. Synchronization begin." Blue spiritual pressure tendrils snaked out from Aelin's right hand, forcefully invading Sanbenzakura. Soon, as the blue lines covered the entire blade, Sanbenzakura trembled and synchronized with Aelin. Instantly, countless battle memories of Byakuya Kuachiki surged into Aelin's mind like a tidal wave. Chapter 204, Fear Synchronization was an ability granted to Aelin by his innate domain, Unlimited Blade Works. This ability allowed him to analyze a wider range of objects, deepening his understanding of them. After all, Unlimited Blade Works could replicate things beyond just swords. However, the replicated items were always one level lower than the originals. But in the world of Bleach, where anything could become a Zanpakuto ability, as long as Aelin designated a particular ability as a Zanpakuto's Shikai or Bankai, its power wouldn't decrease after it was created. After successfully synchronizing with an object, Aelin could obtain all its information. This included, but was not limited to, shared growth experiences, replication of years of accumulation, and so on. When Aelin used synchronization on a Zanpakuto, he could forcibly seize its control. After deciding to teach Aizen a lesson, Aelin had used synchronization to take control of Sosuke Aizen's Zanpakuto, Kyoka Suigetsu, inheriting everything Aizen had left behind. Now, Aelin employed the same method, wresting control of Sanbenzakura from Byakuya Kuachiki. As Byakuya watched in horror, Aelin held Sanbenzakura upside down, then released his grip. Bankai, Sanbenzakura Kageyoshi. The released Sanbenzakura fell straight down. As its blade touched the ground, transparent ripples spread outward, engulfing the entire blade. After Sanbenzakura was completely swallowed by the spatial ripples, dozens of ripples formed 2 rows, extending outwards on either side of Aelin. The next moment, enormous blades rose from each ripple. Each blade was about 40 centimeters wide and over 5 meters tall. Then, Starting from their tips, the blades transformed into countless cherry blossom-colored petals, swirling and dancing around Aelin. Boom. Under Aelin's control, a tidal wave of cherry blossom petals surged towards Byakuya. SHHH, SHHH, SHHH. Crimson blood splattered on the countless petals. Against Senbonzakura's Banchi, Byakuya was utterly powerless. He was instantly swallowed by the wave of petals, his body swept away by the surging tide. When the cherry blossom wave receded, Byakuya lay before Aelin, his entire body drenched in blood. He swayed unsteadily, then collapsed. Byakuya's body was covered in wounds. Blood poured from his injuries, forming a pool on the ground. Byakuya, if I were an enemy of the Kuachiki clan or Siri Itai, what could you do now? Aelin asked, stepping on the countless cherry blossom petals, his figure like a lone boat amidst a sea of blossoms. What could he do? Byakuya's mind went blank for a moment. He was the head of the Kuachiki clan, a role model for all nobles in Siri Itai. He was also the captain of the 6th Division, a member of the 13th Division of Imperial Guards tasked with protecting Siri Itai. Safeguarding Siri Itai was his duty. But if Uncle Aelin was truly an enemy, then all he, who had fallen at his feet, could do was pray for a more powerful ally to arrive before his death, entrusting all his hopes to someone else. And what if there were no reinforcements? This question filled Byakuya with a fear even greater than having his Zanpakuto stolen. The countless cherry blossom petals dispersed, returning to Senbonzakura's main body. Clang. Aelin stabbed Senbonzakura into the ground beside Byakuya and said in a disappointed tone, Byakuya, you've truly disappointed me. Although Senbonzakura's Bankai is quite impressive, I didn't use more spiritual pressure than you to activate it. With your strength, even if you can't defeat Senbonzakura's Bankai at that level using sword art, flash steps, or Kido, you shouldn't have been defeated so quickly. Does losing control of your Banchi, seeing someone else using it against you, truly fill you with such fear? With those words, Aelin bent down, grabbed the Kinsekten holding Byakuya's hair in place, and yanked it off. Over the years, you've become far too complacent because of Hisana. With your current strength, I find it hard to believe that you can represent the Kuachiki clan and protect Siri Itai in the future. I will temporarily hold on to this Kinsekten, the symbol of your status as a high-ranking noble of the Kuachiki clan. If you want to regain your pride, train hard and challenge me. Take back your Kinsekten from my hands. The scenery shifted. Rukia blinked, and the world of countless swords vanished. The familiar cherry blossom tree and surrounding buildings told her she had returned. She glanced at Captain Byakuya. His injuries had completely healed, and even his Shyakusho and Captain's Harry were restored to their original condition. If not for his slightly disheveled hair, now hanging loose without the Kinsekten to hold it in place, Rukia would have doubted whether everything she had just witnessed was merely a dream. Before Byakuya, a golden spatial ripple appeared. Aelin released the Kinsekten he had taken from Byakuya, letting it fall into the ripple. Byakuya didn't say a word as he watched Aelin's actions. He drew Senbonzakura from the ground, sheathed it, and left the courtyard. In his mind, Byakuya evaluated his performance in the fight against his uncle. After replaying those few brief moments of combat over a dozen times, the score he gave himself made his face burn with shame. 0. Knowing the gap in strength between himself and Uncle Aelin, he hadn't used flash steps to evade his uncle's attack but instead drew Senbonzakura to block. How arrogant he had been. Furthermore, as Uncle Aelin had said, when he lost control of Senbonzakura, seeing his uncle using its Bankai against him, his fear had overwhelmed him, and his performance had been abysmal. As Uncle Aelin had pointed out, whether it was flash steps, sword art, or Kido, he could have effectively blocked Senbonzakura's attacks. But he had done nothing, ultimately allowing countless blades to pierce his body, leading to his defeat. Unconsciously, Byakuya arrived at the outskirts of Rakongai, the place where he had met Hisana. This was also where he had practiced sword art, hand-to-hand combats, flash steps and Kido, in the past. However, he hadn't been here since marrying Hisana. Hisana. Uncle Aelin was right. I've become too complacent. And I rely too heavily on Senbonzakura. I can continue to refine my control over Senbonzakura, but I cannot neglect training in other areas. Senbonzakura enhances my upper limits, but the 4 basic Shinigami skills. Tearing a strip of white cloth from his captain's hori, Byakuya tied it around his head as a headband. If Aelin saw him now, he would notice the striking resemblance to Byakuya's appearance during the 1000-year Blood War. Of course, the headbands couldn't be compared. Byakuya's current headband was just a torn piece of his captain's hori. The headband he wore during the 1000-year Blood War was no less expensive than Kei's Shini no Yaro or the Kinsekten. Those were luxury items, each worth several mansions in Siri Itai. Aelin watched Byakuya leave, saying nothing more. He had already said what needed to be said. Ever since Byakuya met Hisuna, he had devoted all his energy to her, neglecting his training. In 12 years, his strength hadn't regressed. After all, Byakuya was still in a period of rapid growth. Even without much training, his spiritual pressure was increasing. However, compared to 12 years ago, Byakuya's improvement had been minimal. If his past self were to fight his current self, the outcome would be a toss-up. 12 years ago, Byakuya had ingrained the 4 basic Shinigami skills into his instincts, possessing the ability to challenge opponents stronger than himself. 12 years later, his instincts had dulled, but his spiritual pressure was stronger than before. Aelin wouldn't be surprised no matter which one emerged victorious. Although this blow to Byakuya had been harsh, Aelin believed he would recover. After all, for Byakuya Kuachiki now, his noble pride and the responsibilities of the Kuachiki clan were paramount. Now that Aelin had shown him his weakness, to prevent a repeat of his defeat in unlimited blade works in the real world, Byakuya would undoubtedly pull himself together. Teacher Aelin, is Captain Byakuya alright? However, compared to Aelin, Rukia was far more worried. The battle between Captain Byakuya and Teacher Aelin was a mirror image of her own fights against Byakuya. No, not a mirror image. To be precise, the battle between Teacher Aelin and Captain Byakuya was a downgraded version of her fights against him. When she sparred with Captain Byakuya, she could at least withstand a few blows. She wouldn't be instantly defeated. Of course, Rukia knew that she could only survive a few moves because Captain Byakuya had suppressed his speed, strength, and spiritual pressure to match her level. But in the fight between Teacher Aelin and Captain Byakuya, there was no holding back. The speed was so fast that Rukia could only hear the sonic booms, unable to even see their figures. Chapter 205, Data Kendo? Rukia had nearly been driven to despair by Byakuya's harsh training. Knowing this, she couldn't help but worry about Byakuya's own state of mind after being so thoroughly and humiliatingly defeated by Aelin. Don't you worry, Rukia, Aelin said, gently ruffling her hair. Byakuya is much stronger than you think. This might even help him finally move on from Hisuna's death. Aelin let out a small sigh. Otherwise, he'll just keep walking around with that grim expression, like everyone owes him a fortune, while wasting time and neglecting his training. If he doesn't wake up soon, no one will be able to help him when he regrets it later. Rukia couldn't grasp the meaning behind Aelin's words, but she understood that her teacher had more faith in Byakuya than she did. Compared to Byakuya, you have a bigger problem, Rukia. I'm sorry, Teacher Aelin, Rukia instinctively started to apologize, but Aelin stopped her. You misunderstand, Rukia. I'm not saying your problem is that you don't work hard. Quite the opposite, it's your hard work that's making the problem worse. Huh? Rukia was bewildered. Aelin's words seemed completely illogical. Rukia, you need to understand that to become strong quickly, the correct training method is essential. With the right method, you can rapidly improve your strength. But if you're heading in the wrong direction, all the time and effort you invest will only lead you to a dead end. Rukia, your talent for swordsmanship is, in my opinion, no less than your talent for Kido. Aelin paused, shaking his head. Actually, to be more precise, your unique trait gives you an advantage in both Kido and swordsmanship that most people can only dream of. Although I can't call it talent in the traditional sense, I believe this advantage of yours is far more valuable than most people's natural abilities. My advantage? Yes, Rukia, your advantage lies in your way of thinking about training. Just like when you practice Kido, you analyze everything, the arrangement of rishi, the chanting of incantations, the fluctuations of spiritual pressure. You strive to understand it all before tailoring your training accordingly. You apply this same meticulous approach to swordsmanship, both in practice and during combat. However, unlike Kido, which gives you time to think, swordsmanship demands split-second reactions. Your mind simply can't keep up with the speed of your opponent's attacks. This is why your progress in swordsmanship has been minimal. This is the consequence of incorrect training, of not receiving proper guidance. Aelin sighed. I had hoped that Byakuya would recognize this unique trait of yours and help you develop it. I even thought it might indirectly improve his understanding of swordsmanship. But I overlooked the fact that he has barely trained in the past 12 years. It's impressive that he's even managed to maintain his current level. How could he possibly discern your strengths? Aelin shook his head, not missing the opportunity to take another jab at Byakuya. So, for the past year, you've been training incorrectly, moving further and further down the wrong path. If you don't unlearn these bad habits, they will hinder your future progress. Rukia was horrified. She never imagined that her dedication to training could actually become an obstacle. Seeing her distress, Aelin smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, Rukia. Now that I've identified the problem, it's quite simple to fix. This time, I'm going to teach you something perfectly suited to you, Kendo. Kendo? Yes, Kendo. The basic sword techniques you've been practicing are called sword art. Sword art allows you to utilize your strength effectively. But Kendo is something on a higher level. It's like the release of a Zanpakuto. A Shinigami who masters Kendo experiences a power boost comparable to releasing their Zanpakuto. The difference in strength between the two is undeniable. Ordinary swordsmanship can make a regular Shinigami as strong as a seated officer who has mastered Shikai. And those who master powerful swordsmanship can even rival the strength of Bankai. Rukia's eyes lit up with excitement. The Kendo teacher Ailin was about to teach her could rival the power of releasing a Zanpakuto. Since becoming Ailin's disciple, Rukia's horizons had expanded considerably. While other students at the academy were still learning the basics, she had received specialized training in both Kido from Ailin and sword art from Byakuya. However, her excitement was short-lived. Doubt crept in, as it always did. Could she truly master something as advanced as Kendo? Rukia, if I've chosen to teach you Kendo, it's because I believe you have the potential to master it. As if reading her mind, Ailin said softly, remember, the foundation of any Kendo is your own sword art. Once you truly master the Kendo I'm about to teach you, you'll realize it's not as extraordinary as it seems. Yes, teacher, I'll do my best. Then let's begin. Rukia, the Kendo I'm going to teach you is called Data Kendo. Data Kendo? Rukia was puzzled but listened attentively. The essence of Data Kendo is to quantify every aspect of your opponent into data. Once you grasp this data, you can use your superior analytical skills to target their weaknesses with your own stronger attributes. Rukia, let me demonstrate the power of Data Kendo. Attack me. Yes, sir. Rukia drew her sake, gripping it firmly with both hands. She shifted her feet, positioning herself just outside of Ailin's direct line of sight. Then, she charged. As she lunged, Ailin's voice echoed in her ears. Rukia, your initial attack has a 98% chance of targeting my left side at a 30-degree angle with a thrust. There's a 3% chance you'll attack from my blind spot, 45 degrees behind me, with a diagonal slash. What? In a battle between powerful Shinigami, hundreds of clashes could occur in an instant. They could communicate during these high-speed exchanges through Reikaku, their spiritual sense. In such intense battles, their eyes struggled to keep up with their opponent's movements. They relied on Reikaku to perceive the fluctuations of their opponent's spiritual pressure and direct their attacks accordingly. Similarly, their thoughts and intentions were conveyed through Reikaku. Ailin subtly shifted his body, effortlessly evading Rukia's thrust. Hirosaki harmlessly passed by. Before she could launch her next attack, Ailin spoke again. Rukia, your next attack has a 99% chance of being a horizontal slash. If it misses, you'll immediately jump back to avoid my counterattack. Swish. Rukia's horizontal slash was easily dodged. Panic surged through her, and she instinctively leaped backward. But even as she retreated, she felt as if Ailin had already anticipated her every move. Although Ailin hadn't attacked, merely dodging Rukia's strikes, the impact of this experience was far greater than a year's worth of training with Byakuya. By the end, Rukia's hand trembled as she gripped her sword. Ailin had predicted her every attack, often describing her entire sequence of moves before she even began. As the spar continued, the fear in Rukia's eyes intensified. She felt like Ailin's puppet, her attacks dictated by his words. If she didn't follow his guidance, she would be left standing there, utterly lost and unsure of what to do. But she couldn't bring herself to stop until Ailin called an end to the session. She found it easier to suppress her fear and simply follow his instructions. That's enough, Rukia. Chapter 206, The Most Terrifying Swordsmanship. Seeing Rukia reach her limit, Ailin quickly called a halt to their spar. Clang. As soon as Ailin spoke, Rukia's grip loosened, and Hirosaki clattered to the ground. Ha! Ha! Rukia leaned forward, hands on her knees, gasping for breath. The fear in her eyes hadn't faded. If she had a choice, she never wanted to fight Teacher Ailin again. The feeling of being completely seen through, every move anticipated, was utterly terrifying. Rukia, what are your thoughts on that spar? Thoughts? Rukia managed a weak smile. Teacher, my biggest thought is that I never want to fight you again. Is that so? Ailin wasn't surprised by her response. It was exactly what he had expected. The Data Kendo he planned to teach Rukia originated from a tennis game he had played with Haruko. There was a time when Haruko had utterly dominated Ailin in the game of chess. Determined to find some balance, he had introduced the sport of tennis to the Seoul society centuries ahead of its time. He had also created replicas of the rackets used by the princes of tennis from a manga he remembered. To his surprise, when he transformed these rackets into Zanpakuto, the abilities of the most skilled players proved to be no weaker than those of captain-level Shinigami. The data kendo he was about to teach Rukia was derived from the data tennis wielded by one of these tennis prodigies. Anyone who had faced an opponent using data tennis would find it difficult to muster the will to fight them again. In the eyes of a data tennis player, your every move provided valuable information, allowing them to construct a model of your play style and analyze your thought process. If a data tennis player fully deciphered your game, and they possessed sufficient skill, the match would become completely one-sided. They would win 100, 1,000 times in a row. To them, anyone they had completely analyzed was nothing more than a puppet, their every move predictable. You were like a fly caught in a spider's web, destined to be consumed once you exhausted yourself struggling. In Aelin's view, data kendo was perhaps the most terrifying form of swordsmanship imaginable. After adapting data tennis into data kendo, he realized that Rukia was the perfect candidate to learn this technique. Firstly, Rukia's analytical mind was ideally suited to data kendo. Secondly, Rukia's Zanpakuto, Sodenoshi Reiyuki, was the most beautiful Zanpakuto in the Soul Society. Its ability was to freeze anything it touched by lowering the user's body temperature to below freezing. However, before Rukia could fully master this power, Sodenoshi Reiyuki had extended its ability to the blade itself, allowing Rukia to use it without freezing her own body. This compromise meant that Sodenoshi Reiyuki's freezing power couldn't be fully realized. After all, it was one of the strongest Zanpakuto, on par with Rijinjaka, Hirin Maru, and Suzabimaru. Unlike Hirin Maru, which condensed moisture from the air to create ice, Sodenoshi Reiyuki itself was the embodiment of coldness, capable of freezing anything it touched. Theoretically, it wouldn't be countered by Rijinjaka. If Rukia's spiritual pressure reached the level of Captain Commander Yamamoto, she would pose a genuine threat to him. Of course, the stronger Sodenoshi Reiyuki's ability, the more demanding its requirements. If the user was careless, they could be severely injured by their own Zanpakuto. But if Rukia learned data kendo, these drawbacks would no longer hinder her. In fact, it would allow her to master Sodenoshi Reiyuki's power even faster. Rukia, although I didn't draw my sword during our spar, I was using my data kendo from the very beginning. To my data kendo, you hold no secrets. And this is what I intend to teach you. What? This is data kendo? Rukia looked up in astonishment. The fear she had felt transformed into excitement. Only after experiencing that despair firsthand could she truly grasp the terrifying nature of data kendo. Indeed. However, Rukia, mastering true data kendo is no easy feat. If you fail to learn it properly, your swordsmanship may stagnate, or even worse, you could lose your ability to fight in close combat, becoming a Shinigami who relies solely on Kido. So, Rukia, are you sure you want to learn this swordsmanship, even with its potentially severe consequences? Aelin wasn't exaggerating. If someone attempted to learn a data kendo but lacked the ability to rapidly gather information, they would be easily defeated by their opponents, their attention divided between fighting and collecting data. If they couldn't overcome this mental habit, they would be forever barred from close combat. Of course, even then, applying data kendo to Kido would still significantly enhance Rukia's strength. Yes, teacher, I want to learn it. Please teach me. Rukia retrieved her asaki and bowed deeply to Aelin. Ha ha ha, I was always going to teach you this. If you're willing to learn, I'm willing to teach. Aelin and Rukia returned to the cherry blossom tree and sat down. Then, Aelin began describing the training method for data kendo. Rukia, data kendo is entirely based on data. Data is simply a way of quantifying everything in the world using a system we can understand. For example, if you swing your sword and leave a 1 mm mark on a Sekaizuki stone, we'll assign a value of 1 to the power of your strike. In battle, if your movement and evasion speed is 10 meters per instant, we'll quantify that speed as 1 as well. For defense, we'll quantify the amount of force required to injure you as your defense, also using 1 to represent it. This way, we can quickly obtain your accurate data. The essence of data kendo is to know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Once you understand your own data, the next step is to gather data on your opponent. Under the cherry blossom tree, Aelin continued his explanation, and Rukia listened intently. When she encountered something she didn't understand, Aelin paused, using examples from the Soul Society to aid her comprehension. Aelin was completely engrossed in his teaching, oblivious to the passage of time. Rukia, eager to improve her strength, also paid no heed to the changing sky. Haruko had come by once, but seeing Aelin so absorbed in his lesson, she didn't interrupt. Instead, she went back to arrange accommodations for Toshiro Hitsugaya. Oh my. Aelin stretched, realizing that he had been teaching for far longer than intended. He didn't mind, but Rukia had reached her limit. Continuing would only waste time. Rukia, it's been ages since I've taught a student so thoroughly. I got carried away, and now it's almost dawn. Your first task, Rukia, is to successfully quantify all of your own data. Once you've accomplished that, I'll teach you the next step of data kendo. Yes, teacher. Although she was eager to learn more about data kendo, Rukia knew she had reached her limit after over 10 hours of intense study. Once she fully grasped everything Aylin had taught her today, she would be ready to embark on the path of data kendo after completing her datafication. With Aylin disguised as 5th Division Captain Sosuke and refraining from causing trouble, the Siriite AI remained peaceful. Occasionally, Aylin would spare some time to guide the Shinigami who had aligned themselves with Aizen, ensuring their steady progress. In recent years, he had focused his attention on Hyukomondo. After all, using the Hogyoku to enhance his spiritual pressure was more convenient there. In Hyukomondo, Noitra Gilga and Zala Progrance didn't dare to take Aylin's words lightly. They scoured Hyukomondo in search of a suitable replacement for Nili Eel to Autoswung. Noitra had actually found a potential candidate, a female Vasto Lord whose strength even he had been unable to match before she became an Rankar. However, instead of killing or devouring Noitra, this female Vasto Lord had spared his life. Chapter 207, Dear Harrible. Now that Noitra had become an Rankar, his power had increased tenfold. He was certain that if he encountered that female Vasto Lord again, he would be able to defeat her. This time, he would show her the true meaning of survival of the fittest. Inside Lost Noshes, Aylin opened his eyes, having completed his daily power enhancement. Alquiora Cipher, the 4th Espada, stood silently below the throne, patiently awaiting his master's attention. Lord Aizen, Alquiora bowed his head slightly as Aylin opened his eyes. Ah, Alquiora. You sought me out directly. Have you found a suitable candidate for the Espada? Yes, Lord Aizen. Oh? Aylin leaned forward, intrigued. Bring them forth, Alquiora. I am curious to see what kind of being has earned your approval. With Aylin's permission, Alquiora turned and left the hall. He returned a short while later, accompanied by a massive caterpillar-like hollow. The moment Aylin laid eyes on the creature, he knew it was Yami La Ergo, the 10th Espada, the only Espada whose rank could change upon releasing his Zanpakuto. Oi, Alquiora, you brought me here just to see this Shinigami? The caterpillar hollow trailed behind Alquiora as it entered the hall. As it looked up at Aylin, its anger flared. It reared its head high, making its already enormous body appear even more imposing. Yami, this is Lord Aizen. Show some respect. Ha! Alquiora, you want me to address a Shinigami as Lord? Yami lowered his head and glared at Alquiora. Seeing no reaction from his comrade, Yami's rage intensified. Damn it, what did you do to Alquiora? Oh? Aylin chuckled at Yami's accusation. Why do you assume that I did something to Alquiora? Why not consider the possibility that he chose to follow me willingly? That's ridiculous. You're a Shinigami, and we're hollows. Why would a hollow ever willingly follow a Shinigami? How about a wager? Aylin proposed. If you still hold that belief after our conversation, I will grant you a fair fight. Defeat me, and you can take Alquiora back. However, if you change your mind, you must swear absolute loyalty to me and obey my commands. What do you say? Aylin knew that Yami relished combat and craved bloodshed. Even after ascending to Rankar and no longer needing human souls for sustenance or evolution, he had still used his soul-sucking ability to devour countless humans in the world of the living, causing widespread devastation. However, Yami possessed a quality that none of the other Espada had, loyalty. Of course, this wasn't because he particularly admired Aizen. Yami was a simple creature who preferred action over thought. Once he pledged allegiance to someone, he wouldn't betray them. The other Espada had their own reasons for following Aizen. Coyote Stark, the first Espada, was driven by loneliness. In Lost Noshes, he found companions who could withstand his immense spiritual pressure. Baraganluz and Bairn, the second Espada, had submitted to Aizen's overwhelming strength. After being decisively defeated, he was persuaded by Aizen's vision of conquering the Soul Society and agreed to relinquish Lost Noshes, becoming the second-ranked Espada. Alquiora Cipher, the 4th Espada, sought to experience something beyond the nothingness that defined hollow existence. Serving Aizen allowed him to witness things that transcended his limited understanding. Noitra Gilga, the 5th Espada, craved to become the strongest. Having achieved Rankar status but failing to claim that title, he sought battles with those stronger than himself, hoping to die as a stepping stone for the true strongest. The other Espada had their own motivations as well. Only Yami La Ergo possessed true loyalty. Ha ha ha, you're going to lose, Shinigami. Yami roared with laughter, refusing to believe he would ever submit to a Shinigami. Be prepared to return Alquiora to me, or I'll crush you with my fists. Is that so? Aylin smirked. I hope I can still hear those words from you later. He extended his right hand, and a blue, glowing orb materialized, a half-formed Hogyoku created by Aizen. With a thought, the Hogyoku flew from his hand and hovered above Yami. a beam of blue light descended, enveloping his entire body. Roar! Yami let out a deafening roar as the blue light washed over him. His massive body began to shrink, transforming from a multi-legged creature over 10 meters long and 2 meters tall into a towering, muscular humanoid nearly 3 meters in height. He had thick, dark red eyebrows, and his hollow mask, now reduced to a jagged white bone structure, covered only his chin. A Zanpakuto appeared at his waist. What is this?" Yami exclaimed, marveling at the sensation of moving in a humanoid body for the first time. "This is Rancor, a branch of the evolutionary path for hollows," Aelin explained, catching the returning Hogyoku in his hand. Rancor is a path distinct from the traditional hollow evolution through devouring. Only hollows of Uchiha's class and above are eligible to become Rancor. As an Rancor, you no longer need to fear regression, and you gain power far exceeding that of your previous form. Yami la ergo, will you follow me and serve under my command? Or will you defy me and fight to reclaim Ulquiorra? Yami pondered his options, overwhelmed by the power surging through his new body. He was impulsive but not foolish. He understood that a being capable of granting such immense power was not to be questioned. Even Ulquiorra, far more intelligent than him, had chosen to serve this Shinigami. There must be a reason. What was I saying again? After Yami agreed to serve under him, Aelin personally branded him with the number 10, signifying his rank among the Espada. This wasn't the type of 10 that could transform into a 0 upon releasing his Zanpakuto. While Yami had undoubtedly grown stronger, surpassing Noitra in power, he still fell short of the top 4 Espada. Upon releasing his Zanpakuto, Yami had declared that even Ulquiorra was now nothing more than trash in his eyes, just like Noitra and Grimjow. His boast was reminiscent of Renji Ibarai's claim during the 1,000-year Blood War that he had reached a level where he could fight Aizen. Based on his current performance, Yami was far from deserving the title of Zero Espada. After all, despite his power, he was ultimately just an Uchiha's class Rancor. Even at his absolute limit, his strength would only rival Ulquiorra's first resurrection. With a wave of his hand, Aelin dismissed Ulquiorra and Yami. Then, he activated his spiritual pressure sensing ability to its fullest extent. Yami is in place. Now, where is Harable? With his current spiritual pressure, Aizen's clone couldn't sense the entirety of Yuko-Mundo. However, he possessed the most potent illusion-type Zanpakuto, Kyoka Suigetsu. To Aelin, Kyoka Suigetsu was not only a perfect control-type Zanpakuto but also a powerful support tool. Its complete hypnosis could be used to enhance his own abilities as effectively as it could be used to deceive his enemies. Using Kyoka Suigetsu, Aelin amplified his spiritual pressure sensing ability to the limit his clone could handle. In an instant, the entire expanse of Yuko-Mundo appeared in his mind. He quickly located Noitra's spiritual pressure signature. Nearby, he sensed 4 other hollow spiritual pressure signatures, 1 strong and 3 weaker ones. Could that powerful spiritual pressure belong to Tyr Harable? Following his instincts, Aelin vanished from Las Noxias and flew towards those spiritual pressure signatures. The ground of Yuko-Mundo was covered in yellow sand, the remnants of countless hollows. Mountains and rocks were rare sights. Even rarer was water. Yet, in this desolate landscape, there existed a towering cliff face and a half-formed lake. Occasionally, hollows would visit this lake to quench their thirst before moving on. All the hollows who came here behaved respectfully, refraining from causing any trouble. They knew that everything here belonged to a powerful being who had graciously allowed them to drink from this lake. It was a rare act of kindness in the harsh world of Yuko-Mundo. The name of this powerful being was Tyr Harable. She was a renowned Vasto Lord-class hollow. Even during the reign of Baragan Lusenbairn, the self-proclaimed king of Yuko-Mundo, he had invited Harable to join his court. However, Harable found Baragan's methods and treatment of his subordinates repulsive and repeatedly refused his offer. If she hadn't been one of the few Vasto lords in Yuko-Mundo, Baragan would have long since sent his forces to eliminate her. As a result, despite not actively building a faction, Harable had attracted a following of hollows who had chosen to gather under her protection. Over time, other powerful hollows who refused to submit to Baragan sought refuge with Harable, forming a loose alliance that rivaled Las Noxias in strength. One day, a hollow with a disc-shaped collar and a crescent moon staff arrived at Harable's domain. Chapter 208, Harable's transformation booms echoed through the air as cliffs crumbled. The hollows dwelling within scrambled to escape. The stronger ones managed to flee before the explosions, suffering only minor injuries from the shock waves. Those who were too slow were either killed outright or buried beneath the rubble. 2 figures, one clad in blue, the other in white, clashed between the cliffs. Each impact unleashed a deafening roar, generating invisible shockwaves that pulverized the surrounding landscape. Boom. After another collision, Harable's feet left white streaks in the air as she used Rishi to halt her backward momentum. The friction against the air generated visible trails. He's strong. Harable frowned. When did such a powerful being appear in Hugo and his spiritual pressure? It's so strange. As a Vasto Lord, one of the strongest hollows in existence, the most powerful being Haribel had encountered was Baragan Lusenbairn, the self-proclaimed king of Hugo. While her strength was inferior to Baragan's, both were Vasto Lords, the apex of hollow evolution. If she chose to flee, Baragan, who wasn't particularly fast, would have a difficult time catching her. But this peculiar hollow before her. His spiritual pressure indicated he was merely a Uchiha's, but his appearance. What made this hollow so strange was that, in the hierarchy of hollows, the higher their level, the more humanoid their form. As a Vasto Lord, Haribel had only recently attained a near-human shape. Her body was still encased in a white exoskeleton, and her face was hidden behind a hollow mask. Yet, this Uchiha possessed a fully humanoid form and had no mask. If not for his overwhelming spiritual pressure, Haribel would have mistaken him for a Shinigami. Moreover, his power far exceeded what his Uchiha's classification suggested. Who are you? Why have you trespassed on my territory? Haribel watched as the hollow across from her regained his composure. Oh? Trespassed on your territory? The hollow scoffed. Woman, are you mistaken about something? I'm here to either kill you or be killed by you. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. With a burst of laughter, Noitra Gilga charged towards Haribel with his crescent moon staff held high. Clang. 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 Blue and white figures blurred as they clashed. Haribel, resembling a mermaid with fins for arms, parried each strike of Noitra's staff. Sparks were flying with every impact. Having become an Rankar, Noitra's strength now rivaled that of a Vasto Lord. However, he was still outmatched by Haribel, who stood at the pinnacle of Vasto Lord evolution. If not for his incredibly tough Hyro, he would have already been defeated. As their battle raged on, Haribel gradually gained the upper hand. Noitra's body was marred with wounds. Even his strongest Hyro was no match for a Vasto Lord of Haribel's caliber. Surrender, intruder, Haribel declared, kicking Noitra through a cliff face. She stood above him, blue spiritual pressure swirling around her right fin. I cannot guarantee your survival if you continue to resist. Ha ha ha, woman, you don't really think that was my true power, do you? Noitra wiped a trickle of blood from his mouth and smiled cruelly. Then, to Haribel's astonishment, his body erupted with golden spiritual pressure. Pray, Santa Teresa. Boom. Noitra's spiritual pressure increased tenfold in an instant. Not only that, but his form changed as well. Two devilish horns sprouted from his forehead, and his crescent moon staff transformed into a scythe-like blade. But the most dramatic change was to his arms. He now had two extra limbs, each wielding a scythe. This was Noitra's true form, Santa Teresa. What is this form? Before Haribel could recover from her shock, Noitra vanished, reappearing before her in a blur, his four scythes slashing down. Saro. Haribel countered, her right fin glowing with blue spiritual pressure. The energy coalesced into a sphere, firing towards Noitra as a powerful beam of light. Boom. However, the attack that had once injured Noitra proved ineffective against his resurrection. He shattered the Saro with a single swipe and closed the distance, then his four scythes descended upon Haribel. Bang. With a single blow, Noitra sent Haribel crashing through another cliff. He's so strong. Haribel thought as she emerged from the rubble. Noitra's resurrection had increased his power fivefold. Boom. SHHH, SHHH, SHHH. Having released his Zanpakuto, Noitra now surpassed Haribel in strength. Crimson blood splattered across the battlefield as Haribel's exoskeleton cracked under his relentless assault. Many of the hollows who had pledged their allegiance to Haribel fled in terror, seeing her losing the battle. If this new adversary decided to go on a rampage. However, amidst the fleeing hollows, three remained loyal, charging towards Noitra. Apaxi. Mila Rose. Sung Sun. Run. Haribel cried out, desperately urging her subordinates to escape. But Apaxi, Mila Rose, and Sung Sun refused to abandon their leader. Before Haribel's horrified eyes, they were swiftly struck down by Noitra. He severed their left arms at the shoulder. Apaxi. Mila Rose. Sung Sun. Haribel struggled to rise at the sight of her injured followers. Bang. But her determination was no match for Noitra's superior power. He slammed her back to the ground, pressing his scythe against her throat. Well, is that all you've got? I haven't even warmed up yet. Indeed, you haven't even warmed up yet. You've merely released your Zanpakuto. That was when Aelin arrived. Using Kyokusuagetsu, he had concealed himself from Noitra's senses. He approached Haribel with a gentle smile. Dear Haribel, I've heard much about you. Who are you? Haribel asked, gazing at the Shinigami before her. Huh? Who am I? Noitra's grin widened even further. Listen well, I am Noitra Gilga, the strongest Espada of Las Noches. He didn't notice that Haribel had merely glanced at him before turning her attention elsewhere. This hollow named Noitra couldn't see the Shinigami? Was this a hallucination brought on by her impending death? My name is Aizen. I am the master of Las Noches, Aelin introduced himself. Dear Haribel, you seem to be in need of assistance. Are you willing to accept my help and become my subordinate? Las Noches? Haribel questioned, confused. Wasn't Las Noches the domain of Baragan Lucenbairn, the king of Hugomundo? Since when had a Shinigami become its master? And that hollow who had attacked her? He had claimed to be the strongest Espada? I don't know what's happened in Las Noches, but... Haribel glanced at Apaxi, Mila Rose, and Sung Sun, lying wounded nearby. Then, she bowed her head before Aelin. I am willing to become your subordinate, Lord Aizen. Very good. Boom. What is this? Immense spiritual pressure erupted from Haribel's body, tangible energy that forced even Noitra to stumble backward. Noitra's expression shifted from smugness to horror. He recognized this phenomenon. He had experienced it himself. The hollowification of a Shinigami, the process that created Enrankar. But how was this possible? How could this woman have become Enrankar without Lord Aizen's aid? Noitra's only hope was that Haribel's transformation would fail. Despite his boasts of being the strongest Espada, he knew that his title was only valid among the Ajushas class Espada. The Rankar born from Vasto lords were in a league of their own, far surpassing him in power. Niliil II Autoswunk, the former third Espada, had effortlessly defeated him in her base form. Noitra had never fought Ulquiorra Cypher, the fourth Espada, but his instincts screamed that he would die if he ever faced him. However, due to Ulquiorra's stoic nature, Noitra didn't believe he would ever strive for the title of strongest. Therefore, he had never considered seeking death at Ulquiorra's hands. Haribel was a Vasto lord, standing at the pinnacle of hollow evolution. If her transformation into Enrankar succeeded, her power would undoubtedly surpass his. Chapter 209, A Pitiful Man. Unfortunately for Noitra, his prayers went unanswered. Haribel successfully completed her transformation into Enrankar. Her white exoskeleton shed away, revealing tan skin and long, flowing blonde hair. A white, jagged mask covered her face from her nose down, extending down her neck and chest like a garment. A Zanpakuto hung at her waist. From its sheath, it appeared to be a broadsword. But when Haribel drew it, Noitra realized that the blade was hollow, lacking a solid core. Only after becoming Enrankar did Haribel truly understand the vast difference between ordinary hollows and those who had undergone hollowification. No matter how strong a hollow might be, it was still a hollow. Even Vasto lords, the apex of hollow evolution, possessed only a crude understanding of spiritual pressure manipulation. Their most powerful attack was the Sero. Beyond that, their only other offensive options were their unique abilities. But abilities were unpredictable. Some weak hollows possessed incredibly potent powers, while some high-level hollows had unremarkable abilities. However, after becoming Rankar, their Shinigami heritage granted them a far greater mastery over spiritual pressure, allowing them to develop a wide array of powerful techniques. Their heightened sensitivity to spatial distortions also enabled them to achieve high-speed movement through a technique called Sonido. Whoosh! With a mere thought, Haribel appeared before Noitra, waving her Zanpakuto and slashing down. Boom! Noitra crossed his four scythes, blocking Haribel's strike. However, the force of the impact sent him skidding across the desert sand, carving two deep trenches in his wake. One might assume that Haribel's hollow blade would lack power. However, her true form was that of a shark, known for its immense strength. While Haribel's future fighting style would revolve around her mastery of water, in her newly transformed state, close combat was still her most effective option. And so it proved. Not only was Haribel's spiritual pressure superior, but her physical strength dwarfed Noitra. Even in her base Rankar form, she could easily overpower him. Aelin watched the battle unfold, unfazed by the disparity in their abilities. Haribel's had only just completed her transformation and hadn't yet mastered her newfound power or developed her own techniques. But her increased spiritual pressure and enhanced spiritual pressure control were more than enough to defeat Noitra. If she released her Zanpakuto, Noitra would likely be obliterated. However, Haribel's needed an opponent like Noitra to help her adjust to her enhanced strength. Of course, she was also reassured by the fact that she had seen Aelin approach Apaxi, Mila Rose, and Sung Sun, using the Hogyoku to help them undergo hollowification. Powerful hollows were rare in Hugomundo, and female hollows were even rarer. In the million-year history of Hugomundo, as far as Aelin knew, only two Vasto lords had ever reached the very pinnacle of power. One was Niliil II Autoswunk, the former third Espada. The other was Haribel, who was currently battling Noitra. Unfortunately, Noitra had a terrible relationship with both Niliil and Haribel. Aelin chuckled as he observed Noitra's beating. Noitra Gilga, the fifth Espada, represented the aspect of despair. It wasn't simply despair but the despair of understanding the harsh realities of the world and one's own powerlessness to change them. Noitra embodied the concept of survival of the fittest, the unchanging law of Hugo for millions of years. From the moment he gained self-awareness and began his evolution, he knew that if he couldn't become the strongest, he would eventually die at the hands of someone more powerful. But Noitra also knew that he was destined to fail in his quest for ultimate strength. Lacking the potential to become the strongest, he was fated to become a stepping stone for others. This realization filled him with despair, driving him to focus on enhancing his Hiro during his evolution. As a result, even as an Uchiha, his Hiro surpassed that of all other hollows. After becoming Unrankar, he became the Espada with the strongest defense. However, this only plunged Noitra deeper into despair. Even with the strongest defense, he was still not the strongest. The strongest defense could only become a more durable target against a more powerful attack. Noitra became the fifth Espada. The five Espada below him were no match for him, as if they belonged to a different class altogether. However, he was utterly outmatched by the four Espada above him. It was as if Noitra alone divided the Espada into two distinct tiers. Resigned to his fate, Noitra embraced his despair, becoming a battle-crazed maniac. He desired to die fighting, but only against an opponent stronger than himself. After accepting his despair, two individuals shattered his worldview. The first was Tyr Harrible. Noitra had once encountered Harrible and been defeated. But Harrible had spared his life, neither killing nor devouring him. It was the first time Noitra questioned his own beliefs. The second was Niliel to Otelswunk, the former third Espada. Niliel was a Vasta lord who possessed a human-like compassion. After Aizen used a Hogi-Oku to transform her into an Rankar, she became the third Espada. To Niliel, the strong had a duty to protect the weak. Her philosophy directly contradicted Noitra's acceptance of his despair and the law of survival of the fittest. It was inevitable that they would clash. Moreover, Noitra harbored a deep-seated hatred for female hollows, stemming from his humiliation at being spared by another powerful female hollow. He repeatedly challenged Niliel, believing that according to his despair, she should kill him, using him as a stepping stone on her path to greater power. However, despite being defeated every time, Niliel always spared his life. She even called him a pitiful man. Those words shattered Noitra's fragile ego. He conspired with Zayla Progrance to ambush Niliel and break her mask. However, as he raised his Zanpakuto, images of Niliel sparing him flashed in his mind. In the end, Noitra, who worshipped the law of survival of the fittest, violated his own principles. He didn't kill Niliel but instead cast her out of Las Noches, stripped of her power. Unfortunately, despite successfully ambushing Niliel and removing her from Las Noches, Noitra failed to advance to a higher rank among the Espada. Through Aelin's machinations, he was forced to search for a replacement Espada. Now, with Tyr Harrible transformed into an Rankar with Aelin's aid, the power dynamic between her and Noitra had reversed. Tyr Harrible represented the aspect of sacrifice. She was a powerful female hollow who, like Niliel, would willingly give her life to protect the weak. Both protecting the weak and sacrificing for the weak stood in contrast to Noitra's despair and his belief in the law of survival of the fittest. In the end, Noitra's despair was crushed by Harrible. However, he still failed to achieve his desire to die at the hands of the strongest. Although Harrible had nearly been killed by Noitra, she had sworn allegiance to Aizen, the master of Las Noches. She would never harm a fellow subordinate. Although the timing and location of Aizen's appearance made Harrible suspect she had been manipulated, she couldn't deny that she was now his subordinate. Dwelling on the past was pointless. Moreover, someone who could so easily grant her such immense power was undoubtedly far stronger than her. Rebelling would only lead to a meaningless sacrifice. After defeating Noitra, Harrible, accompanied by her newly transformed Fraction Apaxi, Mila Rose, and Sung Sun traveled to Las Noches, becoming the new third Espada. Upon seeing Apaxi, Mila Rose, and Sung Sun as Rankar, Noitra realized that Aizen had likely been present all along and had played a role in their transformations. But even knowing this, he was powerless to do anything. It seemed that his position as the fifth Espada was set in stone. Lying on the ground, Noitra once again questioned his beliefs. Survival of the fittest was the immutable law of Hugo. Yet, since joining Aizen, his despair had been repeatedly challenged. The existence of these two female hollows had ignited a flicker of hope within him. Had he been ensnared by Aizen's Kyoka Suigatsu? Why was he doubting the very foundation of Hugo? Chapter 210, Graduation Examo? Is it that time already? In the 5th Division, Aelin looked at the document in his hand. He had been so focused on enhancing his clone's spiritual pressure in Hugo that he had neglected to keep track of time in the Soul Society. The document detailed the upcoming graduation exam for the 6th-year students of the Shino Academy. The 5th Division, along with the 13th Division, was tasked with protecting the examinees during their practical assessment in the world of the living and evaluating their performance. Since Aelin had taken control of Hugomundo, the number of hollow attacks on the Soul Society and the world of the living had plummeted. He didn't require sacrifices to conduct his experiments, unlike Sosuke-san. Furthermore, Las Noches now housed nearly all the minnows grand with independent consciousness, from Ajushas and above. As a result, there had been no Jillian-class hollow attacks in decades. Now, even Shinigami who had joined the 13th Division of Imperial Guards in the past century rarely encountered a Jillian. For them, the primary targets were small and medium-sized hollows. Gillians and higher-level hollows were dealt with by the Royal Guard, the 0 Division. With the decline in hollow attacks, the number of Shinigami casualties had also dropped significantly. This had led to stricter recruitment standards for the 13th Division of Imperial Guards over the past few decades. After all, with fewer vacancies, they required far fewer new recruits. Consequently, the graduation exam for the Shino Academy had become increasingly difficult. In the past, 6th-year students were tested against weak hollows created by the 12th Division. In recent years, the exam had evolved into a practical assessment in the world of the living, requiring students to patrol for a period and eliminate any attacking hollows. Since small hollows were far stronger than the artificial weak hollows, a number of students perished each year during the exam. To mitigate casualties, a 13th Division of Imperial Guards division was assigned to protect the students during their assessment. This year, it was the 5th Division's turn. On the list in Aelin's hand, several names were circled in red. These were students who had caught the attention of various 13th Division of Imperial Guards divisions and were highly likely to be recruited upon passing the exam. The circle served as a reminder to the protecting Shinigami to prioritize their safety. While casualties among other students were regrettable, the loss of these promising individuals was to be avoided at all costs. Among the circled names, Aelin recognized several familiar ones: Renji Ibarai, Momo Hinamori, and Izuru Kira. Hey, it seems talent always finds a way to shine. Looking at the documents, Aelin smiled faintly. He had abandoned his Shinigami hollowification experiments after successfully creating White. The half-formed Hogyoku in his possession was better suited to transforming hollows into Rancor, boasting a high success rate. As for Shinigami hollowification, Aelin didn't know how many experiments Sosuke-san had conducted, but he had only managed to create one successful subject White. The power to perform Shinigami hollowification primarily resided in the other half of the Hogyoku, currently in Gisuke Urahara's possession. Like Aizen, Urahara had never failed to successfully transform a Shinigami into a hollow. Of course, he had only experimented on Shinji Hirako and his comrades. But the fact that all 8 of them had survived the process spoke volumes. Aelin, focused on enhancing his own spiritual pressure, hadn't even bothered to create more White clones, let alone brainwash Momo Hinamori and the others. Without Aizen's manipulations, these promising students had attracted the attention of other 13 Division of Imperial Guards divisions, earning their designation as priority personnel. I've been spending too much time in Hugomundo lately. A trip to the world of the living might be a nice change of pace, Aelin thought. On the day of the graduation exam, 237 6th-year students from 3 classes gathered for the assessment. Early in the morning, they were assembled at the 13th Division barracks. After all, their testing ground was the world of the living. Shortly after the students arrived, Aelin, accompanied by members of the 5th Division, also arrived at the 13th Division. It's been a while, Captain Ukitake, Aelin greeted Joshiro Ukitake, the captain of the 13th Division, maintaining the facade of Sosuke-san. They exchanged pleasantries, upholding the social graces expected of captains. Captain Aizen, the safety of these students is in your hands. Rest assured, Captain Ukitake. While I cannot guarantee how many students will pass the exam, I can assure you that if any of them are in danger, I will be the first to rush to their aid. As Aelin chatted with Ukitake, the students exchanged excited whispers. Hey, Momo, is that Captain Aizen? A girl standing beside Momo Hinamori nudged her shoulder, pointing towards Aelin. Her eyesight was poor, and she wore thick-rimmed glasses, making it difficult to see at a distance. Momo looked up and immediately spotted the large 5 emblazoned on Aelin's captain's houri. Her face lit up with delight. Yes, it's Captain Aizen. We're so lucky that it's the 5th Division protecting us this year. I heard that the 5th Division is known for its rescue operations. They have the most experienced Shinigami in that field. They always have the lowest casualty rate during these exams. Aelin had maintained his tradition of visiting the Shino Academy twice a year. As a result, he was more recognizable to the students than many other captains. Of course, what truly excited them was the fact that ever since the exam format had changed, The years when the 5th Division provided protection consistently had the fewest casualties. Greetings, students. It's been a while. You're all looking well, Aelin called out, waving to the students. Ah, Captain Aizen. Hello, Captain Aizen. The students erupted in cheers, thrilled by Aelin's gesture. As aspiring Shinigami, they knew that Captain Aizen was one of the 13 strongest captains in the 13th Division of Imperial Guards. This might be the closest they ever got to a captain. After the exam, whether they passed and joined a 13th Division of Imperial Guards division or failed and were assigned to the Hollow Extermination Forces, their chances of interacting with such a high-ranking individual were slim. They cherished this moment of connection with Captain Aizen. Ha ha ha, you're all so enthusiastic. Aelin raised his hand to silence the cheers. Students, I visit the Shino Academy to teach a lesson or two almost every year. Many of you are familiar faces. It is an honor to have played a role in your development and to be here to protect you during this final stage. To me, it feels like a passing of the torch. Today, I am here to guide and protect you. When you grow stronger, you will take over the responsibility of safeguarding the Siriate AI from us, and in turn, you will mentor the next generation. I overheard some of you saying that the 5th Division always has the lowest casualty rate. That makes me blush. The truth is, it's not because we're particularly skilled. It's simply because we've been fortunate enough to avoid encountering too many or too powerful hollows during these exams, allowing us to protect the students with minimal losses. I want you all to remember this: your exam is a practical assessment. The tasks you will be performing are identical to those carried out by official Shinigami. Even with the 5th Division's protection, there is still a chance of casualties. And while for some, a casualty might be just a statistic, a low mortality rate, for those who lose their lives before we can reach them, it's *100% mortality rate. So, I urge you to take this exam seriously. Regardless of your results, if you all return safely, I believe that will be a victory in itself. My subordinates will now distribute fireworks to each of you. If you encounter danger, immediately launch the firework. Once we see the signal, we will dispatch a rescue team to your location. However, as you know, using the firework will result in an automatic failure of the exam. Do you understand? Yes, Captain Aizen. Don't worry, Captain Aizen. If we encounter an opponent we can't defeat, we'll run and call for help immediately. After all the students received their fireworks, Aelin nodded to Ukitake. Captain Ukitake, I've made all the necessary arrangements. Please open the Senka to the world of the living so we can proceed to the exam site. Chapter 211, The Exam Begins. Buzz. A wooden door materialized out of thin air in the world of the living, quickly swinging open to reveal a white, swirling portal to Senka. Over 30 Shinigami clad in black Shyakusho, along with more than 100 students in white academy uniforms, emerged from the gate. After Aelin, the last one to exit, stepped through, the Senka faded from sight. Students, the area within a 0.5 ray radius from here is your examination site. Your task is to patrol the city for 1 month. I trust you all understand the duties and responsibilities of a Shinigami, so I won't elaborate further. Now, disperse. With Aelin's final command, the Shinigami and students spread out in all directions. Once the students were gone, Aelin retrieved a Denrishin key, a communication device, from his pocket. He pressed a few buttons and held it to his ear. Mashi Mashi? Section Chief Inaba? Section Chief Inaba, this is the 5th Division's command center for the Shino Academy graduation exam. The Shinigami and students are all in position. Duang. 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 Captain Aizen? I apologize, Captain. I was being careless. As Aelin finished speaking, the sound of something being knocked over came through the Denrishinki. The initially impatient voice on the other end became noticeably more deferential. No harm done, Aelin said dismissively. I didn't expect you to personally handle the Shino Academy exam this year. These students are quite fortunate. Captain Aizen, since you're ready, we'll begin setting up the examination site. Yes, that's why I contacted you. Of course, Captain Aizen. Please wait a moment. We'll be ready shortly. Yes, yes. Good, good. After hanging up, Kage Rosa Inaba let out a sigh of relief. Although Captain Aizen was widely known for his approachable and affable nature, Inaba knew that none of those who had reached the rank of captain were simple individuals. To judge someone's character and habits solely based on hearsay was a cardinal sin for a researcher. It was essential to gather information firsthand. Therefore, Inaba preferred to err on the side of caution, ensuring that he showed the utmost respect, lest he incur the displeasure of a captain. Section Chief Inaba, how much hollow bait should we deploy for this year's exam? One of the Shinigami under Inaba's command asked. With Captain Aizen personally overseeing the exam, there must be someone he values among this batch of students. In that case, increase the amount of hollow bait 5-fold compared to last year. Huh? Section Chief Inaba, why deploy more hollow bait with Captain Aizen present? Aren't you afraid he'll report you when he returns? You fool, Inaba scoffed. Captain Aizen is personally protecting the students. If there aren't enough powerful hollows to allow him to showcase his strength, how will he impress the student he favors? Since the Shino Academy graduation exam had been upgraded, the workload of the 12th Division had increased significantly. Previously, they only needed to create a few modified souls, infuse them with hollow spiritual pressure, and transform them into Jikon, artificial bodies, to produce weak hollows even weaker than small hollows. This task was a trivial matter for Kage Rosa Inaba, who had nearly perfected the Jikon technology. He could handle it with a couple of late nights before the graduation season. Now, the 12th Division had to conduct surveys in the world of the living to determine the density of hollows, taking into account the size of the examination site, the number of students, and other factors. The key to controlling hollow density was a substance salvaged from the remnants of the Quincy and analyzed by Captain Mayuri Kurotsuchi. He called it hollow bait. A single drop of hollow bait could mimic the soul signatures of over 100 humans, attracting hollows from Hugo Mundo. Typically, one drop could lure in around 10 hollows. With the number of students participating in the exam ranging from 110 to 140 each year, the 12th Division had to strategically place drops of hollow bait throughout the city, ensuring that almost every student would encounter at least one hollow to complete their assessment. In the past, when a Shinigami took a particular interest in a student, they would subtly suggest to the 12th Division to attract more hollows to that student's location. Then, the Shinigami would swoop in for a dramatic rescue, showcasing their power and hopefully swaying the student to join their division. As for those students who perished before help arrived, no one really cared. Inaba had interpreted Ailen's message as one such subtle suggestion, hence the fivefold increase in hollow bait. After all, with the strength of a captain, even if a Jillion or higher level hollow was drawn in, it would be easily dealt with. It would also allow Captain Aizen to make a lasting impression on the students, potentially influencing their future choices. In the world of the living, Ailen sensed the hollows appearing in the examination site. He couldn't help but be surprised. Did no one die in the Syriite AI this year? They're really going all out. Aren't they afraid of wiping out this entire batch of students and ending up with no recruits? Ailen wasn't exaggerating. The number of hollows appearing in the city was simply astounding. The chosen city, while not a particularly spiritually dense area, had a sizable population and was usually guarded by 3 Shinigami from the 13th Division. Under normal circumstances, only 1 or 2 hollows would appear in the city each day. Even with the Shino Academy graduation exam taking place, they wouldn't usually attract more than 20 hollows per day. After all, the exam lasted for a month, and with students scattered throughout the city, they would eventually encounter a hollow and complete their assessment. But now, Ailen sensed over 100 hollows converging on the city. Could the students, numbering only a little over 100 themselves, handle such an onslaught? The moment the students dispersed into the city, the exam had begun. However, no one had anticipated such a sudden, overwhelming start. 40 to 50 hollows descended almost simultaneously, followed by a steady stream of others. Drawn by the hollow bait and the presence of over 100 tasty souls with spiritual pressure, most hollows ignored the ordinary humans, focusing on the students. The few who strayed were swiftly dispatched by the 5th Division Shinigami guarding the examinees. Soon, the hollows encountered the students, and fierce battles erupted throughout the city. In a narrow alleyway, Momo Hinamori chased after a small hollow, chanting a Kido incantation. Red light gathered in her left palm. Hado number 12, Hidden Fire. Boom. With a shout, Momo launched the fireball from her hand. It struck the hollow, erupting in a burst of flames. The hollow dissolved into Rishi. Elsewhere, Renji Abarai swung his Zanpakuto, each strike leaving deep gashes on the small hollow he was facing. He forced the creature back, then leaped high into the air, bringing his sword down on the hollow's mask with both hands. As Renji landed, his Zanpakuto was dripping with blood. Blood splattered in the night air as the hollow before him split in two, dissolving into Rishi. Izurukira chanted an incantation as he retreated from a pursuing hollow. Bakudo number 4, Hinaba. Yellow light gathered at his fingertips, transforming into a glowing rope that shot towards the hollow, binding its legs. Roar. Thump. Its legs entangled, the hollow lost its balance and crashed to the ground. Its momentum carried it forward, skidding across the pavement before coming to a halt. However, its situation wasn't ideal. It had came to a stop right before Izuru. Gripping his Zanpakuto in a reverse grip, Izuru, his face grim, aimed the blade at the hollow's mask and thrust it forward. Shhh. Blood splattered. The hollow dissolved into Rishi, joining its brethren. One might assume that these hollows were weak, considering how easily Momo, Renji, and Izuru had defeated them. However, those three were among the strongest students in their class, their skills already rivaling those of official Shinigami. Given their rapid rate of progress, they would likely surpass even elite Shinigami in a few years. Once they manifested their Zanpakuto, they would ascend to the level of seated officers and lieutenants. But the average students lacked their strength. While small hollows were weaker than official Shinigami, their power was comparable to that of the students. Furthermore, most of the students' combat experience was limited to sparring with each other. Against hollows, creatures so different from humans, their training proved insufficient. Chapter 212, The Price. Some students, encountering a hollow for the first time, froze in terror, their limbs trembling, their swords slipping from their grasp. They stood paralyzed, awaiting their demise. If not for the intervention of the 5th Division Shinigami, they would have become hollow fodder. However, some students, after the initial shock, managed to regain their composure. Even if they couldn't defeat the small hollows they encountered, they could still escape, preserving their lives. Some, upon encountering fellow students during their flight, even teamed up to face the threat together. Generally, 2 reasonably skilled students could confidently handle a small hollow. Even weaker students, working together in groups of 3 or 5, could manage to slay a hollow without sustaining injuries. Soon, the 100 or so small hollows lured by the hollow bait on the first day were eliminated, divided and conquered by the students. The strong, wielding their swords with finesse, dispatched their foes single-handedly. The weak, banding together in small groups, achieved victory through teamwork. Colorful fireworks soared into the night sky, signaling calls for help. Aelin had provided these rescue flares to each student. Upon launching a firework, the nearest guardian Shinigami would rush to their location, rescuing them from danger. However, using the flare meant automatic failure of the exam. They would be denied entry into the 13th Division of Imperial Guards and instead be assigned to the Hollow Extermination Forces, spending the rest of their lives battling hollows. This was the price the commoners of Rakongai paid for aspiring to become Shinigami. For 1,000,000 years after the founding of the Soul Society, the power of the Shinigami had been monopolized by the nobles. Then, over 3,000 years ago, Genri Uzai Shigekuni Yamamoto established the Genji School, sharing his knowledge of swordsmanship and breaking the nobles' stranglehold on power. He faced opposition and persecution from the nobles, but his immense strength only fueled his resolve, attracting a growing number of supporters. Alarmed by Yamamoto's rising influence, the nobles couldn't bear the thought of a commoner challenging their authority. Hundreds of them joined forces, mobilizing their Shinigami retainers and launching an attack on Yamamoto's Genji School. Many of Yamamoto's students, still in training, perished in the assault. Yamamoto, consumed by rage, transformed into a fiery demon, unleashing his wrath upon the Siriite AI. He stormed through the noble district, activating his Benkei, Ryujinjaku, and slaughtering hundreds of nobles involved in the attack. The number of noble families in the Siriite AI plummeted from over 100 to just 46. However, during his rampage, Yamamoto's spiritual pressure brushed against the will of the Soul King. Sensing the Soul King's boundless compassion, Yamamoto's anger subsided. He entered the Siriite AI, becoming the first line of defense protecting the Soul King. The remaining 46 noble families, cowed by Yamamoto's strength, were forced to unite, forming the Central 46 to counter his influence. The standoff between Yamamoto and the nobles continued until the ancient king of Hugomundo descended upon the Soul Society, intending to invade the Soul King Palace, devour the Soul King, and become the supreme ruler of all existence. Yamamoto, still young at the time, was defeated. Although the ancient Hollow King ultimately failed, vanquished by Ikabai Hyosub, the leader of the royal guard, and sealed within his Zanpakuto, Yamamoto's defeat forced him to confront his limitations. He realized that he alone couldn't protect the Soul King. He reconciled with the nobles, establishing the 13th Division of Imperial Guards to control the Siriite AI's military might, while the nobles maintained their influence through the Central 46. He transformed his Genji School into the Shino Academy, opening its doors to the entire Soul Society, teaching those with spiritual pressure how to become Shinigami and wield their power to protect the Siriite AI. To ease tensions with the nobles, Yamamoto branded his past self as a fiery demon, incorporating that incident as a mandatory lesson for the students of the Shino Academy. Since Yamamoto's 13th Division of Imperial Guards valued strength above all else, some nobles joined its ranks, bringing their retainers with them and assuming leadership of various divisions, their family skills dictating the division's responsibilities. The 2nd Division, led by the 21st head of the Shioin clan, Chika Shioin, was formed from her family's on Mitsukido, becoming the stealth force. Jinrai Kuichiki, inheriting the captaincy of the 6th Division from the first captain, Furafushi Saito, established it as the division responsible for handling noble affairs. To further strengthen the 13th Division of Imperial Guards, Yamamoto opened the Shino Academy to all who possessed spiritual pressure, regardless of their social standing. This decision struck at the very foundation of the nobles' power. For a million years, what had allowed the nobles to maintain their lofty position and disregard for commoners? It was their control over the power of the Shinigami, their absolute strength. If the commoners of Rakongai gained access to that power, how could the nobles maintain their privileged status? However, their opposition couldn't sway Yamamoto's determination to bolster the 13th Division of Imperial Guards. Yet, the nobles' million-year legacy ensured that their descendants possessed exceptional talent, far surpassing that of the commoners. After much negotiation, Yamamoto and the nobles reached a compromise. Yamamoto would accept 2 noble children as his disciples and guarantee them captaincy upon completing their training, increasing the nobles' influence within the 13th Division of Imperial Guards. In return, the nobles would cease interfering with the Shino Academy, accepting students from all backgrounds. However, any commoner who attended the Shino Academy but failed to become a member of the 13th Division of Imperial Guards would be sent to Hukomundo, joining the Hollow Extermination Forces and spending the rest of their lives fighting Hollows. The Hollow Extermination Forces had once been a place where the nobles exiled criminals. This agreement essentially treated the commoner students as criminals, guilty of illegally acquiring Shinigami powers without the nobles' permission. After all, according to noble law, sharing Shinigami powers with others was a capital offense. They couldn't punish Yamamoto directly, but they could punish the students who failed to meet their standards. Over the centuries, this system had proven effective. While many commoners from Rakongai with spiritual pressure attended the Shino Academy each year, they either became Shinigami within the 13th Division of Imperial Guards or perished in Hukomundo. For over 2,000 years, the Siriite Ai remained the domain of the nobles, while Rakongai remained a slum, with no change in sight. Now, even though it was only the first day of the exam, the sheer number of hollows appearing in the city had already forced many students to launch their rescue flares, becoming the first casualties of the assessment. Whoosh! 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 Under the cover of night, figures in black Shyakusho descended before Aelin, carrying injured students covered in blood. Most of the students wore expressions of terror, while some were severely wounded. However, those who were rescued were the fortunate ones. Those who couldn't wait for the arrival of the 5th Division Shinigami had already perished. After all, only a little over 30 Shinigami had accompanied Aelin to protect the examinees. No one had anticipated that the 12th Division would create such a challenging exam. It was among the most difficult exams since the assessment format had changed. Bakudo number 75, Penetration of 5 Iron Pillar. As Aelin chanted the incantation, a blue light shot from his hand, expanding into a translucent, triangular barrier over 10 meters tall. The barrier encompassed the injured students, preventing their wounds from worsening. Aelin turned to one of the Shinigami. Matsuri, your healing skills are quite impressive, if I recall correctly. I'll leave these students in your care. To Aelin, the students' injuries were minor. He could heal them effortlessly, even without using his Zanpakuto. However, he was currently impersonating 5th Division Captain Sosuke Aizen. Aizen had never displayed any healing abilities, and Aelin wouldn't risk exposing himself for the sake of a few students. Fortunately, among the 5th Division members accompanying him was one who had trained in healing Kido. While she couldn't fully heal the students in a short time, she could stabilize their condition. Yes, Captain Aizen. A young woman with blonde hair tied in a bun stepped forward, entering the barrier. Green light emanated from her hands as she administered emergency treatment to the injured students. Her name was Matsuri Kuto, and she had a twin brother, Fujimaru Kuto, who was also a seated officer in the 5th Division. Aelin had some vague memories of the twins. However, unlike the other Shinigami, he had never seen them in the main storyline of Bleach. Chapter 213, Heroes in Ailin's Memory. The Kuto's siblings, Fujimaru and Matsuri, were characters from the game. Their Zanpakuto, both in name and ability, were strikingly similar. Fujimaru's Zanpakuto was called Rijomaru, while Matsuri's was named Kotomaru. Though currently occupying the 5th and 6th seats of the 5th Division, in the game's lore, they were considered prodigies, having achieved Bankai under the tutelage of Yoruichi Shioin. Thanks to their contributions, 2 more captain-level Zanpakuto had been analyzed within Ailin's Unlimited Blade Works. After depositing their charges, the remaining Shinigami vanished in flashes of flash steps, retrieving the remaining disqualified students and bringing them to the designated gathering point. Sob. Sob. Under the cloak of night, the harsh reality of their situation crashed down on the young men and women. They had journeyed from the impoverished districts of Rakongai, enduring hardship and strenuous training at the Shino Academy, their hearts brimming with hope for a brighter future. They yearned to become Shinigami, to wield power that could alter their destinies. But their 6 years of dedication had crumbled into dust. Their dreams lay shattered before them. From this moment forward, Their lives were destined to be spent in Hugomundo, a world far more unforgiving than even the slums of Rakongai. If fortune smiled upon them, they might survive countless battles against Hollows, their strength growing with each victory until they reached the pinnacle of power within the Hollow Extermination Forces, becoming a Legion Commander. A Legion Commander of the Hollow Extermination Forces held a position comparable in both status and power to a captain of the 13th Division of Imperial Guards. If a captaincy within the 13th Division of Imperial Guards became vacant, and the delicate balance between Hugomundo and Soul Society remained intact, a Legion Commander might even be summoned back to the Siriate AI to assume the mantle of captain. However, if luck deserted them, they might meet the same fate as those who had perished earlier, slain and devoured by Hollows in their first encounter. The only solace they found was that this had been a graduation exam, with Shinigami present to rescue them from danger. Once they joined the Hollow Extermination Forces, even if they died in battle, no one would bat an eyelid. The weight of their future, a life steeped in despair, proved too much for some to bear. Tears streamed down their faces as sobs racked their bodies. Under normal circumstances, such displays of weakness would have elicited scorn and mockery. But here, surrounded by fellow failures, what purpose would ridicule serve? They were all in the same boat, their dreams sinking beneath the waves. Even the most stoic among them found their eyes welling up, their hearts heavy with empathy. Sigh. Aelin, observing the students' despair, let out a quiet sigh. Perhaps allowing Sosuke to succeed, to overthrow the Siriate, ascend to the Soul King Palace, and claim the mantle of Soul King. Perhaps that would usher in a new era for Soul Society? Otherwise, the Soul Society would remain stagnant, a pool of stagnant water, unchanged for 1,000,000 years, and destined to remain so for another 1,000,000. As long as the nobles held the power to subjugate the commoners of Rakongai, as long as the Shinigami of the 13th Division of Imperial Guards shared governance of the Siriate AI with the nobles, true change was but a distant dream. Perhaps this was one of the reasons the Soul King sought oblivion. The future he saw, stretching endlessly before him, was indistinguishable from the present. That was why, at this crucial juncture, when the future held the greatest potential for change, he had chosen to seek release, to open the door to new possibilities. Aelin believed that if not for the Soul King's presence in the Siriate AI, the actions of those nobles would have long since summoned the gates of hell, dragging a portion of the Siriate AI's aristocracy down to its depths. As dawn broke, the students, having spent the night in despair, looked haggard and defeated. Inside the Tozensho barrier, Matsuri Kudo had completed her initial treatment of the wounded. Fortunately, none had succumbed to their injuries. They had regained consciousness and, supported by their comrades, stumbled out of the barrier. With a thought, Aelin dispelled the 10-meter-tall Tozensho into Rishi. He approached the students and addressed them. I regret that circumstances have brought you to this point. However, there is no need for despair. Captain Aizen, we've failed. How can we not be disheartened? One student cried out, unable to contain his emotions. We're being sent to Hugomundo. To fight Hollows. It's a never-ending battle. We're destined to die there. His words plunged the students deeper into despair. Indeed, that student's description of the Hollow Extermination Forces is accurate. Their lives are consumed by an endless cycle of combat against Hollows, Aelin acknowledged, surprising everyone. He then continued, captivating the students' attention. However, have you ever considered why the Siriate AI sends you to Hugomundo every year? Observing their dejected state, Aelin knew that if they went to Hugomundo in their current condition, at least 90% of them would perish in their first battle against Hollows. To give them a fighting chance, Aelin decided to weave a monumental lie. These students needed a glimmer of hope. As you all know, Hugomundo teems with countless Hollows who evolve by devouring human souls. The Shinigami of the 13th Division of Imperial Guards are tasked with protecting both the world of the living and the Soul Society, safeguarding the souls of the living from those ravenous creatures. However, the world of the living and the Soul Society are vast, encompassing a staggering number of souls. If a large number of Hollows were to invade simultaneously, even the combined might of the 13th Division of Imperial Guards would be insufficient to protect everyone. That's why, to prevent a massive influx of Hollows from Hugomundo, the Siriate AI decided to establish the Hollow Extermination Forces. And as you've witnessed, the impact of the Hollow Extermination Forces is undeniable. Amidst the students' bewildered expressions, Aelin bowed before them. Because of the Hollow Extermination Forces' relentless efforts, engaging the majority of Hollows in Hugomundo, the number of Hollows infiltrating the world of the living and the Soul Society has drastically decreased, perhaps even by a factor of 10. This has greatly enhanced the 13th Division of Imperial Guards' ability to protect the souls of the living. While being sent to Hugomundo might feel like a punishment to you, for the humans of the world of the living and the residents of Rakongai, your presence there, battling those Hollows, has saved countless lives. Here, On behalf of the people of the world of the living and all those who call Rakongai home, I extend our heartfelt gratitude. You are the unsung heroes who protect this world from the shadows. We are heroes? Yes, you are all heroes. Meeting their hopeful gazes, Aelin affirmed their newfound status. Moreover, there is no need for despair. Your lives in the Hollow Extermination Forces will not be an endless cycle of combat against Hollows. I urge you to continue your training. Regardless of where you are, strength is the greatest and most effective safeguard of your survival. Furthermore, the Hollow Extermination Forces are structured similarly to the 13th Division of Imperial Guards. If one day you become a Legion commander of one of the 3 Extermination Force Legions, your status and power will be no less than that of a 13th Division of Imperial Guards captain. And if a captaincy within the 13th Division of Imperial Guards becomes vacant, you might even be recalled to the Syriite AI to assume that mantle. Wow, Captain Azen, is that really true? The prospect of returning to the Syriite AI, despite joining the Hollow Extermination Forces, rekindled a spark of hope in their eyes. While becoming a Legion commander was no less challenging than becoming a 13th Division of Imperial Guards captain, it was still a beacon of hope, a distant dream worth striving for. It's true, Aelin nodded, addressing the student who had asked the question. When that day comes, you will return to the Syriite AI as heroes, hailed and admired by all. After all, every Shinigami in the Syriite AI knows that the peace we enjoy is due to your tireless efforts in Hugo Mundo, battling those hollows. Being a hero was appealing, but returning to the Syriite AI was even more enticing. My greatest hope is that one day I will stand in the Syriite AI, among those welcoming you back as heroes. So, strive for greatness. Never give up. Inspired by Aelin's motivational speech, a semblance of fighting spirit returned to the 40-odd students. As Aelin opened a Senkaiman, each student, before stepping through the portal, bowed deeply to him, expressing their gratitude and respect. No one was foolish. They all knew that joining the Hollow Extermination Forces was akin to a death sentence, a life with a bleak future. Yet, Captain Azen of the 5th Division had addressed them with such kindness and respect, encouraging them to train diligently and strive to become Legion commanders. He had given them hope, a dream of returning to the Syriite AI as heroes. Even the members of the 5th Division were astounded as they watched the students bow to Aelin. When had disqualified students ever shown such deference to their examiners? Only Captain Azen could achieve such a feat. It filled them with pride. This was their Captain Azen, a man with an undeniable charisma. After the last of the disqualified students had stepped through the Senkaiman, Aelin closed the portal and turned to one of the Shinigami beside him. Fujimaru, how many students remain? The young man Aelin addressed as Fujimaru was Matsuri Kudo's twin brother, currently occupying the 5th seat of the 5th Division. Upon hearing Aelin's question, Fujimaru Kudo promptly replied, Captain Azen, after today's elimination round, 68 students remain. 68. 53 students were just eliminated. With a total of 134 students participating in this year's exam, excluding those remaining and those eliminated. Chapter 214, Rising Difficulty. So, 13 students died because we couldn't reach them in time. I apologize, Captain Azen. Fujimaru Kudo hung his head. The difficulty of this year's exam. It surpassed our expectations. The students were scattered throughout the city. At times, we received more distress signals than we had Shinigami available. We had to prioritize those closest to us and then rush to help those farther away. We moved as quickly as we could, but... He shook his head, unable to finish the sentence. In the end, 13 students. We couldn't save them. Captain Azen, this is my fault. I failed in my duty. No, Fujimaru, this isn't your fault. Aelin placed a hand on the young man's shoulder, offering a reassuring smile. Don't blame yourself. Even I didn't anticipate that this year's exam would be so difficult. Chin up, Fujimaru. Given the circumstances, your response was impeccable. Full marks from me. You made the right call. You had a higher chance of saving those closer to you. We couldn't be certain if those farther away would survive until our arrival. If you had chosen to prioritize those distant signals, the casualties might have been even greater. However, now that the number of students has significantly decreased, I hope we won't see a repeat of yesterday's events. Can you guarantee that, Fujimaru? Rest assured, Captain Azen. Fujimaru squared his shoulders determinedly. Young and not particularly imposing, he had earned his position as the 5th seat of the 5th Division. His abilities were undeniable. If even one more student dies tomorrow, I'll offer you my head. Slap. Aelin, hearing Fujimaru's dramatic declaration, smacked him lightly on the head. Get out of here with that offer you my head nonsense. While I don't want to see any more casualties, your lives are far more important to me than those of these students. If I were to demand your head over their deaths, what kind of person would that make me? Hee hee. Fujimaru rubbed his head sheepishly. Go, arrange the night patrols. We rarely get to visit the world of the living. I'll leave things here in your capable hands. I'm going for a stroll. Yes, Captain Aizen. The following days passed with a steady influx of hollows, their numbers exceeding those of the first day. Despite the students being reduced to half their original number, their performance had drastically improved. Having learned from their harrowing first-day experience, they faced the small hollows with greater composure. While some still faltered under the pressure, their fear hindering their abilities, the 5th Division Shinigami ensured their safety. There were no further casualties. After their first kill, their confidence soared. They even began actively seeking out hollows in other parts of the city, determined to improve their exam scores. 10 days passed in a blur. To everyone's surprise, 53 students remained in the city. This meant that after the first day's heavy losses, only 5 students had been eliminated in the subsequent 9 days. Brother Fujimaru, how many students do you think will join the 13th Division of Imperial Guards this year? Matsuri Kuto, perched on a rooftop, asked her brother curiously. Judging by this year's exam standards, I'd say no more than 30, Fujimaru replied, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Unlike his sister, he had his own insights into the 13th Division of Imperial Guards' recruitment practices. Typically, if a particular year saw a high number of Shinigami casualties, the following year's recruitment exam would be less stringent, replenishing the depleted divisions. However, if casualties were minimal, the difficulty of the exam would increase, focusing on selecting the most exceptional candidates. The remaining students would be sent to the Hollow Extermination Forces. This year's exam was the most challenging in decades. If Fujimaru's memory served him right, last year's casualties within the 13th Division of Imperial Guards had been similar to the previous year, exceeding 50. According to records, the 13th Division of Imperial Guards had recruited 63 Shinigami last year, nearly half the graduating class. This year, the number would likely be lower, but at least 50 new recruits would be needed. However, based on the current exam's difficulty, reaching even 20 seemed unlikely, let alone 50. After all, only 53 students remained. Moreover, the graduation exam consisted of 2 distinct phases. The first 10 days were considered the easy phase, while the remaining 20 days presented a significantly higher level of difficulty. Judging by this year's trend, Fujimaru suspected that from the 11th day onwards, the hollows appearing in the world of the living would include medium-sized hollows. Unlike the weaker small hollows, medium-sized hollows varied greatly in strength. A newly evolved medium-sized hollow possessed power comparable to an average Shinigami. However, those who had devoured dozens, or even close to 100 souls, surpassed even elite Shinigami in strength. Even seasoned seated officers could fall prey to their attacks. Matsuri, you need to be extra careful tomorrow. If you encounter one of those powerful medium-sized hollows, don't hesitate. Unleash your spiritual pressure and run. Understand? Yes, yes. You're so overprotective, Fujimaru. Matsuri rolled her eyes at her brother's nagging, then vanished in a flash of flash steps. Just because he was born 2 minutes earlier, he treated her like a child, constantly worrying about her safety. Honestly. In a city park, Momo Hinamori was thrown back by a hollow's attack, stumbling several steps before regaining her balance. Something's not right. This hollow. It's several times stronger than the others, she thought. After over 10 days of continuous combat, Momo felt her skills had significantly improved. She could now dispatch most small hollows using only sword dart and flash steps, without resorting to Kido. But this hollow, a 3-meter-tall ant-like creature, had forced her to retreat with a single blow. Her sword-holding hand throbbed, numb from the impact. Screech. The hollow, having repelled Momo, let out a shrill cry. It crouched low, its 6 legs coiled like springs, then leaped high into the air, hurtling towards her. Momo, though startled, remained composed. She swiftly chanted a Kido incantation, her voice steady. Bakudo number 26, present hiding mask. A red glow emanated from her left hand, expanding rapidly into a wall of flames that stood between her and the descending hollow. Boom. Crash. Screech. The hollow crashed into Momo's defensive Kido, the force of its impact sending fiery sparks scattering. However, the barrier held firm, shimmering for a moment before stabilizing, successfully blocking the attack. Not only that, but the flames surged forward, engulfing the hollow's front legs and inflicting minor burns. Seizing the opportunity while the hollow frantically tried to extinguish the flames engulfing its legs, Momo aimed her left hand at the creature and chanted another Kido incantation, her words flowing effortlessly. O Lord, mask of flesh and bone, flutter of wings, ye who bears the name of man. Inferno and pandemonium, the sea barrier surges south, march. A ball of spiritual pressure, the size of a volleyball, coalesced in her palm, glowing with intense heat. Hado number 31, Shako. Boom. The red fireball shot from Momo's hand, striking the hollow with incredible speed. A deafening explosion rocked the park, engulfing everything in a thick cloud of smoke. Boom. Blinded by the smoke, Momo cautiously retreated, gripping her Zanpakuto tightly. She dispelled her Kyoko barrier and stared intently into the billowing smoke, her senses on high alert. The power of Hado number 31, Shako, was considerable. Moreover, Momo had chanted the full incantation, amplifying its destructive force. However, due to her spiritual pressure and Kido proficiency, even with a complete incantation, the spell's power hadn't reached its full potential. As the smoke cleared, Momo straightened, letting out a sigh of relief. The hollow before her was dissolving into Rishi. Elsewhere, many students who had initially chosen to fight alone faced a harsh reality as they encountered medium-sized hollows. While the most skilled among them, like Renji Ibarai, Izuru Kira, and Momo Hinamori, could still hold their own, the rest were forced to retreat. Fortunately, with the reduced number of students, each 5th Division Shinigami now only needed to protect 1 or 2 examinees. Despite some students sustaining injuries, all were successfully rescued. However, even the strongest students, after witnessing the power of medium-sized hollows, felt the pressure mounting. They began forming teams with their comrades, realizing that cooperation was key to surviving this challenging exam. The following morning, Aelin stood before the 6 students who had been disqualified during the night. He didn't offer words of comfort. Those who had survived until this point were clearly skilled individuals. Moreover, after enduring days of intense combat, they were unlikely to perish easily, even in the harsh environment of Hugomundo. They didn't require consolation. Aelin simply opened a Senkaiman back to the Siriate AI and addressed the 6 students. Your exam has concluded. Line up and return to the Siriate AI. Your performance will be evaluated, and you will be assigned accordingly. The Hollow Extermination Forces, like the 13 Division of Imperial Guards, had a clear hierarchy. The 13 Division of Imperial Guards consisted of 5 ranks: Ordinary Shinigami, Elite Shinigami, Seated Officers, Lieutenants, and Captains. The Hollow Extermination Forces mirrored this structure with 5 ranks of their own: Ordinary Members, Squad Leaders, Platoon Leaders, Battalion Commanders, Deputy Legion Commanders, and Legion Commanders. Currently, the Siriate AI maintained 3 legions in Hugomundo. While the strength of a single legion might not equal that of a 13 Division of Imperial Guards division, it wasn't far off. Chapter 215, Backlash. Aelin's words drained the color from the faces of the 6 students. It was their final judgment. Clearly, Captain Aizen, renowned for his kindness and approachability throughout the Siriate AI, had no intention of offering them a second chance. As 6th-year students of the Shino Academy, they knew what awaited those who failed the graduation exam. A lifetime in Hugomundo as members of the Hollow Extermination Forces. They had lived in Rakongai for years, then spent another 6 at the academy. Never once had they heard of a Shinigami from the Extermination Forces returning to the Siriate AI. Simply put, once they were assigned to Hugomundo, their lives would be consumed by an endless cycle of combat against Hollows, until death finally claimed them. Aelin observed the 6 students, offering no words of comfort or encouragement. He didn't pressure them to step through the Senkaiman. They were far more skilled and fortunate than the 50-odd students who had been eliminated on the first day. If those who had failed immediately were destined to become the lowest-ranking members of the Extermination Forces, then these 6 students could at least attain the position of squad leader. Of course, Aelin couldn't wait indefinitely. He had already opened a Senkaiman. If it remained open for too long, it might attract the attention of the Kotatsu, the monstrous creatures that dwelled in the Dangai, the dimensional void between worlds. That would be a disaster. However, Aelin's patience inadvertently ignited a flicker of hope in the hearts of the 6 students. As the highest-ranking official present, if Captain Aizen were willing to grant them another chance. One student, unable to resist the temptation, stepped forward and bowed before Aelin. Captain Aizen, I was careless. I misjudged the strength of that medium-sized hollow. I beg you, give me another chance to take the exam. If I pass, I will join the 5th Division and serve under your command with unwavering loyalty. The remaining 5 students, witnessing their comrades' actions, felt a surge of hope. They quickly followed suit, bowing before Aelin. Captain Aizen, please give us another chance. We promise we'll pass the exam and join the 5th Division, becoming your loyal subordinates. For them, a life of servitude under Captain Aizen was far more appealing than a bleak future in Hugomundo, fighting Hollows until their inevitable demise. It would allow them to remain in the Siriate AI. Moreover, with Captain Aizen as their patron, they wouldn't have to worry about being bullied by other Shinigami after joining a division. It was a win-win situation. Oh? Aelin raised an eyebrow. This student was quite bold. Unfortunately for them, while Aelin might sympathize with their plight, he wouldn't break the rules for their sake. If he granted these students another chance, it would be a grave injustice to those who had been eliminated previously. Moreover, Aelin wasn't trying to belittle them, but their talent, in his estimation, would only allow them to reach the level of an elite Shinigami. Every year, countless students graduated from the Shino Academy. Yet, even over centuries, only a handful managed to fully manifest their Zanpakuto and learn its name. Talent, effort, and a unique trait were all essential. These 6 students possessed some talent and were hardworking. But Aelin couldn't sense a unique trait in any of them. The key to manifesting a Zanpakuto through meditation was to fuse one's own unique trait with the spirit of the Asaki, nurturing it and allowing it to grow until it could significantly enhance the Shinigami's abilities. For example, Koga's unique trait was manipulating his opponent's perception of distance. Therefore, the Zanpakuto he manifested possessed the ability to control the distance between itself and its master, creating discord and eventually leading to betrayal. Jinikamaru's trait was Snake. Consequently, the Zanpakuto he manifested, Shinso, was the fastest divine spear in existence. As for Aelin, honestly, when his Zanpakuto manifested as Unlimited Blade Works, he had believed for a time that his unique trait was Sword. However, as his power and understanding grew, he realized that while his essence was Sword, his true trait was Space. Unlimited Blade Works was a world that contained all the elements of swords, not a world that contained all swords. The two concepts were entirely different. If Aelin's trait had been Sword, his Zanpakuto might have manifested with abilities like replication or projection. But because his trait was Space, his Zanpakuto was a bounded field, Unlimited Blade Works. A powerful trait might give rise to a seemingly weak Zanpakuto, such as Yoruichi Shioin. Her trait was Cat, and Aelin had never seen her wield a Zanpakuto in combat. He suspected that Yoruichi's ability to transform into a black cat was her Zanpakuto's power. However, a weak trait could never manifest a powerful Zanpakuto. These 6 students clearly lacked self-awareness. The way they spoke, it was as if joining Aelin's division was an honor for him. Perhaps they even believed that one of them would become a captain in a few decades. Therefore, Aelin flatly refused their request. While I sympathize with your situation, I cannot condone cheating. It wouldn't be fair to the students who have already been eliminated. The 5 students who had followed the first student's lead, upon hearing Aelin's refusal, exchanged disappointed glances. They straightened up, their shoulders slumping with resignation. However, the first student refused to give up. Captain Aizen, this world is inherently unfair. Those nobles are born into privilege, treating us, the souls of Rakongai, as mere insects to be trampled upon. I acknowledge that my birth pales in comparison to those noble lords and ladies, but to equate me with those who have already been eliminated. Isn't that a bit condescending? Just give me a chance. I promise. Hold on. What's your name? Captain Aizen, my name is Kitata Yasuke. You can call me Yasuke. Overjoyed that Aelin had asked his name, he straightened up and introduced himself with a booming voice. Kitata. Aelin ignored Yasuke's request to be addressed by his given name, opting for the more formal address. You just stated that this world is unfair. But we cannot allow the world's injustices to corrupt our own actions. You may have faced, and will likely continue to face, many more and far greater injustices in your life. However, here, in this exam, I will treat all students equally and fairly. I regret to inform you, Kitata, that the greatest fairness I can offer is to treat you the same as all other disqualified students. Now, please compose yourself. I wouldn't want the people of the Siriate AI to turn you into a laughingstock. Yasuke's face flushed red, then drained of color. He had discarded his pride, begging Captain Aizen for a second chance, only to be made to feel like a clown. He had chosen to appeal to Aelin's empathy, reminding him that they were both born in Rakongai. But it seemed that Captain Aizen, having achieved the position of 5th Division Captain, had aligned himself with the nobles. They wouldn't allow a talented Shinigami like him, someone who could potentially threaten their authority, to remain in the Siriate AI. Realizing this, Yasuke's expression darkened. However, the more they tried to push him down, the more he refused to yield. Captain Aizen, if I recall correctly, you stated that the only way to be disqualified from the exam was to launch a distress signal and be rescued by one of the Shinigami protecting us, right? Indeed. Do you have an issue with that rule, Kitata? Of course I do. Yasuke retrieved a distress flare from his pocket. He held it up for all to see. Captain Aizen, I never used my distress flare. I never asked to be rescued. In fact, I was on the verge of defeating that medium-sized hollow when one of the Shinigami intervened, killing the hollow and then bringing me here. I suspect that Shinigami was acting on the orders of someone who holds a grudge against me, someone who deliberately sabotaged my exam. Yasuke held the flare high, ensuring that everyone present, both students and Shinigami, could see it clearly. Captain Aizen, You just stated that you would treat all students fairly. Therefore, according to the rules, I, a student who was unjustly eliminated without ever using my distress flare, am still eligible to continue the exam, am I not? Observing Yasuke's arrogant demeanor, Ailen's smile slowly faded. Hey, you! You're going too far. A Shinigami stepped forward from the ranks, pointing an accusing finger at Yasuke. Have you forgotten that if I hadn't intervened and killed that hollow, you'd be dead already, swallowed whole? After berating Yasuke, the Shinigami turned to Ailen and said respectfully, Captain Aizen, this student's claims are preposterous. He's lying. Chapter 216, Devious. Last night, this fellow encountered a powerful medium-sized hollow. He was incredibly unlucky. The Shinigami who had rescued Yasuke continued his explanation. The hollow had him completely bound, unable to move. He didn't even have a chance to launch his distress signal. Captain Aizen instructed us to keep a close eye on the students, so when I saw that hollow about to swallow him whole, I immediately intervened, killing the creature and saving him. If I had known what kind of person he was, I wouldn't have bothered rescuing him. The Shinigami was clearly furious. He had acted out of kindness, saving Yasuke's life. Now, this ungrateful wretch was biting the hand that had fed him, twisting the truth to regain his eligibility for the exam. It was enough to make anyone's blood boil. Hey, is that so? But everything you've said is just your subjective interpretation, isn't it? Yasuke sneered. You're right. I was no match for that hollow. I was completely restrained. However, that doesn't mean I was helpless. By the time that hollow tossed me into its mouth, I had already broken free from its restraints. I had also completed a Kido incantation. I was fully prepared to launch Hado number 31, Shakuho. Before its jaws closed, attacking it from within. With my Kido mastery, a fully chanted Shakuho would have been more than enough to turn the tables and kill that hollow. Bullshit. The Shinigami shouted, pointing an accusing finger at Yasuke's nose. Do you think I'm blind? I saw you being tossed around like a rag doll, screaming like a stuck pig. You were a blubbering mess, tears and snot were streaming down your face. And you expect me to believe you had completed a Kido incantation? Yasuke's face darkened as the Shinigami recounted the events of the previous night. While he couldn't deny the truth, did he have to air his dirty laundry in front of everyone? He had a reputation to maintain. Regardless of my condition, I had indeed completed the incantation. Yasuke insisted, clinging to his fabricated story. Hey, a completed incantation while pissing your pants? The Shinigami scoffed. That wasn't urine. It was the hollow's saliva. You were so shaken up after I saved you, you could barely stand. I had to carry you here. I was furious. Can you imagine? I had finally seized the perfect opportunity. All you had to do was wait one more second, and I could have launched my Shakuho, killing that hollow. I would have passed the exam with flying colors and joined the division of my choice. But you ruined everything. Yasuke turned to Ailen with faux outrage. Captain Aizen, I demand justice. I want a thorough investigation to expose whoever orchestrated this scheme, bribing this Shinigami to sabotage my exam. You. The Shinigami started to retort, but Ailen raised a hand, silencing him. Enough. I've heard enough. Matsubashi Yuma, your actions during last night's rescue mission were a grave error. Once this exam concludes, report to the 9th Division's detention center. You will serve a 3-month sentence. Ailen then turned to Yasuke, offering a courteous bow. Kitata, I apologize for my subordinate's mistake. Since you never used your distress flare, I cannot, in good conscience, disqualify you based on his error in judgment. You may return to the exam. Thank you, Captain Aizen. Yasuke boasted a smug grin as he turned and swiftly left the gathering point, heading back into the city. The other 5 students watched him go with regret. If they hadn't used their distress flares the previous night, would they, like Kitata, have been granted a second chance? Ailen, observing the 5 students' expressive faces, easily discerned their thoughts. However, instead of urging them to enter the Senkaiman, Ailen addressed the Shinigami who had rescued Yasuke. Yuma, I hope you've learned from this experience. Our 5th Division is a rescue squad. We can only intervene after a distress signal has been received. To make amends for your mistake, I'm assigning you to be solely responsible for Kitata's safety during the remainder of this exam. Yes, Captain. Yuma couldn't mask his displeasure at being tasked with protecting that deceitful little brat. However, his respect for Captain Aizen compelled him to accept the assignment. His grimace betrayed his true feelings. Under the watchful gazes of the students, Ailen began weaving a series of Kido incantations in the air. Bakudo number 77, Heavenly Rickshaw Skynet. As Ailen finished the incantation, the Kido symbols coalesced, forming a black-framed rectangle before him. Then, Ailen's voice echoed in the ears of every student still in the exam site. even reaching Kitada Yasuke as he made his way back into the city. Good morning to all students remaining in the exam site. I am Sosuke Aizen, the chief examiner for this year's Shino Academy graduation exam and the captain of the rescue squad tasked with ensuring your safety. Captain Aizen's voice. Momo Hinamori stopped running, pressing her left hand to her ear, listening intently to the message. Every student, including Kitada Yasuke, sought refuge, preparing to hear what Captain Aizen had to say. Last night, one of our rescue squad members intervened, saving a student named Kitada Yasuke from the jaws of a hollow. Based on my subordinate's actions, I ruled that Kitada had failed the exam. However, after being disqualified, Kitada refused to accept the verdict. He claimed that he hadn't launched his distress flare and hadn't requested our assistance. He insisted that he still had a means of defeating the hollow and that the rescue squad member had acted on his own initiative, robbing him of the chance to pass the exam. Since Kitada still possessed his unused distress flare, I have accepted his argument and reinstated his eligibility. I am grateful to Kitada for uncovering a loophole in our exam procedures. Therefore, to ensure fairness in future exams, I am adding a new rule: all rescue squad members are prohibited from intervening unless a student launches their distress flare, even if that student is on the verge of death. From this point forward, please consider carefully when to utilize your distress flares. This is your one and only chance to call for help. If you do not launch your distress flare, even if you are about to be devoured by a hollow, the rescue squad will not intervene. Please bear this in mind. Back at the gathering point, the 5 remaining students stared at Captain Aizen in fright. This Captain Aizen. He was vastly different from the one they had known. Could it be that the kind and approachable Captain Aizen they had encountered at the academy had been a facade? With a single Kido spell, he had broadcasted the events of the previous night, ensuring that everyone remembered Kitada Yasuke. They could easily imagine the impact of Captain Aizen's announcement on the remaining students. Who would want to team up with Kitada now? If they were still in the exam, they would avoid Kitada like the plague. There was no way they would risk partnering with someone who had betrayed his savior. Who knew what lengths he might go to in pursuit of his own goals? If they were lucky, they might manage to launch their distress flares in time, securing rescue from the Shinigami. But if misfortune struck, they might die in despair, even with a rescue squad member standing before them, unable to intervene due to the new rule. Kitada's selfish actions had undoubtedly increased the risk of casualties in future exams. Now, are any of your situations similar to Kitada's? If you haven't used your distress flares, I will gladly reinstate your eligibility. The 5 students, facing Captain Aizen's seemingly benevolent smile, shook their heads vehemently. No, Captain Aizen. We all launched our distress flares and requested assistance from the rescue squad. Yes. We barely know Kitada. They weren't fools. Based on Captain Aizen's handling of the situation, they knew that if Kitada failed the exam, he would join them in Hugomundo, far from the Syriite AI. But if he passed and became a member of the 13th Division of Imperial Guards, they could only imagine the treatment Kitada would receive at the hands of this seemingly amiable captain. They had already labeled Dalen as devious, petty, and vengeful. Is that so? Then please return to the Syriite AI. Shinigami will be waiting to process you and assign your duties. Yes, Captain Aizen. We'll be on our way. After Raylan nodded his approval, the 5 students quickly entered the Senkaiman. Once within the Dangai, they used flash steps to rush towards the Syriite AI's gate, as if fearing they might incur that man's displeasure if they lingered. Chapter 217, Teaming up with a snap of his fingers, Aelin closed the Senkaiman and resumed his exploration of the ever-changing world of the living. Damn it! Yuma Matsubashi kicked a nearby stone pillar, shattering it into pieces. My, what's wrong, Yuma? You seem upset. Matsuri Kuto, returning from her patrol, witnessed Yuma's outburst and asked curiously, did Captain Aizen scold you for something? Ha ha ha. The surrounding Shinigami burst into laughter. One of them, after regaining his composure, explained to Matsuri, Kuto, did you hear what Captain Aizen said earlier? Oh? Matsuri's eyes lit up with interest. Are you involved in this, Yuma? Yes, Kuto. Captain Aizen was talking about the Shinigami who rescued Kitada Yasuke. He's been sentenced to 3 months in detention for being backstabbed by that ungrateful wretch. Since everyone already knew, Yuma had no choice but to explain the situation to Matsuri. Kuto, I made a mistake. I admit it. But Captain Aizen wants me to protect that bastard? That's just rubbing salt in the wound. I'd rather see him dead. Why would I protect him? Ha ha ha, Yuma, you're misunderstanding Captain Aizen. Matsuri, hearing Yuma's complaints, patted him on the shoulder. Don't you see why he wants you to protect Kitada? Why? Because he wants you to protect him, of course. Matsuri emphasized the word protect, but seeing Yuma's still confused expression, She couldn't help but sigh. Honestly, were all Shinigami this tense? Yuma, Captain Aizen said that we can only intervene after seeing a distress flare, right? So, if you don't see a distress flare, you don't have to intervene. Think about it. With that, Matsuri skipped away, her heart lighter than it had been in days. What a pleasant surprise. She had never expected Captain Aizen to have such a mischievous side. See a flare? Don't see a flare? What does that even mean? Yuma furrowed his brows, unable to grasp the meaning behind Matsuri's cryptic words. After pondering for a while, he shook his head in frustration. Forget it. I'll figure it out later. I should go find that bastard. If I'm late to the rescue again, Captain Aizen might punish me. He looked up, then froze. Wait, which way did he go? Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. The voice in Yasuke's ear had faded. Captain Aizen had dispelled the Kido spell. He clenched his fists in rage. He had never expected Captain Aizen to retaliate in such a manner. He had exploited the rescue squad members' compassion to regain his eligibility, but his actions had undoubtedly increased the risk of casualties for the remaining students. After all, in the heat of battle against Hollows, launching a distress flare was rarely a priority. Now, thanks to Yasuke's machinations, the rescue squad wouldn't intervene unless they saw a distress flare. Who would want to risk being backstabbed, facing the same fate as Matsubashi? Serving a 3-month sentence for saving a stranger's life? No one would sign up for that. As he moved through the city, Yasuke encountered several groups of students. However, the moment they saw him, their expressions turned cold. He had practically condemned them to death to secure his own future. They politely declined his requests to join their teams, claiming that his ability to single-handedly defeat a medium-sized hollow was too intimidating for them to keep up. After several rejections, Yasuke had no choice but to retreat. He needed to find a safe hiding spot and lay low for the remaining days of the exam. He knew his own limits. To regain his eligibility, he had boasted to Captain Aizen and the others that he could have killed that hollow before its jaws closed on him. In reality, he had been terrified, his legs trembling. If not for the Shinigami's intervention, he would be dead. But for the sake of his future, he had to throw that Shinigami under the bus. He would make it up to him later. When he became a captain, he would appoint that Shinigami as a seated officer. It would be his way of compensating him for his suffering. However, remembering how that Shinigami had humiliated him, revealing his fear in front of everyone, Yasuke decided that once he achieved a position of authority, he would send that Shinigami on the most dangerous missions imaginable. But first, he had to survive this graduation exam. Bakudo number 26, Present Hiding Mask. A shadowy student with yellow hair, Izurukira, chanted an incantation, launching a red burst of flames from his left hand. The flames expanded rapidly, forming a 5-meter-tall, 3-meter-wide wall of fire before him. Boom! A 4-meter-tall hollow charged into the Kyoko barrier, its impact nearly shattering the flames. However, it failed to break through. Behind the barrier, Momo Hinamori had completed her Kido incantation. She leaped over the wall of flames, aiming the volleyball-sized fireball in her left hand at the hollow's head. Hado number 31, Shako. Boom! The red fireball shot from Momo's hand, striking the hollow's chest. A violent explosion rocked the surroundings. Roar! The force of the blast tore a gaping wound in the hollow's chest. However, while the injury was severe, it wasn't fatal for a 4-meter-tall beast like hollow. Coming through. Coming through. As the hollow howled in pain, a red-haired youth, Renji Abarai, emerged from the shattered flames, his Zanpakuto grip tightly in both hands. He used flash steps to launch himself into the air, then brought his sword down on the hollow's mask. Swish. Roar. The blow cleaved the hollow's mask in two. With a final, agonizing shriek, the hollow dissolved into Rishi. Phew. Momo let out a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from her brow. Kira, Renji, thank goodness you were here. I would have been in trouble without you. As the exam progressed, the number of hollows drawn to the city continued to increase. The strength and size of the medium-sized hollows were also rising. Even Momo could no longer guarantee victory against her next opponent. That was why, when Kira and Renji had approached her, proposing a team, she had readily agreed. They had been close friends at the academy, familiar with each other's strengths and weaknesses. Momo's Kido was the most powerful of the trio, making her the primary attacker. Kira's Kido, while not as potent as Momo's, was still formidable. He also possessed decent sword art, making him the team's support. His primary role was defense and keeping the hollows at bay. Renji's sword art was unmatched among this year's graduating class. He was the team's shield, blocking the hollows' attacks while Momo and Kira sought opportunities to unleash their Kido. Their teamwork, thus far, had been flawless, allowing them to defeat numerous medium-sized hollows. Undeniably, combat was a catalyst for growth, pushing talented individuals to their limits. After over 20 days and more than 100 battles, Renji, Kira, and Momo had improved tremendously. Their current strength surpassed that of most ordinary Shinigami. They were closing in on the level of elite Shinigami. Don't say that, Momo. Kira shook his head. You're invaluable to us. Without your Kido, Renji and I would have struggled to kill that hollow. It would have taken us at least 5 minutes. He's right, Momo. Renji rested his Zanpakuto on his shoulder, nodding in agreement with Kira. Your Kido attacks pack a much bigger punch than Kira's. You severely wounded that hollow with a single blast. If it had been Kira, he would have needed at least 3 Hado spells to achieve the same result. Oh, you two are exaggerating. Momo waved her hands dismissively. But the upward curve of her lips betrayed her true feelings. It was clear that she was delighted by her teammates' praise. Still, Kira, Renji, this exam is incredibly difficult. I wonder how many of us will pass. I don't know. But if it were easy to become a Shinigami, we wouldn't have left Rakongai and come to the Sairi Itai, would we? Renji replied. That's true. The people of Rakongai came to the Sairi Itai to gamble on a chance to change their destinies. However, Renji's words caused Kira's head to droop even lower. He had never shared his background with his friends at the academy. His perpetually gloomy expression had made him appear unapproachable, so only the boisterous Renji Abarai, born and raised in Rakongai, and the cheerful and optimistic Momo Hinamori had befriended him. Chapter 218, Humiliation. Kira treasured his friendship with Momo Hinamori and Renji Abarai. He feared that revealing his status as a low-ranking noble from the Sairi Itai would drive them away, so he had kept his true identity hidden. Momo and Renji, assuming Kira's gloomy demeanor stemmed from his Rakongai origins and a sense of inferiority, often shared humorous anecdotes about their life in the slums. They made no secret of their Rakongai upbringing, hoping to ease Kira's perceived discomfort. Kira appreciated their efforts. On the one hand, he cherished their genuine concern for his well-being. But on the other hand, he felt a deep shame, constantly berating himself for deceiving his friends. This internal conflict further fueled his melancholic nature, deepening the shadows in his eyes. Bang! Kitata Yasuke raised his sword to block, but the force of the blow sent him flying, crashing through a wall and leaving a trail of dust and debris. Ugh! Damn it! Where are those bastards? He spat out a mouthful of blood, cursing under his breath. Captain Aizen's announcement, adding a new rule to the exam, had made him infamous among the students. Those who knew him, and even those who didn't, rejected his requests to join their teams the moment they heard his name. They either drove him away or distanced themselves from him. Even when he used a false name to temporarily infiltrate a team, someone who recognized him would inevitably expose his true identity, further fueling their disdain. Eventually, almost every student knew who he was. They would banish him on sight. After all, he had backstabbed his rescuer and used a fake name. Who knew what a deceitful, shameless wretch like him might do in a moment of crisis? No one, in an exam that would determine their future, wanted such an unpredictable element lurking nearby. Yasuke had no choice but to become a fugitive, constantly on the run, evading both the scorn of his fellow students and the pursuit of hollows. He had managed to survive until this point in an exam with a difficulty level 5 times higher than usual. In previous years, his skills would have been sufficient to graduate and join the 13th Division of Imperial Guards. But now, his abilities only allowed him to defeat small hollows and barely escape from weaker medium-sized ones.